After losing his job and feeling despondent, he unexpectedly awakened the bullshitting realization system. Just then, he encountered a street interview. Internet celebrity host. Sir, may I ask if you own a car and a house? Yi fan, do I own a car and a house? I beg your pardon, but I possess 10 buildings and a sports car. Every day, I awaken in a villa spanning several thousand square meters, yet life holds no excitement for me. Ding, the system detected that the host was indeed boasting, achieving the bullshitting accomplishment. The reward, 10 buildings and a world-class sports car, the Bugatti Chiron. Countless years passed, and when Yi Fan looked back, he realized that he had become the world's richest man through his boastful claims. Chapter 1. Street Interview. In a magical city, at a barbecue stall, Yi Fan sat there alone. A year had passed since his university graduation, transitioning from initial confidence to a state of utter disillusionment. Just 1 year had stripped him of the vigor he once possessed during his academic days. Before graduating, he had hoped to leverage his degree from a prestigious 211 university to secure a respectable job. Yet reality delivered a harsh lesson. By now, he had forgotten everything taught by his professors, while the teachings of society remained vividly etched in his memory. Throughout this year, post-graduation, he had sought over 10 different jobs to prove his worth. Some he chose to leave, while others resulted in his dismissal. Until the end of last month, he voluntarily resigned from his most recent position. Not for any other reason, but due to his frustration with those who had connections. Why should the credit for the hard work he put into his writing be shared with those privileged individuals? After experiencing unfair treatment, Yi Fan resolutely submitted his resignation. However, due to leaving his last job, he had now spent nearly a month without finding suitable employment. Watching his living expenses dwindle, he realized that if he couldn't secure a job soon, he might be left to fend for himself. Of course, he could ask his family for financial assistance, but he found it too humiliating. He would only do so as a last resort. After all, at home, he was a distinguished graduate of a 211 university, and should anyone discover that he was struggling in the outside world, his parents would also lose face. With a bottle of beer and 20 skewers, Yi Fan lamented the state of his life. This society is truly cruel. If a graduate from a 211 university finds it so challenging, what of the ordinary individuals? Just as Yi Fan pondered the intricacies of life, a woman of pleasing appearance approached from a distance. Clutching a microphone, she spoke into the lens of her assistant's mobile phone. Hello everyone, it's Xiaoying back again to greet you all. Today's theme for our outdoor live stream is street interviews. Yesterday, a netizen suggested that Xiaoying should create some authentic live streaming content. Then let us embark on a street interview. Xiaoying is a dedicated streamer, diligently fulfilling the requests of her fans articulated in the comment section daily. The most popular demand this time was for her to conduct a street interview. To explore the most genuine lives of the underprivileged, Xiaoying, accompanied by her assistant and live streaming equipment, ventured to the night market. The night market is a gathering place for ordinary people. Although some affluent individuals frequent it for amusement, the majority are just everyday folks. Furthermore, Xiaoying is a knowledgeable influencer, capable of discerning wealth from a person's attire. After engaging with her fans in the live stream, she grasped the microphone and commenced her search for a target. After meandering through the night market for a while, Xiaoying's gaze fell upon Yi Fan, who was seated at a food stall, dining. At that moment, Yi Fan exuded an aura of despondency. Despite the distance between them, one could sense his downtrodden spirit. Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she promptly advanced towards him, her assistant, holding a mobile phone, hurriedly trailing behind. Just as Yi Fan finished a bottle of beer and began to feel slightly tipsy, a microphone was suddenly thrust in front of him. Although Yi Fan stood at over 180 centimeters tall and had a robust physique, he was not particularly adept at consuming alcohol. 1 bottle was just right, 2 bottles were excessive, and 3 bottles would generally result in him embracing the toilet for a night of slumber. As he stood up to settle the bill and return home, Xiaoying's arrival interrupted his actions. "Excuse me, handsome, may I trouble you for a moment?" In his mildly inebriated state, upon noticing a beautiful woman approaching him, Yi Fan felt compelled to display gentlemanly decorum. He suppressed the waves of dizziness swirling in his mind and nodded, saying, "Of course, feel free to ask." Observing Yi Fan's consent, Xiaoying cleared her throat and inquired, "Hello, handsome, may I ask if you're a recent university graduate?" Yi Fan nodded, "Yes, I graduated just a year ago. Have you found a job yet?" Xiaoying continued her questioning. Yi Fan shook his head. "No, I just resigned last month. I grew weary of the nepotism rampant in the company and had no desire to cater to them. As if he had finally encountered someone with whom he could share his innermost sentiments, Yefan began to unburden his heart. However, as he spoke, Yefan sensed something amiss. Earlier, he had overlooked the microphone in Xiaoying's hand due to his inebriation, but now, with a clearer mind, he realized that she was live streaming. "Are you live streaming?" After a moment of realization, Yefan posed the question. Xiaoying nodded. "Indeed, handsome. I am an outdoor streamer conducting an outdoor interview program. The questions I just asked you are part of the live content. How many viewers do you have in your stream?" Yefan asked, furrowing his brow. Xiaoying exchanged a glance with her assistant, who glanced at the viewer count and reported 15,000. 15,000? Upon hearing the number of viewers in Xiaoying's stream, Yefan was taken aback, and in that instant, he sobered up completely. Previously, he had assumed that Xiaoying was merely a confidant with whom he could share his troubles. Now, upon realizing she was a popular streamer with over 10,000 followers, he lost all desire to continue speaking. He was a man who valued his pride and disliked exposing his shortcomings to outsiders, fearing it would only serve to humiliate him further. He had never divulged his current situation to his family, let alone to a stranger. "All right, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Having regained his composure, Yefan wished to end the conversation and turn away. "Handsome, I have 2 more questions. Could you do me a favor? If you answer these 2 questions, I shall treat you to this meal." Upon hearing Xiaoying's offer to pay for his meal, Yefan hesitated and paused in his departure. He was currently left with less than 500 yuan, and his rent for the month remained unpaid. This meal would cost at least a few dozen yuan, a significant expense for him. Having someone else cover it would alleviate his financial burden. After a moment of contemplation, Yefan returned to his seat. "All right, go ahead and ask." As he settled back down, laughter erupted in the live stream, with some mocking Yefan for being miserly, while others derided him as a loser. However, Xiaoying maintained a serene smile, betraying no reaction. She then scrutinized Yefan's attire and the flip-flops adorning his feet before posing her next question with a microphone in hand. "Young gentleman, may I inquire about the price of your entire outfit?" Chapter 2. The boast became reality. Yifan spoke slowly. The shirt was 15, the pants 27, and the slippers were $9.90. Purchased from the supermarket downstairs. He calculated. "So, the total cost of my outfit is $52. Xiaoying tallied the value of Yifan's clothing and corrected him. "Actually, it's $51.90. At that moment, Yifan experienced an epiphany. In the past, he had been overly concerned with others' opinions, which made his life burdensome. However, he had now liberated himself from such worries, feeling remarkably at ease. The ensemble he wore, worth less than $100, had previously made him hesitant to discuss it openly, yet now he spoke of it with complete candor. Since he was intent on saving money, he decided to comply with the requests of the streamer, Xiaoying. He would simply answer her questions, knowing that after this playful exchange, he could save a decent sum on his meal. After all, what could be faster than earning money in this manner? Especially when the current economic climate made it challenging. Seeing Yifan so meticulously calculate even the decimal points, Xiaoying couldn't help but chuckle. "You are truly amusing. Little brother, are you really that precise with your decimals?" The chat room was abuzz with comments. Some criticized Yifan's humble attire, while others appreciated his grounded nature, finding him far more relatable than extravagant spenders. Yet, Yifan's open-mindedness sparked a sense of admiration in Xiaoying, typically for the sake of entertainment. She would have continued probing him with potentially embarrassing questions, but now she felt inclined to treat him with respect. Although Yifan had initially come across as somewhat petty over a few dollars, he might genuinely be facing hardship. Moreover, the money he earned for his meal was a testament to his own abilities, believing that anyone, provided they weren't excessively wealthy, would seize the opportunity to save on a meal by answering a few questions. Xiaoying smiled gently. "Is it true, little brother? Your entire outfit costs just over $50? It certainly doesn't appear to be the case." Having altered her perception of Yifan, she shifted the tone of her live stream. "Not appear? In what way do I not look like it? My short-sleeved shirt from a street vendor, baggy shorts, and oversized slippers. There's nothing about my outfit that suggests it cost more than a few dozen dollars," Yifan replied with a calm smile. Xiaoying shook her head. "What I mean is not that your clothing doesn't seem affordable, but rather that your demeanor does not match that of someone dressed so modestly. Had you not mentioned that your clothes were merely a few dozen dollars, I would have assumed you were one of those affluent property magnates in Yanqing." Initially taken aback by her words, Yifan soon smiled, appreciating that this streamer was considerate of his feelings. Feeling in a good mood, he decided to add some flair to the live stream, hoping to boost her viewership. "You're quite perceptive. I actually am a property magnate." Xiaoying feigned surprise, though she didn't truly believe him. "Really? You're a property magnate. May I ask how many properties you own and their locations? What is your monthly rental income? While she recognized Yifan was likely exaggerating, she played along for the sake of the show, hoping it would attract more viewers. This spontaneous script had not been prepared in advance, but she believed it could significantly enhance her popularity. Yifan slowly gestured with his hands, forming a cross. Wow. You own 10 properties? Truly a property magnate. Xiaoying exclaimed dramatically. Since he was embellishing the truth, Yifan decided to be bold. He shook his head and, noticing her confusion, said, I don't own 10 properties. I own 10 buildings. Xiaoying felt a bit embarrassed at this revelation. While claiming 10 properties might still be plausible, asserting ownership of 10 buildings seemed a stretch. In a city like Shanghai, owning 10 buildings signified reaching the pinnacle of the rental market, a status that even some billionaires on the Forbes list might not surpass. As Yifan's words echoed in the live stream, a chorus of skepticism arose. Viewers commented on how outrageous his claims were. It wasn't that they doubted him entirely. Rather, it was the sheer audacity of his boast that struck them. A young man claiming to own 10 buildings in Shanghai was simply too far-fetched. Just as Yifan finished his declaration, an unexpected mechanical voice reverberated in his mind. Ding! The Boast-Becomes-Reality System has been successfully activated. The primary function allows the host's boasts to come true. This successful boast grants you 10 buildings in Shanghai. You need only to claim them. Wait, what? Is that really a system? Yifan was startled by the sudden voice. System, are you there? Yes, host, the system is here. Do you have any questions? Is it true that all my boasts can become reality? Affirmative, host. What if I boast that I am a god? Will that come true too? Apologies, host. That boast exceeds the system's capabilities. Please choose a different boast. All right, I understand. Yifan comprehended the system's limitations. It seemed that not all boasts could materialize. They had to be somewhat grounded in reality. After grasping the system's functions, when Yifan returned to the livestream camera, a surge of confidence surged within him. Wow, have you all noticed? The little brother in the live stream seems different from before. Yes, I noticed too. There seems to be a change, though I can't quite put my finger on it. Before we delve into what might have changed, let me ask you all, do you believe he owns 10 buildings? Do you believe him? Or do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang? Ancestors, grant me a general's position. Regardless of the veracity of Yifan's claim, it was undeniable that the viewer count in Xiaoying's live stream had surged. What started with over 10,000 viewers had nearly doubled, approaching 30,000. Seeing this, Xiaoying felt immense joy and chose not to expose Yifan's boastful claims. Instead, she feigned astonishment, covering her mouth. 10 buildings? Little brother, I'm truly envious. I struggle to afford even a single building in Shanghai, yet you own 10. You could easily live comfortably for life without a care. Yifan was aware that few would believe his words. Had he not received the system, he might have tempered his exaggerations. But now, with the boasting system at his disposal, he felt no need to hold back. When given the chance to boast, he would seize it with both hands. Chapter 3, The Black Knight Voice of Bugatti. Oh, it's just 10 buildings. Not a big deal. Yifan sat there, leisurely extracting a hometown mountain cigarette and taking a puff. Although there was a 90% certainty that he was indulging in boastful exaggeration, his demeanor left Xiaoying somewhat uncertain. Generally, even the most audacious of individuals have their limits when it comes to boasting, and it seemed implausible that he would exaggerate to such an extent. Yet, observing Yifan's confidence, it appeared as though he truly possessed 10 buildings. Whether or not he actually owned those 10 buildings was indeterminate, but she could ascertain the truth through other means. Did you not claim to have 10 buildings? Then you must be quite wealthy, correct? With that wealth, you surely own a car. If you own a car, you would need to drive it when you go out. And by discerning what kind of car you drive, I can determine whether your claims hold any merit. With this line of reasoning, Xiaoying gathered her thoughts, cleared her throat, and feigned shyness as she asked, "Excuse me, could I pose one final question?" Upon hearing her words, Yifan couldn't help but smile inwardly. His plan was unfolding perfectly, and this streamer was once again granting him an opportunity to boast. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Sure, no problem. Ask away. May I be so bold as to inquire if you own a car? Did you drive it here today? If so, could you show me your vehicle?" As soon as Xiaoying's words escaped her lips, a chorus of cheers erupted in the live stream. Most viewers were skeptical of Yifan's claim to possess 10 buildings. While one or two believed him, their voices were drowned out by the nearly 30,000 viewers present. "Of course, no problem showing you my car. I have several. But the one I drove today isn't anything special, just a limited edition sports car I bought abroad out of boredom a while back." Yifan's response elicited an awkward chuckle from Xiaoying. She was utterly speechless. The notion of a limited edition sports car from abroad typically signified immense value, and to dismiss it as nothing special was increasingly hard to believe. Suppressing the urge to curse, she inquired, "Could you kindly share the name of your limited edition sports car?" Feigning deep concentration, Yi Fan replied slowly, I believe it's called the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Gasp. As his words echoed in the live stream, a collective gasp resonated from the viewers. Anyone with an appreciation for automobiles had undoubtedly heard of the name Bugatti La Voiture Noire. This car, limited to just one unit worldwide, was valued at $20 million, equivalent to over 140 million yuan. While a sum exceeding 100 million wasn't insurmountable for some affluent individuals, acquiring such a vehicle required not only wealth, but also formidable influence. They were incredulous that someone as young as Yi Fan could possibly own a Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Meanwhile, amidst the astonishment, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Hosts boasting successful. Limited edition sports car Bugatti La Voiture Noire has been credited to your account. At that moment, Yi Fan felt a car key materialize in his pocket. He discreetly reached into his pocket and grasped the key that belonged to the singular Bugatti in existence. At that moment, Xiaoying could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, Could we please go see your car now? Yi Fan, equally eager to behold his prized possession, nodded without hesitation. Of course. After speaking, Yi Fan stood up and led Xiaoying and her assistant toward the night market's exit. As the night market was a pedestrian area, vehicles were prohibited, so the system had parked the car in a nearby lot. After a brief walk of over 10 minutes, they arrived at the parking area. Once there, Yi Fan produced the car key from his pocket and pressed the unlock button. With a resounding click, two brilliant headlights illuminated the surroundings, bathing the area where the Bugatti La Voiture Noire was parked in bright light. Passers-by couldn't help but stop and stare, while viewers in the live stream gasped in disbelief at the sight of the car's headlights. Oh my, this is truly the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, just as it appears in the photos online. He wasn't exaggerating. He really did bring this car back from abroad. The comments flooded in as they speculated about the magnitude of his connections required to acquire such a car. Recalling recent news of a student in their country with an astronomical bank balance who had purchased a sports car worth over 100 million. At that moment, Xiaoying, upon seeing the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, began to believe that Yi Fan's claims were indeed credible. All right, I'm done here. I need to head back to sleep. I have to get up early to collect rent tomorrow. Goodbye. After saying this, Yi Fan settled into the passenger seat of the car. Before long, a designated driver approached. Upon seeing the car, he gulped nervously. Maybe you should find someone else. I can't drive this car. Yi Fan, who had been drowsily on the verge of sleep, was jolted awake by the driver's words. What do you mean you can't drive it? Aren't you a designated driver? Are there cars you can't drive? He asked, surveying the driver with curiosity. The driver, looking sheepish, replied, Sir, this car is too expensive. If it gets scratched or damaged, I'm afraid my insurance won't cover it. This is the Bugatti limited edition, right? Each paint job costs millions. I simply can't take that risk. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled knowingly. Oh, that is understandable. Don't worry about it. Go ahead and drive. If anything happens, I won't hold you responsible. If you'd like, I can draft a disclaimer for you to keep as proof. Afterward, Yi Fan added the driver as a friend on his phone and sent a message containing the disclaimer. With this assurance, the driver felt at ease and drove Yi Fan home. Chapter 4. Collecting rent at Zhongliang Seaside. Upon returning to his rental apartment, Yi Fan noticed the driver was somewhat taken aback. After all, how could someone who drove a car worth over 100 million live in such modest surroundings? Yet, the world of the wealthy was beyond his comprehension. Yi Fan might have other matters to attend to, so he refrained from prying. After settling the payment for the ride, Yi Fan locked the car and ascended to his apartment to sleep. The reason he returned to the rental was that he had several items to pack. While he didn't need much, he had to take 2 sweaters his mother had knitted for him, as he intended to discuss the return of the apartment with the landlord the following day. The next morning, Yi Fan awoke from his small bed in the rental. The rent for this rental apartment is quite affordable, at just over 500 yuan a month. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, where every inch of land is precious, securing such an inexpensive dwelling is indeed commendable. The apartment itself is modest. It is merely a large room divided into sections, with subpar sound insulation and living conditions. However, its affordability makes it a favorite among many workers. After tidying up his belongings, Yi Fan sent a message to the landlord to inform him of his departure, requesting the landlord to inspect the apartment and transfer the deposit back to him via mobile if everything was in order. The landlord, a kind elderly gentleman in his 60s, had received several properties due to demolition in his area, retaining one for himself and renting out the rest. He was notably considerate towards the workers who came to Shanghai, charging reasonable rents and not being unreasonable about deposit deductions upon checkout. As expected, shortly after Yi Fan drove away, the landlord promptly returned the full deposit. Upon leaving the rental apartment, Yi Fan took to the streets in his sports car. Naturally, a sports car draws attention, and his was a limited edition model, instantly capturing the gaze of countless passers-by as it appeared on the thoroughfare. Some individuals even whipped out their phones to capture the moment and share it on social media. Yi Fan did not mind the attention. In fact, he relished the sensation of being the center of admiration. At merely 23 years of age, it was the perfect time to bask in envy and admiration. His destination was the site of the 10 buildings awarded by the system. Just as he exited the rental apartment, he received a call from the property management company overseeing his investments, requesting him to collect the rent for the current quarter. The management company would transfer the profits to him quarterly, ensuring that the full amount of rent, after deducting their service fees and commissions, went to the landlord without fail. Soon, Yi Fan arrived at the Zhongliang Seaview community. He was well aware of this community, as it ranked among the top 10 in Shanghai. He was pleasantly surprised by the system's generosity in awarding him property within such an esteemed area. Upon parking, a young man in a white shirt, black trousers, and black leather shoes approached him. "Good day, sir. Are you Mr. Yi Fan?" Yi Fan nodded, responding, "Yes, I am Yi Fan. Nice to meet you." As they shook hands, the property manager, though seasoned, couldn't suppress his excitement. After all, Yi Fan was the most formidable landlord among his clients. Owning an entire building in Zhongliang Seaview and driving a globally limited edition sports car. Earlier, he had searched for information about Yi Fan's vehicle online and was astounded to discover its value exceeding 100 million yuan. This revelation solidified Yi Fan's status as a remarkably affluent landlord, prompting the manager to establish a rapport with such a significant figure for potential future advantages. "Mr. Yi, our office is nearby. Shall we proceed to discuss matters?" Yi Fan agreed, and within 2 minutes, they arrived at a real estate agency named Lianjia Real Estate. Yi Fan had heard of Lianjia, the largest real estate agency in China, which catered to a broad spectrum of clients. This particular branch focused on high-end clientele, making Yi Fan's property in Zhongliang Seaview a highly sought-after asset. After entering the office, the property manager quickly poured him a glass of water and adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature, providing Yi Fan with the utmost hospitality. Once seated, the manager presented a stack of documents. "Mr. Yi, here are the lease contracts for your Zhongliang Seaview property for the quarter, with the rental amounts clearly indicated as per your request. The total rent for this quarter amounts to 15 million yuan, and all service fees and commissions have already been deducted. The entirety of this sum is yours, Mr. Yi. Please provide your account details for the transfer." 15 million? Yi Fan felt a surge of excitement at the manager's words. He had not anticipated that a single building in Zhongliang Seaview would yield such a substantial income. He could only imagine the profits from the remaining 9 buildings. After providing his bank account information, the manager continued, "Mr. Yi, there have been numerous inquiries from clients interested in purchasing properties in Zhongliang Seaview. Would you be open to selling?" Yi Fan shook his head. "I have no intention of selling at the moment, but I will contact you if that changes." "Understood, Mr. Yi. Please feel free to reach out when you're ready. Here is my business card. You can contact me using the number provided." Yi Fan accepted the card and departed. With 15 million yuan soon to be deposited, he walked with newfound confidence, his posture straightened. At this rate, within a few years, he would become an absolute cash king, surpassing even those on the Forbes list. After leaving the agency, Yi Fan intended to smoke a cigarette to calm his excitement, only to discover that he had run out. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed a supermarket in the distance and made his way over. "Boss, I'll take a pack of Huazi." The shopkeeper, cheerful, asked, "What type do you want?" "I'll have the gold slim ones," Yi Fan replied. The gold slim variety is the most expensive among Huazi and is considered quite enjoyable. Previously, he had only sampled them during meetings with clients who had provided them. Now that he was affluent, he decided to indulge in a luxurious lifestyle by purchasing a pack for himself. "That'll be 100 yuan. As he took the cigarettes from the shopkeeper and completed the payment, he stepped outside, placing one between his lips as he headed back to where he had parked his car. Upon arriving, he noticed a man lingering beside his vehicle, capturing various angles with his phone. Yi Fan smiled faintly at the sight. Such behavior was to be expected given the car's rarity. However, when the man turned to reveal his face, Yi Fan was taken aback. It was an old acquaintance, a former colleague from his previous company. Yi Fan's gaze quickly swept the surroundings, searching for another familiar figure. This man was the reason behind his resignation, as his uncle held a managerial position in the company. The individual departed, yet somehow managed to secure a position within the company, directly inserted into my team. The copy I painstakingly produced over the course of 3 days was divided, with half of the credit unjustly appropriated by him. In a fit of indignation, I ultimately chose to resign, only to encounter him here by sheer coincidence. Of course, his wandering gaze was not driven by any particular intention, but rather by the desire to locate his girlfriend. This young woman possessed a commendable beauty, scoring around 85 points, a petite beauty in her own right. She had been placed in the company alongside him by his uncle. Yet, despite their familial connection, her character was somewhat superficial. She looked down upon others. relying on her boyfriend's connections. It was rumored that they had been together since university, now in a relationship spanning 3 to 4 years, with plans to marry by the year's end, having met each other's parents. The couple was inseparable, and her boyfriend cherished her dearly. Why, then, was he alone today? After searching in vain for her, a wave of suspicion washed over Yi Fan. However, he dismissed the thought, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he approached the young man. "Care for a smoke?" he inquired, producing a cigarette as he approached the car. The young man, startled by the sudden offer, regained his composure only to express his surprise upon recognizing Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, what brings you here?" he asked, bewildered. Yi Fan exhaled a plume of smoke, a casual smile gracing his lips. "Why can't I be here? This isn't a private space. I can come and go as I please." Realizing the inappropriateness of his own question, Song Heng quickly masked his embarrassment by accepting the cigarette and lighting it. Casting a sidelong glance, "That's not what I meant. I was merely pondering why you, during work hours, would choose to wander around here instead of diligently striving at your job." Yi Fan understood the disdain hidden within Song Heng's words. In the past, he might have remained silent, acknowledging that Song Heng had every right to look down on him. After all, Song Heng boasted a millionaire uncle, while Yi Fan merely earned a respectable monthly salary, drove an Audi A6L worth over 300,000, and was accompanied by a beautiful girlfriend. Yet now, he had no intention of indulging Song Heng. "Why should I toil? My previous job was merely an experience of life. Now that I've lost interest in that, I can only afford to play. Experience life?" Song Heng scoffed. "Yi Fan, can you cease your grandstanding? Although our time as colleagues has been brief, you hardly exude the image of a wealthy individual. Is it possible that you've watched too many films and can no longer distinguish reality?" He surveyed Yi Fan's attire, dismissing it with a disdainful glance. "Do you even possess $200 worth of clothing from head to toe? Moreover, let me offer you a piece of advice. You ought to quickly remove your backside from this car. Should it sustain even the slightest scratch, you'll spend a lifetime toiling to repay the debt." Unbeknownst to Yi Fan, he had positioned himself atop the hood of the Bugatti Divo. Although Song Heng had noticed this earlier, he refrained from warning Yi Fan, waiting for him to squirm a bit before finally speaking up. This revealed the depths of Song Heng's malice. He seemingly wished for Yi Fan to mar the vehicle, thus allowing him to inform the owner and perhaps create a connection with someone influential. A person capable of owning such a rare luxury car was undoubtedly of significant stature in the city, someone who could easily elevate others with a mere word. Song Heng's excitement surged at the thought. He recalled that their first encounter had granted him an effortless credit for a copy, allowing him to establish himself at the company and enhance his uncle's reputation. Now, in this second meeting, Yi Fan might once again introduce him to a powerful figure. Had he not been suppressing his impulses, he would have felt compelled to plant a fervent kiss on Yi Fan. While Yi Fan remained oblivious to Song Heng's ulterior motives, he sensed that Song Heng was not genuinely benevolent. As expected, the moment Yi Fan began to rise, Song Heng hastily rushed over, leaning against the car in search of any scratches Yi Fan might have inflicted. Observing Song Heng's antics, Yi Fan pressed a button on the car key, causing the vehicle to unlock with a sudden sound that nearly sent Song Heng tumbling to the ground. Realizing it was merely the unlocking mechanism, Song Heng quickly regained his composure and began scanning for the car's owner. At that moment, a youthful and vibrant woman approached, holding 2 bottles of water. "Honey, what are you looking for?" Lu Xiaowen asked, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Lu Xiaowen was Song Heng's girlfriend, and though he typically treated her like a treasured gem, his preoccupation with the car today had gone unnoticed by her, leaving her feeling somewhat perturbed. Despite Song Heng's relatively comfortable family background, Lu Xiaowen did not indulge him. Any hint of dissatisfaction would swiftly ignite her temper. When she was upset, Song Heng transformed into a devoted servant, promising luxury gifts or offering to massage her shoulders and feet. It could be said that Lu Xiaowen had him firmly under her thumb. Upon hearing her question, Song Heng snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Dear, you're back. I was looking for the owner of this car." Lu Xiaowen glanced at the Bugatti Divo, a spark of awe igniting in her eyes. Although she recognized it as an attractive sports car, she was unaware of its true worth. "What a stunning car. It must be quite expensive, right? Is it worth more than our car?" Upon hearing this, Song Heng eagerly seized the opportunity to enlighten her. "Not just more than our car, it is worth exponentially more. Our car doesn't even measure up to a fraction of this one." Chapter 6. Lu Xiaowen takes the initiative. Lu Xiaowen gasped in astonishment at Song Heng's words. She had not anticipated the car's exorbitant price. Their own vehicle had cost nearly 400,000 upon purchase. To think that 100 of their cars would not equal even half the value of this one. It must be worth over 100 million. The realization left her momentarily breathless, as she had never laid eyes on such an extravagant vehicle. With this newfound understanding, she couldn't help but steal another glance. Observing Lu Xiaowen, Yi Fan thought she appeared even more radiant. As he overheard the exchange between Song Hang and Lu Xiaowen, Yi Fan felt no inclination to waste further time with them. He swiftly opened the car door and slid inside. You needn't search any longer. This car is mine, and I am the owner you seek. Now, if you would kindly step aside, I have matters to attend to and cannot waste time here. What? You own this car? Do you even comprehend what this vehicle is? Do you know how much it's worth? You, a mere pauper, could never afford such a car. In an instant, upon realizing that Yi Fan was the owner of the Bugatti Divo, Song Hang was struck with disbelief, teetering on the edge of mental disarray, his speech becoming increasingly disjointed. He could hardly fathom that the individual he had always regarded with disdain was, in fact, the owner of a vehicle worth over 100 million. It is not that he cannot accept the fact that someone can drive a luxury car worth over 100 million, but rather that he cannot fathom Yi Fan driving such an extravagant vehicle. Yi Fan's response to him was merely a honk of the horn. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. Whether I can afford it is not for you to decide. Farewell. Sitting in the sports car, Yi Fan waved his hand and drove off into the distance. It was not until Yi Fan had long departed that Song Hang and his wife regained their composure. Darling, pinch me to prove that this is not real. Song Hang's expression was exceedingly grim. All right, let us leave. I had scheduled a viewing with an agent from the Lin family yesterday for a property. We cannot afford a unit in Zhongliang Seaview, but we can purchase a place nearby. Although she was already aware that Song Hang did not intend to buy in Zhongliang Seaview, Lu Xiaowen still felt uncomfortable. Her dream had always been to reside in a top-tier mansion in the magical city, living as a wealthy matron, rather than settling for less. Can't you discuss with your family? Even if it means taking out a loan, can't we buy a unit in Zhongliang Seaview? Although the properties here are a bit pricey, if your parents put in a little effort, they should be able to manage the mortgage. I only want to marry once in my lifetime. I do not wish to compromise. Upon hearing that Lu Xiaowen wished to purchase a property in Zhongliang Seaview, Song Hang's face paled. While his family had some financial means, they could certainly not afford a unit in Zhongliang Seaview, where the cheapest properties were priced in the tens of millions, with even more luxurious options exceeding 100 million. His family would be unable to scrape together the funds, even if they sold everything they owned. Regarding loans, while they could manage a down payment, they certainly could not afford the monthly installments. His family operated a modest business, earning a few million a year, but if all of that went towards repaying a mortgage, they would soon find themselves in dire straits, struggling to manage any unforeseen expenses. Song Hang sighed. My dear wife, it is true that we cannot afford a home in Zhongliang Seaview right now, but I promise that once we have the means, I will certainly buy you a unit there, all right? Seeing Song Hang's refusal, Lu Xiaowen pouted, visibly displeased. She then said, You cannot even fulfill this small wish of mine. I really need to reconsider whether marrying you is the right choice. Let us return home and think this through before discussing marriage again. After speaking, Lu Xiaowen lost all interest in viewing properties and turned to leave. Had she not encountered Yi Fan that day, she might not have thought much of it. However, after seeing the once despised underachiever driving a car worth over 100 million, Lu Xiaowen felt an unsettling sense of imbalance. The man she had meticulously chosen as her partner could not even compare to someone she once looked down upon, which left her feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Xiaowen, my dear wife, please wait. Regardless of how Song Hang called out behind her, Lu Xiaowen did not turn back. She simply hailed a taxi and departed. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was entirely unaware that his presence had sparked a sense of competition in Song Hang. Even if he had known, he would not have cared, for back at the company, Song Hang and Lu Xiaowen had often looked down upon him. Now that their relationship was in turmoil, he felt a sense of satisfaction. After leaving Zhongliang Seaview, it was nearly noon, and Yi Fan casually entered a fast food restaurant nearby. He had already arranged his plans for the afternoon, intending to visit a shopping mall after lunch. Now that he had money, it was time to invest in a more respectable wardrobe. Previously, he had donned simple tank tops and shorts, not out of preference, but due to their affordability. Now that he was wealthy, he wished to indulge in some branded attire and savor the lifestyle of the affluent. However, just as he entered the restaurant, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, he saw a friend request notification. Curiously, he opened the request to find a woman named Xiaowen. The name rang a bell, yet he could not quite place it, so he accepted the request. No sooner had he done so than a message arrived from the other end. Yi Fan. Seeing his name called directly, Yi Fan responded with curiosity. I am Yi Fan. May I ask who you are? The reply came swiftly. Lu Xiaowen. Realizing who had added him, Yi Fan understood the familiarity he felt. They had both been in the company group chat before. He recalled noticing Lu Xiaowen's WeChat name due to her striking appearance. Now, with her name in mind, her image resurfaced in his thoughts. Her long, slender legs, her height of 1.68 meters, and her attractive features. Though not the epitome of beauty, Lu Xiaowen had an enviable figure. Her legs, perfectly aligned without a gap, were a rare sight among women. What surprised him, however, was that this Lu Xiaowen had taken the initiative to reach out to him. Although she did not specify her reasons for adding him, he could surmise. Lu Xiaowen had likely noticed his newfound wealth and wished to connect. This was understandable. While he had not known her for long, he had gleaned some insight into her personality. She was somewhat vain. "Ah, the illustrious Lu. I heard you were to marry Song Hang. Are you adding me to send an invitation?" On the other end, Lu Xiaowen's frustration flared as she leaned back on her sofa while typing. "Don't even mention it. I get angry just thinking about it. You know, we women only marry once in our lives, and I desire a decent wedding. I want him to buy a home in Zhongliang Seaview, but he flatly refuses, insisting that his family cannot afford it. We had a fight over this, and now we are in a cold war, waiting to see if he will agree. If he doesn't, I will demand a larger betrothal gift." Chapter 7. Boasting Becomes Reality. With nothing pressing to attend to and a beautiful woman initiating a conversation, Yi Fan found himself engaging with Lu Xiaowen through text. As he read her messages, he could not help but feel speechless. This woman seemed somewhat deluded. What were the property prices in Zhongliang Seaview? While Song Hang's family had some assets, they were nowhere near capable of affording a unit there. Previously, he had only heard rumors, but after listening to the real estate agent's presentation at the agency, he realized the prestige of Zhongliang Seaview, ranking among the top 10 luxury residences in the magical city. Without the system he possessed, he could work tirelessly for a lifetime and still not manage to afford a home in Zhongliang Seaview. The cheapest unit cost over 50 million. Setting aside how much money Song Hang's family had, even if they had 100 million, they would not be able to pay for a house in Zhongliang Seaview outright. Even if they considered a mortgage, they would have to weigh whether the monthly payments would disrupt their business's cash flow. Moreover, with Lu Xiaowen's looks, those truly capable of buying in Zhongliang Seaview would not be interested in her. However, despite his disdain for Lu Xiaowen's unrealistic expectations, he chose not to express it. Instead, he replied, "That does seem a bit excessive. Marriage is a significant life event and deserves proper arrangements. You see, you agree with my sentiment, don't you? Forget it. Let's not talk about him anymore. I almost forgot to ask you, is that car really yours?" Upon seeing Lu Xiaowen's inquiry, Yi Fan typed back, "Of course it's mine. If I don't buy it myself, who else would?" On the other side, Lu Xiaowen, upon learning that Yi Fan owned a luxury car worth over 100 million, felt an even greater sense of envy. "May I ask how you became so wealthy? I remember you graduated from university just a year ago, right? How can you be so affluent after only a year? Do you have any secrets to wealth that you could share? I would love to earn more money too." Yi Fan smiled subtly, wondering whether Lu Xiaowen was clever or simply naive. It was clear he was merely teasing her, yet she took him seriously. "My secret to wealth is being born into the right family. If you wish to learn, you might need to be reborn." "Oh, are you kidding me? I thought you were serious." I wasted my emotions on this, believing there might actually be some secret to becoming rich. Lu Xiaowen continued, "So? That means you're a rich second generation?" "That is not entirely incorrect. My family has a bit of money," Yi Fan replied, using this as a plausible excuse to justify his ability to afford such an extravagant car. Ding. Boasting successful. Reward. Top-tier family of Huaxia. The system's voice echoed in his mind after his boastful claim. Is this what it means to boast successfully? He hadn't intended to exaggerate. He merely sought a reasonable explanation for his ability to purchase a Bugatti Chiron. To his surprise, the system deemed it a boast and rewarded him with a prestigious family. Nonetheless, this was advantageous. Having a top-tier family as support would provide him with backing in future endeavors. "I never realized, back when we were at the company. I thought you were just an ordinary person. Who would have guessed you're actually a super rich second generation? You're so understated." Lu Xiaowen finally believed him after learning about his affluent background. She continued, "It's so nice to be wealthy. You can buy a luxury car worth over 100 million just like that. Meanwhile, for us poor folks, it's so difficult to buy even a decent house when getting married. By the way, what are you doing now?" Yi Fan replied, "I'm having a meal." "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. I've been too upset to eat. I was planning to have hot pot after viewing a house, but now I haven't eaten at all." "Do you like hot pot?" "It's my favorite dish. I indulge in it several times a week, but Song Hang doesn't like it. Every time we go, I have to persuade him for ages, as if I'm begging him." Lu Xiaowen began to lament Song Hang's shortcomings. Yi Fan typed back, "I enjoy it too. And I happen to be craving hot pot. How about we go eat together?" "Really? You're inviting me to dinner?" Lu Xiaowen joyfully typed back, "It's just a meal. It won't cost much, so why not?" Yi Fan responded, "All right, should I come to find you? Or will you come and pick me up?" On the other end, Lu Xiaowen couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement at the thought of Yi Fan's luxury car. If he came to pick her up, she would finally experience what it felt like to be in a car worth over 100 million. Just as Lu Xiaowen was eagerly anticipating, Yi Fan's message arrived. "I'll come pick you up. Send me your address." After they agreed, Lu Xiaowen sent him her address and began to prepare herself. Meanwhile, although Yi Fan had ordered food, he didn't eat. Instead, he handed the meal to a plainly dressed father and son, paid the bill, and left. For Yi Fan now, spending a few dozen yuan on a meal was not a concern. Sitting in his car, he followed the navigation to Lu Xiaowen's residence. Lu Xiaowen shared an apartment with Song Hang, and due to their disagreements over buying a house, they were currently in a cold war. Song Hang, being a local from the city, was initially drawn to Lu Xiaowen's beauty, which explained how they ended up together despite his family's affluent background. After more than half an hour, Yi Fan arrived at the building where Lu Xiaowen lived. After her extensive preparation, Lu Xiaowen had applied exquisite makeup. She wore a white short-sleeved top and a short skirt, paired with a stunning pair of Valentino high heels. Her long, slender legs undoubtedly caught the attention of many men. Upon seeing Yi Fan's lavish car downstairs, Lu Xiaowen approached with a beaming smile. "Hi, Yi Fan. Wow, I never noticed how beautiful you are, Sister Xiaowen." Yi Fan exclaimed with bright eyes. Lu Xiaowen smiled shyly. "Really? Am I really that pretty?" Yi Fan nodded. "Absolutely. You look stunning today." Even the biggest stars would pale in comparison. Lu Xiaowen had indeed dressed to impress. Previously, he had thought her beauty was average, but today she surpassed that. Easily reaching above an 85 on the beauty scale, definitely above average. A woman beautifies herself for the one she admires. Yi Fan's compliment lifted Lu Xiaowen's spirits. She elegantly slid into the passenger seat with her long legs. Now that they were up close, her legs appeared even more striking, straight, slender, and fair, truly exceptional. Song Hang was indeed fortunate to have found a girlfriend as remarkable as Lu Xiaowen. "Where shall we dine?" Lu Xiaowen asked as she settled into the car. "How about Zhigong?" Yi Fan suggested. "Great. Zhigong has delicious food, and it's one of the larger hot pot restaurants in the city. Let us go there." After they agreed, the roar of the engine filled the air as the sports car smoothly exited the neighborhood. Seated in the passenger seat of the luxury vehicle, Lu Xiaowen felt an immense sense of pride. Once the car hit the road, she even put on her prepared sunglasses. Throughout the journey, her vanity was significantly satisfied. Chapter 8. Lu Xiaowen's thoughts riding in a luxury car. Wasn't this the lifestyle she had always dreamed of? Lu Xiaowen thought with a smile, wishing she could remain in this moment forever. How wonderful it would be if she could always sit in the passenger seat of this $100 million sports car. Wouldn't it be even better if this seat belonged to her alone? "Oh, Lu Xiaowen, what are you thinking? How shameless. You have a boyfriend and are about to get married. Why are you having such wild thoughts?" She quickly dismissed her disordered thoughts, fearing that she might succumb to temptation and do something inappropriate, which would be unfair to her boyfriend, Song Hang. Just as Lu Xiaowen was lost in her thoughts, Yi Fan drove them to Zhigong Hot Pot City. Although it was midday and not evening, the hot pot restaurant was still bustling. The vast parking lot was filled with various vehicles. Fortunately, with the guidance of the security staff, they managed to find a parking space. After parking, the two made their way into the restaurant. Yi Fan had made a reservation beforehand. In order to secure a private room, Yi Fan went so far as to become a member of the Zhigong WeChat official account, depositing a sum of 100,000 yuan. Membership at Zhigong is tiered, with the most basic level requiring no deposit, as one can simply order 2 membership packages to gain complimentary access. Higher-tier members, however, must make a financial commitment to enjoy the privileges. The services available vary by membership level, and Zhigong has established numerous exclusive private rooms specifically for high-tier members, ensuring they have a delightful dining experience. With a deposit of 100,000 yuan, Yi Fan attained the highest membership level, granting him top-tier privileges at any Zhigong location nationwide. Upon entering, Yi Fan presented his membership credentials, and the reception staff personally escorted them to the Supreme Room. "Sir, this is the Supreme Room reserved exclusively for Supreme members. I wish you a pleasant dining experience." After guiding them to the room, the attendant took her leave, leaving the rest to the service staff. Supreme member? Lu Xiaowen, a frequent visitor to this establishment for hot pot, was well aware of what that title entailed. It was a membership level that required a hefty deposit of 100,000 yuan. Wealthy individuals certainly lived differently, always seeking the pinnacle of service. Zhigong provides thoughtful service, and upon learning that Yi Fan, a Supreme member, was dining with a companion, they arranged a Supreme couple's room for them. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowen felt a flush rise to her cheeks. It was rather ambiguous. They were hardly a couple, merely ordinary friends. Should others learn of this, it could lead to significant misunderstandings. "Is something the matter? If you're not comfortable, I can ask the staff to switch our room," Yi Fan inquired with concern. Lu Xiaowen quickly waved her hand. No, let's not make a fuss about it. The truth will out. We're nothing more than friends. If they want to call it a couple's room, so be it." Seeing that Lu Xiaowen was unperturbed, Yi Fan chose not to press the matter further and instead called for the waiter to take their orders. During the ordering process, Yi Fan allowed Lu Xiaowen to choose first. After she finished, he instructed the waiter to bring the selected dishes. Curious, Lu Xiaowen asked, "Yi Fan, why aren't you ordering?" With a smile, he replied, "There's no need for me to order. The dishes you've chosen are precisely to my liking. Just bring the same." "Really? You enjoy what I chose? We must be quite in sync then. Whenever I come for hot pot with Song Hang, he always insists on ordering something different from what I like. I truly don't understand what I saw in him. He can't even offer me the bare minimum of emotional support." Yi Fan interjected, "Actually, Song Hang is a decent person. Perhaps your expectations are a bit too high since he is your boyfriend. You want him to understand you better." Lu Xiaowen sighed at his words. "You're right. I tend to hold him to high standards simply because he is my boyfriend, always hoping for him to be a bit more exceptional. But let us not dwell on him today. It's a day meant for joy, and I wouldn't want to let other topics dampen my spirits." "Yi Fan, can you drink alcohol?" Yi Fan nodded. "I can manage a little, but not too much, 2 or 3 bottles at most." "Well, I'm about the same. How about we share a drink? My mood feels a bit chaotic today, and I could use some alcohol to ease it," Lu Xiaowen suggested. "All right, let's have a drink then. Waiter, please bring us 2 bottles of beer." Once the beer arrived, Lu Xiaowen poured a glass and raised it, saying, "Yi Fan, thank you for your generous hospitality today. Please don't hold any grudges regarding my past behavior at the office. I apologize for that. Cheers." With that, she downed her drink in one go. Yi Fan felt it would be ungracious to let a woman drink alone, so he steeled himself and followed suit. As they sipped their drinks and savored the hot pot, Lu Xiaowen advised, "Oh, you should eat the meat like this. Just let it boil for a moment before consuming. Otherwise, it will become tough." Seeing Yi Fan leave the meat in the pot for too long, she chuckled. "I can't believe I've been eating hot pot for years and didn't know how to enjoy it properly. Huh, Yi Fan, you're quite amusing. You seem almost childlike. Look at you, there's grease all over your chin. Hurry, wipe it off." They enjoyed their meal thoroughly, and before long, they had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. Despite Yi Fan's claim of only being able to handle 2 or 3 bottles, he had managed to drink 4. "Yi Fan, you've had 4 bottles. Didn't you say you couldn't hold your liquor?" Lu Xiaowen teased. "Are you trying to fool me? You must be quite the drinker, intentionally trying to get me tipsy." In truth, Lu Xiaowen was not as limited in her alcohol tolerance as she claimed. Her flushed cheeks were merely a sign of the alcohol's effect, while she appeared far from intoxicated. With a slightly slurred speech, Yi Fan replied, "Let me share a secret with you. I could drink endlessly. The vastness of the ocean is but a glimpse of my capacity." Ding. The system detected the host's boastfulness and awarded him the skill of 1,000 cups without intoxication. Upon receiving this reward, Yi Fan, who had initially felt tipsy, suddenly found his mind clear and focused, shaking off the earlier haze. Noticing the change in his body, Yi Fan maintained his facade of drunkenness. "Sure, keep bragging. You seem to be getting a bit too boastful," Lu Xiaowen remarked with a smile. "I'm not overly so. I can still drink. Why don't we see who can hold their liquor better?" Yi Fan pretended to burp and feigned intoxication. "Fine, let us have a contest then. I'm not afraid of you." Lu Xiaowen's bravado was genuine. When it came to drinking games, she was not intimidated by Yi Fan. Though not a heavy drinker, she could certainly handle 10 or 8 bottles. The flush on her face was merely the result of alcohol, not an indicator that she was overly intoxicated. "How about this? We're just drinking without any fun. Let us play a game of rock, paper, scissors instead," Lu Xiaowen suggested, seeking a more entertaining diversion. Yi Fan's interest was piqued. "Sure. I've never played rock, paper, scissors before. You can teach me." "All right, I'll show you once, and then we can officially start." Lu Xiaowen demonstrated the game. And once Yi Fan grasped the rules, they began their spirited competition. Initially, Yi Fan lost quite a bit, downing another bottle before he began to adapt to the game. Though he still lost more often than he won, he managed to occasionally triumph over Lu Xiaowen. An hour later, 2 more empty beer bottles lay beside them. "I can't keep up with you at rock, paper, scissors. Let us switch to a different game," Lu Xiaowen giggled. "All right then, let us play rock, paper, scissors. I genuinely fear that if we continue this way, I might end up overindulging." Just as they prepared to engage in another round of rock, paper, scissors, Lu Xiaowen's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she gestured for silence to Yi Fan. Yi Fan deduced that the call was from Song Hang and refrained from elaborating further. "Hello, my dear. Please don't be upset. Where are you? I came home and didn't see you. I've discussed the house purchase with my parents. They expressed that their funds are currently insufficient. But once our financial situation stabilizes, I will certainly buy it for you. Will you trust me this time? Just this once. You know I would never deceive you. Once the funds are available, I will make it happen." Song Hang spoke with a tone of deep humility. His words tinged with a sense of grievance that even Yi Fan could perceive. However, Lu Xiaowen remained unmoved by his entreaties. "Spare me the nonsense. I want the house at the Zhongliang Seaview. You can handle it as you wish. Just know this, if you fail to buy it for me, the bridal price will increase by $1 million, and I intend to save that bridal price myself. After we marry, You will handle all household expenses. I will not concern myself with anything. All right, my dear, whatever you say goes. I agree to the additional $1,000,000 in bridal price, and saving it is perfectly fine. Household expenses will certainly not touch your bridal price. Now, are you feeling any better? Can you tell me where you are, or are you back home? Song Hang pleaded. Lu Xiaowen firmly replied, no, I'm still upset. I'm out dining with friends. Once I've calmed down, I'll return after dinner. Just wait for me at home. Which friend are you dining with? Song Hang asked. I sent you a video earlier, but you didn't answer. Why not pick up now so I can see who it is? If need be, I can come over and settle your bill. What friend? I want to tell you. My friends are practically all known to you by now. I have almost no privacy left. Just stay at home and wait for me. I'll return once I finish eating. And don't keep calling me endlessly. If you continue to harass me, I will block you. Hello, dear. Before Song Hang could finish, Lu Xiaowen hung up. Upon witnessing her hang up, Yifan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Sister Xiaowen, you truly hold significant status at home. Song Hang is completely at your mercy. Hearing Yifan's words, Lu Xiaowen proudly lifted her chin. Humph. Dealing with him is like child's play. He's almost driven me to madness. If I don't assert myself a bit more, I fear I'll have no freedom left. Observing Lu Xiaowen's demeanor, Yifan silently mourned for Song Hang. With Lu Xiaowen exerting such control, their future marriage would likely bring Song Hang much distress. Furthermore, when a woman is this assertive, it often leads to a tumultuous household. Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken, as Song Hang's relationship with Lu Xiaowen was of no concern to him. In fact, the more they quarreled, the more entertainment it provided him. Due to the earlier incident, their enthusiasm for drinking had waned, and after a while, they decided to conclude their meal. They had spent over 3 hours dining, and it was already past 4 in the afternoon. I'll handle the bill. We can't drive back, so let us call for a ride. Yifan stated as he settled the bill, turning to Lu Xiaowen. I'll have the driver take you home first. Song Hang is waiting for you, so you should return early. Oh, Lu Xiaowen felt somewhat reluctant to leave so soon. Are you heading home as well? After a moment's reflection, she inquired. I'm not going home just yet. I need to buy some clothes. This outfit is rather shabby. Shopping at the mall? Lu Xiaowen's eyes brightened at the mention. Yes. The best place to buy clothes is the mall. Other places simply don't compare. Yifan nodded in affirmation. Which mall are we going to? I have no pressing engagements, so I can accompany you and offer some advice on clothing. Lu Xiaowen looked at Yifan with eager anticipation. Is it wise for you not to return home? You wouldn't want to end up arguing with Song Hang. Yifan expressed his concern. Not at all. He wouldn't dare truly argue with me. Besides, I'm still upset. Returning home might reignite the argument. It's better to stay out a bit longer until I've completely calmed down. Lu Xiaowen shook her head. Very well, if you have no objections, then let us go together. The two then climbed into the ride, heading towards the Guojin Center. We're going to the Guojin Center? Lu Xiaowen exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Yifan's destination. Yifan nodded. Ascent, the Guojin Center renowned for its comprehensive selection of brands? It saves us the hassle of going back and forth. We can find everything there. All right, I want to dare to challenge the affluent. I've never been there myself. Previously, when I asked Song Hang to take me, he claimed the prices were exorbitant, so I never went. This time, I'll enjoy it through you. Yifan smiled. It's my first time too. We'll explore it together. By the time they reached the Guojin Center, it was already past 5. However, the center was ablaze with lights, bustling with activity. True to its reputation as a haven for the affluent, they observed no fewer than 5 luxury cars valued at over 10 million each entering and exiting. This was merely the exterior. The parking lot likely housed even more extravagant vehicles. Yet, both Yifan and Lu Xiaowen had grown accustomed to luxury cars. After all, with Yifan's billion-dollar vehicles in mind, cars worth 10 million seemed trivial. As they entered the Guojin Center, they were immediately greeted by opulence. With a golden splendor that enveloped them, even the air seemed infused with the scent of wealth. Their eyes sparkled with astonishment. Truly, it was deserving of its title as a paradise for the rich. The grandeur of the lobby was nothing short of legendary. On either side of the passage were numerous world-renowned brand stores. The first-tier brands that sparked envy outside were merely fit for roadside stalls here. I've heard that every item in the Guojin Center is priced in the tens of thousands. I wonder if that is true, Lu Xiaowen remarked, swallowing hard as the intoxication faded. Chapter 10. Song Hang, I demand an advance on the bridal price. Lu Xiaowen exclaimed in shock. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yifan composed himself and smiled slightly. Let us go, regardless of whether it's a paradise for the rich. We might as well indulge ourselves now that we're here. Isn't it wonderful to have money, allowing one to act as whimsically as they please? Hearing Yifan express spending so casually, Lu Xiaowen felt even more envious. The two first entered the Louis Vuitton store, casually selecting a few outfits before proceeding to explore other brands. The service at Louis Vuitton was impeccable, with beautiful sales associates providing one-on-one assistance. There was none of the condescension often depicted in novels. Before arriving, Yi Fan had prepared to play the part of the humble, unsuspecting buyer, ready to showcase his wealth. Yet, he found no opportunity to do so, as the chance for ostentation never arose. They casually spent hundreds of thousands on several outfits at Louis Vuitton. And seeing Yi Fan spend such an amount without batting an eye, Lu Xiaowen couldn't help but grin inwardly. Having money truly made a difference. Spending tens of thousands felt as easy as spending mere coins to an ordinary person. Subsequently, they visited Armani, Gucci, Burberry, and other brand stores, with Yi Fan taking the time to browse and purchase some clothing. Due to the abundance of clothing, Yi Fan changed into a new outfit and had the remaining items sent to his residence. As for the address he provided, it was none other than the Tan Palace Villa, one of the 10 buildings awarded by the system. Upon seeing the delivery address, Lu Xiaowen was left utterly stunned, unable to comprehend that Yi Fan resided in the Tan Palace, a gathering place for the elite of Magic City. Anyone living within the Tan Palace was undoubtedly a figure of considerable significance in the city, with some even ranking among the most influential individuals across all of China. The two then arrived at the Cartier boutique. Their visit was merely a leisurely stroll, with no intention of making any purchases. After all, Cartier primarily specialized in jewelry, and Yi Fan was not particularly fond of their adornments. As they passed a counter, Lu Xiaowen paused, captivated by a limited edition bracelet on display. Its price a staggering 300,000. Noticing Lu Xiaowen's fixation on the bracelet, Yi Fan approached her and inquired, "What is the matter?" With unwavering attention, Lu Xiaowen replied, "I've seen this old-style bracelet on a celebrity before. I never imagined there would be a new release. I absolutely adore it. Please wait a moment while I ask Song Hang for some money." After saying this, she took out her phone and stepped outside. "Hey, Song Hang. I've spotted a bracelet at the International Financial Center. Could you transfer some money to me?" "Sure, darling. How much do you need?" He responded promptly. 300,000. 300,000. What kind of bracelet costs that much? Upon hearing the sum, Song Hang became somewhat anxious. Although his family could afford the amount, it didn't mean he could casually spend that much. "I knew you'd react this way. Just deduct it from my betrothal gifts. You can reduce the total by 300,000 later." "Oh dear, what are you saying? It's just 300,000. I'll transfer it to you right away. Just give me a moment." Hearing Lu Xiaowen's suggestion to deduct from her betrothal gifts made Song Hang more agreeable. However, before she could return to the store, she saw Yi Fan holding out a gift box towards her. "This is for you, a token of appreciation for accompanying me for so long." "What?" Lu Xiaowen was taken aback. The gift box pressed into her hands before she could fully process it. "Open it and see for yourself." Curiously, Lu Xiaowen opened the box to find the very limited edition bracelet she had been longing for nestled inside. Yi Fan, this is too extravagant. I can't accept this." Staring at the bracelet, Lu Xiaowen was at a loss for words. The unexpected happiness left her in disbelief. Yi Fan smiled gently. "Keep it. It's not too expensive and hardly a valuable item. You've brought me joy today, so consider it a token of emotional value. I truly feel embarrassed. You shouldn't have gone to such expense." Lu Xiaowen replied, "Since I can't accept your gift without giving something in return, let me buy you something as well." With that, she surveyed Yi Fan and then eagerly pulled him towards a watch store in the distance. The watch store they visited was Patek Philippe, with only 2 branches in all of China, one in the capital and another in Magic City. Upon entering, Lu Xiaowen requested the sales associate to present several watches for Yi Fan to try on. "This watch suits your temperament perfectly. Let us go with this one." Yi Fan glanced at the watch and couldn't help but chuckle. "How about we choose another? I don't find this one particularly appealing." Lu Xiaowen rolled her eyes. "What do you men know? The watches you like are outdated. Let us trust a woman's perspective." At this moment, the sales associate chimed in. "Sir, I advise you to heed your girlfriend's opinion. This watch truly complements your aura." He continued, "This is our latest model, aimed at the youth market. You're young and accomplished, and wearing this watch will undoubtedly showcase your charm. Moreover, it features a family tourbillon craftsmanship, embodying youthfulness while retaining sophistication." Yi Fan realized the sales associate misunderstood his intent. He found the watch appealing, and if he were purchasing it himself, it would be no issue. However, Lu Xiaowen was the one intending to buy it. Priced at 1 million, how could Lu Xiaowen possibly afford it? He merely touched his nose, choosing to remain silent, waiting for her to recognize the predicament herself. Sure enough, Lu Xiaowen soon discovered the watch's price but opted not to return it. Instead, she pulled out her phone and called Song Hang again. "Hey, Song Hang, transfer me another 700,000. Consider it part of my betrothal gifts. I want to buy something." "Enough with the chatter. Just transfer the money now. If you don't, the wedding is off." Lu Xiaowen didn't give Song Hang a chance to respond, decisively issuing her command. Although reluctant to part with such a sum, Song Hang didn't protest, realizing it was for her betrothal gifts. Once the money was transferred, Lu Xiaowen unhesitatingly purchased the watch for Yi Fan. As they exited the Patek Philippe store, Yi Fan grasped Lu Xiaowen's hand and remarked, "I bought you a bracelet for 300,000, yet you've gifted me a 1 million watch. Doesn't that seem unfair?" Lu Xiaowen huffed, "Unfair? I'm delighted. As you said, emotional value matters, so what is a little money?" Chapter 11. Money is the foundation of a man's confidence. Since Lu Xiaowen was adamant about buying him the $1 million watch, Yi Fan decided not to be overly modest and accepted it with grace. However, he was surprised to discover this seemingly materialistic side of Lu Xiaowen, revealing a more affectionate aspect of her character. After all, that million was part of her betrothal gifts. Spending it all on a watch raised concerns about her future. Once the transaction was completed, Lu Xiaowen carefully adjusted the watch onto Yi Fan's wrist. "Perfect." She nodded in satisfaction. As they conversed, Song Heng's call came through again. Upon answering, Lu Xiaowen was met with his affectionate words, expressing how much he missed her and urging her to return home soon. This interruption dampened her spirits further. "Song Heng, I've told you not to keep calling me. I'll return when I've finished shopping," she snapped, hanging up the phone. Yi Fan checked the time. They had spent nearly 2 hours at the International Financial Center, and it was now 7 in the evening. Feeling emboldened, Yi Fan, now with financial confidence, boldly took Lu Xiaowen's hand, leading her out of the shopping center. To his delight, Lu Xiaowen blushed slightly at his gesture but did not resist his hand-holding. "Where are we headed now?" "Outside the KIC." Lu Xiaowen tilted her delicate face and inquired. Yi Fan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about we go to a bar? You seem a bit down. Perhaps a night out at the bar could help you unwind." "Sure, let's go to the bar," Lu Xiaowen replied without a hint of hesitation, readily accepting Yi Fan's proposal. The two summoned a ride and set off for the largest bar in the magical city, Master Bar. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by the intense lights, making it difficult to keep their eyes open. Once they adjusted to the brightness, Yi Fan signaled for a server. "Good evening, sir. How may I assist you?" The music was so loud that they had to lean in closely to converse. "Please find us a decent private room. The main hall is far too noisy." The server nodded in acknowledgement. "Of course, sir, but please note that our private rooms have a minimum spend requirement." Yi Fan smiled lightly. "Money is no object. Please arrange it for us." Upon entering the bar, regardless of whether they had been there before, the pulsating music stirred the hormones within them. It wasn't long before the server returned to escort them to their private room. Although the room was not particularly spacious, it exuded luxury, making it ideal for their enjoyment. Despite its modest size, the cost was indeed substantial, befitting its reputation as the foremost bar in the city. The 20-square-meter room had a minimum consumption of an astonishing 300,000. The nightclub business truly reaped exorbitant profits. After glancing at the menu for a moment, Yi Fan casually ordered a few bottles of wine, racking up an impressive bill. However, he paid little mind to the amount, and after placing the order, they began to drink. This time, it wasn't just beer. They indulged in red wine, which had a far stronger kick than beer. They opened a bottle of XO worth 50,000, each pouring themselves a glass before commencing their revelry. Naturally, they also engaged in various party games, rock, paper, scissors, dice games, and more. Thanks to Yi Fan's remarkable tolerance, even after a bottle of red wine, he remained unaffected. In contrast, Lu Xiaowen appeared to be quite tipsy. Earlier, she had consumed 7 or 8 bottles of beer, and now, with the effects still lingering, she was struggling to keep up with the liquor, her words becoming slurred. "Yi Fan, I'm really suffering. I gave my youth to Song Heng, yet he disappoints me at every turn. What should I do?" As she spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Witnessing her distress, Yi Fan sought to console her. "Don't dwell on it. Song Heng isn't all bad. He has education and a solid background. Perhaps your expectations are simply too high. Consider how many women would envy your situation. Many would find it difficult to receive a dowry of 100,000. Yet he offered it without hesitation. He should give it. I've been with him since my freshman year, and now it's almost been 5 years. If he doesn't provide such a dowry, how could he justify it?" Lu Xiaowen argued passionately, seemingly oblivious to the magnitude of her demands. Understanding that men and women think differently, Yi Fan chose not to engage further on this topic. Instead, he looked at the tipsy Lu Xiaowen and naturally wrapped his arms around her. Perhaps Lu Xiaowen was genuinely inebriated when Yi Fan embraced her. She made no attempt to resist, comfortably leaning into his embrace. They sat there, occasionally sipping their drinks and chatting about amusing topics. "You know, if you had spoken to me sooner at the company, we could have been closer by now. How could I dare? You're so beautiful. Who wouldn't admire you from afar without daring to intrude?" "Oh, stop it. I'm not that great. You're making me sound like a stunning beauty. I never realized how sweet your words could be." Nestled in Yi Fan's arms, Lu Xiaowen blushed, occasionally playfully tapping his chest. Suddenly, feeling a wave of nausea from drinking too quickly, Lu Xiaowen stumbled to her feet and dashed towards the restroom. As she reached the restroom, she could no longer hold back and leaned over the toilet. Observing this, Yifan stood and approached her, squatting down to gently pat her back. Are you all right? Perhaps I should take you home. I'm worried about your well-being after drinking so much. Lu Xiaowen, hearing the suggestion of going home, shook her head vigorously, slurring, No, I don't want to go home. I'm not done having fun yet. After uttering those words, she succumbed to her dizziness and collapsed onto the toilet. Seeing this, Yifan shook his head in exasperation. Fortunately, he was in good shape and capable of carrying the heavily intoxicated Lu Xiaowen. Despite her weight of around 80 to 90 pounds, a person lacking consciousness feels much heavier, even with Lu Xiaowen's weight. Carrying her when she was out cold required considerable strength. At that moment, she was undoubtedly heavier than a 100-pound sack. It is no wonder people often say that a lifeless weight feels incredibly heavy. It rings true. After ensuring both their phones were secure, Yifan lifted Lu Xiaowen and exited the bar. Thankfully, the bar was located in a bustling area, allowing them to find a hotel nearby. They checked into a 5-star hotel, and, upon entering the room, Yifan gently placed Lu Xiaowen onto the bed. She was quite heavy. Had he not been physically fit, it would have been impossible to carry her that far. After laying her on the bed, he chose to wash up in the bathroom, feeling grimy after a day filled with sweat, alcohol, and hot pot. As he turned on the shower, he began to cleanse himself. However, midway through, Lu Xiaowen, in a staggering manner, unexpectedly burst into the bathroom. Without regard for who might be present, she unceremoniously leaned over the toilet and began to vomit. Yifan stood there, feeling awkward, as the shower and toilet were merely a step apart, allowing them to see each other quite clearly. Fortunately, Lu Xiaowen was too inebriated to notice him. However, Yifan was fully aware, for any normal man, having a woman enter the bathroom while he was showering would elicit a physiological reaction. After a moment of purging, Lu Xiaowen attempted to rise and return to bed, but as she stood, she lost her balance and began to topple backward, with the floor covered in tiles. A fall could lead to serious injury. Yifan, quick to react, reached out to steady her, as she fell into his embrace. The softness of her form heightened Yifan's senses. Well, he was merely an ordinary man, and he was no longer the person he once was. With such a captivating beauty in his arms, how could he possibly play the role of a chaste gentleman? Gazing at Lu Xiaowen's alluring crimson lips and her body, which radiated warmth from an excess of alcohol, Yifan could no longer restrain himself. Time seemed to lose its significance as the two emerged from the restroom and found themselves once more upon the bed. The mobile phone on the nightstand persisted in illuminating its screen, incessantly notifying them of incoming video calls, as Song Hang continued his futile attempts to reach Lu Xiaowen. In a state of hazy consciousness, Lu Xiaowen could not suppress a soft moan, feeling as though she had transcended to paradise, dreaming of wandering in a celestial realm, even succumbing to the temptation of dancing gracefully. After some time, her phone, drained of battery from Song Hang's relentless calls, quietly powered down. In the early hours of the morning, Lu Xiaowen regained some semblance of awareness. Upon awakening and witnessing the disarray of the bed linens, she was momentarily taken aback. Turning her head to glance at the peacefully sleeping Yifan beside her, she comprehended the events that had transpired. Initially lost in thought, her expression gradually settled into calmness. She retrieved her phone, discovering it had shut down, and located the charger provided by the hotel to restore its power. A few minutes later, the device powered on, revealing a plethora of missed calls and a screen full of video notifications from WeChat. Lu Xiaowen promptly returned Song Hang's call. As soon as the phone rang, it was answered with haste. At that moment, Song Hang was nearly beside himself with rage. Upon connection, he bellowed, Lu Xiaowen, where the hell have you been? Do you have any idea how long I've been searching for you? Damn it, are you out doing something behind my back? If I find out you've betrayed me, I swear I'll make you pay. Lu Xiaowen felt a surge of irritation at Song Hang's words and retorted, What do you think I am capable of? I've been devoted to you since our freshman year, and now, after 4 or 5 years, to think you would suspect me like this is profoundly disappointing. If you believe I have wronged you, then perhaps we should part ways. I will return your bride price, and that will be the end of it. Wait, my dear. I was wrong to doubt you. I truly love you, and my concerns led to this misunderstanding. I was just afraid for your safety as a woman out there. Please don't be angry with me. I will not let you leave. The bride price is yours to spend however you wish, and you don't need to return it. Where are you now? I'll come to pick you up. Seeing Lu Xiaowen's intent to break up, Song Hang quickly softened his tone. Lu Xiaowen, upon witnessing his change in demeanor, felt her mood lighten. Husband, I don't wish to argue with you. It's just that you watch me too closely, leaving me no room to breathe. In the future, could you grant me a little space? I feel suffocated sometimes. If you can provide me with more freedom, I believe our relationship will flourish. All right, my dear, I promise to give you more personal space and ensure you feel comfortable. He replied. Thank you, darling. You truly know how to spoil me, she responded sweetly. At that moment, Yi Fan began to stir awake. Noticing Lu Xiaowen on the phone with Song Hang, he smirked mischievously. Lu Xiaowen, aware of Yi Fan's awakening, rolled her eyes but remained focused on her conversation with Song Hang, refraining from any further actions. Yet, Yi Fan, feeling emboldened, began to act impudently. At just 23, brimming with youthful vigor and having savored the pleasures of Lu Xiaowen, he found it difficult to behave himself. Darling, I miss you so much. I want you here with me right now, Song Hang professed sweetly. Lu Xiaowen replied, Oh, dear husband, I'll be back tomorrow. Just let me spend a little more time with my good friend. She has accompanied you all day. I can't just leave her alone at this late hour. Can I? All right, my wife. I'll grant you a day off. By the way, my parents mentioned they want to set a wedding date, so you must come back. Don't let them arrive and find you missing. Understood, dear husband. I will return in the morning. Rest assured, I won't make things difficult for you. You're truly wonderful. Marrying you is a blessing I must have earned over 3 lifetimes. As they continued their tender exchange, Yi Fan remained restless. Had Lu Xiaowen not been vigilant, Song Hang might have uncovered their secret. After approximately half an hour, Lu Xiaowen and Song Hang finally concluded their call. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Do you realize I was nearly scared to death just now? Lu Xiaowen exclaimed. Hearing her words, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. But nothing happened, did it? Lu Xiaowen, exasperated by Yi Fan's nonchalance, rolled her eyes. You truly have a reckless spirit. If Song Hang finds out, he might very well murder us both. Yi Fan, however, was unconcerned about the potential consequences of Song Hang discovering their affair. He planned to seize any opportunity to bolster his own strength, ensuring he could safeguard himself in any precarious situation. After all, his life was far too precious to squander. With decades of enjoyment still ahead, Lu Xiaowen nestled against Yi Fan's chest, her voice soft and contemplative. Yi Fan, what are we to do moving forward? What do you mean? Yi Fan asked, momentarily perplexed. Lu Xiaowen's heart raced at the thought that Yi Fan might be untrustworthy. Before she could respond, Yi Fan had already understood her concern. Don't worry, you can decide how you want to handle things with Song Hang. If you break up with him, you can be my girlfriend. If not, we can maintain our current arrangement. However, if you choose not to break up, you'll need to figure out a way to manage that situation, as there are some things I prefer not to involve myself in. Though Yi Fan did not explicitly state his intentions, Lu Xiaowen grasped his meaning. Yi Fan, you're quite audacious. Stealing someone's girlfriend, and yet withholding even a sip of soup? Lu Xiaowen chuckled lightly. Yi Fan grinned devilishly. Of course, you want to get a taste. You'll need to devise your own means. I must admit, I find this thrilling. If you can manage it, I'll provide you with 50,000 a month as pocket money. 50,000 pocket money. Lu Xiaowen gasped at the figure. Are you serious? If I succeed, you'll truly give me 50,000 each month? Yi Fan nodded. Absolutely. If you don't believe me, you can put it to the test. I'll transfer the funds monthly, and if you can't fulfill your end, we can terminate our arrangement at any time. Fine, it's a deal. If I accomplish this, you must keep your promise, Lu Xiaowen affirmed without hesitation. I'll transfer 50,000 to you now, as an advance for this month, she declared. As the notification of the transfer chimed, Lu Xiaowen felt a rush of excitement upon seeing the 50,000 safely resting in her account. Yi Fan, I love you. Unable to contain her exhilaration, she leaped into his embrace. Although Yi Fan was still youthful and in good health, the relentless activities of the previous night had begun to take their toll. Lu Xiaowen, noticing this, couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Are you sure you're up for it? Damn, who says I'm not? I am renowned for my prowess, the one who can go 7 times in a single night. Bring it on. Ding. A notification echoed in his mind, detected boastful behavior, granting the skill of unwavering stamina. Instantly, Yi Fan felt transformed into a demigod of vitality. The following noon, Yi Fan and Lu Xiaowen exited the hotel. You should return to your obligations first. Once you're done, contact me, and I shall take you to purchase a vehicle. My dear, you are truly wonderful. Upon hearing that Yi Fan intended to buy her a car, Lu Xiaowen joyfully planted a kiss on his cheek before departing in a ride-hailing vehicle. After her departure, Yi Fan promptly hailed a taxi to the Jigong Hotpot City, where his car was still parked, needing retrieval. Yi Fan felt invigorated. The previous night's escapades had left no mark on him. After reclaiming his vehicle from the Hotpot establishment, he drove towards the Tangong Villa. The Tangong Villa was one of the 10 buildings awarded by the system, a residence he intended to keep for himself. Moreover, the villas at Tangong were never available for rent or sale, setting aside the question of whether anyone could afford to rent it. The influential figures residing within would never allow such a transaction, as it would tarnish their status. At that moment, within the Tangong Property Management Office, a tall woman was holding a meeting. Have we contacted the owner of Villa 1 yet? Manager Wu, I just found the phone number for the owner of Villa 1. But I haven't called yet. Should I do so now? Wu Qingya nodded. Yes, please call them now. Actually, I will make the call myself. You all focus on the reception. Understood, Manager Wu, the property management personnel replied in unison. Once Wu Qingya obtained Yifan's phone number, she took a deep breath and dialed. Tiangong comprises 18 villas, each representing a different level of status. The closer a villa is to the front in numerical order, the more prestigious its resident. Yifan, being the owner of Villa 1, held an immensely elevated status. And Wu Qingya felt the weight of pressure as she prepared to call him. One misstep could lead to significant trouble for her. Despite being the manager of the Tiangong Property Management Company, she was but a minor player compared to the powerful figures residing in Tiangong. A careless word from one of these titans could spell disaster for her. While the property prices at Tiangong weren't the highest in the city, the influential residents could easily elevate them with a mere utterance. The reason Tiangong wasn't the priciest in the city was simply due to its earlier construction date. It was not a newly built establishment. When Tiangong was first established, it created a sensation throughout the city and beyond, with countless Forbes-listed magnates vying to reside there. A former richest man in China even once lived in Tiangong and moved out only after losing that title, feeling unworthy of the residence thereafter. Don't presume that being the richest man is overly impressive. In the eyes of some hidden power brokers, it is scarcely significant. Achieving the status of the richest is merely the threshold to engage with these elusive giants. Though China may lack in many areas, it is replete with such hidden figures, with a mere inconspicuous county potentially housing individuals capable of producing vast sums of cash. As Yifan drove towards Tiangong, his phone chimed with an incoming call, prompting him to connect via Bluetooth. Hello, who is this? On the other end, Wu Qingya cautiously inquired. Hello, is this Mr. Yifan? Yes, this is Yifan. May I ask who is speaking? Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Wu Qingya, the manager of the Tiangong Property Management Company. I have received word that you have become the esteemed owner of our Villa 1. I am calling to inquire when you would be available to come in and complete the handover procedures. Chapter 14, Villa 1 at Tiangong. Yifan replied nonchalantly, Oh, about that. I am currently en route to Tiangong and should arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Please wait for me. Very well, Mr. Yi. All of us at the Tiangong Property Management will be waiting for you at the entrance of the villa area. We eagerly anticipate your arrival. After hanging up, Yifan focused on driving towards the Tiangong villa area. The location of Tiangong was superb, situated in one of the most prime areas of the city, rivaling even the esteemed Tang Chini Pin. As Yifan's Bugatti Chiron approached, Wu Qingya had already gathered her team at the entrance to welcome him. As soon as his vehicle came to a stop, Wu Qingya stepped forward with a smile, greeting him, Welcome home, esteemed owner. Seeing the grand reception prepared by the Tiangong Property Management, Yifan offered a slight smile. Hello, it's quite a warm day, and you've all come out to greet me. I truly appreciate your efforts. With Yifan's friendly demeanor, Wu Qingya unconsciously relaxed. Welcome to our Tiangong, Mr. Yi. Your handover procedures are all prepared. Shall we attend to them now? Yifan glanced around and inquired. Are we conducting the handover here? They were at the entrance of the villa area, and such formalities as contracts would typically not be signed at the entrance. Realizing her oversight, Wu Qingya quickly responded. I apologize, Mr. Yi. I was too hasty. We can proceed inside to handle the handover, either at the property management office or at your residence. Let's go to my house, Yifan decisively stated. After saying this, he noticed Wu Qingya heading towards the property management vehicle and called out, Manager Wu, please ride with me. Just direct me. Though there are only 18 villas in Tiangong, the area is quite expansive, and as this was his first visit, he was unfamiliar with the layout. Wu Qingya obliged, entering the passenger seat after brushing off the dust from her shoes. Yifan smiled. Manager Wu, you are being too formal. There's no need for such fuss. Just hop in. Wu Qingya shook her head. Mr. Yi, your vehicle is clearly a luxury car. And as a distinguished owner of our villa, it is our duty as property management to ensure cleanliness before entering. Seeing her insistence, Yifan chose not to press the matter further, allowing her to do as she preferred. Following her directions, he soon arrived at the entrance of his Villa 1. The first sight that greeted him was an enormous estate gate, with the entire property spanning over 10,000 square meters. Naturally, not all villas in Tiangong boast such vast grounds. Only this single building occupies an area of 10,000 square meters. The remaining villas, ranked lower, diminish in size accordingly. The final villa, number 18, encompasses merely 3,000 to 4,000 square meters. The design of the Tan Palace is quite intriguing, establishing a clear demarcation of social classes. The higher the villa's rank, the more prestigious the identity of its occupant, and the greater the expanse of land it occupies. For those unaware, there is no need to inquire about the owner's identity. Simply observing the grandeur of the estate reveals the owner's stature. The estate's entrance can be automated or manual. After alighting from the vehicle, Wu Qingya decisively approached and opened the gate herself. Subsequently, The two drove into the estate. Although Villa Number 1 had remained vacant prior to Yi Fan's arrival, the property management company diligently maintained it, ensuring it remained immaculate upon his arrival. The expansive lawn was meticulously manicured, featuring a rockery, a fish pond, a gazebo, and an outdoor swimming pool, among other amenities. There was also a designated parking area capable of accommodating at least 10 to 20 vehicles. The villa's exterior exhibited a distinctive architectural style reminiscent of a Western castle. Upon entering the estate, Wu Qingya patiently introduced Yi Fan to every detail within the villa. From the courtyard to the interior, she meticulously explained everything to him. Mr. Yi, according to the current market valuation, your Villa Number 1 is worth 1 billion. Of course, this figure pertains solely to the property. The decor alone may cost several hundred million, with all furnishings crafted in collaboration with renowned luxury brands. For instance, the Bulgari bed alone is valued at over 10 million. Over 10 million? Upon hearing Wu Qingya's words, Yi Fan felt as if he were reclining on a Rolls-Royce. And this was merely a bed. Its price comparable to that of a luxury automobile. Indeed, the world of the affluent is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Had he not recently ascended to wealth and entered this echelon of society, he would never have fathomed that a mere bed for sleeping could command such a price. Yes, Mr. Yi, when the developers conceived this estate, they envisioned accommodating the most esteemed clients, such as yourself. Therefore, the finest materials were employed during the subsequent renovations. Wu Qingya affirmed. Yi Fan nodded, then inquired, so, with so many bedrooms, are all the beds priced in the millions? Wu Qingya shook her head. Not all, of course. If every room were furnished with beds costing over 10 million, the expenditure on beds alone would exceed 100 million. Only the master bedroom, where the esteemed owner rests, features the 10 million bed. The other secondary bedrooms contain beds ranging from 1 to several million. This sofa is a collaborative creation with Burberry, priced at over 5 million, while this coffee table is crafted from rosewood. As Wu Qingya elaborated, Yi Fan found himself utterly astonished. Setting aside the cost of renovations, the cumulative value of the furniture alone within the villa approached 100 million. The study's coffee table, the wardrobe in the cloakroom, none of the items within could be considered inexpensive. Perhaps a single tile might not reach a value of 1 million. But the sheer quantity of tiles required for nearly 2,000 square meters of space would easily accumulate costs exceeding 100 million. After concluding her introduction of the villa, Wu Qingya stepped outside and clapped her hands. Shortly thereafter, the property management staff, who had been standing by, presented the prepared housewarming gifts. The first was a potted plant crafted by a master artisan, valued at several million. The second consisted of 18 golden arowanas, each priced at 200,000. The third was an exquisite keychain, exclusive to Tan Palace. Any discerning individual who beheld it would recognize that its owner was a prominent figure within the estate. Although this keychain did not match the monetary worth of the previous two items, it symbolized status. Online sales of imitation keychains were strictly prohibited due to copyright infringement, and Tan Palace would pursue legal action against any sellers of counterfeit keychains, a consequence not easily borne by the average person. Chapter 15. The most malicious woman's heart. After presenting the three gifts to Yi Fan, Wu Qingya departed with the property staff. They had fulfilled their obligations and could not continue to intrude upon Yi Fan. Despite her desire to cultivate a closer relationship with him, she understood the principle of moderation. A figure like Yi Fan, capable of affording Villa Number 1 at Tan Palace, would undoubtedly prefer minimal disturbance, so she tactfully took her leave. There would be ample opportunities in the future. As long as Yi Fan resided there, chances would abound. Just as Yi Fan settled into a moment of leisure, he received a message from Lu Xiaowen. Darling, what are you doing? Do you miss me? At this moment, it could be said that Lu Xiaowen's affection for Yi Fan ran deep. Naturally, her infatuation was significantly influenced by financial considerations, with a monthly allowance of 500,000. The cost of maintaining her lifestyle had surpassed expectations. Typically, for someone of Lu Xiaowen's allure, a monthly allowance of 20,000 would suffice. However, Yi Fan's support of Lu Xiaowen was not a mere transactional arrangement, akin to others who maintain mistresses merely for companionship. Lu Xiaowen was a married woman, on the verge of becoming a bride, the primary factor being the enhancement of her status. I'm sitting on the sofa at home. What are you up to? Have you met with Songhang's parents? Lu Xiaowen replied. Yes, I've met with them. The wedding date is set for the 8th of next month. They believe it to be an auspicious day. That is quite soon. Congratulations. You're about to become a beautiful bride. Yi Fan responded with warm wishes. How annoying. I may become a bride, but whose bride remains uncertain, she teased. I need to discuss something with you. After a brief exchange, Lu Xiaowen suddenly addressed Yi Fan. He replied, all right, what is it? Songhang's parents insist that we should have children soon after marriage, but I promised you that he cannot touch me. To appease Songhang's parents, I might need your assistance with this matter. Lu Xiaowen's voice on the other end carried a hint of shyness. Wow, Lu Xiaowen. You're truly audacious, but I like it. Yi Fan exclaimed. Haha, that is definitely not an issue. It's well within my expertise. But have you devised a plan to prevent Song Hang from getting close to you? Yi Fan's primary concern revolved around this matter. He harbored a certain cleanliness obsession and was unwilling to allow others to infringe upon what belonged to him. Previously, he had no choice, as he had met Lu Xiaowen too late. But once their relationship was established, things would be different. He could never accept that. Lu Xiaowen quickly responded, don't worry. After I return, I'll have a solution. I inquired with one of my friends, who mentioned she knows a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who can prescribe a remedy to induce impotence in men. However, the prescription is somewhat expensive, costing around 100,000 for a dose. Only 100,000. That is a small sum. I'll transfer 20,000 to you to start with. You can get Song Hang 2 doses of the medicine. Yi Fan brushed off the cost, as he was currently not lacking in finances. Each quarter, Zhongliang Haijing alone provided him with an income of 15 million, not to mention revenues from other properties. He still had yet to collect the rent for the entire building of Gubei No. 1. Calculating the time, it seems that the rent for Gubei No. 1 is soon due. Gubei No. 1 is an upscale residence that ranks even higher than the Zhongliang seaside. The market price for each unit ranges from tens of millions to over 100 million. If he were truly in urgent need of money, selling just one unit would suffice for lavish expenditures. After transferring the funds to Lu Xiaowen, Yi Fan couldn't help but silently mourn for Song Hang. Indeed, the heart of a woman can be the most venomous. Sometimes, a woman's tactics are utterly beyond one's imagination. The wisdom of Zhang Wuji's mother continues to resonate. Upon receiving Yi Fan's transfer of 200,000, Lu Xiaowen appeared even more jubilant. In truth, a single dose of that impotency medication suffices. 2 doses are entirely superfluous. However, given that Yi Fan had directly transferred 200,000, she certainly had no intention of returning it. Especially since Yi Fan was not lacking in funds, she might as well keep it for herself. Darling, come pick me up, would you? I have nothing much to do right now. We can go find my sisters to buy some medicine together, and then you can keep me company. All right, I'm on my way. Upon seeing Lu Xiaowen's message, Yi Fan readily agreed. He then departed from the villa and drove to Lu Xiaowen's residence. Upon arriving at the foot of her building, Yi Fan messaged Lu Xiaowen to inform her of his arrival. However, this time Lu Xiaowen did not come down. Instead, she invited him upstairs. Song Hang isn't home. Yi Fan thought Lu Xiaowen had truly lost her mind, daring to let him into her home. He's not here. I just called him. He mentioned he had a task at the company and might be working late. Come up and sit for a bit before we leave. All right, I'm coming up. The apartment where Song Hang and Lu Xiaowen resided was fairly decent. While it wasn't in an exceptionally upscale community, it was well equipped with all necessary amenities. Yi Fan took the elevator to the 11th floor. As he stepped out, he saw Lu Xiaowen, clad in a silk nightgown, standing at the door and waving at him. Yi Fan, over here. Seeing the way the silk nightgown accentuated Lu Xiaowen's figure, Yi Fan felt a surge of uncontainable desire. Once inside, the two ignited an intense passion, akin to kindling meeting a fierce flame. An hour later, they lay entwined at the head of the bed, with a photo of Lu Xiaowen and Song Hang hanging above them. I must say, you have quite the audacity to invite me to your home. What would you do if Song Hang returned unexpectedly? Yi Fan said with a playful smile. Lu Xiaowen pouted. I'm not afraid because I know my darling will protect me. Hearing her words, Yi Fan chuckled. Of course. Your husband is a martial arts master. If Song Hang dares to act rashly, I might just have to deal with him. Ding. Host, boasting behavior detected. Special reward, master level combat skills. Nice. The system's notification filled Yi Fan with excitement. He finally possessed the capability of self-defense, which alleviated his fears of attracting unwanted attention. In a nation where firearms are strictly regulated, with his newly acquired master-level combat skills, he felt confident that, barring any firearm threats, few could pose a danger to him. With that thought, Yi Fan celebrated internally, reveling in his newfound joy. Ah, darling, are you still going? Another hour passed, and Lu Xiaowen, feeling utterly drained, could scarcely muster the energy to move a finger. Are you a bull? You seem to have no sense of fatigue whatsoever. I'm almost at my wit's end. She exclaimed weakly from the bed. Yi Fan smiled gently. Let us go. Your sisters have called you a dozen times. If we don't hurry, they'll be anxious. Okay, I'll get dressed. Chapter 16, Lu Xiaowen's best friend. After a little over 10 minutes, Lu Xiaowen and Yi Fan exited the building, leaving in their car. At a Starbucks cafe, a woman in her late 20s, with cascading waves of hair, a slender figure, and clad in a thigh-slit dress complemented by black stilettos with red soles, sat quietly sipping her coffee. Occasionally, she glanced at the Cartier watch on her wrist. Lu Xiaowen is taking far too long. When she arrives, I'll have to give her a piece of my mind as compensation for wasting my time, Li Yuqi thought, grumbling under her breath. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Yi Fan and Lu Xiaowen entered the cafe. Upon stepping inside, Lu Xiaowen scanned the room and, upon spotting Li Yuqi, eagerly grasped Yi Fan's hand and made her way over. Yuqi, sorry to keep you waiting. Hearing Lu Xiaowen's voice, Li Yuqi looked up and was greeted by the sight of the couple approaching hand in hand. Noticing their joined hands, she smiled broadly and said, Xiaowen, is this Yi Fan? He certainly looks impressive, far superior to Song Hang. Feeling a bit awkward, Yi Fan rubbed his nose at Li Yuqi's remark. It seemed Lu Xiaowen shared everything with Li Yuqi, including their personal affairs. Perhaps sensing Yi Fan's thoughts, Lu Xiaowen felt compelled to explain, Yi Fan, Yuqi is my best friend. We share almost no secrets. I've told her everything about us, and she found a solution for me. Though Yi Fan felt Lu Xiaowen's trust in Li Yuqi was perhaps unwarranted, he chose not to voice his concerns. With his current capabilities, he was indifferent to the authenticity of their relationship. After all, he could manage any issues that arose. There was no need to overthink it. He was not merely wealthy, but also possessed the backing of a prestigious family. As for the precise standing of his family, he had yet to find the time to uncover that. However, he had received a call from his father while at the villa, informing him that a group had approached them, claiming to be relatives of theirs who had become separated, and they were preparing to bring them back, requesting Yi Fan to return for a familial reunion when convenient. Upon hearing his father's call, Yi Fan realized the system had intervened, arranging for him to have a large family, thus providing him with a legitimate identity background through the means of recognizing his ancestry. The system's offerings were undoubtedly of high quality, and he trusted that this family would be among the elite of Huaxia. Otherwise, the system would not have presented it so boldly. At that moment, Li Yuqi was discreetly observing Yi Fan. After a brief examination of his attire and wrist, she confidently extended her hand. Hello, I'm Li Yuqi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Seeing her outstretched hand, Yi Fan reciprocated. Hello, I'm Yi Fan. After a brief handshake, Lu Xiaowen, eager to change the subject, interjected, Yuqi, is the traditional Chinese medicine you mentioned really that effective? Li Yuqi nodded, absolutely. This practitioner is exceptionally skilled. Not only can he treat complex ailments, but he can also prescribe various other remedies. If it weren't for my good relationship with him, he wouldn't have sold me this medicine. He would be liable if anything went wrong. Upon hearing Li Yuqi's earnestness, both Yi Fan and Lu Xiaowen felt a growing trust in her words. All right then, let us go and get the medicine, Lu Xiaowen declared, brimming with anticipation. Yes, let us head out. The practitioner should be finishing work soon. However, stepping outside brought a moment of awkwardness, as Yi Fan's vehicle was a sports car with only 2 seats, rendering it impossible to accommodate the 2 ladies. Fortunately, Li Yuqi had driven her own car, alleviating the discomfort of the situation. Yet, upon catching sight of Yi Fan's sleek black Bugatti, Li Yuqi could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment. Is this a Bugatti? She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Yi Fan's car. It was evident that Li Yuqi possessed a far greater knowledge of automobiles than Lu Xiaowen. When Lu Xiaowen first encountered Yi Fan's vehicle, she had not even recognized the emblem. Though Li Yuqi did not explicitly identify the Bugatti by its name, she accurately mentioned the brand. Hearing Li Yuqi's inquiry, Lu Xiaowen realized it was the perfect moment to boast. You are mistaken, my dear. This car is properly referred to as the Bugatti Veyron, with a market value exceeding 100 million. The revelation of such a staggering price made Li Yuqi gasp in astonishment, her gaze instantly fixed on Yi Fan. What does your family do, Yi Fan? It must require substantial wealth. Yi Fan replied with a faint smile. Oh, it's nothing much, just dabbling in real estate, pharmaceuticals, and the automotive industry. Ding. The system detected the host's embellishment, rewarding him with a 100% stake in the brilliant group. What a thrill. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile graced Yi Fan's lips. Indeed, the system was as efficient as ever. A mere hint of exaggeration yielded immediate rewards. However, he was uncertain about the stature of this brilliant group, yet he surmised that, in keeping with the system's nature, it must possess considerable significance. Despite Yi Fan's vague statements, Li Yuqi's curiosity about him only intensified. From the reactions of both Li Yuqi and Lu Xiaowen, Yi Fan discerned that Li Yuqi was undoubtedly more astute and cunning than Lu Xiaowen. At the very least, in terms of worldly experience, Li Yuqi eclipsed Lu Xiaowen. While Lu Xiaowen gazed at the mention of family matters with nothing but admiration and shock, Li Yuqi's surprise was accompanied by an enigmatic glimmer in her eyes, indicating she was contemplating something else entirely. What a pity that such a magnificent vehicle can only seat 2, Yi Fan remarked, nodding in agreement. Indeed, sports cars are visually appealing, yet utterly impractical. Shall we then? I hope you don't mind riding in my car, Yi Fan suggested to Li Yuqi. She nodded in assent. Of course, I don't mind. However, My car pales in comparison to yours. I hope you won't find it too shabby. After speaking, Li Yuqi produced the key to her BMW from her pocket, causing the lights of a BMW 3 Series in the distance to illuminate. Subsequently, she led the two into the car. A BMW 3 Series, quite a commendable vehicle with excellent handling and performance, offering remarkable value for money. Yi Fan praised as they settled inside. As Li Yuqi started the engine, she replied, "It's just average. In my opinion, nothing compares to a sports car. I find little interest in these family sedans." At that moment, Lu Xiaowen, seated in the passenger seat, chimed in, "Yuqi, I recall you mentioning that Changfeng was going to get you a new car. Why hasn't that happened yet?" Li Yuqi's expression darkened at Lu Xiaowen's question. "Don't even mention it. Last year, he promised to replace my car with a Land Rover Defender by the end of the year. But the final payment we had agreed upon never materialized, leaving our plans for a new vehicle in limbo." From the conversation between Li Yuqi and Lu Xiaowen, Yi Fan gleaned some insights. It became clear that Li Yuqi's husband was in stark contrast to Song Hang's family circumstances. Li Yuqi's husband was a self-made small business owner, earning an annual profit of around 300,000 to 500,000. Though it seemed substantial, after accounting for various expenses, there was little left to save. In recent years, the market had been sluggish, making it increasingly difficult for her husband to earn a decent income. Countless enterprises valued in the hundreds of millions were struggling. How much more challenging was it for her husband's small company? Last year, they managed to earn a few $100,000, but this year, with half the year gone, their earnings were barely half of what they had achieved last year. As their income dwindled, Li Yuqi found her spending increasingly constrained. Where they once spent tens of thousands during shopping excursions, now even a mere 10,000 felt burdensome. Li Yuqi had been married for 5 years and had a 3-year-old child with her husband. Naturally, Li Yuqi had a penchant for lavish spending, and with the added expenses of raising a child, her household required at least 20,000 each month. In terms of appearance, Li Yuqi surpassed Lu Xiaowen, and her physique was equally commendable. Initially, Li Yuqi had married her husband due to his perceived potential, believing he was a promising investment. However, after marriage, she discovered that while he had some capabilities, he lacked the prowess to achieve significant success. After several years in business, he had not made substantial progress. Their earnings remained stagnant, and during economic downturns, they even fell short of previous year's profits. Li Yuqi saw no hope for improvement. Furthermore, unlike Song Hang, her husband did not have wealthy parents to provide assistance. When faced with financial difficulties, neither of them knew whom to turn to for help. Upon understanding the situation, Yi Fan could only conclude that everyone has their destiny, and perhaps Li Yuqi was fated to never attain great wealth. As the three conversed, they arrived at a place called Qingmu Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. This clinic was quite sizable, boasting 3 floors and accommodating over 100 patients. Having made a prior appointment, Li Yuqi led Yi Fan and Lu Xiaowen directly into the consultation room of a specialist named Cui Guohua, bypassing the queue. "Dr. Cui, this is my friend. She wishes to inquire about purchasing medicine from you," Li Yuqi introduced. Dr. Cui glanced at Lu Xiaowen before responding. "I've already explained the situation to you. I will not be responsible for any issues that arise. Here is a contract. Please sign it and transfer the payment to me, and I will provide the medicine." Lu Xiaowen wasted no time, completing the payment and signing the contract in one swift motion. After the funds were received, Dr. Cui retrieved a package wrapped in oil paper from a cabinet behind him. "Take this once daily. You should see results within 3 days. Do not exceed the prescribed dosage. I have already portioned the medicine accordingly." "Thank you, doctor," the three said as they exited the consultation room. Li Yuqi remarked, "It's incredible how easy it is to make money. A single prescription fetches 10,000, faster than robbing a bank. As the saying goes, selling medicine is better than robbing." Yi Fan smiled faintly at her words. Just as they stepped out of the clinic, Li Yuqi's phone rang. "Hello, dear, where are you? I'm not too busy at the company today. I might come find you." "I'm out with Xiaowen and her friend," Li Yuqi replied. "All right, husband, if you're free, do come find me." "Is it Ma Changfeng?" Lu Xiaowen inquired upon seeing Li Yuqi hang up. "Yes, it is Ma Changfeng. He said he has some free time today and will come to keep me company," Li Yuqi responded. It seemed that this year had indeed been tough, as the usually busy Ma Changfeng now had time to spare. However, whenever the topic of their company's lack of profitability arose, Li Yuqi's mood soured considerably. Despite appearing financially stable at present, they were merely maintaining a precarious balance. Should circumstances shift, they could quickly find themselves in dire straits. Moreover, the house still carries a mortgage. In this city where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, a decent property commands a price in the millions. Li Yuqi, a woman devoted to a refined lifestyle, purchased a residence valued at over 3 million when she wed. Now, nearly 5 years remain until the loan is repaid, and the thought of the monthly payment nearing 10,000 sends a wave of anxiety through her. As for her desire to change cars, That promise was only secured after several days of quarrels with her husband, yet unexpectedly, the final payment had not arrived, forcing her to set aside her plans for a new vehicle. While they conversed, Yifan received a call from a stranger. The number ending in 46s, indicative of a local number in this bustling metropolis. Seeing this number took him aback. Typically, such prestigious local numbers belong to influential figures, and he wondered why one would contact him. However, Yifan dismissed his initial apprehension. He no longer felt intimidated by individuals of high stature. Perhaps those people knew many prominent figures, but in time, they would have to refer to him as a peer. As soon as the call connected, a respectfully modulated voice came through. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Yifan?" "Yes, this is Yifan. Who might you be?" He replied nonchalantly. "Greetings, sir. I am Chen Daoyuan, the general manager of Huiguang Group. I have some handover procedures that require your personal attention. May I inquire when you would be available? If you are busy, I can come to you." Upon hearing the name Huiguang Group, Yifan recalled that the system's rewards were now in effect. "I have no pressing matters at the moment. I will swing by the company. Please send me the address." "Certainly, sir. I will send you the address right away." After hanging up, Chen Daoyuan quickly composed a text message with the address details. "Are you busy?" During Yifan's phone call, both women had been nearby and had overheard his plans. Yifan nodded. "Just a minor matter to attend to. If you have no objections, you can join me." "Sure. I'm free. Today, Song Hang is working overtime, and it would be a miracle if he returns by midnight. Besides, I informed him that I would be with Yuchi. So he won't pry." Li Yuchi rolled her eyes. Hey, Xiaowen, how outrageous. You're meeting your little lover and using your best friend as a decoy. Surely you can't expect no compensation." Lu Xiaowen couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, I know. Given your greedy demeanor, of course, there will be benefits. I'm not stingy. You've done me a tremendous favor, and I've already prepared a reward for you." Chapter 18. He is the master of Huiguang Group? It appears that the bond between Li Yuchi and Lu Xiaowen is quite strong. Neither seems to hold any grudges regarding financial matters. Li Yuchi openly requested benefits from Lu Xiaowen, who, rather than being upset, generously transferred 10,000 yuan without hesitation. Upon seeing the transfer, Li Yuchi felt an even greater envy toward Lu Xiaowen, knowing that her friend received a staggering monthly allowance of 500,000. That amount in a single month nearly equaled her family's annual income, leaving her in awe of Lu Xiaowen's fortune in finding someone like Yifan, a super-rich heir. Truth be told, in terms of appearance, Li Yuchi felt she was not inferior to Lu Xiaowen, perhaps even a touch more attractive, yet she lacked Lu Xiaowen's luck. She had meticulously chosen her partner, only to end up with a rather unimpressive husband. "Well, if there's nothing else, let us go." Once they reached the car, Yifan promptly relayed the address to Li Yuchi. Huiguang Group. Upon hearing this name, Li Yuchi was taken aback. Noticing her reaction, both Yifan and Lu Xiaowen grew inquisitive. Lu Xiaowen asked, "What's wrong, Yuchi? Is there something special about Huiguang Group?" Li Yuchi's expression turned serious. "It's not just special, it's extraordinarily so. To be honest, I wasn't very familiar with Huiguang Group until my husband mentioned a few things. His company operates as a subsidiary of a subsidiary under Huiguang Group, earning a modest income by association." She continued, "Huiguang Group's market value exceeds 1 trillion, making it the largest real estate company in the city. However, their ventures extend beyond real estate. They reportedly engage in various industries, including automotive and pharmaceuticals." As she spoke, a thought struck Li Yuchi, and she glanced at Yifan through the rearview mirror, an incredulous notion blossoming in her mind. Yifan seemed to sense her gaze and slowly raised his head, offering her a knowing smile through the mirror. In that moment, her heart raced with excitement. Could Yifan truly be the heir to Huiguang Group? The notion of Yifan being the scion of Huiguang Group stemmed from his youth. The company had been established for at least 20 to 30 years, yet Yifan was only 23. Even if he had started his entrepreneurial journey from the womb, it wouldn't add up. The most plausible explanation would be that Huiguang Group was a family enterprise, thus making sense of the situation. However, Yifan did not explicitly confirm this, nor did Li Yuchi voice her thoughts. At that moment, Lu Xiaowen, intrigued, turned back and asked, "Darling, is Huiguang Group really that impressive? Are you visiting them for business purposes?" Yifan nodded. "Yes, you could say that. I have a couple of contracts to sign, which is why I need to go in person." "Wow, with $1 trillion enterprise behind you, it's no wonder you're so affluent. It's quite remarkable to have business dealings with such a colossal group." The three of them drove to the headquarters of Huiguang Group, located in the iconic Lujiazui financial district. This area is undoubtedly a landmark in the city, producing a plethora of billionaires each year, with countless others boasting fortunes in the millions. Many companies aspire to establish a presence in Lujiazui, and the fact that Huiguang Group has its headquarters there speaks volumes of its prowess. Before arriving, Yifan had informed Chen Daoyuan of their vehicle's details. Upon their arrival at the foot of Huiguang Group's building, a throng of individuals awaited their arrival. All were impeccably dressed in suits, each striving to make a favorable impression on their boss. Securing a position at Huiguang Group is notoriously challenging. The benefits and treatment rival those of state-owned enterprises, and in certain instances, they are even more humane. Due to this reputation, Huiguang Group enjoys a stellar standing in the industry. During recruitment seasons, countless individuals vie for an opportunity to interview, but the selection process is exceedingly rigorous, with only a handful succeeding out of the hundreds or thousands who apply. As Li Yuqi's vehicle came to a stop, Chen Daoyuan hurriedly approached and opened the car door for Yi Fan. "Boss, you're here." At the sound of Chen Daoyuan addressing him as boss, both women in the car were left in a state of shock. However, the one who reacted the quickest was undoubtedly Li Yuqi, as she had harbored this suspicion beforehand, thus possessing a greater adaptability than Lu Xiaowen. Gulp. Lu Xiaowen could not help but swallow hard. Upon realizing that Yi Fan was the owner of the Huiguang Group, she was utterly astonished. "Why, Yuqi? What did that person just call Yi Fan?" "Boss," Lu Xiaowen inquired, incredulously. Li Yuqi nodded affirmatively. "You heard correctly. He indeed referred to him as boss." Then, with a hint of envy, Li Yuqi remarked, "Congratulations, my dear sister. I can't help but wonder how many good deeds you must have performed in your past life to find such an extraordinary golden son-in-law. Truly, your ancestral grave must be emitting green smoke." In response to Li Yuqi's teasing, Lu Xiaowen paid it no mind. "Haha, sister, you may be onto something. Perhaps my ancestral grave truly is emitting green smoke. I should take a closer look when I visit it in a few days." While the two women continued their banter in the vehicle, Yi Fan had already been ushered into the headquarters of Huiguang Group, surrounded by adoring admirers. Along the way, Chen Daoyuan maintained a position just behind Yi Fan, while those of lower rank lagged 2 or 3 paces behind. "Boss, according to the financial report for the first quarter of this year, the Group's revenue has increased by 5% compared to the previous year, earning an additional 5 billion this quarter." Yi Fan nodded slightly. "Just tell me directly how much profit our group can net after all expenditures for the year." In response, "Approximately 300 billion. 300 billion in pure profit for the year?" Yi Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Daoyuan affirmed, "Yes, boss. Our profits from real estate and automotive parts processing alone cannot reach such figures, but our pharmaceutical division has collaborations with the government. The annual subsidies and contracts for certain state-run processing plants indeed yield such substantial profits." Upon hearing Chen Daoyuan's words, Yi Fan found himself reaching a state of indifference towards wealth. Previously, Huiguang Group had numerous shareholders, and annual profits were subject to dividend distribution. Now, however, the entirety of Huiguang Group belonged solely to him, rendering every penny earned as his own. This was undeniably exhilarating. Even at the modest estimate of 300 billion a year, it would be more than enough for a lifetime of indulgence. Chapter 19. Taking over the group. While Yi Fan was occupied with the administrative procedures of Huiguang Group upstairs, Li Yuqi received a call from her husband in the lounge. "Hello, darling. My dear. I've finished up. Where are you?" Ma Changfeng inquired warmly. Li Yuqi replied, "I'm at the headquarters of Huiguang Group." "The headquarters of Huiguang Group? How did you end up there?" Ma Changfeng asked, puzzled. "Didn't I tell you earlier that Xiaowen and I were taking a stroll?" Xiaowen has a friend who is the owner of Huiguang Group. Coincidentally, her friend needed to return to the company for some matters, so we tagged along. "Xiaowen's friend is the owner of Huiguang Group?" Ma Changfeng gasped upon hearing Li Yuqi's words. However, he found it hard to believe. The owner of Huiguang Group was a prominent figure in the bustling metropolis, while Lu Xiaowen was an ordinary person. Even if she possessed some charm, it was unlikely she would catch the eye of such an illustrious individual. Given the stature of Huiguang Group's owner, numerous renowned actresses would vie for his attention. How could he possibly take notice of Lu Xiaowen? "Are you sure he is truly the owner of Huiguang Group? He wouldn't be deceiving you, would he?" Ma Changfeng asked skeptically. Li Yuqi retorted, "Are you implying that we lack intelligence? Do you think we wouldn't investigate beforehand? Do you know who came down to greet us when we arrived? It was Chen Daoyuan, the general manager of Huiguang Group. I found that information online. It was indeed Chen Daoyuan himself who came to welcome us with several management personnel from the company. If even the general manager of Huiguang Group came down to greet you, how could it possibly be a ruse? All right then, if you wish to come find me, feel free. If not, just head home. I'll return once I'm done. No, my beloved wife. I trust you completely. How could I ever suggest otherwise? I'm merely concerned about you being deceived, given the prevalence of con artists in today's society. Who knows if Xiaowen's friend is genuine? But since it was indeed Chen Daoyuan, the general manager of Huiguang Group, who came down to greet you, it must be the real deal. Please don't be upset. I'll head over to find you right away. Wait for me." After concluding their conversation, Ma Changfeng hung up. Meanwhile, upon realizing the opportunity to meet the owner of Huiguang Group, He wasted no time and quickly drove his Mercedes-Benz E-Class towards the headquarters of Huiguang Group. As he traveled, he pondered how best to engage with Yi Fan in order to avoid any negative impressions and to foster a rapport. If he could establish a good relationship with someone like Yi Fan, a mere word from him could propel him into success. At the Huiguang Group headquarters, Yi Fan sat in the office designated for the owner, completing the signing of the handover documents presented by Chen Daoyuan. From this moment forth, Huiguang Group would entirely belong to him. What industries does our group encompass? Please enlighten me. Certainly, boss. Having organized the documents, Chen Daoyuan readily began to elaborate. Huiguang Group boasts numerous subsidiaries, with its largest enterprises being Huiguang Real Estate, Huiguang Automobile Dealership, Huiguang Automobile Factory, and Huiguang Pharmaceuticals. Huiguang Real Estate was the foundation of Huiguang Group's success. Although the real estate sector has become a sunset industry, Huiguang Group has consistently remained profitable due to its exclusive contracts with government projects. While developing real estate independently may not yield satisfactory returns and carries the risk of losses, engaging in government projects alleviates such concerns. Of course, there are instances of the government delaying payments for projects, but Huiguang Group can recoup losses through other means. This leads to further complexities that need not be articulated. In short, whatever endeavors Huiguang Group undertakes, the government invariably provides the green light. As long as an application is submitted, approval will be granted without hesitation. The company's influence extends beyond just the bustling metropolis. Within the Yangtze River Delta, Huiguang Group holds a significant commercial standing. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, local governments also treat Huiguang Group with great deference. Following this, there are the automotive parts processing factories. Huiguang Group does not limit itself to processing parts for a single automotive manufacturer. Rather, all companies seeking to process parts in the metropolitan area must collaborate with Huiguang Group. Should any automotive company attempt to operate in the metropolis without partnering with Huiguang Group, they would find their business thwarted by various obstructions or outright sabotage. Thus, an unspoken rule has emerged. Before establishing an automotive parts factory in the metropolis, one must first consult Huiguang Group. Not only does Huiguang Group operate parts processing facilities, but it also runs its own automobile dealership. The Huiguang dealership not only sells new vehicles, but also operates the largest second-hand car dealership in all of China. Here, one can find everything from budget-friendly vehicles priced at a mere 100,000 to luxury cars worth millions. At Huiguang, there is nothing one cannot find, only what one cannot imagine. The realm of second-hand vehicles frequently showcases a plethora of nearly new cars with 0 kilometers on the odometer, garnering immense affection from a multitude of car owners. After all, these 0-kilometer near-new cars are remarkably similar to brand-new ones, yet they are available at significantly reduced prices. These economical 0-kilometer vehicles are often priced at least 30 to 50,000 less than their new counterparts, while the pricier models can be found at discounts exceeding 100,000. With such substantial incentives, who would still wish to purchase a new car when opting for a 0-kilometer near-new vehicle is far more advantageous. Within the expansive premises of the Huiguang automobile dealership, thousands of second-hand cars are showcased year-round, and clients require the better part of a day to traverse the entire lot. The second-hand car industry proves to be exceptionally lucrative. Recognizing the potential in this market, Huiguang Group promptly recruited personnel to establish the largest car dealership in the metropolis. As for Huiguang Group's pharmaceutical sector, it scarcely requires elaboration. One merely awaits the annual financial allocations from the government. Having collaborated with the state for many years, the pharmaceutical industry's exorbitant profits are self-evident, undoubtedly ranking among the most profitable ventures under Huiguang Group's umbrella. Upon grasping the intricacies of Huiguang Group, Yi Fan nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, I understand. Please fetch my 2 friends." "Certainly, boss," came the prompt reply. Outside, Chen Daoyuan's mere utterance commands respect from countless individuals known as tycoons. Yet, before Yi Fan, Chen Daoyuan dutifully complies with his every word. Were this scene witnessed by others, it would undoubtedly evoke astonishment beyond measure. While it is common knowledge that Huiguang Group has a singular owner, the identity remains shrouded in mystery. The individual publicly presented to oversee operations has consistently been Chen Daoyuan. Chapter 20. You are incomparable to Mr. Yi. After departing from the boss's office, Chen Daoyuan made his way to the reception room. Upon encountering Lu Xiaowen and Li Yuqi, he announced, "Ladies, the boss has summoned you." The fact that Chen Daoyuan himself came to retrieve them left Lu Xiaowen and Li Yuqi feeling somewhat elated. Having the general manager of Huiguang Group personally attend to them provided ample bragging rights among their peers. Before long, the 2 women followed Chen Daoyuan to the entrance of Yi Fan's office. Upon seeing the sign stating boss's office, their suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, Yi Fan was the enigmatic owner of Huiguang Group. After a light knock, Yi Fan's voice beckoned them inside, and Chun Daoyuan, understanding the situation, discreetly closed the door behind them. The two women, clearly not there to discuss business, entered the office and were immediately taken aback by the grandeur of the setting. The office's expansive area rivaled that of their own homes, easily surpassing 100 or 200 square meters. Even some ordinary large apartments could hardly compare. Not only was the office spacious, but its opulent decor suggested a cost of several million for the furnishings alone. "My dear, this office is simply enormous," exclaimed Lu Xiaowen, no longer concealing her affection as she addressed Yi Fan directly. Li Yuqi, unperturbed, had long anticipated their relationship, especially considering the medication Lu Xiaowen had procured from her, undoubtedly intended for Song Hang. A wave of sympathy washed over her for Song Hang. Consuming that medication would render him incapable of ever being a man again. Simultaneously, she was taken aback by Lu Xiaowen's ruthlessness. After all, Song Hang had been her companion for 5 or 6 years, and she had not expected Lu Xiaowen to resort to such measures. Yi Fan smiled and replied, "Very well. By the way, I was just about to ask if you would like to work here. If you're interested, I can arrange for a more relaxed position for you. Should you wish to join, simply sign in. If not, feel free to stay at home. Your salary will remain at 10,000 a month. Anything higher might raise suspicion." The suspicion Yi Fan referred to was primarily regarding Song Hang and his family. "Can I really work here?" Hearing Yi Fan's offer to secure her a position at Huiguang Group, Lu Xiaowen's eyes lit up. Employment at Huiguang Group was more desirable than that of state-owned enterprises. Who wouldn't he want to work here? Approaching Yi Fan, she unabashedly sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and playfully pouting. Yi Fan chuckled, "Of course. But you would only be a regular employee. A higher position might attract gossip." "Oh, whatever arrangements you make are fine with me, dear. As long as I can be by your side, I am content with anything." With that, Lu Xiaowen planted a kiss on Yi Fan's cheek. Witnessing their intimacy, Li Yuqi felt a pang of envy. She envied Lu Xiaowen for securing such an exceptional partner. With someone like Yi Fan, one could lead a worry-free life. A monthly allowance of 500,000, coupled with such a respectable job where one could choose to work or not, was akin to living a celestial existence. Reflecting on her own situation, she felt a profound disparity. Not only did she not receive a monthly allowance of 500,000, but even maintaining a modest living expense of 10,000 was a struggle. With responsibilities such as children's needs, utilities, daily necessities, and mortgage payments, her monthly earnings barely sufficed. This realization ignited a thought in Li Yuqi's mind. She ought to persuade Lu Xiaowen to discuss arranging a position for her as well. She didn't require the same leisurely arrangement as Lu Xiaowen. A conventional 9-to-5 job would suffice. Once this idea took root, Li Yuqi felt an urgency to bring it up with Lu Xiaowen at the earliest opportunity, believing that a gentle nudge from Lu Xiaowen could yield favorable results. Just as she was contemplating this, her phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, she answered promptly. "Hello, wife, where are you?" inquired Ma Chongfeng. "I've arrived at Huiguang Group's headquarters, but the receptionist informed me that I have no appointment and cannot enter. Could you please come down to escort me?" "Of course. Dear, I will come down right away," she responded. As Yi Fan and Lu Xiaowen were engaged in their playful banter, they overheard Li Yuqi's conversation with Ma Chongfeng. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There's no need for that. I'll have someone escort your husband up." He then picked up the desk phone and made an internal call. Shortly thereafter, the receptionist arrived to personally guide Ma Chongfeng upstairs. As Ma Chongfeng entered the splendid and grandiose interior of Huiguang Group, he felt as though he were a country bumpkin visiting a grand estate. Overwhelmed by the magnificence surrounding him, having spent many years navigating the business landscape of the metropolis, he had visited numerous large companies, yet none could compare to Huiguang Group. Companies with valuations in the billions pale in comparison to a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. Just the headquarters alone was beyond the reach of smaller firms. Soon, Ma Chongfeng found himself standing before the door of Yi Fan's office. Attempting to calm his nerves, he raised his hand and knocked gently. "Come in." Yi Fan's voice beckoned from within. Steeling himself, Ma Chongfeng turned the doorknob and stepped inside. Upon entering the office, he was greeted by an ultra-spacious and lavishly decorated space, one that dwarfed even his own home. His gaze fell upon the distant couch where Lu Xiaowen and Li Yuqi sat. Seated behind the desk was the strikingly handsome Yi Fan. Naturally good-looking, Yi Fan's charm was further accentuated by his refined attire and the confidence he exuded. Upon noticing the arrival of Ma Chongfeng, Yi Fan greeted him with a smile, saying, "Mr. Ma, I presume? Please, take a seat." Despite his efforts to maintain composure before arriving, Ma Chongfeng felt a wave of nervousness wash over him at the sight of Yi Fan. "Ah, yes, he stammered, visibly anxious. Observing her husband's discomfort, Li Yuqi sighed softly before rising to introduce them. This is Xiaowen's friend, Yi Fan, the owner of Huiguang Group. Yi Fan, this is my husband, Ma Changfeng. After making the introduction, Li Yuqi discreetly gestured to Ma Changfeng, urging him to step forward and make acquaintance. Ma Changfeng, possessing some emotional intelligence, quickly approached and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Ma Changfeng." Yi Fan responded with a warm smile, shaking Ma Changfeng's hand. "Oh, I've heard about you from Yuqi. She speaks highly of her husband, noting your remarkable achievements at a young age and your endeavors in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. Building such an impressive enterprise is no small feat." Flushed with modesty at Yi Fan's praise, Ma Changfeng replied, "It's merely a small business." "A small business, nothing that can compare to your esteemed stature, Mr. Yi." In fact, Yi Fan continued, "I understand that your company has been engaged in business with one of our subsidiaries at Huiguang Group." After their handshake, Yi Fan gestured for Ma Changfeng to sit. However, Ma Changfeng barely settled onto the chair, his posture reflecting both his anxiety and respect. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Ma Changfeng scratched his head. "Well, it's not exactly a subsidiary, but rather a small branch under a subsidiary. My company specializes in renovations. Each year, when your group develops real estate, I take on some of the renovation designs to earn a little extra for the household." Yi Fan nodded, "I see." With that, he picked up the phone and dialed Chen Daoyuan. "Mr. Chen, please retrieve the information on Changfeng Renovation Company. We have business dealings with our subsidiary, Shengshe Company." "Certainly, boss. I'll have it sent over right away," Chen Daoyuan responded promptly. Yi Fan's call set Chen Daoyuan into action, mobilizing his team to gather the relevant information about Changfeng Renovation Company. Given the company's diminutive size and its dealings being with a subsidiary of a subsidiary, it didn't take long for the documents to land on Chen Daoyuan's desk. Once he received the materials from Chen Daoyuan, Yi Fan examined them closely before asking, "Mr. Chen, have you reviewed the information on Changfeng Renovation Company?" Chen Daoyuan nodded. "Yes, boss. I perused the details while retrieving them. It appears to be a robust company." In truth, Changfeng Renovation Company was rather average, but Chen Daoyuan, adept at reading the room, noticed Yi Fan's intention to assist the company and thus praised it. "Very well," Yi Fan agreed. "Since you hold this company in high regard, let us entrust them with our renovation design needs. Should all proceed smoothly, we can consider a long-term collaboration." He left his statement open-ended, providing Ma Changfeng an opportunity, the success of which would depend entirely on him. If he performed well, he could reap greater rewards. If not, he wouldn't be forced to give money away. Yi Fan's willingness to help stemmed from his connections to Lu Xiaowen and Li Yuqi, particularly since Li Yuqi had previously assisted him. Upon hearing that their company would be entering into a long-term partnership with Huiguang Group, Li Yuqi's excitement was palpable as she whispered her gratitude to Lu Xiaowen. Lu Xiaowen smiled. "We are good friends, no need for such formality." Yet, she couldn't quite suppress her inner pride, as if to say, "Look at how accomplished my connections are." Once business matters were concluded, Li Yuqi stood, expressing, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for this incredible opportunity. Allow me to treat you to a meal as a token of our gratitude. You shall see our performance in due time. I assure you, we won't disappoint." Ma Changfeng, realizing the implication of Li Yuqi's words, quickly stood and nodded. "Yes, yes. Mr. Yi, let us invite you to dinner. Your assistance has been invaluable to us, and we are at a loss for how to repay you. We will certainly make it up to you in the future." Yi Fan smiled. "There's no need for such formality. We are friends. After all, my connection with Xiaowen makes you all my friends as well. I'm happy to lend a hand." Ma Changfeng turned to Lu Xiaowen, expressing his gratitude profusely. His enthusiastic display left her feeling somewhat bashful, as he had previously maintained an air of arrogance around her. Life as circumstances truly shifted in unexpected ways, had it not been for Yi Fan. She doubted she would ever witness this side of Ma Changfeng. Unable to bear Ma Changfeng's fervent gratitude any longer, Lu Xiaowen turned to Yi Fan and suggested, "Yi Fan, it's nearly meal time. Shall we go dine together?" Yi Fan nodded. "Certainly, since you propose it, let us go enjoy a meal." Ma Changfeng promptly pulled out his phone to call a restaurant for reservations. This time, the group opted against hot pot, despite Lu Xiaowen's fondness for it. Variety was essential after all. Yi Fan preferred a more casual dining experience, requesting Ma Changfeng to find a reputable barbecue restaurant, though it was indeed a barbecue place. Ma Changfeng chose a venue of considerable stature. The group arrived at a barbecue restaurant named Zhuangyuangu, one of the larger establishments in Shanghai. The restaurant's retro decor provided a refreshing ambience, featuring ancient elements throughout, with walls adorned with calligraphy and art detailing the imperial examination. The private rooms were all named with auspicious titles, evoking aspirations of success. Once seated in their private room and having ordered their drinks and dishes, the conversation flowed naturally, with Yi Fan steering the topics. As the evening progressed, the beers they ordered were soon delivered. Ma Changfeng lifted his glass, saying, "Mr. Yi, thank you for your generosity. I raise this toast to you. Confident in his drinking abilities, Ma Changfeng clinked glasses with Yi Fan. In Chinese culture, drinking at the table is steeped in tradition. To convey sincerity, Ma Changfeng continued to drink, determined to prove his authenticity, knowing that the true measure of one's earnestness was often gauged by how inebriated one became. After all, to be intoxicated was to reveal one's genuine character. To remain sober suggested a lack of worthiness in friendship. Perhaps Ma Changfeng possesses remarkable drinking abilities. Yet in the presence of Yi Fan, who boasts an unparalleled capacity for alcohol, even 10 Ma Changfengs bound together would pale in comparison. As time progressed, the two had consumed nearly 20 bottles of beer. Ma Changfeng's gaze had become increasingly bleary, clearly indicating that he was quite inebriated. Although Lu Xiaowen had merely accompanied the drinking, consuming nearly 10 bottles herself, she too had succumbed to the effects of alcohol, her speech becoming slurred and indistinct. Initially, Lu Xiaowen had managed to maintain a semblance of decorum in front of Ma Changfeng, striving to avoid appearing overly intimate with Yi Fan. However, under the influence of alcohol, she cast aside her reservations and began to exhibit familiar behavior with Yi Fan. The reason she had refrained from such intimacy before was the knowledge that Ma Changfeng was acquainted with Song Hang. Chapter 22. The Uninvited Advance of Li Yuqi. Displaying excessive closeness in Ma Changfeng's presence could lead to undesirable gossip. Yet now, emboldened by drink, she unabashedly leaned in to demand a kiss from Yi Fan. Witnessing this scene, the only sober individual present, Li Yuqi, felt a sense of disbelief. Observing Ma Changfeng, who was already sprawled on the table and mumbling incoherently, she sighed heavily. Darling, I need to use the restroom. Would you accompany me? Given that their dining venue was a top-tier private room, it boasted its own restroom. Upon hearing Lu Xiaowen's request, Yi Fan immediately comprehended her intentions, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth as he rose to assist her towards the restroom. Once inside, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. Meanwhile, Li Yuqi, who awaited their return, grew puzzled as time dragged on without them. Concerned that they had perhaps overindulged and encountered some mishap in the restroom, she resolved to check on them. Approaching the restroom door, she was startled by peculiar sounds emanating from within, a flush of embarrassment sweeping across her face. How shameless. Yet, despite her initial inclination to leave, she found herself lingering, curious about what this man Lu Xiaowen had found could possibly possess that enchanted her so profoundly beyond mere wealth. To her astonishment, she discovered that Yi Fan was indeed a remarkable individual. Prior to her arrival, they had been engaged for nearly half an hour, and now, after her arrival, it had extended to over an hour without pause. Was this even human? Lost in her musings, Li Yuqi accidentally bumped her head against the restroom door, the noise startling the two within. Who is it? Lu Xiaowen murmured, her eyes glazed over. However, following her query, silence reigned outside. Lu Xiaowen, in her intoxicated state, paid little heed, yet Yi Fan sensed something amiss. Choosing not to linger on the matter, they exited the restroom together. Upon encountering Li Yuqi, who sat awkwardly attempting to smooth her hair, Yi Fan's suspicions were confirmed. Perhaps feeling somewhat refreshed, Ma Changfeng, after an hour of rest, regained some clarity and suggested they go karaoke. Initially, everyone had planned to return home, yet with Ma Changfeng's insistence on singing, Li Yuqi found it impossible to decline. After all, to refuse would imply pettiness on her part. They had arrived in 2 vehicles, but now, only Li Yuqi would drive everyone home. The Good Voice KTV was a relatively upscale establishment in the city. After securing a private room, the 4 entered. Upon stepping into the room, Ma Changfeng dashed to the restroom to vomit. Emerging from his bout, he challenged Yi Fan to another round of drinks. Yi Fan, ever accommodating, welcomed the challenge. Even a truckload of liquor would scarcely faze him. After several more bottles, Ma Changfeng succumbed to inebriation once more, this time without a chance of recovery. Lu Xiaowen, overwhelmed by the dual assault of alcohol and fatigue, had already succumbed to slumber on the couch. Only Yi Fan and Li Yuqi remained in the room. Li Yuqi's vocal talent was commendable, her voice resonant and captivating. After performing a couple of songs, Yi Fan couldn't help but applaud. Have you had professional training? He inquired curiously after her performance. Li Yuqi nodded in affirmation. I graduated from a music academy, majoring in music. Yi Fan was taken aback. You graduated from a music academy? Why didn't you pursue a singing career? Li Yuqi offered a rueful smile. It was due to someone painting a rosy picture for me. After graduation, I met Ma Changfeng, who initially presented himself as quite impressive. I had intended to pursue a singing career, but he suggested that after our marriage, I needn't work and could simply stay at home while he provided for us. As a woman, seeking a stable life is my priority. Who would willingly expose themselves to the world for the sake of earning money if they could live comfortably? The first 2 or 3 years of marriage were tolerable. Changfeng worked diligently, and his earnings sufficed for our household expenses. However, in recent years, business has faltered, the national economy has declined, and all sectors have suffered. His income has dwindled significantly. Our current situation is dire, with monthly mortgage pressures exceeding 10,000, plus additional expenses for the household and children, which amount to over 10,000 more. The company is struggling, and I truly fear for how long we can sustain this. As she spoke, Liuchi's expression turned somber. Without foresight, there will be immediate worries. Liuchi was given to overthinking, often reflecting on their domestic circumstances during idle moments. A life of uncertainty inevitably leads to collapse. It merely depends on who falters first. The mortgage will take years to settle, and the company continues its downward trajectory, while household expenses cannot be curtailed. When income fails to meet expenditures, it becomes a matter of robbing Peter to pay Paul. At that point, debts will accumulate, and the household will likely disintegrate, leading to endless quarrels over trivial matters. It is hard to fathom how such a life could be endured. Listening to Liuchi's words, Yi-Fan replied thoughtfully, "Isn't it better now? If your husband truly possesses capability, the collaboration with Huiguang Group should surely enable your family to thrive once more. However, should he lack the ability, there is little I can do to assist." Liuchi nodded, comprehending Yi-Fan's implication. No one's wealth is simply blown in by the wind. Yi-Fan's willingness to lend a hand was already commendable. If they failed to seize the opportunity, they could not blame others. With that thought, Liuchi's earlier desire to work at Huiguang resurfaced. Initially, she had intended for Lu Xiaowen to speak to Yi-Fan on her behalf. Yet now, with Lu Xiaowen incapacitated, she felt compelled to approach Yi-Fan directly. "Mr. Yi, may I request a favor?" Yi-Fan, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" "I would like to work at Huiguang Group. Although my major was in music, I possess skills in other areas as well. If you don't believe me, perhaps you could allow me to intern first. If I don't meet expectations, you can let me go. You can set the salary as you see fit, Mr. Yi." Upon hearing Liuchi's words, Yi-Fan couldn't help but smile. Liuchi felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Seeing Yi-Fan's smile caused her heart to sink. Could it be that Yi-Fan looked down upon her and wished to deny her this opportunity? Chapter 23. I can sing a little too. Noticing Yi-Fan's prolonged silence, Liuchi felt on the verge of tears. "Why, Mr. Yi, am I really unsuitable?" Upon hearing her words, Yi-Fan found it amusing and replied, "What are you thinking? I was merely contemplating what kind of position to arrange for you. When did I ever say you couldn't work? The Glorious Group is vast, with countless job opportunities. Liuchi's presence would neither add nor detract from the company. Moreover, her salary of several thousand was but a trifling amount for a company with an annual revenue of 300 billion. Liuchi's employment would not burden the Glorious Group financially. Besides, considering Liuchi's charming beauty, how could he possibly refuse her earnest request? Mr. Yi, your silence doesn't imply rejection, does it? Does this mean I am allowed to work at the Glorious Group?" Overjoyed, Liuchi seized Yi-Fan's arm and leaped with delight. "You are truly wonderful, Mr. Yi. What a kind-hearted person you are." Observing her exuberance, reminiscent of a little girl, Yi-Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He had indeed done a good deed, assisting a woman in overcoming her difficulties. "All right, I don't wish to witness your dancing. I would prefer to hear you sing. Sing a couple more songs for me." "No problem. I could sing 10 if you'd like." Recognizing Yi-Fan's enjoyment in her singing, Liuchi wasted no time in selecting a few of her favorite songs to add to the playlist and began to sing for him. Liuchi's vocal prowess was indeed impressive. After performing 2 songs, she even suggested a duet. "Mr. Yi, let us sing a duet. This song is quite delightful. If you don't know it, I can guide you through it. You'll be familiar with it after a couple of runs." Finding it rather dull to merely watch her sing, Yi-Fan stood up and joined in. His voice was decent, though his singing skills required improvement. He struggled with pitch during both the lower and higher notes. "Mr. Yi, you sing quite well. For someone who hasn't undergone formal training, achieving this is quite a talent." Hearing her praise, Yi-Fan smiled lightly and remarked, "Of course, I possess the voice of a king, kissed by angels." Ding. Detection of host's boasting behavior. Reward, heavenly voice and master-level singing skills. As Yi-Fan's boast echoed, the system's voice chimed in as expected. Yi-Fan was taken aback by his unexpected success in boasting. As the system's rewards were granted, he felt a peculiar change within himself. Grasping the microphone, he declared, "Let us hear Free Flying." Free Flying? Liuchi's eyes sparkled at Yi-Fan's song choice. The song by Phoenix Legend was indeed remarkable, but required a solid singing foundation. Having assessed Yi-Fan's earlier performance, she had her doubts about his ability to tackle this song. Nevertheless, she would not reject his attempt and prepared herself to commend him regardless of the outcome. As the lively music began to play, Yi-Fan commenced singing. When the first lyric rang out, Liuchi's expression changed dramatically. The sound was nothing short of celestial. It was as if his voice had indeed been blessed by angels. His singing skills were undeniably masterful. Could it be that Yi-Fan had intentionally sung poorly earlier? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Perhaps he had been testing her reaction. Minutes later, as Yi Fan concluded the song, Li Yuqi was utterly entranced, lost in a reverie long after the music had ceased. When she finally regained her senses, a full minute had passed. That was simply enchanting. Even my university mentor couldn't match your level of skill. Mr. Yi, could you sing another? I am so eager to hear you again. Yi Fan, equally unsatisfied, suggested, let us not have me sing alone, let us duet instead. Otherwise, it would grow rather dull. Is that all right? I'm not very good and fear I might hinder your performance. Li Yuqi felt a flutter of excitement, but was also apprehensive about revealing her modest singing abilities, which might dampen Yi Fan's spirits. Not at all. You didn't mind my singing earlier, did you? Come on, let us tackle something more challenging. Love story myth. Upon hearing the song title, Li Yuqi felt a surge of excitement. However, the song's romantic undertones made her blush, and she stole a glance at Ma Changfeng, who was sleeping on the couch. Before feeling reassured, as Love Story Myth played, the two immersed themselves in the performance. The song indeed stirred deep emotions. During the passionate verses, Yi Fan and Li Yuqi found themselves gazing into each other's eyes, an unspoken sentiment shimmering between them. They remained oblivious to this connection while singing. Once the song concluded, they both became acutely aware of the silence that enveloped them. Yi Fan finally broke the stillness. Have you never drunk alcohol before? Li Yuqi shook her head. I can drink, but I haven't tea in a long time since my marriage. I see. Would you care for a drink? It's a rare occasion to be so joyful. Li Yuqi felt a stir of excitement at Yi Fan's suggestion. A drink sounds fine. All right, let us have a toast. As the bottle cap was popped open, Li Yuqi and Yi Fan clinked their glasses and began to drink. While sipping, they shared amusing anecdotes from their lives. Haha, that's too funny. Did you rich kids have such fun when you were young? I always thought you must have found life rather dull, merely spending money. Li Yuqi chuckled behind her hand. Yi Fan shook his head. Rich kids are human too. We naturally enjoy fun activities. Indeed, life should be about finding joy, or else it becomes rather mundane. Surprisingly, Li Yuqi held her liquor well. Although the KTV drinks were smaller and less potent than those in restaurants, they had consumed over 10 bottles of beer by now. Yet Li Yuqi showed no signs of intoxication, save for a rosy hue on her cheeks from the alcohol's warmth. Nonetheless, despite her impressive tolerance, she could not outlast Yi Fan. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Yuqi finally reached her limit. After downing another bottle, she set it down and rushed to the bathroom, covering her mouth. Chapter 24, bringing Lu Xiaowen back to the villa. Hearing the retching sounds from the bathroom, Yi Fan approached and asked, Miss Li, are you all right? Inside the bathroom, Li Yuqi was too ill to respond. Seeing her silence and fearing the worst, Yi Fan disregarded any potential misunderstandings and pushed the door open. Upon entering, he found Li Yuqi hunched over the sink, retching violently. Yi Fan extended the tissue in his hand towards Miss Li, inquiring gently, Are you all right, Miss Li? Despite being somewhat inebriated, Li Yuqi retained a semblance of lucidity and weakly waved her hand in response. No, I'm fine, just feeling a bit unwell. I truly apologize, Mr. Yi, but I may not be able to accompany you any longer. Yi Fan replied with a reassuring smile. It's perfectly all right. It's quite common for people to struggle with drinking. You need not feel guilty. Rinse your mouth, and if you truly cannot manage, I shall assist you in leaving. It seems the evening has drawn to a close, and I will call a car to take you home shortly. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I am truly sorry for the trouble. I had intended to arrange things for you. Yet it appears I have placed you in the position of caretaker. As they spoke, Li Yuqi's body swayed unsteadily, and upon finishing her sentence, she could not help but lean backward. Miss Li, be careful. Fortunately, Yi Fan's quick reflexes allowed him to catch her just in time. He firmly embraced her slender waist, the delicate form providing an unexpected comfort. In a moment of instinctive reaction, Li Yuqi grasped Yi Fan's neck. Are you all right, Miss Li? Their positions were undeniably intimate. Yi Fan held Li Yuqi closely while she clung to him. Their faces were mere centimeters apart, and a slight movement could easily lead to a touch of skin. Feeling the warmth of her flushed cheeks as she gazed at Yi Fan's handsome visage, Li Yuqi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. I'm fine. I'm fine. I am grateful to you, Mr. Yi. Had it not been for you, I shudder to think what might have transpired. As Yi Fan looked at the alluringly beautiful Li Yuqi, an impulse surged within him. Had this been the Yi Fan of old, he might have succumbed to that impulse. Yet now, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Not only had his personality become more assertive, but he had also grown bolder. Though he had not drunk excessively, the alcohol's influence lingered within him. Before Li Yuqi could fully comprehend the situation, he leaned down and captured her lips with his own. After an undetermined span of time, Yi Fan and Li Yuqi emerged from the restroom. The earlier distance between them completely dissolved, replaced by a newfound intimacy. I should head back now. Spotting Ma Changfeng sprawled on the sofa like a lifeless dog, Li Yuqi addressed Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded, if you wish. You may enjoy the same treatment as Lu Xiaowen. Consider it carefully and call me once you have made your decision. Of course, to attain Lu Xiaowen's privileges, you must also meet my requirements of her. If you choose not to pursue this, I shall provide you with some compensation, and we shall treat this as if nothing had transpired between us. All right, I will think it over and inform you. After their conversation, Yi Fan summoned a server to assist Ma Changfeng into a taxi before returning home with Lu Xiaowen. They did not return to the modest apartment shared by Lu Xiaowen and Song Heng, but rather to the opulent villa at Tangong. Although Lu Xiaowen was intoxicated, Yi Fan did not let her off easily. By morning, she awoke feeling sore all over. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaowen's phone had once again been inundated with messages. Though Song Heng had worked late into the night, he eventually returned home. Upon discovering Lu Xiaowen's absence, he began searching for her. At that moment, Lu Xiaowen's phone rang. It was Li Yuqi calling. Hello, Yuqi, Lu Xiaowen yawned, answering lazily. Xiaowen, Song Heng is trying to reach me. What should I say? Lu Xiaowen replied nonchalantly. Just tell him I got drunk at your place last night, and will be home shortly. All right, I will convey that to Song Heng. After their brief discussion, they hung up. Stretching lazily, Lu Xiaowen reluctantly rose from the bed. However, upon seeing the expansive and lavish bedroom, her eyes widened in astonishment. The decor was unmistakably not that of a hotel, and the logo above the headboard belonged to a world-renowned brand. Such lavishness was unheard of in hotels. Darling, are you there? Not finding Yi Fan upon waking, Lu Xiaowen called out. Receiving no response, she picked up her phone to dial him. At that moment, Yi Fan was seated in the courtyard pavilion. Noticing Lu Xiaowen's call, he answered casually. Darling, where are you? I'm outside the villa. Have you awakened? Yi Fan smiled as he spoke. Villa? Is this your home? Lu Xiaowen exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, what of it? Yi Fan chuckled. Darling, your home is extraordinarily luxurious. Oh, I remember now. When we were at the Guojin Center, you provided the delivery address, which was Tangong Villa. This must be Tangong Villa, right? Lu Xiaowen said excitedly. You are not mistaken. This is indeed Tangong Villa. Yi Fan replied with a faint smile. Ah, it truly is Tangong Villa. I have heard it is the most luxurious residence in the city. I must take a good look around. With that, Lu Xiaowen hung up and donned her sleepwear as she stepped outside. Spanning 2,000 square meters, the villa resembled a grand castle, and merely touring its expanse left Lu Xiaowen feeling fatigued. Upon exiting the villa and witnessing the vast courtyard, she was overcome with astonishment. Upon spotting Yi Fan sitting there with a smile, she rushed towards him. Darling, this villa is enormous. It resembles the estates I have seen on television. How much could it possibly cost? Yi Fan, wrapping his arms around Lu Xiaowen as she sat on his lap, replied with a smile. The market value is approximately 1 billion. 1 billion? Lu Xiaowen gasped in shock. The notion that a single villa could cost such a fortune was staggering. Even a billionaire might find it difficult to afford such a place. After all, possessing 100 billion in assets does not guarantee one could readily produce a billion in cash. News reports had shown that a company valued at 100 billion ultimately collapsed due to a mere billion-dollar cash flow issue. One could only imagine how formidable a tycoon must be to casually spend 1 billion on a luxury residence. After a period of tender moments, Lu Xiaowen finally dressed and prepared to return home. It was not out of desire to leave, but rather the incessant calls from Song Heng had become unbearable, prompting her reluctant departure. In truth, Lu Xiaowen wished to remain by Yi Fan's side. However, Yi Fan preferred the allure of a married woman, and having her constantly by his side diminished that thrill. Yi Fan realized he had developed an affinity for this dynamic. Once Lu Xiaowen had departed, Yi Fan picked up his phone to reply to Li Yuqi's message. After a night of contemplation, she could not resist the allure of Yi Fan's proposition and ultimately acquiesced to his demands. Do I also need to procure some medication for Ma Changfeng? Just like Lu Xiaowen did. Yi Fan responded via text. What do you think? On the other end, Li Yuqi, upon reading Yi Fan's message, bit her lip and resolutely replied, All right, I shall take care of it right away. After receiving a message from Li Yuqi, Yi Fan promptly received a transfer of 1 million. This sum was designated as her pocket money. Following the transaction, Yi Fan included an additional message. The sight of such a substantial transfer further solidified Li Yuqi's resolve. In her lifetime, she had never possessed such an amount in savings. Acquiring it instantaneously made it impossible for her to part ways with Yi Fan. Matters of husbandry became trivial. What mattered most was her own well-being. Without delay, Li Yuqi departed her home, making her way towards the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Meanwhile, after concluding his conversation with Li Yuqi, Yi Fan leisurely reclined in a pavilion, relishing the cool breeze. He was astounded by the monumental changes that had transpired in his life within just a few days, transformations he had never anticipated. He felt immense gratitude towards the system. Without its intervention, women like Liu Xiaowen and Li Yuqi would likely have never glanced in his direction. Initially, his pursuit of Liu Xiaowen was driven by a desire to retaliate against Song Heng. However, after becoming involved with Liu Xiaowen, he unexpectedly found himself drawn to the allure of being with a married woman. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself and pursued Li Yuqi as well. Indeed, women like Liu Xiaowen and Li Yuqi provided him with both physical and emotional fulfillment. He was determined to carry on the ambitions of Prime Minister Chao. Once he had settled Liu Xiaowen and Li Yuqi into their new circumstances, Yi Fan decided to venture out to procure some everyday necessities. Although the villa was furnished and equipped, it lacked essential household items. He needed to acquire some supplies. Otherwise, when he entertained women at the villa, they might find themselves without even basic toiletries. With no pressing matters at hand, he resolved to make a bulk purchase and ideally establish a partnership with a supermarket for regular deliveries of these essentials. With this plan in mind, Yi Fan drove away from the villa in his sports car, which he had instructed Chun Daoyuan to retrieve for him earlier that morning. As he approached the entrance of the villa community, he encountered Wu Qingya, who was finishing her workday. "Mr. Yi," she greeted respectfully upon seeing him prepare to drive out. "Manager Wu, are you off work now?" Yi Fan inquired, noting the time was already past 11. Wu Qingya was driving a Buick business vehicle, which was quite understated for someone of her stature. As the chief manager of the most luxurious estate in the city, her annual salary exceeded $1 million. And this Buick was a company vehicle, not one she had personally purchased. "Yes, Mr. Yi, I just finished my shift and am heading home. Are you going out?" she replied courteously from her vehicle. Yi Fan nodded. "Indeed, I have some time to spare and am heading out to buy some daily necessities. By the way, Manager Wu, do you know any supermarkets that offer delivery services? I would like to establish a long-term partnership for regular supplies." Upon hearing his request, Wu Qingyao promptly responded, "I do know of one, Mr. Yi. Since I have no other commitments at the moment, would you like me to accompany you?" Yi Fan considered that he was unsure which supermarket would be best, and having Wu Qingyao's company would be convenient. "Sure, as long as it's not an inconvenience for you." Wu Qingyao waved her hand dismissively. "Serving the owner is our duty. It could never be a bother." "Haha. Manager Wu, you're far too polite. It's your time off. You are under no obligation," Yi Fan joked. Wu Qingyao smiled subtly. "Even off duty, I must continue to provide service. That is our property management philosophy." Listening to her, Yi Fan realized that the property management was not as it was rumored to be, bullying owners and neglecting community issues. Wu Qingyao treated him like a valued guest, willing to assist even in her off hours. "Then please, take my car," Yi Fan offered. Wu Qingyao nodded, parked her vehicle back at the company, and then joined Yi Fan in the passenger seat. Once they left the villa area, Yi Fan asked, "Manager Wu, where are we headed?" She replied, "Let's go to City Super. They have a wide range of products, though the prices can be a bit steep." Yi Fan casually remarked, "Price is not an issue, as long as the quality is good." Wu Qingyao nodded in agreement. City Super's products are well assured in quality, and they stock brands from around the globe. Her recommendation stemmed from her awareness of Yi Fan's status. This supermarket catered specifically to the affluent, and its prices were daunting for anyone earning less than $1 million annually. She had visited a few times and could attest to the exorbitant costs. Upon arriving at City Super, located in Taiku Hui, they encountered an array of luxury vehicles. But even these paled in comparison to Yi Fan's car. Passers-by could not resist taking photos as they marveled at the rare Bugatti Chiron. "Isn't that the Bugatti Chiron? There's only one in the world. When did it make its way to China?" one car enthusiast exclaimed. "Who knows? China is full of hidden talents. Have you heard about the Australian princess with over 20 billion in her bank account? Before this incident, who would have imagined a person in their 20s could possess such wealth?" Another replied, nodding in agreement. As onlookers snapped pictures and commented on the wealth in China, Yi Fan parked his car, locked it, and walked alongside Wu Qingya towards the supermarket. He had grown accustomed to such attention. If he couldn't handle it now, he would have to reconsider driving out in the future. Chapter 26. Has anyone ever bought alcohol like this? "Mr. Yi, I suspect you'll be famous online in no time." Wu Qingya chuckled, covering her mouth as she observed the crowd's reaction. Yi Fan shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "It's nothing. Since I bought this car, I never intended to remain low-key. And even if I wanted to, I couldn't." Seeing Yi Fan's composed demeanor, Wu Qingya admired his mindset. Many people struggle to adapt to being the center of attention, but Yi Fan faced it with ease, a quality not often found in others. As they made their way, Wu Qingya detailed the amenities of City Super. Yi Fan's fortune had escalated far beyond the mere tens of millions he once possessed. His bank account now boasted over 100 billion. This influx was from the initial payments made by Huiguang Group, which required capital circulation, thus distributing the funds over multiple transactions. Every year, Huiguang Group was a major taxpayer in the city, and due to its status, the tax bureau treated it as a priority, ensuring that government contracts were often awarded to them first. Although the government has defaulted on many payments to the Brilliant Group, the company remains unscathed financially. The funds provided by the government, once the reimbursements made by the Brilliant Group are accounted for, still yield a profit. Thus, for many years, the Brilliant Group has not abandoned government projects. As long as the government does not impose losses upon them, the two parties can continue to collaborate indefinitely. Upon entering the supermarket, which caters exclusively to an affluent clientele, it was bustling with patrons. Among these guests were genuine wealthy individuals as well as bloggers capturing content to showcase the supermarket's opulence, casually purchasing items worth thousands to garner attention. The two did not linger, proceeding directly towards the residential area. However, as they passed through the wine section, Yifan paused, selecting various bottles of red wine and other products. After surveying the selection, he summoned a stock clerk and stated, "Please provide me with 1 bottle of each type of wine you have here and deliver them to Villa Number 1 at Tang Palace." The stock clerk stood there, utterly astonished by Yifan's request. Even Wu Qingya, beside him, was taken aback. 1 bottle of each? It was well known that the wines at City Super are anything but affordable. Each bottle could range from several thousand to tens of thousands, with top-tier selections costing upwards of several hundred thousand. 1 bottle of Romanicani alone priced at 388,000. To request one of every wine in the supermarket would undoubtedly amount to several million. Yifan, puzzled, inquired, "Is it that your supermarket does not sell wine in this manner?" The stock clerk, regaining his composure, hurriedly replied, "I apologize, sir. It's not that we don't sell wine this way, but rather that no one has ever made such a request before. I will need to consult with the manager regarding your situation." Yifan nodded. "Please speak with your manager. I will browse around a bit more. You can have your manager arrange for these wines to be packed, and I will settle the bill when I leave." After exchanging these words, Yifan and Wu Qingya ventured into other sections of the store. "Mr. Yi, is this how you typically shop?" Wu Qingya asked, astonished by the casualness with which he spent millions. It was likely her first encounter with someone as affluent as Yifan. "Well, I don't often shop at supermarkets." Yifan replied, "This is my first visit to this one. My home wine cellar is rather bare, so I thought I would stock up while I'm here to avoid future trips." Hearing Yifan speak so nonchalantly about spending millions as if it were a mere couple of thousand, Wu Qingya began to grasp what true wealth entailed. Although her annual salary was substantial, placing her among the upper echelons, in comparison to Yifan, she felt akin to a beggar. It would take her a decade of earnings to equal the cost of the wines he was purchasing on a whim. It was said that residents of Villa No. 1 at Tang Palace were exceptionally affluent, and today she bore witness to that reality. The two continued to the living area, where Yifan selected various items such as pajamas, slippers, and home essentials, purchasing whatever caught his eye. He even bought luxurious pajamas worth tens of thousands in bulk. As he put it, when guests come over, pajamas and slippers are essentially single-use items. The concept of spending thousands on disposable items was beyond her comprehension. The lavish lifestyle was something she could hardly fathom. By the time they finished their shopping, Yifan's expenditures had reached over 38 million, a sum that could purchase a luxurious flat in the Magic City. The amount of money that would take an ordinary person several lifetimes to accumulate was merely a drop in the bucket for Yifan. The avaricious capitalists are maddeningly envious, Wu Qingya thought to herself. As they approached the checkout area, they noticed the stock clerk from the wine section conversing with a middle-aged man in a suit. Upon Yifan and Wu Qingya's arrival, the stock clerk quickly whispered something to the man, who wore a name tag that read manager. "Good day, sir. I was informed by my staff that you wish to purchase all the wines. Is that correct?" Yifan affirmed, "Indeed. I didn't scrutinize the wines closely, but I assume there aren't many top-tier options. If you can procure some premium selections, I am willing to offer a generous commission." He added, "I will leave my contact information for you to reach out whenever you have good wines available. Just quote me the market price plus your commission." The manager's eyes sparkled at Yifan's words. This was a foolproof business opportunity. They could bypass the supermarket's usual channels and establish a direct line of communication with Yifan. However, acquiring top-tier wines was no simple task, as many wealthy individuals would snatch them up the moment they became available. Buying from those collectors was nearly impossible, as they were not financially constrained. They merely sought to indulge in their passion or for other purposes. The manager nodded eagerly. "Of course, sir. I will inform you immediately should any premium wines become available. However, our finest Romanée-Conti is currently out of stock and may need to be sourced from elsewhere, which could delay delivery." Yifan replied, "I am in no rush. As long as the items are delivered, that will suffice. Please calculate the total, and I will transfer the funds now." At checkout, his total came to 38,900,000. Due to the substantial amount spent, Yifan was granted the status of a Supreme member, entitling him to a 20% discount on all future purchases at the supermarket. This discount was no trivial matter for someone like Yifan. It would save a significant sum over time. As they exited the supermarket, Yi Fan and Wu Qingya left empty-handed, as all their purchases were to be delivered. Manager Wu, I assume you haven't had a meal since you've been busy with me all afternoon? Allow me to treat you to a meal as a token of my appreciation. Wu Qingya quickly waved her hands. Mr. Yi, you are too kind. Serving our clients is our duty. Yi Fan shook his head with a smile. It's not about duty. I genuinely appreciate your assistance. Let us consider it a meal among friends. Seeing Yi Fan's sincerity, Wu Qingya ceased to decline. Dining with someone of Yi Fan's stature was indeed a privilege. After all, individuals of his wealth and influence were not easily encountered. Establishing a good rapport could prove beneficial in the future. One should not underestimate the residents of Villa No. 1 at Tang Palace. They not only possessed wealth, but also wielded considerable power. Although Wu Qingya was still unaware of Yi Fan's true background, his extravagant spending in the supermarket indicated that he was no ordinary affluent individual. They opted for a nearby Sichuan restaurant rather than a lavish feast. The essence of Sichuan cuisine lies in its spiciness. If one can withstand the heat, they are bound to enjoy the dishes. Their meal was delightful, and throughout, Yi Fan learned more about Wu Qingya. Wu Qingya, at the age of 27, can be considered a young matron. Having been married for nearly a decade, her child is already in the first grade of elementary school. Wu Qingya's husband is not a man of great capabilities. He is merely an ordinary maintenance worker. When they first wed, Wu Qingya was not the esteemed property manager of Tangong. She was just a typical property manager. It was only after she became acquainted with the owner of Tangong that she gradually ascended to her current position. Wu Qingya takes charge of external affairs while her husband manages domestic responsibilities. In the past, her husband would also earn a living outside. But since Wu Qingya secured an annual salary of $1 million, he has embraced the role of a full-time homemaker, diligently attending to household chores, taking their child to and from school, and preparing meals for Wu Qingya. Whenever she returns home, her husband has the dinner ready, awaiting her arrival. During a meal with Yi Fan, Wu Qingya's husband called once. Upon learning that Wu Qingya would be unable to return due to unforeseen circumstances, he did not inquire further. Observing this scene, Yi Fan could not suppress his curiosity and asked, Manager Wu, what do you usually do outside that your husband doesn't inquire about? Wu Qingya nodded, replying, My husband is quite honest and respects me greatly. He is supportive of my work. Aside from family matters, he rarely questions my professional life. If it weren't for his dedication to managing our household, allowing me to focus on my career, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. I am genuinely grateful to him. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded in agreement. I truly envy the bond you both share. He continued, Let us conclude our meal here. And I sincerely appreciate your assistance today. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I will certainly not decline if I can be of help. As they exchanged contact information and added each other as WeChat friends, Yi Fan drove Wu Qingya back to the property company before returning home. Upon arriving home, he received a call from his parents. It was his mother on the line. Hello, Xiao Fan, what are you up to? Mom, I'm just here, what's the matter? Yi Fan replied. His mother continued. Xiao Fan, I need to tell you something. Remember I mentioned that some people came looking for your father regarding a matter of ancestral recognition? Well, it has all become clear now. It turns out your father is a child of the Yi family from the capital, lost to the outside world. When your great-grandfather moved north with the army, he had a fateful encounter with your great-grandmother, resulting in the birth of your grandfather. However, due to the chaos of war, they entrusted your grandfather to a common family for fostering. After the establishment of the nation, the tumultuous times caused that family to lose contact after several attempts to escape hardships. Your great-grandfather searched for many years, but ultimately passed away in despair. And your great-grandmother followed him soon after. Nevertheless, your grandfather's siblings did not cease their search. Recently, they finally located our family and conducted a paternity test, confirming our blood relation, and they wished to bring us to the capital to live. The Yi family in the capital? At this moment, Yi Fan understood that this Yi family was undoubtedly the prestigious clan he had boasted about, arranged by the system. The rewards bestowed by the system were all rooted in reality. For instance, the Huiwang Group truly exists. The system merely transferred ownership to him. Similarly, the rewards of properties such as Huizhong Haijing, Tangshan Yipin, Tangong No. 1 Villa, and Gubei No. 1 are all real. Since this Yi family from the capital is presented as a top-tier family by the system, it must also exist in reality and is likely a family founded by a renowned general during the anti-Japanese war. With this thought in mind, Yi Fan opened his phone to search for information on founding figures with the surname Yi. While there are many generals with that surname, one stands out as the most fitting, as only that individual could be considered a top family in the present day. Upon discovering this, Yi Fan could not help but gasp in astonishment. He never anticipated that the system would arrange such a Yi family for him. This was exhilarating, as the Yi family's influence is among the foremost in all of Huaxia. The current descendants of the Yi family hold esteemed positions, with the older generation being the last remaining founding figures, the middle generation poised to enter the centers of power, and the younger generation occupying significant roles in important departments. Even more daunting is the Yi family's substantial influence not only in politics but also in the military, with the eldest son of the middle generation serving as the deputy commander of the Central Theater Command, likely on the verge of promotion to commander. This is quite terrifying. Although he holds a deputy position, the actual authority may not necessarily supersede that of a deputy, as some deputies could be merely ceremonial and soon ascend to principal roles. The system's allocation of such a formidable family to him is indeed remarkable. Hello, Xiaofan, are you listening? On the other end of the line, Yifan's mother, noticing his prolonged silence, inquired. Regaining his composure, Yifan quickly responded, Yes, Mom, I'm listening. If they wish to take you and Dad to live in the capital, then you should go. Once I have matters settled here, I will visit you in the capital. You agree for us to move to the capital? His mother asked. Yifan nodded. Yes, Mom, since they have searched for so long without giving up, they must place great importance on family ties. You will certainly be treated well in the capital. There's no need to worry about adapting. All right, Xiaofan, you make a valid point. Your father and I will go to the capital to take a look, and if it doesn't work out, we can always return. We'll leave the old house for now. His mother replied. Yifan affirmed. Okay, Mom, you and Dad go ahead, and I will come find you later. Chapter 28. Why do you even bother with such a person? After discussing the important matter with his mother and persuading her to agree to the Yi family's request to relocate to the capital, Yifan sensed she had something more to say. Mom, is there something else you wish to discuss? Feel free to speak. You are my mother, and there should be nothing you can't share with me. Understanding mothers know their sons well, even over the phone, Yifan could tell his mother had something on her mind but felt hesitant to express it. His mother, feeling somewhat awkward, finally spoke. Xiaofan, the reason I called today is not only about the Yi family, but also another matter. Go ahead, Mom. I'm listening, Yifan said with a smile. It's about your cousin from your maternal uncle's side. He just got married and wants to travel to Modu for their honeymoon, since his family doesn't know anyone in Modu. They heard you are there and thought to reach out to you for assistance. This request had come from her brother the previous night. I know you and your uncle's family have had your differences, but no matter how you feel about them, they are still relatives. Your uncle has come to us for help, so we should lend a hand. Upon hearing his mother's words, Yifan's smile vanished, replaced by a cold expression. Mom, do you not remember how your uncle treated our family in the past? They have occupied our share of land for so many years without giving us a single cent. And they even took the crops from our land every year. Do you know how many arguments Dad had with them over this? That Yang Feng even tried to hit Dad with a chair. Why would you still want to engage with such people? Xiaofan, Mother understands that you are feeling upset. But he is my only brother, and blood ties are unbreakable. Even if they have behaved poorly, we cannot deny our kinship. I assure you, once this matter is resolved, I will no longer engage with them. Upon hearing his mother's words on the phone, Yifan recognized that his mother was soft-hearted. Despite the past transgressions of his uncle's family, she could not sever the bonds of family. Thus, he refrained from further protest and said, All right, Mom. Since you feel that way, it would be unreasonable for me not to lend a hand. Please inform them of their arrival time in the Magic City and the purpose of their visit, so I can be there to receive them. Hearing Yifan's agreement, his mother's expression brightened. What a good son you are. When you return, I will prepare your favorite dishes, guobao ro and yuxiang ro si. The thought of his mother's delectable cooking made Yifan's mouth water. All right, Mom, I will definitely savor your culinary skills upon my return. After exchanging some mundane pleasantries, the conversation shifted to the topic of dating, prompting Yifan to hastily find an excuse to end the call. Not long after hanging up with his mother, Yifan received a call from an unfamiliar number. Recognizing the area code from his hometown, he deduced it was from his uncle's family. After their falling out, Yifan had not saved any of their contact information, so he had no details on his phone. He answered the call casually. Hello, who is this? A young man's voice came through, noticeably rude and somewhat overbearing. At that moment, Yifan realized it was his cousin, Yang Feng, from his uncle's family. Although they were not of commendable character, fond of petty gains and narrow-minded, one had to admire their meticulousness and cunning. His uncle's family had amassed considerable wealth in the 1990s through such means, and with the relaxed policies of the early 2000s, Yang Feng had been placed within the bureaucratic system. After years of navigating the intricacies of this world, coupled with some minor gifts, Yang Feng had risen quite well, now serving as the village secretary at the age of 32. When he returned to the county, he would likely ascend to a position of authority. Yang Feng began his career as a driver for a superior, then as a secretary, and eventually was appointed as the village secretary after his superior's departure. If he performed well, this position could serve as a gilded opportunity, paving the way for his eventual return to the county as a leader. His uncle, Yang Feng's father, was equally shrewd, having built a substantial fortune through business ventures in the county, amassing several million in assets. Consequently, with newfound wealth, his uncle's family looked down upon their poorer relatives, including his own mother, showing little warmth even during holidays when she visited. Over time, the two families had drifted apart, having not seen each other for over 5 years. Surprisingly, despite their wealth, his uncle's family had not outgrown their propensity for petty gains. They claimed they lacked acquaintances in the Magic City and sought someone to act as a guide, but in reality, they intended to exploit him, likely expecting him to cover significant expenses during their visit. If they had approached him directly, he would have ignored them, but with his mother acting as an intermediary, he felt compelled to acquiesce for her sake. "Hello, Yi Fan, this is your cousin Yang Feng, my wife, your uncle, and I will be arriving tomorrow afternoon on a 2 o'clock flight. Please make sure to be there early to pick us up, so we don't end up wandering around the airport." Yi Fan felt discomfort upon hearing Yang Feng's words and replied curtly, "Cousin, if all goes well, I should be able to pick you up on time. If anything comes up, you may have to wait." Yi Fan you. Before Yang Feng could finish, Yi Fan abruptly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy signal on the other end, Yang Feng's face turned a shade of deep disappointment. His father, Yang Ziyuan, noticed his son's discontent and frowned. "Xiao Feng, what's the matter?" Yang Feng hesitated to confess that he had been hung up on, as that would be rather embarrassing. He had always harbored resentment towards this cousin from his aunt's family, and now, having been cut off, he feared being ridiculed. He quickly fabricated an excuse to deflect. "It's nothing, Dad. My cousin has agreed to pick us up. When we arrive, we can just find him at the exit." Yang Ziyuan nodded. "All right. We will try to save where we can during this trip to the Magic City. We'll let Yi Fan cover our expenses for food and accommodation." He had communicated clearly with Xiaolan, referring to Yi Fan's mother, Yang Ruolin. Although Yang Ziyuan's family was not short on money, he adhered to a principle of frugality. Even with a modest budget, their trip would still cost around 20,000 yuan. If someone else could bear these costs, they would gladly accept. Moreover, with the expenses incurred during Yang Feng's wedding, they had already suffered a financial strain. The house, car, and dowry had cost nearly 2 million. While the house and car were tangible assets, the 88,000 yuan dowry was particularly painful for them. The substantial dowry was due to Yang Feng's wife hailing from an influential family, her father being the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, with prospects of becoming a deputy mayor. Marrying into such a family was a considerable achievement for the Yang family, and they would not dare to quibble over the dowry. They would have paid even 888,000 yuan if necessary. Despite the financial burden, Yang Ziyuan was exceedingly pleased with his daughter-in-law. If they could cultivate a good relationship with her family, the dowry would soon seem negligible. She was not only from a well-off family, but also exceptionally beautiful. Being 6 years younger than Yang Feng, who was 32, it was a mystery how his son had won her over, given that in terms of family background, they could hardly compete, and in terms of rank, his son had yet to achieve even a deputy position, while his daughter-in-law was already a deputy-level civil servant. At 26, she had the potential to rise to even higher ranks, and if successful, could become a member of the county's leadership. Yang Ziyuan was thoroughly satisfied upon learning about his daughter-in-law's background. What he did not know was that Yang Feng had his own struggles. Their marriage was based on a mutual agreement that allowed them to maintain separate lives while appearing united. Certainly, it was not merely the two individuals seeking companionship elsewhere, but rather they occupied separate quarters. In truth, Yang Feng served as a mere decoy. The very reason for this charade lay in Lu Yanran's father's insistence on arranging a marriage for her. In response, Lu Yanran devised a cunning plan to take the initiative and marry off herself, thereby silencing her father's attempts at orchestrating an arranged union. As for her father's acquiescence, that was a testament to Lu Yanran's ingenuity. By feigning a marital relationship with Yang Feng, she ensured that the proverbial rice was already cooked, leaving her father with no choice but to concede, even if it meant spending a significant sum on a daughter-in-law who could be admired but not touched. Yang Feng felt a twinge of injustice, yet Lu Yanran offered him a promise. If he could play his part convincingly, she would assist him in climbing the ladder of success. Tempted by such prospects, Yang Feng found a modicum of comfort in the arrangement. However, this was merely a private accord between them. To outsiders, they presented themselves as a loving couple. "All right, dear father, I shall return to share this delightful news with Yanran. Then we can gather our belongings and head to the airport together," Yang Feng announced. He drove a Volkswagen Magotan, opting for a more understated vehicle despite his family's ability to afford something fancier, as he worked within a bureaucratic system that called for discretion. Upon arriving home, Yang Feng discovered Lu Yanran seated quietly, engrossed in a book. "Wife, I'm back," he exclaimed as he entered. Lu Yanran was truly stunning. Her demeanor reminiscent of an ethereal orchid, serene and graceful, embodying the very essence of a character from a novel. Yet, her temperament was somewhat aloof, verging on haughty. Lu Yanran possessed every right to such pride. Her beauty was undeniable, outshining many renowned actresses, and her talents were equally exceptional. Her achievements were not solely attributable to her family. Her father was merely a local bureaucrat in a small county, insufficient to account for her ascension to a deputy-level position at the tender age of 26. While her father's influence played a role, the lion's share of credit belonged to Lu Yanran's remarkable abilities. Currently, she oversaw the Civil Affairs Department, having begun her career in rural areas, where her efforts invigorated the local economy. In just 3 years, she transformed her township into a model of prosperity, with every household boasting savings exceeding 100,000 yuan. Some diligent individuals even amassed savings in the millions. This accomplishment led to her promotion to a deputy-level position this year. If Lu Yanran continued on her current trajectory, her future success could eclipse her father's, potentially leading her to provincial office. However, those who held high hopes for her acknowledged that ascending to the central government was an unattainable dream, given her family's modest background. Despite her father's bureaucratic rank, it was not sufficient to grant her access to the halls of power, as lacking a prestigious family lineage. No amount of hard work or talent could secure her a position in such elite circles. Upon hearing Yang Feng's address, Lu Yanran furrowed her brow and cast him a fleeting glance. Yang Feng promptly swallowed the words he intended to continue with. Did I not tell you that such terms of endearment are forbidden? When in public, you may refer to me by my title. At home, you may simply call me by my name or Yanran. Only in front of your parents is it permissible to use that term. Do you not comprehend simple human language? Lu Yanran reprimanded him. Yang Feng offered an awkward smile. Apologies, Yanran. I erred. Lu Yanran nodded slightly. Let this be the last time. Now, what is it you wish to discuss? Yang Feng hastily replied. I have spoken to my father regarding our trip to the metropolis. We can pack our things and pick up my parents to head to the airport. Our flight is in the morning, arriving in the afternoon. Lu Yanran nodded. Go and prepare. Once you are ready, call for me. I shall continue my reading. Understood, Yanran. Half an hour later, Yang Feng had packed their luggage and called for Lu Yanran, who then drove them to his parents' home. In the presence of Yang Feng's parents, Lu Yanran granted him some respect, allowing him to refer to her as wife a couple of times. The four of them then set off for Harbin Airport. During the journey, Yang Feng's parents engaged Lu Yanran in small talk, inquiring about her well-being. Lu Yanran, finding the conversation tedious, closed her eyes feigning rest, prompting Yang Feng's parents to finally cease their inquiries. The next morning, Yang Feng's family boarded the plane. Prior to takeoff, Yang Feng attempted to reach Yi Fan once more. However, upon seeing Yang Feng's name on the caller ID, Yi Fan disregarded the call entirely. He had already stretched his courtesy to accommodate Yang Feng's family, and the notion of being treated like a lackey was out of the question. Yang Feng, witnessing Yi Fan's refusal to answer, felt a surge of anger. Though Yi Fan's silence was not inherently significant, there could be myriad reasons for his unavailability. Yang Feng felt humiliated in front of Lu Yanran, which fueled his ire. He silently vowed to exact revenge when the opportunity arose, convinced that Yi Fan would eventually return home, and when he did, Yang Feng would ensure he faced humiliation on his own turf. What troubles you? Did the call not go through? Yang Ziyuan inquired, puzzled. Yang Feng nodded. He is likely requesting leave from his superiors. As you know, Yi Fan's situation is unlike ours. Working externally is challenging, and requesting time off is no trivial matter. For someone like me in the system, even a marriage leave is a matter of months. For an ordinary employee like him, securing a day off is fraught with difficulty. Whether he can even obtain it is uncertain. Lu Yanran, overhearing Yang Feng's remarks, raised an eyebrow. Your cousin is merely a laborer in the metropolis? Upon hearing Lu Yanran's inquiry, Yang Feng nodded. Wife, you may not be aware, but my cousin from my aunt's side, while a graduate of a 211 university and possessing a decent degree, lacks the requisite skills for advancement. The prospects of securing a civil service position are daunting, forcing him to remain in the workforce. At present, he is likely serving as a junior employee somewhere, having graduated only a year ago. And upon learning of our trip to the metropolis, he probably needs to request leave from his supervisor, though whether he can manage that remains to be seen. Lu Yanran frowned. If you are all aware of the challenges your cousin faces in requesting leave, why burden him further? We can travel on our own. With a little planning, tourism is quite manageable. Besides, I would hate for him to jeopardize his job on our account. Finding a good position is challenging enough as it is. Please make another call and inform him not to worry about us, and to focus on his work. Yang Feng's expression shifted at Lu Yanran's words. The opportunity to save both time and money was too valuable to pass up. Yet, he dared not defy Lu Yanran's command. He promptly took his phone and distanced himself to place a call to Yi Fan once more. While making a phone call, Yang Feng fervently hoped that Yi Fan would promptly answer. As long as Yi Fan picked up the call, he would possess countless excuses to persuade Yi Fan to come and meet them. At that point, he could also use Yi Fan's initiative as a pretext to reject Lu Yinran's orders. Anticipating this, Yang Feng was elated when Yi Fan finally answered the phone. At that moment, Yi Fan was luxuriating in slumber on his opulent bed worth several million. Ever since achieving financial independence, he had begun to indulge in the luxury of waking naturally. Typically, he would rise only around noon, but today he was roused by the incessant ringing of Yang Feng's calls. Upon noticing that it was Yang Feng calling, Yi Fan erupted in anger. After their phone conversation the previous day, Yi Fan had saved Yang Feng's number. Thus, when Yang Feng called today, it displayed a remark. As soon as the call connected, Yi Fan's furious voice echoed through. Damn it, Yang Feng. Are you ever going to stop? Do you even know what time it is? I'm not even awake yet. And you keep pestering me like this. Do you want me to block you? Before Yang Feng could utter a word, he was met with a barrage of curses from Yi Fan, leaving him momentarily stunned. After several seconds, Yang Feng finally regained his composure, trembling with rage. Ever since entering the bureaucratic system, no one had dared to insult him so brazenly. He never expected Yi Fan to audaciously reprimand him today. Damn it, Yi Fan. Are you courting death? You dare to insult me? Do you wish to be ostracized from Haiqing? What do I care? Who do you think you are? Yang Feng. Let me tell you, if you disturb my sleep again, I will break your legs. After delivering his retort, Yi Fan hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the line, Yang Feng was utterly infuriated, devoid of any semblance of temper. When he attempted to call again, he realized that Yi Fan had already blocked him. In a state of desperation, Yang Feng called upon his father, Yang Ziyuan. Dad, please call Yang Rulin again. This brat Yi Fan is impossible to communicate with. Have Yang Rulin have a good talk with him. I'm determined to make him understand the consequences of offending me when we go to Modu. Upon hearing Yang Feng's words, Yang Ziyuan felt a tinge of frustration. It was already a privilege that Yang Rulin's family didn't seek to curry favor with theirs, yet they dared to offend them so brazenly. It was time to teach them a lesson. Fine, I'll call right now. Yang Ziyuan swiftly dialed Yang Rulin's number. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's home was bustling with activity. The cement road in front of the old house was lined with luxury cars. Rolls-Royces, Benzes, and Bentleys were abundant, numbering at least 20 or 30, almost akin to a car exhibition. The reason for such an influx of vehicles was that all the visitors were members of the Yi family from the capital. Today marked the day when Yi Fan's parents were brought to the capital, hence the grand assembly. The license plates of those luxury vehicles all bore the distinguished Jing A, with numbers that were more dazzling than the last. Even the 5 same-digit leopard numbers were merely the most ordinary. Among them were vehicles displaying passes from the capital's official residences, which were even more imposing than the leopard numbers. In the rural outskirts of a small county, such a grand spectacle was unheard of. Many young villagers took out their phones to record this splendid life on Douyin. As soon as these videos hit Douyin, they quickly soared to trending status, amassing over 1 million likes in no time. However, these videos did not last long. They were swiftly taken down or even banned. Even the videos stored in the young villagers' phone galleries lost their connections. The owners of these vehicles had immense backgrounds, and even a media platform as significant as Douyin was wary. If they caused any trouble for these individuals through their platform, Douyin would face a sweeping purge. The owners of these license plates included both serving dignitaries and top-tier heirs. A misstep could lead to a significant financial upheaval, as no enterprise in Huaxia could withstand a 1 yuan purchase from these privileged youths. For others, a 1 yuan purchase might be a joking phrase, but for these science, it was a genuine notion of buying whatever they desired for a mere 1 yuan. Chapter 31. The extravagance of elite aristocratic families. Yi Fan's old house, while not small, featuring 3 spacious tiled rooms, could comfortably accommodate 20 to 30 guests without issue. Yet today, it felt somewhat cramped. Inside, a throng of individuals was either seated or standing, while others waited in the courtyard for their turn to enter. All the attendees were direct relatives of the Yi family. The Yi family is a large clan. Aside from the one child his grandfather had left outside, there were over a dozen offspring surrounding the venerable Yi Laodai. Each of these offspring had multiple children, ranging from a few to over a dozen. Although Yi Fan's generation adhered to the family planning policy, resulting in fewer offspring, each family still had 2 or 3 or even 3 to 5 children. Yi Fan's father, however, had only one son. While his siblings responded to the call for family planning, they still bore numerous children. For a family of the Yi family's stature, family planning was merely a guideline meant for ordinary citizens. They, as established figures, were not bound by such regulations. In this world, there exist 3 types of individuals: those who abide by the rules, those who utilize the rules, and those who embody the rules. The Yi family is precisely the latter. They are the very essence of the rules. Inside the main hall of the old house, Several younger members of the Yi family approached Yi Fan's parents to pay their respects. "Hello, uncle. I am Yi Yun." A handsome young man with striking features greeted Yi Fan's parents. Yi Fan's parents, feeling somewhat apprehensive, sat there unsure of how to respond upon encountering the charming Yi Chun. Both were ordinary individuals and had never witnessed such grandeur, and although they understood that younger generations should offer gifts of respect to their elders, they simply lacked the means to do so. Their savings amounted to merely tens of thousands, all tied up in fixed deposits. And they had only a few hundred yuan in their pockets, far from sufficient to gift each person 100 yuan. The Yi family had anticipated all of this and had prepared well in advance for Yi Fan's parents. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses who had been standing beside Yi Fan's parents respectfully leaned in and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Xiaoping, the legal advisor and your assistant at Yi Group. Before coming, the Yi Group prepared a gift for you. This is 10% of Yi Group S shares. All the paperwork has been completed. You simply need to sign here." Shares of Yi Group? Upon hearing Xiaoping's words, Yi Changhe was perplexed. How could this be a recognition ceremony that also entailed distributing shares? Noticing Yi Changhe's confusion, Xiaoping explained. The Yi Group is inherently the property of the Yi family. Every direct descendant of the Yi family is entitled to inherit shares. As you are a legitimate member of the Yi family, you naturally qualify for distribution. After speaking, Xiaoping presented a contract to Yi Changhe. "Mr. Yi, you can sign here." Yi Changhe took the contract without examining it closely and simply signed his name. At that moment, he felt a bit bewildered. Had it been in the past, he might have been cautious enough to scrutinize the contract, wary of potential scams. The scene today was truly overwhelming, leaving him somewhat at a loss, even lowering his guard. After signing the documents, Xiaoping continued, "Director Yi, your 10% share in the Yi Group is valued at approximately 200 billion. Based on this year's dividend distribution, you will receive 100 billion. How much? 100 billion? Upon hearing this figure, Yi Fan's parents could scarcely remain composed. Having lived their entire lives, they had never encountered such an astronomical sum. A yearly dividend of 100 billion? Surely, they were not being jested with. If 10% of the shares yields 100 billion, how much must the Yi Group earn in total? It must be 1,000 billion, and that is pure profit. The gross profit must exceed several thousand billion. Such wealth was something they had never dared to dream of. Subsequently, Xiao Yun presented a stack of red envelopes. "Director Yi, this is a token of appreciation for you to distribute among the younger generation." Yi Changhe, somewhat dazed, accepted the stack of envelopes from Xiaoping and began to distribute them one by one to the younger members of the Yi family. During this process, Yimu discreetly glanced at the contents of the envelopes. To her astonishment, they were not filled with cash, but rather checks, each amounting to 1 million. Upon witnessing this, Yimu felt her throat constrict. A quick mental calculation revealed that if every envelope contained 1 million, the total value of the distributed envelopes would amount to several tens of millions. When had they ever been so extravagant? In previous years, the red envelopes given to the younger generation during the new year had only contained 300 to 500 yuan each. Now, the Yi family was giving out envelopes starting at 1 million. What kind of family was the Yi family, treating money with such nonchalance? The younger generation, receiving the envelopes, displayed expressions of delight. Although they were not lacking in financial resources, their expenses were substantial. 1 million, while not an exorbitant amount, would sustain them for a considerable time. There were reasons the Yi family had risen to the pinnacle of society in Huaxia. The familial atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious, with siblings interacting amicably. The younger generation gathered to share casual conversations and amusing anecdotes, devoid of any contempt or rivalry, fostering a remarkably congenial environment. Just as Yi Fan's parents were becoming more familiar with the Yi family, Yi Mu's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression shifted. She stood up and informed Yi Changhe, "I need to take a phone call." After bidding farewell to the family, she stepped outside into the courtyard to answer the call. In the corner, Yi Mu connected the call. The moment she did, Yang Ziyuan's reprimanding tone resonated from the other end. "Yang Rulan, what is the meaning of this? We are siblings, yet this is the first time in years I have asked you for assistance. If you are unwilling to help, then so be it. But why must you toy with us?" Yang Rulan furrowed her brow at his words. "Brother, what are you implying? When have I ever toyed with you? What has prompted this accusation?" Yang Ziyuan scoffed. "What is going on is that you should inquire with your precious son. Just yesterday, he assured me he would assist. But today he has reneged. My son called him to remind him about picking us up, and he had the audacity to berate my son. If your son does not wish to help, he could simply refuse instead of making promises and then backing out. Is that not rather disgraceful?" Hearing his words, Yang Rulan replied coldly, "Brother, I know my son well. He would not insult Xiaofeng without cause. There must be something that upset him. Out of respect for our sibling bond, I will ensure this does not reflect poorly on you, but I must insist this is a one-time occurrence. Do not seek my assistance in the future, and likewise, I will not reach out to you. After all these years, we both know how I have treated your family. I have not wronged you in any way. You continue to cultivate the land my parents left behind, earning hundreds of thousands each year from the sale. You have also consistently received the land subsidies without us ever requesting a penny. We no longer wish to claim that land, but please do not trouble us any further. Chapter 32. Mother finally sees the light. Yang Rulin was acutely aware of her brother's family's character. If it were merely her own land, it would not hold such value. However, the land belonged not only to her, but also to her husband and son, as well as her deceased parents. When her parents passed, her family managed all their affairs. Before their passing, her parents had established a rule that whoever took care of their afterlife matters would inherit the land, and the family savings would be divided accordingly. While her brother had agreed in words, he had subsequently usurped the land, and the 20,000 yuan left in the savings account had been entirely withdrawn, leaving only a few coins behind. This situation had led to numerous arguments between Yi Changhe and herself. It was not about the material possessions left by their parents, but rather the loss of the money they had spent without recompense. When Yi Changhe sought an explanation from Yang Ziyuan's family, he was nearly assaulted. Were it not for the bond of kinship, Yang Rulin would have severed all ties with them long ago. Given your family's circumstances, it seems as though anyone would be reluctant to associate with you. And you needn't worry about us. I fear we might be the ones inconvenienced. Regardless, she insisted, you must handle this matter with utmost care. Should our family lose face before my daughter-in-law, I will not hesitate to act. You ought to know that dealing with your family is as easy as child's play for us. After concluding the conversation, Yang Ziyuan abruptly ended the call. At Harbin Airport, Yang Feng observed his father hanging up the phone and asked, Dad, what happened? Yang Ziyuan smirked derisively. Dealing with them is child's play. Just wait. Soon Yi Fan will call you to apologize. Way to go, Dad. That's how to handle them. How dare Yi Fan insult me? Watch how I humiliate him. Meanwhile, after Yi Mu hung up with Yang Ziyuan, she called Yi Fan. Awakening from his slumber, Yi Fan groggily opened his eyes upon hearing the phone ring. However, his irritation dissipated upon seeing the caller ID. Mom, what's wrong? He inquired as the call connected. Xiao Fan, I need to tell you something. Your uncle just called me and mentioned that you scolded Yang Feng. I know you wouldn't have done so without a reason, and I want to pry into the details. Your uncle mentioned you no longer want to pick them up? If you choose not to, that is perfectly fine. I don't want you to feel burdened. Your uncle's family has been rather excessive. You and your father have often remarked that I am too sentimental and too lenient with them. This time, I will not interfere. Do as you see fit. Initially, Yimu had intended to help Yang Ziyuan save face in front of his daughter-in-law. Yet upon reflection, she realized that compromising her family's dignity for the sake of her shameless elder brother was utterly foolish. After hanging up the phone, she decided to let Yi Fan handle things on his own. She would not allow her son to feel distressed. Upon hearing his mother's words, Yi Fan was taken aback, realizing that his mother had finally come to her senses and resolved to sever ties with his uncle's family. All right, Mom, I understand what I need to do. Following their discussion about Yang Ziyuan, Yi Fan's mother recounted the family's current situation. Son, I now suspect that all of this is merely a dream. How could such tremendous fortune have fallen upon our family? You see, the Yi Group holds only a 10% stake. Yet the annual dividends amount to a staggering 10 billion. The customary gift for younger generations is $1 million per person. It all seems too fantastical. I can't shake the feeling that it isn't quite real. Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle, imagining his mother's expression. Had he not been well-versed in online novels and adept at accepting the concept of systems, he too would have been utterly astonished like his mother. However, he would never disclose the existence of the system, not even to his parents. It was a secret that must remain solely with him. The system was simply too extraordinary. And if word got out, even with the system at his disposal, he would likely be captured for experimentation. It was best to keep the matter buried deep within. After soothing his mother for a while and seeing her begin to accept the situation, they concluded the call. Once the call ended, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile at the thought of his uncle's family coming over. It was time to collect some interest from them. Over the years, this family had taken advantage of them, and it was only fair that they faced some repercussions, while he had no intentions of causing them serious harm. As the animosity between them had not yet escalated to life and death stakes, he certainly wanted to ensure they felt some discomfort. Although his uncle's family could be quite miserly, they had not truly harmed his own family. The most unsettling incident had been when Yang Ziyuan and his son had nearly assaulted his father, which left him quite displeased, and he resolved to seek retribution at the right moment. Yi Fan then called Yang Feng. As soon as the call connected, Yang Feng's smug voice rang out. Yi Fan, what's up? Realizing your mistake now, huh? I told you, you can't compete with me. You better arrange things for our family from now on. If you need anything in the county, just ask me, and I'll see to it. Hearing Yang Feng's self-satisfied tone, Yi Fan couldn't help but find it amusing. Enough of the act, young Feng. Do you really think you can impress me? Back when you tried to steal my pocket money, you brought in some thugs to intimidate me, but I scared you so badly with a brick that you nearly wet your pants. What do you have to show off about now? Mentioning that incident made Yang Feng's face flush with embarrassment. It was indeed a humiliating moment for him. He had aimed to extort some pocket money from Yi Fan for a trip to the internet cafe, but to his surprise, Yi Fan had not been intimidated. When he sought revenge by involving thugs, the brick in Yi Fan's backpack had nearly caused serious injury to him and his companions. Ever since that incident, Yi Fan had left a lasting psychological scar on Yang Feng. Each time they met, Yang Feng felt an inexplicable fear, causing his confidence to falter. After nearly coming to blows with Yi Changhe, he had heard that Yi Fan was returning from vacation, and for 3 days, he had been too frightened to go to work, fearing that Yi Fan would seek vengeance. In reality, Yi Fan had intended to confront Yang Ziyuan and his son, but his parents, worried he might act impulsively and create trouble, had intervened. Upon reflection, Yi Fan realized he needed to temper his actions. If he were to seriously harm Yang Ziyuan and his son, it would jeopardize not only his studies, but potentially lead to legal troubles. The Yangs held considerable influence in the county. With a few connections, even a minor incident could escalate into something major. It was simply not worth sacrificing his future for the sake of their family. Chapter 33. Finally, Yang Feng was brought to heel. Meanwhile, after Yi Fan's mother hung up the phone, a gentle voice called out behind her. "Aunt, is something wrong? You seem a bit unwell." Turning around, Yi Mu saw a tall, handsome young man smiling at her. This was none other than Yi Yun, the first to pay his respects to her and Yi Changhe. Yi Yun was the son of Yi Changhe's elder brother, Yi Hichu, who had 1 son and 3 daughters. As Yi Hichu's eldest son, Yi Yun bore a striking resemblance to Yi Fan, reinforcing Yang Rulin's belief that Yi Changhe was indeed a child of the Yi family, lost to them for so long. The resemblance was uncanny. While they were not identical twins, the similarities in their features were unmistakable. Both Yi Fan and Yi Yun were tall and strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Yang Rulin shook her head. "It's nothing much. I just had a brief chat with Fan. Fan, I heard he is in the Magic City now. If all is well, he should come back. We can pay respects to our ancestors together. Moreover, our Yi family has plenty of enterprises, so he need not work outside. Whatever he wishes to pursue, we can arrange it, even if he desires a government position." Hearing Yi Yun speak so casually about the family's strength, Yang Rulin felt a sense of reassurance. Yi Yun's confidence did not seem feigned. It stemmed from a powerful familial background. Yang Rulin replied, "We can discuss that later. What Fan chooses to do is up to him. His father and I will not interfere excessively. However, there is no harm in him returning to honor our ancestors. I'll mention it to him and suggest he stop by the capital before the ancestral rites." Yi Yun nodded. "All right, Aunt. I'm quite eager to meet my cousin. He must surely be remarkable, being a son of the Yi family." Yang Rulin smiled. "Little Yun, I assure you this isn't mere flattery. Your younger brother bears a striking resemblance to you. When I saw you, I almost thought it was Fan standing before me." Yi Yun's anticipation for this yet unmet younger brother grew even more. After conversing for a while, Yang Rulin excused herself to mingle. The focus of the gathering was on her and her husband, and she couldn't be away for too long. After she departed, a group of younger Yi family members approached. One young man, who bore a similar handsome appearance to Yi Yun, asked, "Brother Yun, did you find out what is going on? Is there something troubling aunt and uncle? They've just returned to the family, and we must ensure they aren't wronged. Whatever the issue, we, the younger generation, must take care of it." The speaker was named Yi Fei. Despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, he had a rather impulsive personality. Back in the capital, he had seriously injured the son of a minister over a trivial dispute. While that minister was regarded as untouchable by ordinary standards, he held no power over the Yi family. Following that incident, the Yi family learned that the minister's child had provoked Yi Fei first, leading them to swiftly deal with the minister, placing him under investigation. This incident had caused quite a stir in the capital, and the grounds for the investigation were substantial, resulting in not only the minister being detained, but his entire family being taken for questioning. It is precisely due to this matter that the upper echelons of the capital have come to realize that the Yi family is not in decline, but rather biding their time. A tiger, after all, remains a tiger. Despite the passage of time, it continues to reign as the sovereign of the mountains. Please send someone to investigate the nature of the relationship between my aunt and the individual who communicated with her during that period. If it is unfavorable, no further justification is necessary. Take care of it. Very well, boss, we shall attend to it immediately. The younger generation of the Yi family, while not as formidable as their predecessors in wielding power, nonetheless command considerable influence. In the vast lands of China, apart from a few families that can stand on equal footing with them, the members of the Yi family can easily deal with anyone they choose with but a word. Meanwhile, after being intimidated by Yi Fan, Yang Feng adopted a softer tone. Haha, little brother, we are, after all, genuine relatives, seeing each other often. Cousin, I truly require your assistance this time. Consider it a favor I owe you if you handle this matter splendidly for me. Upon hearing Yang Feng's words, Yi Fan smirked. Are you genuinely seeking my help, or merely trying to take advantage of me? Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by Yi Fan's remark. Yi Fan was not mistaken. Yang Feng's family had insisted on visiting Shanghai, primarily to benefit from Yi Fan's hospitality. Oh, cousin, what are you saying? How could my uncle and I ever act in such a manner? We are family. Yi Fan was too weary to dwell on such trivialities, determined to ensure that this family learned a lesson. All right, I will wait for you outside the airport. Just come straight out after your flight. With that, Yi Fan ended the call and subsequently dialed Chen Daoyuan. Hello, boss. The moment the phone rang, Chen Daoyuan promptly answered. Hello, Mr. Chen. Please arrange a business vehicle for me. I have relatives arriving from home, and I need to pick them up from the airport. Understood, boss. I will prepare one immediately. Would you like a driver as well? Chen Daoyuan replied respectfully. Yes, please send a driver. Once the car is ready, have him come to pick me up at Villa number 1 in Tangong. Certainly, boss. After hanging up, Chen Daoyuan wasted no time and called the car service. The car service prepared a top-of-the-line Alfred, dubbed the first-class cabin of the land. Soon, the driver arrived at the Tangong Villa in a brand-new car that had yet to be registered, thanks to Yi Fan's prior notice. The driver was allowed direct access into the villa area. It was the driver's first time entering the Tangong Villa, and he marveled at the opulence within, reflecting on the splendid world of the affluent. As he drove into the estate, Yi Fan was already impeccably dressed. Upon entering the vehicle and glancing at his million-dollar watch, he said, "Let us go to the airport." The driver navigated the roads smoothly, transporting Yi Fan without any bumps along the way. Chapter 34. This sister-in-law is quite remarkable. At 1:50 p.m., Yi Fan arrived punctually at the airport, just as Yang Ziyuan's family's plane landed. They soon blended with the throngs of passengers exiting the terminal. As Yang Feng emerged, he placed his luggage at his feet and took out his phone to call Yi Fan. At that moment, the Alfred waiting by the roadside honked its horn, and the rear door swung open, revealing Yi Fan stepping out of the car. Cousin, I'm right here. With Yi Fan's call, Yang Ziyuan's family turned to look. They were taken aback upon seeing Yi Fan standing next to the luxurious vehicle, with even Lu Yanran raising her eyebrows in surprise. Her astonishment stemmed not from the fact that Yi Fan could drive such an expensive car, but rather from how remarkably handsome he appeared. At that moment, Yi Fan was clad in high-end designer attire, with an ensemble worth no less than hundreds of thousands. Coupled with his strikingly handsome features, he was undeniably captivating to women. As for Yang Ziyuan and the others, their astonishment lay in the realization that Yi Fan could afford such a lavish vehicle. After all, the Toyota Alphard, even considering its depreciating value, was still priced at over 100,000, edging towards 200,000. How could Yi Fan, who supposedly worked in Shanghai, afford such a car? Perhaps he had rented it specifically to impress them upon their arrival? This line of thought solidified their suspicions. Yi Fan must have rented the car to maintain appearances, a futile effort that ultimately backfired. However, they reasoned that if he spent money to enhance their image, they could enjoy the benefits as well. If Yi Fan intended to provide them with such lavish experiences in Shanghai, that wouldn't be too bad after all. At this moment, Lu Yanran turned to Yang Feng with a questioning gaze. Didn't you say your cousin from your aunt's family was just working in Shanghai? So where did this car come from? Yang Feng shook his head. I'm not sure, probably rented. But what does it matter? If he wants to put on a facade, we can just enjoy it. Lu Yanran frowned slightly upon hearing Yang Feng's words. I suddenly feel your perspective is quite problematic. You claim we're family, yet your actions seem to suggest otherwise. She resolved to inquire about the situation with Yi Fan later. If the car was indeed rented, she would urge him to return it. Wasting money on trivialities was unnecessary, and it was far better to remain grounded. Despite his reluctance, Yang Feng acquiesced to Lu Yanran's admonition. He dared not show any defiance in her presence. Although their marriage was a transactional arrangement, he still sought to gain favor from her. Maintaining a good relationship with Lu Yanran could only yield benefits. Setting aside what Lu Yanran might achieve in the future, her father was bound to ascend in his career. At the very least, he was on the path to becoming a deputy mayor. Moreover, Lu Yanran's father was still relatively young, just in his 40s, with over a decade until retirement at 60. It was conceivable that he could continue to climb the ranks. If he did, that would place them in the company of mayors, allowing their family status to rise accordingly, which could benefit Yang Feng as well. He entertained additional thoughts. Although his marriage with Lu Yanran was currently one of convenience, he believed in the adage that love can blossom over time. He was convinced that living under the same roof with her would eventually win her heart. If he could truly win over Lu Yanran, he would possess both beauty and power. As Yi Fan approached with a smile, he greeted, "Uncle, aunt, cousin, and this must be my sister-in-law. It's a pleasure to meet you all." As Yi Fan approached, he exuded an air of courtesy, complemented by his unmatched good looks. Had it not been for Lu Yanran's calm demeanor, any young girl experiencing the stirrings of her heart would surely have been captivated, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Observing the impeccably dressed Yi Fan, Yang Ziyuan's family felt a twinge of envy. Consequently, none of the three responded to Yi Fan. Instead, it was Lu Yanran who gracefully extended her hand and said, "Hello, cousin. I am your sister-in-law, Lu Yanran. It is a pleasure to meet you." Taken aback for a moment by Lu Yanran's gesture, Yi Fan had previously pondered whether this sister-in-law, whom he had never met, would be akin to the Yang family, superficial and self-serving. Yet, upon their meeting, he found her to be remarkably gentle, dignified, and strikingly beautiful, a stark contrast to his expectations. "Hello, sister-in-law," he replied quickly, shaking her hand. Witnessing the handshake between Yi Fan and Lu Yanran, Yang Feng's heart was suddenly consumed with jealousy. Despite being with Lu Yanran for an extended period, they had never once held hands. Yet here was Yi Fan, meeting her for the first time and already enjoying such intimacy. How could he not feel envious? "All right, Yi Fan, stop pretending to be someone you're not. I came here with your uncle and aunt so you can simply show us around as a tour guide. Look at you now. Are those clothes genuine or counterfeit? I hope you didn't buy them for a mere few dozen yuan on some online marketplace. And that car of yours, just borrow any vehicle to pick us up. We wouldn't mind. Why go through the trouble of renting when you barely earn much? Spending so much on rent and fake goods only to lose face is truly counterproductive." After uttering these words, Yang Feng felt a sense of clarity wash over him, his inexplicable jealousy finally dissipating. At that moment, Yang Ziyuan and his wife joined in, criticizing Yi Fan as well. Observing their performance, Yi Fan smiled silently, viewing them as mere jesters who could do little more than entertain. Their words, cloaked in feigned concern and elderly admonition, were nothing more than mockery. However, before Yi Fan could respond, Lu Yanran could no longer endure and interjected, "Everyone, be quiet. The embarrassment here is yours. If you lack knowledge, refrain from embarrassing yourselves publicly. How can you claim Yi Fan's attire is fake? You cannot even discern authenticity. Yet you mock others. It is indeed a joke when those who wear genuine articles become the butt of ridicule. Yi Fan's ensemble is evidently from a legitimate retail outlet. As for his car, I cannot ascertain its ownership without the title. But the watch he wears is a new model from Patek Philippe, priced over $1 million on the official website. Do you truly believe someone who can afford $1 million watch cannot also purchase $1 million car?" Lu Yanran's words immediately silenced Yang Feng's family. Her commanding presence was undeniably powerful, especially when she wore a serious expression, which rendered Yang Feng's family speechless. "Dear, is that watch on Yi Fan really that expensive?" Yang Feng, standing nearby, asked Lu Yanran incredulously. Lu Yanran cast him a fleeting glance. "Do you suspect I am deceiving you?" Yang Feng quickly smiled. "No. Dear, you misunderstand. I would never think you were lying to me. I just find it hard to believe Yi Fan can afford such an extravagant watch. He has been working in the Magic City for only a year after graduating, and even if he excels at his job, $1 million annual salary seems improbable for such luxuries." Yang Feng's assertion held merit. Even with $1 million salary, it would be difficult for Yi Fan to afford $1 million watch. After all, few can set aside an entire year's earnings for a single timepiece, especially given the inevitable living expenses. Moreover, Yi Fan had just graduated a year prior. Accumulating wealth for such purchases in such a short time was unlikely. On the other hand, Yi Fan, noticing Lu Yanran's keen observation, down to the watch on his wrist, began to regard her with newfound respect. Lu Yanran replied coolly, "Do not view others through the lens of your narrow perspective. There are many capable individuals in this world whose wealth far exceeds your imagination. Now, cease your embarrassing antics. Speak less and observe more." Although Lu Yanran appeared to be admonishing Yang Feng, her words were also directed at Yang Ziyuan and his wife. However, as she was, after all, the daughter-in-law of the Yang family, she could not openly chastise them in front of outsiders. Thus, she feigned reprimanding Yang Feng while intending her remarks for their ears. Yang Ziyuan and his wife, though opportunistic and petty, were not foolish. They discerned that Lu Yanran's words were meant for them. Despite their dissatisfaction, they dared not express it, fully aware that their family could not compare to Lu Yanran's. With a hint of apology, Lu Yanran addressed Yi Fan, "Cousin, I apologize for my brother's bluntness. He did not intend to target you. Thank you for taking the time to host us amidst your busy schedule. Should anything arise in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I have some connections that may be of assistance." Yi Fan nodded. "Sister-in-law, you are too kind. We are family. How could I take such trivial matters to heart? Let us head to the car. We should not linger here at the airport, as parking time is limited and we must not hinder traffic." While Yi Fan conversed with Yang Feng's family, a traffic officer had already approached their vehicle. The driver was engaged in discussions with the officer, explaining the situation to avoid being asked to move, being dispatched by Chun Daoyuan to drive for Yi Fan. The driver was well-versed in the nuances of social etiquette and kept a pack of fine cigarettes handy, although offering them openly in public was inappropriate. He discreetly slipped the officer a pack, which eased the situation. Soon, Yi Fan, along with Yang Feng's family, returned to the vehicle. Just as Yang Feng was about to sit in the back, Lu Yanran promptly directed him to the front passenger seat. You sit in the front. I will sit in the back with uncle. What? Yang Feng protested, somewhat unwilling. This was his wife. Although their relationship was merely contractual, he did not wish for another man to share a seat with her. However, under Lu Yanran's firm directive, he dared not refuse and could only cast Yi Fan a threatening glance. Yet, Yi Fan completely disregarded his insinuation. He was already irked by this opportunistic cousin, and the prospect of sitting beside a beautiful woman was far more appealing than accommodating Yang Feng. The warning glance Yang Feng directed at him, clearly an attempt to prompt him to request a seat switch with Lu Yanran, was met with indifference as Yi Fan followed Lu Yanran into the back seat. Once seated in the car, Yang Feng fixated intently on the rearview mirror, apprehensive that Yi Fan, who was seated alongside Lu Yanran, might engage in any improper conduct. However, Yi Fan maintained an impeccably upright posture, exhibiting no inclination towards any inappropriate intentions. Dear cousin, may I inquire where you have found such prestigious employment? Lu Yanran casually asked as they settled into the vehicle. With a gentle smile, Yi Fan replied, I wouldn't say it's prestigious. I've merely embarked on a bit of business. Ah, so he is a businessman and a company owner. It's no wonder he has become so affluent within just a year post-graduation. Yang Feng had previously briefed Lu Yanran about Yi Fan's humble background, revealing that he hailed from a modest family, not one of considerable wealth. Upon witnessing Yi Fan's attire and demeanor today, Lu Yanran's curiosity piqued, prompting her to delve deeper into his circumstances. To possess a luxury car and a prestigious watch within a year of graduation suggests that her cousin's enterprise is quite substantial. Lu Yanran's seemingly casual remarks were, in fact, laden with inquiry. Yi Fan smiled subtly. It's decent, I suppose. Not particularly large, but sufficient for daily expenditures. Then, what sector does your business operate in? It seems remarkable that you have accrued such wealth in a short span. My family is currently seeking investments. Perhaps there are opportunities for collaboration. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan realized the true motive behind Lu Yanran's relentless questioning. It was not mere curiosity. Rather, it was a pursuit of investment opportunities. To his surprise, she appeared to be quite the aspiring official. Lu Yanran's enthusiasm for attracting investments stemmed partly from a genuine desire to serve the public, yet predominantly from a quest for political advancement. Should Yi Fan's ventures align with her family's investment interests, she would undoubtedly devise ways to draw him back for the sake of enhancing her political achievements. My business encompasses a variety of sectors, but primarily focuses on real estate development, government contracts, the pharmaceutical industry, and the automotive sector. I wonder if this aligns with the conditions suitable for your family's investment endeavors. Lu Yanran's eyes brightened at Yi Fan's description. That sounds exceedingly suitable. The industries Yi Fan mentioned were indeed ideal for investment, particularly real estate and construction, as well as pharmaceuticals. Establishing a factory in her hometown could alleviate employment issues, marking a significant accomplishment for her. Is it true that your company is involved in such ventures? Lu Yanran inquired, her tone laced with excitement. From their initial meeting, Lu Yanran had exuded an air of aloofness. This sudden shift in her demeanor revealed that even this striking woman harbored vulnerabilities. Yi Fan nodded slightly. Indeed, it's quite substantial. The real estate sector is significant, and in the pharmaceutical and automotive industries, we collaborate with national firms and manufacturers. Currently, my company handles a considerable portion of the nationwide pharmaceutical and automotive component manufacturing. That is impressive, Lu Yanran exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Fan affirmed, yes, it is considerable. As they conversed, Yi Fan subtly glanced at Lu Yanran's striking features, inspired by the moment. Fortunately, his fleeting gesture went unnoticed by others in the vehicle. Meanwhile, Lu Yanran's heart raced with excitement. She had not anticipated such delightful surprises during this outing. If Yi Fan's claims held true, enticing him to invest in her hometown was certainly within reach. Dear cousin, what are your feelings about home? Yi Fan replied, I feel quite positive, after all. It is the place that nurtured me, and I am familiar with its cultural nuances. Lu Yanran sensed an increased likelihood of persuading Yi Fan to invest, believing that his fondness for home would facilitate discussions about collaboration. Yet, she recognized the importance of moderation. Although she yearned to discuss potential cooperation with Yi Fan, she restrained herself. By the way, I happen to be on leave these days. Might you have the time to show me around your company? I am quite curious about what kind of establishment could foster such rapid growth for you in just a year. I heard from your cousin that you were merely an ordinary individual upon graduation, yet within a year, you are now adorned with luxury watches and driving an upscale vehicle. I wish to witness this remarkable journey firsthand. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. While I have no objection to you visiting my company, deeming me a legend is a bit exaggerated. My modest achievements pale in comparison to those of true luminaries. Very well, let us plan for tomorrow. I have things arranged for dinner and accommodations. We may visit Disneyland in the morning. I've already secured the tickets. In the evening, we can stroll along the Bund and admire the vibrant scenery of Lujiazui. By the way, my company's headquarters is located in the financial district of Lujiazui, so if it's convenient, we could take a look. Agreed, let us make it a plan. I must see your company tomorrow evening. Observing the lively exchange between Yi Fan and Lu Yanran from the passenger seat, Yang Feng felt a twinge of jealousy. Although their conversation revolved around business and held no personal undertones, he remained discontented. Meanwhile, Yang Ziyuan and his wife, seated in the row behind, were not only taken aback by Yi Fan's current success, but were also vigilantly protective of Lu Yanran, their focus entirely on her. Such a promising daughter-in-law was not someone they wished to lose. They were indifferent to Yi Fan's achievements. Their concern lay solely in retaining Lu Yanran, the key to their family's prestige. Up to this point, Yang Feng's family had yet to relinquish their disdain for Yi Fan. Despite his apparent prosperity and the magnitude of his business, they still regarded him with scorn, convinced that he could never measure up to their family. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Peace Hotel, where Chun Daoyuan had arranged to host Yang Feng's family. Securing a reservation here was a challenge for most. However, it was a simple task for Chun Daoyuan, given his status as the second-in-command of the illustrious Huiguang Group, valued in the billions. As the car pulled up, Chun Daoyuan was already there, having arrived early. A contingent of over 10 security personnel, clad in black suits, formed two lines, and Chun Daoyuan personally approached to open the car door for Yi Fan. The display left Yang Feng's family utterly astonished. They had not anticipated Yi Fan's remarkable success, not even in the context of dining out. Yi Fan himself was similarly taken aback. He never anticipated that Chun Daoyuan would orchestrate such a grand affair. As Yi Fan stepped out of the car, the rows of security personnel simultaneously greeted him. "Good day, boss." Although Yi Fan was taken aback, his adaptability was remarkable. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure. After all, nothing could possibly compare to the shock he experienced when he first acquired the system. If he could handle that level of surprise, such a small spectacle certainly wouldn't throw him off balance. With a smile, Yi Fan addressed Chun Daoyuan. "Why the elaborate setup, General Chun? I'm merely here to share a meal with my family." Chun Daoyuan replied respectfully. "Even when dining with family, a secure environment is essential. My brothers and I are here to ensure there are no safety concerns for you, boss." Yi Fan nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Have the food and drinks been prepared?" "Everything is ready, boss. Please, step inside." Chun Daoyuan responded with deference. Yi Fan smiled and gestured for Yang Feng and his family to follow him as he led the way into the establishment. As they entered, Yang Feng and his spouse, Yang Ziyuan, whispered to each other, "Mom, Dad, do you think this is real? Is Yi Fan truly doing so well?" Yang Ziyuan shook his head. "I'm not sure. Perhaps he really is successful, but this seems a bit extravagant. It feels almost pretentious to have so many people accompanying us just for a meal. Still, I can't be certain. We'll have to observe further." At that moment, Lu Yanran interjected coldly. "Enough with the chatter. Regardless of the circumstances, we are family to Yi Fan. If he commands such respect outside, we must not tarnish his reputation. Let us refrain from any murmuring that might be distasteful. Keep your eyes on the path and avoid tripping." Lu Yanran's words silenced Yang Feng's family, who promptly ceased their hushed discussions about Yi Fan. Soon, they arrived in the grand lobby of the Peace Hotel, where the manager and a team of staff were prepared to receive them. The manager led the way while the staff arranged themselves in formation. Chun Daoyuan had reserved the supreme private room, the finest in the Peace Hotel, replete with a nostalgic ambience and handcrafted artifacts that resembled genuine relics from the Republic of China era. Upon entering the lavish room, Yang Feng's family was struck with awe. Was this truly the renowned Peace Hotel, the place where even a bowl of noodles could cost over 100 yuan? They had heard of its illustrious name, though they had never visited. They were familiar with it through online sources and films. They were astonished to discover that Yi Fan had chosen this legendary establishment to host them. Once inside the private room, Yi Fan felt no sense of incongruity as he took his seat at the head of the table. Lu Yanran, regaining her composure after the initial shock, quickly joined him. Observing this, Yang Feng's family hastily took their seats as well. Noticing Chun Daoyuan still standing at the door, Yi Fan waved him over. "General Chun, please, join us." Chen Daoyuan was taken aback by the invitation. Boss, is it appropriate for me to stay during your family gathering? Despite his esteemed status outside, he was cautious in Yi Fan's presence, acutely aware that a single word from Yi Fan could strip him of everything he possessed. Yi Fan smiled gently. Nonsense. You've been busy all day. Sitting down to share a meal is nothing. With that, Chen Daoyuan approached without hesitation and carefully took a seat beside Yi Fan. Afterward, Yi Fan introduced him to the others: uncle, aunt, cousin, sister-in-law. This is Chen Daoyuan, our company's general manager. As Yi Fan introduced him, Chen Daoyuan promptly greeted Yang Feng and his family. Having witnessed Yi Fan's prowess, they no longer dared to act aloof. Although Chen Daoyuan was an employee of Yi Fan's company, they responded warmly. Yang Feng's family, though somewhat intimidated, were not foolish by this point. If they still failed to comprehend the situation, they would be beyond redemption. Seeing Yang Feng's family behave appropriately, Lu Yanran felt a rare sense of satisfaction. At last, they were not embarrassing themselves. Her marriage to Yang Feng had been a hasty decision, a rebellion against her parents' arranged marriage, and she had not thoroughly vetted his family. Had she known they were like this from the outset, perhaps she would have reconsidered. However, having witnessed Yi Fan's capabilities, she felt reassured in her choice. Yi Fan's influence could undoubtedly aid her political aspirations. If she had not chosen Yang Feng, she would never have had the opportunity to meet someone of Yi Fan's caliber. This opportunity was not to be missed. She would seize it, even if it meant binding Yi Fan to invest in her success. As long as he was willing to invest, her achievements would surely be noteworthy. Lu Yanran was a consummate politician, utterly obsessed with power. She would not let any opportunity for political gain slip through her fingers. After everyone had made their introductions, the pre-ordered food and drinks began to arrive. The offerings were the finest the Peace Hotel had to offer. Chen Daoyuan would not dare to offer anything less for Yi Fan's family meal. At that moment, the manager entered with a bottle of wine. Its packaging was rather unassuming, wrapped in oil paper, and upon tearing it away, it revealed a somewhat aged bottle. The sight of this wine piqued everyone's interest. Despite the modest packaging, the fact that such a bottle could be presented in a venue like the Peace Hotel indicated its significance. Gently placing the bottle on the table, the manager introduced. General Chen, our boss just called to say he has prepared a fine wine for you. He is currently occupied and unable to attend personally, so he asked me to deliver this. Chen Daoyuan nodded. Could you provide some details about this wine? The manager replied promptly, certainly, General Chen. This wine is called Lai Mao, and it is exceedingly rare worldwide. Our boss has kept this bottle in his collection for many years, and upon hearing that your boss was dining here, he decided to bring it out from the cellar. Lai Mao? At the mention of this name, Chen Daoyuan's eye sparkled. This was the same bottle of Mutai wine that had sold for 1,800,000 at the Poly auction last year. Wasn't he it? The manager respectfully confirmed. Indeed, General Chen, this is that very bottle. According to the auction house, there are no more than 10 bottles of this Mutai in existence worldwide. Each bottle consumed is one less remaining. Chen Daoyuan nodded appreciatively. Ah, the owner is quite thoughtful. Please convey my gratitude to him. After today's meal, I will make it a point to thank him in person. The manager smiled. Certainly, General Chen. I will relay your message to our boss. Enjoy your meal. I shall not intrude further. With that, the manager respectfully turned and left. At this moment, Yang Feng's family gazed at the Lai Mao wine before Yi Fan, their throats involuntarily swallowing. A bottle worth 1,800,000 was the most expensive wine they had ever encountered. They were eager to discover what made such a costly wine so exceptional. Despite its price, Yi Fan casually instructed Chen Daoyuan to uncork the wine. To him at present, 1,800,000 is merely a trifling matter. Chen Daoyuan cautiously uncorked the wine, first pouring a glass for Yi Fan, then proceeding to serve Yang Feng and his family, before finally filling his own glass. Yi Fan, holding his glass with a smile, addressed, Uncle, aunt, cousin, sister-in-law, I raise my glass to you all. This time in the Magic City, let us not rush back. Let us truly enjoy our time here. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Yang Feng's family nodded in agreement. With Yi Fan's considerable prowess in the Magic City, there was no reason for them to be in haste to return. Seizing the opportunity to relish their time was far wiser. Lu Yanran was particularly inclined to linger longer, as she aimed to persuade Yi Fan to invest. Extending her stay would afford her ample time to understand him better and negotiate this collaboration with greater confidence. The bottle of Lai Mao was not particularly abundant, and with each person having a glass, it was nearly finished. The remaining wine was all ordinary Maodai. Seizing the rare opportunity to indulge in Maodai for free, Yang Feng's family partook heartily, and by the end, they had all imbibed to excess. As they exited the restaurant, Yang Feng's family was supported out by the staff of the Huiguan group. Only Lu Yanran maintained her composure, having consumed relatively little, thus remaining lucid. Her restraint was motivated by her ongoing concern regarding persuading Yi Fan to invest. Of course, she also hoped that Yang Feng's family would manage to intoxicate Yi Fan, providing her a chance to extract a verbal commitment from him. However, Yang Feng's family proved to be disappointingly ineffective, as none of them managed to get Yi Fan inebriated, leaving her without the opportunity to secure his promise. After this tumultuous evening, night had fallen, yet due to Yang Feng's family's inebriation, the upcoming agenda would solely involve Lu Yanran accompanying Yi Fan. Chapter 38. A Woman of Ambition. Sister-in-law, would you like to return and rest? After a day of commotion, can you still hold on? Yi Fan inquired of Lu Yanran beside him. Lu Yanran shook her head. I am not particularly tired now. Returning too early would only hinder my sleep. A stroll outside would be just the remedy to alleviate the effects of the wine. Hearing her response, Yi Fan nodded. Very well, sister-in-law. Then let us take a walk along the Bund. Indeed, I have long heard of the famed Bund in the Magic City. It would be splendid to explore. Though it was summer, the evenings in the Magic City could still be somewhat cool. After all, the Bund lies beside the Huangpu River, and the breeze from the river could indeed bring a refreshing chill. As the two walked along the vibrant Bund, reveling in the breathtaking river views and the dazzling lights, Lu Yanran turned to Yi Fan. Could you enlighten me on how you managed to scale your business so significantly within just a year of graduation? I researched earlier this evening and found that General Manager Chun is the head of the Huiguang Group, a conglomerate established 30 years ago, long before your birth. I find it hard to believe that you founded the Huiguang Group. To this, Yi Fan replied with a gentle smile. Of course, I did not establish it, but I did acquire it. However, as for the details of the acquisition, I cannot divulge that, sister-in-law. Lu Yanran, displaying remarkable understanding, did not press for further details. I comprehend. Everyone has their own secrets, so I shall refrain from further inquiries. After her words, Yi Fan shifted the topic. Sister-in-law, may I pose a question? Lu Yanran nodded. Go ahead, there is nothing that cannot be asked. Sister-in-law, I am genuinely curious. Given your family background and personal attributes, what drew you to my cousin? Surely, you are aware of the kind of individuals my cousin's family comprises, self-serving, petty, and lacking a broader perspective. With your qualities, it seems improbable that you would take an interest in him. Upon hearing Yi Fan's inquiry, Lu Yanran smirked. Do you truly wish to know? Yi Fan nodded. I am quite intrigued. Lu Yanran halted, turning to face him with a playful squint. In that fleeting moment, her smile captivated Yi Fan completely. Lu Yanran was already exceptionally beautiful, and the slight flush on her cheeks from the wine added to her allure. Her smile was like a bloom amidst a garden. Stunningly enchanting. Remarkably, she had not overly fussed over her appearance. Her hair was tied back in a high ponytail, and she wore only light makeup. Her attire was quite formal, devoid of any revealing elements. She donned a simple white cotton t-shirt paired with snug jeans and flat shoes, while her outfit was rather conventional. Lu Yanran's grace rendered it exceptionally appealing. The contrast between her cool demeanor and the approachable charm of a neighborly girl was striking. This exquisite dichotomy endeared her to Yi Fan. The tipsiness that adorned her features only enhanced her beauty. Furthermore, Lu Yanran was not short, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall. Although her figure was slightly slender, it harmonized beautifully with her aura, presenting a unique aesthetic appeal. When their eyes met, Yi Fan's fervent gaze did not escape Lu Yanran's notice, causing her to feel a touch of shyness. Just then, a gust of river breeze swept by, its coolness providing a moment of clarity. Lu Yanran, being somewhat delicate, shivered slightly from the chill. Yi Fan, noticing her discomfort, removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Sister-in-law, put this on, do not catch a chill. It would be unfortunate to fall ill. Thank you, Lu Yanran replied. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she accepted his gesture. By the way, sister-in-law, you haven't yet divulged what your conditions are. As they resumed their stroll along the cobbled path of the Bund, Yi Fan pressed for an answer. Upon hearing Yi Fan's question, Lu Yanran's shyness dissipated, returning her to her poised and composed demeanor. Do you truly wish to hear my conditions? Yi Fan nodded. I am quite curious, and if I remain uninformed, I may struggle to sleep. Very well, since you are so eager to know, I shall share. How about you consider investing in your hometown? If you are willing to do so, I can ensure you a smooth path, be it site selection, bank approvals, or any construction needs. I can facilitate all of it for you. Of course, this is contingent upon your investment meeting certain criteria, should it be a trivial endeavor. The benefits may not be as favorable. Upon hearing Lu Yanran's proposition, Yi Fan responded with a soft smile. Sister-in-law, it's not that I am unwilling to invest in my hometown. Rather, I am genuinely apprehensive. There's a saying, investment does not cross the Shanghai Pass. It's not that my hometown is unsuitable for investment, but some individuals can be exceedingly detrimental to investors. Lu Yanran sighed with understanding. Cousin, I grasp your sentiment, and I am aware of the investment climate in our hometown. However, do not generalize. There are good people everywhere, just as there are bad. Should you agree to invest in our hometown, I assure you, no one would dare to take advantage of you. You may not have done your research, but our province's GDP ranks at the bottom nationwide. If development does not commence soon, we risk a significant population exodus. Before long, the entire province may have fewer inhabitants than a few cities in the south. I am acutely aware that the current climate in our hometown is far from ideal, yet it is imperative that someone bears the burden and forges ahead. I willingly accept the role of this bearer of burdens. For the sake of my hometown's rejuvenation, I would consider it worthwhile to sacrifice my very life. Observing Lu Yinran's resolute demeanor stirred something within Yi Fan's heart. After a moment of silence, he could not help but raise his thumb in admiration. Sister-in-law, to speak candidly, I am genuinely moved by your sense of righteousness. Since you have expressed such conviction, I shall accompany you in this endeavor. However, I must first return to my company to deliberate on the specifics of the investment. Upon hearing Yi Fan's agreement, Lu Yinran's expression brightened with joy. Cousin, I am truly grateful to you. Thank you for your willingness to contribute to our hometown. If the elders and fellow villagers truly benefit from your investment, I am certain they will express their gratitude. Yi Fan shook his head. Despite his youth, he possessed a keen understanding of many matters. The fickleness of human nature is the most unreliable. The notion of gratitude is fleeting. If the day comes when people's living conditions improve, they may very well forget the kindness he bestowed upon them. His decision to invest in Lu Yinran's initiative stemmed largely from his ennui and an abundance of resources to expend, seeking a purpose to fill his time. Yet, the predominant motive was undoubtedly his interest in Lu Yinran herself. Chapter 39. The heroic rescue of the fair maiden as the ultimate skill. What man does not cherish beauty? The only conceivable exception to a man's indifference towards women is if he is a eunuch, or perhaps, if he is gay. To win a woman's heart, one must first cater to her preferences. Lu Yinran is not a superficial gold digger like Lu Xiaowen or Li Yuqi, whom one can simply win over with money. She is a formidable woman of ambition. With a woman of her caliber, merely throwing money at her is utterly futile. In the end, it would be akin to drawing water with a basket, resulting in a loss of both resources and affection. Instead, one must invest wisely, targeting areas that resonate with her passions. Since Lu Yinran is a career-oriented powerhouse, it would be prudent to allocate funds in her favored domains. For instance, investing in her hometown would bolster her political achievements or cater to her altruistic inclinations. Should he manage this adeptly, Lu Yinran would inevitably be drawn to him. Moreover, before the Yang family arrived, Yi Fan had already devised a plan. The Yang family had previously offended him on numerous occasions, especially when Yang Feng and his son nearly assaulted his father. That grievance would not be easily forgotten, and retribution was inevitable. His strategy was to bestow a metaphorical cap upon his cousin. Initially, he assumed his sister-in-law would not possess exceptional qualities, thinking to toy with her before discarding her. However, he was pleasantly surprised by her remarkable talents, which indicated the potential for a long-term relationship. In truth, Yi Fan had internally acquiesced to Lu Yinran's proposal for him to invest in their hometown long before this moment. He simply could not agree too readily. Doing so might lead Lu Yinran to undervalue his commitment. He needed to ensure she recognized the effort behind his decision. Have you truly agreed? Lu Yinran's face lit up with delight upon hearing Yi Fan's affirmation. Yi Fan nodded. Since you have spoken so earnestly, I must oblige. If you, a woman, are willing to sacrifice everything for the well-being of the populace, how could I, as a man, refuse? Lu Yinran marveled. Cousin, I never anticipated your vision to be so expansive. Compared to you, your brother is utterly lacking. Had he been in your position, I doubt he would have acquiesced to this proposal, no matter how persuasive my arguments. Yi Fan smiled gently. That is precisely why I am not my brother. Their laughter echoed in the air. You make a valid point. Had it been your brother, he would not have achieved what you have today. A person of Yi Fan's caliber is destined to accomplish great things, while someone like Yang Feng, petty and nitpicking, is bound to remain insignificant. By the way, weren't you planning to visit my company? Shall we go now? Of course, why not? Even if you have agreed to invest in our hometown, I must first conduct a thorough inspection. In truth, Lu Yinran said this in jest. She had already researched the might of Huiguang Group online. A company valued in the hundreds of billions, investing in a small county would be a mere drop in the bucket. Even a small allocation of resources could address the employment issues of thousands in her hometown. Indeed, establishing a factory in her hometown could prove profitable rather than a loss. After all, labor costs were exceedingly low, with wages in their county averaging only 2,000 to 3,000. Compared to the southern regions, this was at least half the cost. Unfortunately, labor wages were beyond the control of an ordinary individual like her. Even the state struggled to raise workers' wages. It all depended on the benevolence of capitalists. Nevertheless, she assumed that while Yi Fan possessed considerable resources, he too operated within the capitalist framework, thus wages were unlikely to rise significantly. Lu Yanran was correct. Yi Fan's willingness to invest in their hometown was commendable, and he would certainly not engage in a venture that could lead to a loss. He was determined to seize any opportunity for profit. As they conversed, they strolled towards Lujiazui, admiring the scenery along the riverside. Sister-in-law, now you must tell me how you came to agree to marry my brother. Do you truly wish to know? Lu Yanran replied with a teasing smile. Yi Fan nodded eagerly. Indeed, my curiosity is insatiable. If you truly wish to know, I might just choose to remain silent, she teased. Just when Yi Fan thought Lu Yanran would satisfy his curiosity, she began to toy with him instead. Sister-in-law, this is quite untrustworthy of you. If you refuse to tell me, I may have to break my promise. You wouldn't dare. If you go back on your word, Yi Fan hesitated, unable to articulate his threat. In truth, Lu Yanran was unsure how to handle him. Yi Fan wielded power and wealth. Although her parents were at home, they were not a bargaining chip. He could easily relocate his parents to the metropolis. What do you intend to do? Can't you think of a way to hold me accountable? Yi Fan smiled. Humph, I won't say a word. Let's see what you can do. Regardless, I must remind you. A man's word is his bond. Once spoken, it cannot be retracted. If you choose to renege, you shall forfeit your manhood. In that moment, Lu Yanran exhibited a girlish demeanor, surprising Yi Fan as if he had discovered a new continent. This woman, who typically exuded an air of aloofness, now revealed a playful side. Surely, she could not possess a dual personality? Yet, this added an element of intrigue. A consistently cold demeanor could be rather dull. And variety is what captivates. What can you do to me? The possibilities are endless. Cut it out, I don't believe you. What methods do you possess? Share them with me. Lu Yanran expressed her skepticism. For instance, she began, but before she could finish her sentence, Yi Fan playfully began to tickle her. Stop. It's too ticklish, I can't bear it. Yi Fan, please cease. On the banks of the Huangpu River, Yi Fan and Lu Yanran frolicked in laughter. During their playful dash forward, Lu Yanran stumbled and, unable to regain her balance, cried out as she fell. Seeing this, Yi Fan rushed forward in a blur, closing the distance in mere moments. Just as Lu Yanran was about to hit the ground, he reached out, wrapping his arms around her waist and lifting her up. Even as Yi Fan cradled her, Lu Yanran remained momentarily dazed from the shock. After all, she had nearly landed face first on the ground. Had she fallen completely, it could have resulted in more than just minor injuries. It might have marred her beauty, a fate she dreaded. Despite her strong demeanor, Lu Yanran, being a woman, held a deep-seated fear of disfigurement. In a soft tone imbued with concern, Yi Fan asked, Sister-in-law, are you all right? After a brief moment of recovery, Lu Yanran stammered, I'm fine. Could you let go of me now? Being held by Yi Fan felt unfamiliar, yet she hesitated to extricate herself from his embrace. After all, he had just saved her, and to pull away abruptly would seem ungrateful, as though she were accusing him of taking advantage of her vulnerability. Her refined upbringing prevented her from wanting to give such an impression. Yi Fan, unfazed, replied, All right, sister-in-law. With that, he released her waist. Once they parted, an awkward silence settled between them, leaving them unsure of how to dissipate the tension. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Fan finally broke the stillness, saying, Sister-in-law, you really ought to eat more. Lu Yanran chuckled softly at his words. Are you implying that I'm too thin? Yi Fan nodded earnestly. Indeed, you are a bit slender. The body is the foundation of all endeavors. Neglecting proper nourishment could lead to nutritional deficiencies and various health issues. If your health falters at such a young age, how will you accomplish your aspirations? Lu Yanran nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. I will ensure to eat more. My health truly requires attention. But won't that make me gain weight? Being overweight wouldn't be appealing. As she thought about eating more, her mind drifted to other concerns, prompting her to voice her worries. Yi Fan shook his head with a smile. A little extra weight is quite charming. A slight plumpness is indeed desirable. You're so slender that it feels uncomfortable to hold you. Hey, who asked you to hold me? You're so bothersome. I'm ignoring you now. With that, Lu Yanran turned and walked ahead. As she strolled, her heart raced like a startled deer, replaying the moment she had spent in Yi Fan's arms. In that instant, she had felt as though she had found the safest haven in the world, especially when he had rescued her from danger. It was as if she had glimpsed the light. Had anyone else dared to speak such frivolous words to her, she would have been furious. Yet with Yi Fan, instead of anger, a sweet warmth blossomed within her. Lu Yanran, what is happening to you? Why are you feeling this way? He is your cousin, your little brother-in-law. You mustn't let your thoughts wander astray, she admonished herself internally as she continued walking. Behind her, Yi Fan observed Lu Yanran's retreating figure and smiled softly before catching up to her. Sister-in-law, please take care not to trip again. I won tea. That was just a mishap. I wouldn't tea make the same mistake twice, she retorted. Sister-in-law, you aren't truly upset, are you? Yi Fan inquired. Having caught up to her side. I'm not angry. How could I be so petty? Surely I can recognize a jest, Lu Yanran replied with a smile. I'm relieved to hear that. I was merely joking. I truly feared I might have offended you, Yi Fan admitted, captivated by her beauty. Rest assured, I'm not upset. In fact, I should be thanking you for saving me. Without you, I might have sustained injuries that could have altered my appearance. How could I possibly be angry? And you are right. I do need to eat more. My physique is indeed a bit too slender. With Yi Fan's lightheartedness easing the earlier tension, they resumed their conversation, allowing the atmosphere to lighten. Before they knew it, they found themselves at Lujiazui Financial District, with Yi Fan's company headquarters coming into view. The headquarters of the Huihuang Group was indeed imposing. While it may not rival the three sacred artifacts, it was still a striking sight. Upon arriving at the company entrance, the night security guard greeted them promptly. Just taking a leisurely stroll, you may continue with your duties, Yi Fan instructed, allowing the guard to relax. As Yi Fan guided Lu Yanran through the company, she remarked, the scale of this company is impressive. I sense great strength here. It seems I have made a wise choice in bringing you back to invest in our hometown. After returning to the car, she turned to Yi Fan, inquiring, will you be joining the investment in our hometown? Yi Fan pondered for a moment before responding, not necessarily. I typically don't involve myself in company affairs unless something significant arises. The investment in our hometown isn't a major concern. I can leave that to the staff. I will inform them to follow your lead once we begin the investment back home. You trust me that much? Lu Yanran was taken aback by his words. Yi Fan nodded. We are family. Why wouldn't I trust you? Besides, the investment in our hometown won't be substantial. Anything too large would exceed local capabilities. It will primarily involve establishing a factory and addressing employment issues. Lu Yanran agreed. You are correct. Our hometown is too small to accommodate significant investment projects. Nonetheless, I am grateful for any investment, however modest. Without your consideration for my sake, it is unlikely that someone of your stature, a CEO of a multi-billion-dollar empire, would take an interest. Lu Yanran's observation rang true. In a quaint county town, one often remains oblivious to its presence. Even if it is one's hometown, thoughts of investment seldom arise. At most, one might return to engage in charitable acts or to contribute to road repairs as a gesture. Moreover, the local environment is not particularly favorable, especially during winter when heating costs become a considerable expense. Inconveniences abound during this season. Any person with a modicum of business acumen would refrain from investing in such a place. Chapter 41. In the dead of night, he summoned another man's wife. His decision to invest at home was, as Lu Yanran remarked, merely an act of courtesy towards her. The two made their way back to the Bulgari Hotel, where Chen Daoyuan had arranged accommodations for Yang Feng's family. The Bulgari Hotel is renowned in the bustling metropolis, and assigning Yang Feng's family to such a prestigious establishment was hardly an oversight. Are you not staying here? Lu Yanran inquired, noticing Yi Fan's reluctance to exit the vehicle. Yi Fan shook his head, replying, I have my own residence in the city. This is merely your lodging. Your own place? A mansion? Lu Yanran asked with curiosity. One could consider it a mansion. It is quite well known in the metropolis, Yi Fan replied. Nodding in understanding, Lu Yanran remarked, indeed, a businessman of your stature, worth billions, could hardly reside in anything less. Very well, do take care on your way back. Until tomorrow. Until tomorrow. After parting ways with Lu Yanran, Yi Fan signaled the driver to take him back to his villa. On the way home, his phone chimed with WeChat notifications. The messages were from three individuals, Lu Xiaowen, Li Yuqi, and the recently connected Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran's message inquired whether he had arrived home. Lu Xiaowen and Li Yuqi, of course, sent flirtatious texts. Lu Xiaowen was the most audacious, boldly expressing her affections through WeChat. In contrast, Li Yuqi was more reserved, her words cloaked in subtlety. Lu Xiaowen and Li Yuqi represented two distinct personalities. Lu Xiaowen was an open-hearted woman, unafraid to speak her mind, particularly when alone with Yi Fan, where they shared a carefree rapport. Naturally, when Yi Fan was with Lu Xiaowen, he too felt liberated to explore various facets of their connection. As for Li Yuqi, their time together had been limited, with their only encounter occurring in a karaoke venue, where they had hurriedly concluded matters due to the presence of Li Yuqi's husband and Lu Xiaowen. Yi Fan anticipated that he would need to spend more time with Li Yuqi to truly understand the depth of her character. Holding his phone, Yi Fan began to respond to each message. First, he reassured Lu Yanran that he was nearing home and would inform her upon arrival. Lu Xiaowen's message read, Darling, I miss you and wish to see you right now. Yi Fan typed back, Is Song Heng not at home? How bold of you to seek me out. Moments later, Lu Xiaowen replied, He is at home. I just gave him his medication, and he is currently fast asleep. Following this, another message arrived. Darling, from now on, I shall belong solely to you. Do not neglect me. Yi Fan chuckled to himself, amused by Lu Xiaowen's spirited nature. To put it mildly, one could say she was passionately expressive. To be more blunt, she was quite fiery. Yet, Yi Fan did not feign any pretense of high moral ground and replied in kind, "No problem, I won't go easy on you. Just don't beg for mercy." "Humph, I don't believe you. I wish to test that now. If you can come out, I may let you see for yourself," Yi Fan typed, playfully challenging Lu Xiaowen. "Then come pick me up. I am waiting for you. Here is the address." Upon receiving Lu Xiaowen's message, Yi Fan instructed the driver to head to her location. After concluding his conversation with Lu Xiaowen, he turned to respond to Li Yuqi's inquiry about what he was doing. "I just finished hosting my family and am on my way home. What about you?" Yi Fan replied. Li Yuqi's response was swift. "I cannot sleep and wish to chat with you for a while." "Why the insomnia? Is there something troubling you?" Yi Fan surmised that her sleeplessness was likely connected to him. Unlike Lu Xiaowen, Li Yuqi was not merely a gold digger. Her connection to Yi Fan stemmed from a night of excessive drinking that led to unforeseen circumstances. Accepting Yi Fan's proposal may have been her way of reconciling with the reality that, since events had transpired, there was no point in lamenting the past. It was better to derive some benefit from it. "Alas, I do not know why, but I simply cannot sleep. Could you keep me company for a bit?" Yi Fan calculated that it would take half an hour to reach Lu Xiaowen's residence. Chatting with Li Yuqi for a while would suffice. Naturally, he would not overtly engage in conversation with Li Yuqi in Lu Xiaowen's presence, as the two were close friends. And he could not ascertain Lu Xiaowen's feelings about his involvement with Li Yuqi. Thus, it was wise to minimize complications, as dealing with women could be quite taxing. "Certainly, if you have something on your mind, feel free to share. There is nothing we cannot discuss in our relationship." "Well, I suppose I shall disclose this. The reason for my insomnia is indeed related to us. I am uncertain whether choosing you is right or wrong. I envy Xiaowen and wish to live as exquisitely as she does. However, after spending so many years with Changfeng and with our child growing up, I feel a sense of guilt for doing something that betrays him, which is a source of my anxiety." Yi Fan smiled as he read the message and replied, "Ultimately, it is your choice. I respect your decision. If you wish to continue, I will ensure you are well taken care of. Conversely, should you choose otherwise, I will provide ample compensation. However, we shall live our own lives henceforth and refrain from disturbing one another. Of course, should you agree, I will extend to you the same privileges as Lu Xiaowen." Yi Fan's words rendered Li Yuqi silent for a considerable time. 5 minutes later, her response arrived. "I have made my decision. I choose to follow you. One must look forward in life, and living well is truly what matters. Moreover, with financial stability, the pressures at home can be alleviated, allowing me to live without the constant weight of worry." "That is good to hear. Lu Xiaowen just informed me that she gave Song Heng his medication. Let me know when you are done with your affairs." "Understood, await my news." After concluding his conversation with Li Yuqi, the vehicle entered the community where Lu Xiaowen resided. Lu Xiaowen had been waiting at the entrance. As soon as Yi Fan's car arrived, she rushed over. "Darling, did you miss me?" Upon entering the vehicle, Lu Xiaowen wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck, showering him with sweet nothings. With a smile, Yi Fan replied, "If I did not miss you, would I have come to fetch you?" Lu Xiaowen beamed with delight at his words. Yi Fan had a knack for charming women. After all, saying sweet things would not cost him anything. Especially when it came to his beloved, a few kind words could bring her joy, which was a win-win situation. Why should he adopt the demeanor of a stoic man? Chapter 42. Sister-in-law, you are truly wonderful. After picking up Lu Xiaowen, the driver proceeded to take Yi Fan and Lu Xiaowen back to the Tangong villa. Upon returning to the villa, Yi Fan instructed the driver to take him home for a well-deserved rest, with the understanding that he would be picked up the following morning. As they entered the villa, Lu Xiaowen immediately threw herself into his arms. After an hour of tender conversation, they found themselves nestled together at the head of the bed. "Darling, tomorrow I'll be trying on wedding dresses with Song Heng. Would you like to see how I look in one?" Lu Xiaowen asked, tracing circles on Yi Fan's chest with her finger. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course I want to see. Be sure to take plenty of photos to send me." "Hee, I knew you would want to see me in a wedding dress. Don't worry. Not only will I send you pictures, but I'll also let you try it on for me." Yi Fan laughed heartily before rolling over to embrace her once more. The next morning, Lu Xiaowen hurriedly made her way back home. Meanwhile, Yi Fan got up, freshened up, and called the driver to pick up Yang Feng and his family. The day's main event was a trip to Disneyland, with tickets that allowed them to bypass all lines as Supreme members. In fact, the most time-consuming aspect of visiting Disneyland is often waiting in queues. With the privilege of skipping the lines, their enjoyment would be significantly amplified. Upon arriving at the Bulgari Hotel, Yang Feng and his family were already waiting downstairs. Having indulged a bit too much the previous night, they appeared rather lackluster. What is so fun about an amusement park? I'd rather get a little more sleep, Yang Feng yawned, expressing his reluctance. Hearing this, Lu Yanran coldly retorted. If you don't want to go, then stay behind. Do you have any idea how much the tickets cost that Yifan bought for you? Who do you think you are to be so picky? Lu Yanran had grown increasingly intolerant of Yang Feng's numerous shortcomings, and if it weren't for his utility, she would have long ended this farce. Upon hearing her words, Yang Feng quickly regained his composure. Dear, please don't be angry. I was just joking. I'm not tired at all now, and I'm sure the amusement park will be a blast. Let us get going. Following this, Yang Feng dutifully took a seat in the front passenger seat, allowing the back seat for Yifan and Lu Yanran. The seating arrangement remained the same as the previous day, and they set off for Disneyland. Since they had purchased Supreme tickets, each of them was assigned a personal steward. They were able to enter the park without the need to queue like those with regular tickets. Following their personal steward, they stepped directly into the park and began enjoying the attractions. Disneyland holds a certain allure for women, and even the typically aloof Lu Yanran found herself immersed in joy while partaking in the rides. However, after descending from the Tron Lightcycle Power Run, Yang Feng unexpectedly rushed to the restroom to vomit. The ride was indeed quite intimidating, and given Yang Feng's somewhat timid nature, he couldn't help but feel nauseous afterward. By the afternoon, they had experienced all the attractions at Disneyland before finally departing. Let us go grab a bite, and then we can head to the pedestrian street, Yifan suggested. The pedestrian street he referred to was Nanjing's, the largest shopping district in the magical city, boasting exclusive brand stores and a foot traffic that surpasses that of the International Finance Center. This meal was far less extravagant than their previous dining experience at the Peace Hotel. They simply chose a nearby hotel for a quick bite before heading to Nanjing South Pedestrian Street. Upon arrival, Yang Feng's family finally exhibited some enthusiasm, showing more energy than they had at Disneyland. The pedestrian street stretched wide, and it would take considerable time to explore its entirety. What do you want, dear? I'll buy it for you, Yang Feng offered, trying to curry favor with Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran cast him a fleeting glance, her voice cool. You might as well keep your money. I'm afraid you wouldn't want to spend it on something I genuinely desire. Yang Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment at her response, realizing he had spoken out of obligation. While he did possess some wealth, several million, his finances paled in comparison to the demands of a place like Shanghai. If Lu Yanran were to select something expensive, it could very well empty their coffers. Moreover, Lu Yanran was not even his legitimate wife. If he squandered money on her and she decided to leave, they would find themselves in dire straits. Observing this exchange, Yifan couldn't help but find it amusing. Lu Yanran was right. His cousin had inherited their father's miserly tendencies and would likely agonize over spending a few thousand. If he were to offer Lu Yanran tens of thousands, he would surely feel a pang in his heart. As Yang Feng awkwardly walked away to find his parents, Yifan leaned in and said, Sister-in-law, let me buy you something. At his words, Lu Yanran's face flushed, and a wave of shyness washed over her as she recalled the previous night's intimate moments with Yifan. I'm not sure what I want to buy. I'll see if I come across something I like. Besides, our family has already made you spend quite a bit. Even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it so freely. It's no trouble at all. My money is endless. Furthermore, I'm delighted to buy something for my sister-in-law. We're family, so there's no need to be so formal about it. I genuinely appreciate your character, Yifan replied warmly. Yifan, you're so kind, Lu Yanran said. Her cheeks still flushed, avoiding his gaze as she mumbled a response. What did you say, sister-in-law? I didn't catch that, Yifan teased, pretending not to hear her. Forget it. I'm leaving, Lu Yanran said quickly, hurrying away. Yifan chuckled and followed her. Due to the bustling crowd and the quick pace of their steps, they soon lost sight of Yang Feng and his family. During this time, Yang Feng called Lu Yanran, inquiring about her whereabouts. She ignored him, simply stating to meet up after leaving the pedestrian street. Meanwhile, Yang Ziyuan looked at Yang Feng with disappointment. You foolish boy, what are you doing? Do you not realize that Yifan is with your wife? Aren't you worried they might get too close? You better not lose Lu Yanran. Our family's advancement depends on her. Once Lu Yanran's father ascends to the position of deputy mayor, our family's assets could multiply significantly, he admonished. Don't worry, Dad. I know what I'm doing. How could Lu Yanran possibly be interested in Yifan? Your son is quite impressive. She wants to run off with him, Yang Feng reassured his father. However, while he verbally assured his father, he secretly sent Lu Yanran a message on WeChat. Chapter 43. Let us wrap this up. I'll buy it. Yet, his message vanished into the void, receiving no reply. Yang Feng dared not press too hard, fearing a rebuke from Lu Yanran. Meanwhile, Yifan and Lu Yanran had begun to explore the brand stores. Their visit to Nanjing South Pedestrian Street was twofold: to witness the splendid hustle and bustle of the magical city and to indulge in some shopping. The two individuals first entered an Hermes boutique, renowned primarily for its women's handbags. Upon their entrance, a sales associate promptly approached them. Those fortunate enough to work here possess a discerning eye. The moment Yi Fan and Lu Yanran stepped inside, she discerned that this pair was no ordinary couple. The man was tall and handsome, clad in designer attire worth hundreds of thousands, and adorned with a watch valued at over $1 million. The woman exuded an exceptional aura, radiating a formidable presence that suggested she was either a powerful businesswoman or a departmental leader. Regardless of her title, such a youthful individual possessing that level of gravitas could not merely be a pretty face. Good afternoon, sir and madam. Welcome to the Hermes boutique. We are delighted to assist you, the sales associate greeted warmly. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. Please, let us browse casually and see if anything catches our eye. Certainly, sir. This way, please. The associate led them to the women's handbag section, where an array of exquisite handbags shimmered under the display lights. Turning to Lu Yanran with a smile, Yi Fan suggested, Yanran, take a look and see if anything appeals to you. In the presence of others, he refrained from referring to her as sister-in-law. Lu Yanran, perceptive as she was, sensed the underlying reason for his choice of words. After all, the relationship between a sister-in-law and a younger brother-in-law could be misconstrued in public. With Yang Feng not accompanying them, it could easily lead to unwarranted speculation about the two shopping together. Could you please bring down that bag from the top shelf for me to see? Upon seeing the bag Lu Yanran pointed to, the sales associate's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Madam, your taste is impeccable. This is our latest limited edition women's handbag, with no more than 5 available globally. Moreover, the sophistication of this bag complements you beautifully. You would look stunning carrying it. As she spoke, the sales associate retrieved the bag. Lu Yanran approached the mirror, draping the bag over her shoulder for a closer look, and indeed, it was striking. Yi Fan smiled and remarked, Yanran, this bag truly suits you. Let us purchase it. Excuse me, how much is this bag? Lu Yanran inquired, turning back to the sales associate after admiring her reflection. Hello, madam. As this is this year's latest limited edition, it is priced at $2 million. $2 million? Upon hearing that figure, Lu Yanran's brow furrowed instantly. The price was exorbitant. She simply could not afford it. Her entire fortune amounted to about $1 million, which included the $88,000 in betrothal gifts from Yang Feng. Moreover, she had no intention of touching that money, as it was merely a display for others. She planned to return it to Yang Feng in due course. Lu Yanran was principled and would never take what did not belong to her. Despite Yang Feng's character flaws, she had no desire to exploit him. Their relationship was merely a facade, and she had not taken advantage of him in any way. Thus, she would not covet that money. Excluding Yang Feng's betrothal gift, her savings would not even cover half the cost of the bag. Although she adored it, she decided against the purchase. This bag is indeed too expensive. I'll look at other options. Do you have any bags priced around 10 to 20,000? Please show me those. The sales associate, sensing Lu Yanran's reluctance, felt a tinge of disappointment but maintained her professionalism without revealing it on her face. Of course, madam. Allow me to introduce you to a few other bags. As she spoke, the sales associate took the bag from Lu Yanran's hands and prepared to leave. Yet, Yi Fan interjected calmly, Excuse me, please wrap this bag for us. We shall purchase it. Sir, are you certain you wish to buy this bag? The sales associate, initially expecting a lost sale, was pleasantly surprised by this turn of events. Is there a problem with my decision? Yi Fan replied with a smile. No, sir, I merely meant. Before the sales associate could finish her sentence, Yi Fan waved his hand and interrupted her with a smile. Please proceed with the billing. Yi Fan, this is not appropriate. The bag is far too expensive. Lu Yanran was acutely aware of Yi Fan's intention to buy the bag for her and hurriedly refused. Sister-in-law, consider this bag a welcome gift from me. Please don't decline. It wouldn't look good for us to keep exchanging pleasantries in front of so many people. He whispered the last part close to her ear, causing her cheeks to flush at the term sister-in-law. Yi Fan, this bag is too costly. I truly cannot accept it. Moreover, as a public servant, carrying such an expensive bag would not reflect well. Yi Fan shook his head. What is wrong with that? Surely you don't think I am attempting to bribe you? Rest assured, even if someone were to investigate, you would not be in violation of any regulations. Bribery involves leveraging one's authority for illicit gain, which is not applicable in my case. Even if you wish to use your position for my benefit, I would not allow it. I have no intention of losing more than I gain. My corporation's annual legal revenue exceeds 100 billion. I would never engage in activities that could jeopardize my future. Thus, you can comfortably accept this gift. Let us not even discuss this bag worth a couple of million. Even if I were to transfer you $1 billion, it would not breach any ethical boundaries. You certainly have a way with words. Very well, I shall accept it, but I must admit, I would genuinely be concerned if you were to transfer me $1 billion. Lu Yanran began to realize that accepting the $2 million bag was not indicative of any illicit funds. There was no exchange of interests between them. and the disciplinary committee would not find any basis for scrutiny. Having alleviated Liu Yanran's concerns, Yifan did not cease his shopping spree for her. After purchasing the bag, they continued to explore other luxury boutiques, designer clothing, watches, cosmetics. By the end of their excursion, Yifan had spent nearly 4 million, half of which was on the limited edition handbag. Observing such a substantial sum spent, Liu Yanran couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of wealth. As evening approached, the group reconvened outside the pedestrian street. Upon noticing the multitude of bags Yifan carried, Yang Feng felt a pang of unease. He was somewhat familiar with those brands. Knowing they were not inexpensive, each would cost at least several hundred thousand. A wave of jealousy washed over him. How could Yifan possess such incredible fortune and earn so much? If only he had such riches, then beautiful women would flock to him, and he would no longer have to tread carefully in Liu Yanran's presence. Chapter 44. The Virtuous Wife, Li Yuqi. The driver who had brought them was considerate enough to step out and take the bags from Yifan, placing them in the trunk. Subsequently, the group returned to the hotel. The day's itinerary had come to an end, having spent the day at Disney and the pedestrian street, leaving everyone exhausted and ready to retire to their rooms. Once they returned, Yang Feng noticed the items Yifan had carried were indeed gifts for Liu Yanran, prompting him to inquire, "Darling, did Yifan buy these for you?" Liu Yanran frowned slightly. "Did I not mention before? When we are in private, refrain from calling me darling. Have you forgotten my words?" Initially, Yang Feng intended to confront Liu Yanran, but under her formidable presence, he found himself relenting, accompanied by an awkward smile. "I was just caught up in the moment. Yanran, please do not be upset. I assure you, I shall not err again." Liu Yanran responded with a cold snort. "Yang Feng, I am aware of your grievances towards Yifan, yet I advise you to cultivate a cordial relationship with him. Yifan is far from the simplicity you perceive. Achieving the position of a billionaire conglomerate owner merely a year after graduation speaks volumes about his capabilities, which are beyond your imagination. Should you truly provoke him, you may find yourself in peril without even realizing it." Yang Feng scoffed inwardly, dismissing her words as exaggerated. Placing undue emphasis on Yifan, Liu Yanran, with an air of calm authority, remarked, "The methods employed by such a figure are beyond your comprehension. If he truly wished to eliminate you, he possesses countless ways to do so. Yifan's company will soon invest in our locality, and given the scale of his enterprise, even a modest factory would likely run into hundreds of millions. While investing 100 million in a major city might seem trivial, in our small county, it is monumental, warranting personal reception from the mayor. As an investor, Yifan will naturally be a guest of honor among government officials, and while overt favoritism may not be granted, discreet assistance will surely be extended. If he desires to deal with you, a mere mention to influential leaders could easily cost you your public position." Upon hearing Liu Yanran's words, Yang Feng felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. His job was hard won, with his family exerting considerable effort to secure it for him. The arrangements alone had cost hundreds of thousands, not to mention the extensive networking involved. He had merely been fortunate to secure the position during a time of lenient scrutiny. In the current climate, obtaining a job with a stable position would require not only credentials, but also navigating a series of complex examinations. And even that would not be achieved with mere hundreds of thousands. In the following 2 days, Yifan accompanied Liu Yanran and Yang Feng's family to several locations, marking the conclusion of their gathering. At the airport, Liu Yanran waved goodbye to Yifan. "Goodbye, cousin. Do come home when you can. I shall throw you a welcome feast." Yifan smiled and nodded. "Certainly, sister-in-law. I will inform you upon my return." Yang Feng, now markedly more courteous, had undergone a significant shift in attitude towards Yifan since Liu Yanran's admonishments. He genuinely feared that Yifan might indeed leverage his connections to jeopardize his public position. The threat of investigation loomed large, especially as his credentials were fabricated. Should the authorities scrutinize him, his only recourse would be to resign. After bidding farewell to Liu Yanran and the others, Yifan drove to Li Yuqi's residence. Today, Li Yuqi had messaged him, stating that Ma Changfeng was on a business trip and would not return for 2 days, inviting Yifan to keep her company. Naturally, he was eager for such an opportunity, especially since their last encounter at the KTV had not afforded them a moment alone. Following the address Li Yuqi provided, Yifan arrived at her residential complex, which, in the bustling metropolis, could be classified as moderate, with an estimated value exceeding 3 million. The 120 square meter apartment was quite spacious. After parking in Li Yuqi's designated spot, he took the elevator up. Although the elevator required a keycard for access, Li Yuqi could summon it directly from her floor. Upon the elevator doors opening on the 12th floor, Yifan was greeted by the sight of Li Yuqi, adorned in exquisite makeup and a silk nightgown. This sight ignited a warmth within him, yet he reminded himself to temper his desires given their public surroundings. The two engaged in conversation as they returned to her apartment, where a 3-year-old child toddled towards them, babbling cheerfully. Is this your child? Yi Fan inquired with a smile, observing the approaching little one. Li Yuqi nodded. Yes, this is my daughter. She is 3 years old and her nickname is Duo Duo. Duo Duo. Come here and greet uncle. She lovingly lifted her daughter, encouraging her to respond. Despite her young age, Duo Duo managed to utter the word uncle with adorable clarity. As Yi Fan slipped into slippers, he remarked with a smile, Duo Duo is truly well behaved. Do you have any favorites? Next time I will bring you something special. Hearing his words, the little girl pondered seriously, pointing thoughtfully at her lips. Overcome by her cuteness, Yi Fan could not resist taking her from Li Yuqi's arms, playfully engaging with her. Li Yuqi's home, though spacious at over 100 square meters, paled in comparison to his own residence. Nevertheless, in the context of the city, possessing an apartment of such size was commendable for the average individual. Noticing the smile on Yi Fan's face, Li Yuqi curiously asked, Yi Fan, do you like children? He shook his head slightly. Not particularly. I find children can be quite chaotic. However, I do take a liking to your daughter. She is so obedient and charming. I feel quite proud. Li Yuqi felt a swell of joy at his praise for her child. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me prepare something for you. That sounds great. I would love to sample your cooking, he replied. Please entertain the child while I prepare the meal, Li Yuqi instructed. Donning an apron and bustling into the kitchen. Holding Duo Duo, Yi Fan stood at the kitchen entrance, watching Li Yuqi's diligent figure with a smile. The thought of such a devoted wife belonging solely to him filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Amidst her busyness, Li Yuqi called out, Yi Fan, why don't you sit in the living room for a bit? Standing there must be tiring. I will have dinner ready shortly. Yi Fan nodded. All right. Just call me when it's time to eat. I will play with Duo Duo for a while. In the living room, Yi Fan played with toys alongside Duo Duo, eliciting fits of laughter from her. While entertaining her, he took the opportunity to observe Li Yuqi's home. It was evident that she and Ma Changfeng had once shared a deep affection. Photographs capturing their moments together adorned various corners of the house, including their wedding pictures. However, even the strongest love could succumb to the harsh realities of life. In the early days of their marriage, Li Yuqi and Ma Changfeng had been inseparable. Yet, as circumstances deteriorated and financial pressures mounted, their relationship began to fray. Disputes over money became frequent, gradually eroding their bond. Compounded by Li Yuqi's inherent inclination towards vanity, she succumbed to a downward spiral after being exposed to Lu Xiaowen's extravagant lifestyle. Initially, Lu Xiaowen did not evoke much envy in Li Yuqi, as Ma Changfeng's financial standing was only marginally lesser than that of Song Hang's. However, upon encountering Yi Fan, who provided a monthly allowance of 500,000 along with various luxury purchases, Li Yuqi found herself truly envious, fostering a desire to emulate Lu Xiaowen's lifestyle. Thus, it was this desire that had led her to half-heartedly acquiesce to Yi Fan in the restroom of the KTV. Certainly, she harbored her own cunning thoughts, fully aware that Yi Fan was not the kind to relinquish the entire forest for her sake. She contemplated that possessing Yi Fan entirely was not feasible. Rather, she needed to cultivate a sense of importance in his heart. Thus, upon learning that Ma Changfeng would be away for 2 days, she promptly contacted Yi Fan, inviting him to her residence. Preparing a meal for him was a calculated part of her strategy. During the quiet of the night, she pondered Yi Fan's character. Given that he sought companionship with both her and Lu Xiaowen, it was evident he relished excitement. Inviting him over was also meant to satiate his craving for thrill. The very thought of their impending activities made a blush creep across Li Yuqi's cheeks. She was truly committed, unperturbed by the possibility of being seen by acquaintances from the neighborhood, fearing the rumors that might reach Ma Changfeng's ears. Yet, the prospect of securing a more significant place in Yi Fan's heart compelled her to take the plunge. Since Yi Fan enjoyed excitement, she resolved to fulfill that desire, ensuring he would not easily forget her and that she could derive some benefits from their association. After more than an hour, Li Yuqi had meticulously prepared a feast, 4 dishes and a soup, featuring fish and meat, a truly sumptuous spread. Yi Fan, would you care for some wine? Li Yuqi inquired. Let us indulge a little. After all, today is quite leisurely, he replied. All right, the meal is ready, she said as she retrieved a bottle of Maotai and several beers from the refrigerator. This Maotai was a precious find, procured by Ma Changfeng during an online event. With only 3 bottles in total, it was a cherished item, yet Li Yuqi unabashedly offered it to Yi Fan. Carrying her little dog, Duo Duo, into the kitchen, she noted the lavish array of dishes, which ignited Yi Fan's appetite. Wow, what a feast, he exclaimed. Li Yuqi smiled. Come over and sample my culinary skills. Let us see what you think. As she spoke, she uncorked the Maotai, pouring a glass for herself and Yi Fan. For Yi Fan, Maotai had lost its novelty. He didn't even glance at the liquor, picking up his chopsticks to savor the food instead. Delicious, truly exquisite, he praised. And Li Yuqi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her efforts had not been in vain. Yifan genuinely appreciated her cooking. This exemplified the difference between a mature woman and a young girl. The former understands how to please a man, while the latter merely knows how to act cute, lacking the understanding of how to capture a man's heart. As they enjoyed their meal, they exchanged drinks and laughter. After dinner, Li Yuqi found her gaze hazy, teetering between consciousness and inebriation. The warmth of the alcohol intensified the underlying sentiments they both harbored, and soon they succumbed to their desires. Duo had been lulled to sleep and placed in the guest room. After the meal, Yifan and Li Yuqi engaged in their passionate endeavors, moving from the kitchen to the living room and finally to the bedroom, leaving traces of their affection throughout the space. Above the headboard hung a large wedding portrait, featuring a blissful couple, yet the protagonists in the bed were not the same as those in the photograph. Li Yuqi had indeed correctly perceived Yifan's nature. Within her home, he unleashed all his pent-up energy, and it wasn't until the early hours of the morning that the room finally fell silent. For the next 2 days, Yifan remained oblivious to the outside world, consumed solely by Lu Huangshu. Although he did not step outside and stayed at Li Yuqi's residence, he still maintained contact with the outside world. He discussed with Lu Xiaowen whether she looked beautiful in her wedding dress and exchanged thoughts with Lu Yanran regarding investment matters. Naturally, during these discussions, he also shared some casual banter with her, the nature of which only they were privy to. Women are often similar, regardless of their demeanor. Once familiarity is established, they can engage in harmless jokes. Lu Yanran was no exception. During their conversations, Yifan would broach subtly flirtatious topics. Though she might shy away from responding directly, her playful retorts brought him considerable enjoyment. In the bedroom, Li Yuqi communicated with Ma Changfeng through video. "Don't worry, dear. I will take good care of the home. Duo, you take care of yourself out there and don't overexert yourself for the sake of money." As Li Yuqi spoke, Yifan lay at her feet, propped up on one elbow, while his free hand playfully caressed her delicate foot, causing a blush to bloom on her cheeks. Her sultry gaze nearly tempting Yifan to leap forward. "What is wrong, darling? Are you unwell?" Ma Changfeng inquired. Noticing her unusual demeanor on the video call, Li Yuqi was startled, fearing he had discovered something, and quickly replied, "Oh, husband, I'm fine. It's just a bit warm in the house without the air conditioning." "Oh, my dear, do turn on the air conditioning. Although we are a bit tight financially right now, it's not necessary to be so frugal. How much can it cost?" "All right, I understand, dear. I'll turn it on shortly. That is my good wife. I'll be home tomorrow, and I want to spend some quality time with you." "Okay, husband. I'll be waiting. Goodbye, wife. I must get back to work." After hanging up, Li Yuqi bit her lip and said to Yifan, "What are you doing? You almost got discovered. Couldn't you wait until I finished the call before causing a ruckus?" Chapter 46. No need for such trouble. Another morning dawned, and Yifan was uncertain how the past 2 days had unfolded with Li Yuqi. In any case, she had resolved not to meet him for a week, under the pretense that Ma Changfeng's return necessitated stability. The truth was, Li Yuqi found it somewhat overwhelming to be around Yifan and sought to retreat for a few days. With Xiaowen's wedding approaching, "You should focus on her for a bit. I feel quite guilty for having taken her man. If she finds out, I wonder if our sisterhood can endure." As she sorted through Yifan's clothes, Li Yuqi smiled mischievously. "Rest assured, I won't let her find out, and even if she does, what can she do? If she cannot discern her own position, I cannot possibly keep her around." Just then, Li Yuqi's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, she answered. As soon as she picked up, Ma Changfeng's voice came through. "Wife, I'm back. I'm already downstairs, but someone has parked in my spot. I'll park and come up shortly." Li Yuqi replied gently, "Okay, husband, I'll be waiting at home." After hanging up, she turned to Yifan and said, "All right. He is back. I'll let you know when he is not home." Yifan nodded. "Then I'll take my leave, but before I go, don't you want to do something? How annoying, always teasing me. Goodbye, darling." With that, Li Yuqi stood on her toes and planted a parting kiss. Yifan drove away in the Toyota Alphard business vehicle that Chun Daoyuan had prepared for him. After descending the stairs, Yifan did not head to the parking space, but instead made his way outside the community. At that moment, someone was waiting there with his sports car. Upon seeing Yifan emerge, the individual delivering the car promptly greeted him with respect, saying, "Boss." Yifan nodded and handed over the key to the Alphard. "Please return the car to the company. I shall take my leave now." Without waiting for a response, he drove off. In the underground parking lot, Ma Changfeng waited until the person took the Alphard away before he parked his own vehicle and ascended to his residence. Although he was quite displeased with the individual who occupied his parking space, the sight of the $1 million Alphard business vehicle rendered him hesitant to voice his grievances. After all, it was better to avoid unnecessary conflict, especially since the person had proactively moved the car. having nothing pressing on his agenda. Yi Fan leisurely drove through the streets for a while before returning to the Tang Palace. As he arrived at the entrance of the villa area, he noticed Wu Qingya hastily coming out. He honked the horn and called out, "Manager Wu, what is the matter?" Upon hearing the honk and seeing Yi Fan, Wu Qingya, though anxious, responded courteously, "Oh, it's Mr. Yi. The teacher from my child's school just called to inform me that my child has a slight fever, and I need to pick him up to take him to the hospital." "I see. Allow me to drive you there," Yi Fan offered. "There's no need for that, Mr. Yi. It would be too much trouble." Wu Qingya quickly waved her hand in refusal. "Not at all. I have nothing pressing at the moment. I still owe you a favor for helping me with my shopping last time. Please, get in," Yi Fan insisted. In her urgency, Wu Qingya did not press the matter further, pulling open the car door and taking a seat in the passenger seat. After she provided the address, Yi Fan drove directly towards it, the 7th primary school in Modu, where Wu Qingya's child was in the 1st grade. Upon parking, they entered the school. After explaining their situation to the security guard, they were granted access. They made their way to the school infirmary, where they found Wu Qingya's daughter lying on the bed, appearing weak. "Ms. Zhang, how is my daughter?" Wu Qingya inquired of a young female teacher attending to the child. "The doctor has indicated that the child has a serious fever and needs to be taken to the hospital promptly," Ms. Zhang replied. Wu Qingya nodded. "All right, Ms. Zhang. We shall head to the hospital now." Given that her daughter was in the 1st grade and was not particularly light, Yi Fan took it upon himself to carry the child, not allowing Wu Qingya to assist. "Thank you, Mr. Yi," Wu Qingya expressed her gratitude, realizing that Yi Fan was considerate of her situation. "There's no need for such formality. The child's health is the priority. Let us go?" Yi Fan replied as they made their way outside. Wu Qingya held her child in the front passenger seat while Yi Fan drove towards the hospital. Though the sports car boasted exceptional performance, it lacked comfort. With Lu Xiaowen's wedding approaching, he needed to purchase a gift and intended to take her to see some cars, while also preparing a few for himself. Arriving at Moda City Hospital, they checked in and proceeded to the relevant department. Under the doctor's examination, it was determined that the child merely had a common cold, though the fever was quite severe, necessitating immediate treatment. After receiving the medication, they headed towards the 4-room, but the hospital was overcrowded, and a long queue formed outside. At that moment, Wu Qingya's husband arrived. He was a stout and honest man. Upon his arrival, he hurried to check on the child's condition. "Dear, is our child all right?" Wu Qingya shook her head. "It's nothing serious, just a common cold, but the fever is quite severe. I'm worried that if it lasts too long, it could harm her health. We need to get her on and quickly." "All right, let's hurry then," Lin Yue said anxiously. Wu Qingya sighed, appreciating her husband's good nature and sense of responsibility, but lamenting his lack of awareness. Did he not see the long line ahead? "Did you not notice that long queue? We must wait for our turn," Wu Qingya pointed out. Only then did Lin Yue look up and see the lengthy line, scratching his head and chuckling. "You're right. I was too anxious to notice." Wu Qingya then introduced, "Dear, this is Mr. Yi, a resident of our villa community." Upon learning that Yi Fan was a resident of the Tang Palace, Lin Yue immediately extended his hands respectfully, saying, "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Lin Yue, Wu Qingya's husband." Yi Fan smiled and shook Lin Yue's hand. "Hello, Mr. Lin." After shaking hands, Yi Fan stated, "Waiting like this isn't a solution. Allow me to handle it." Wu Qingya, puzzled, asked, "Mr. Yi, how do you intend to handle it? Do you have connections here at the hospital?" Recalling Yi Fan's status, she surmised correctly that someone residing in the prestigious Tang Palace must wield considerable influence in Modu, easily facilitating connections at the hospital. Yi Fan shook his head. "There's no need for such trouble. Just follow me." At Modu City Hospital, he could indeed pull strings if necessary. A simple phone call to Chun Daoyuan could summon even the hospital director, but for such a trivial matter, there was no need to trouble him. Yi Fan led Wu Qingya and her family through the crowd to the front of the line. "Mr. Yi, you aren't thinking of cutting in line, are you?" Wu Qingya felt apprehensive about Yi Fan's actions. "You are correct. I intend to cut in line." Yi Fan replied with a calm smile. Mr. Yi, perhaps we should refrain from that. It may provoke public outrage. Even if you have a powerful background, I wouldn't want you to encounter trouble over something so trivial," Wu Qingya cautioned. Without responding, Yi Fan approached the individual at the front of the line and said, "Sir, my child is unwell and urgently needs infor. Would you kindly allow us to cut in?" His request elicited discontent among those present. Had it not been for Yi Fan's distinguished demeanor, many would have openly criticized him. The individual addressed by Yi Fan found himself momentarily speechless. Yi Fan smiled gently, pulling out his phone. "Of course, I'm not asking to cut in for free. How about we swap places for 10,000 yuan? The audacity of Yi Fan's proposition left the onlookers dumbfounded. Many secretly regretted not being the one at the front of the line, as it seemed effortless to earn such money by merely switching places. However, a young man in second place harbored dissatisfaction. though his position remained unchanged. He simply found Yi Fan irksome. This unprovoked resentment stemmed from jealousy. Yi Fan was more handsome than him and had a beautiful wife, prompting feelings of envy. The young man mistakenly perceived the stunning Wu Qingya as Yi Fan's spouse, while he assumed Lin Yue was merely a senior relative. Lin Yue appeared somewhat aged due to the excessive labor he endured in his youth. Standing alongside Wu Qingya, he resembled a figure from her parents' generation. Recently, this young man had been in low spirits following a breakup with his girlfriend, and upon seeing the dashing and tall Yi Fan, he found it hard to contain his frustration. Having money makes you superior, doesn't it? As if anyone is missing that extra 10,000 yuan from you. Just step aside and stop disturbing others, the young man declared, causing a shift in the expressions of those around him. What was wrong with this young man? Was he seeking trouble? The other party merely shifted positions without disturbing anyone. Why such bitterness? Yi Fan, without sparing the young man a glance, maintained his warm smile and responded, "How about 20,000? If that is not acceptable, let us raise it to 30, 40, 50,000. Without granting others a moment to contemplate, Yi Fan escalated the offer to 50,000. The first person in line, fearful of Yi Fan retracting his offer, hastily agreed when the figure reached 50,000. Please, provide me with the payment code. Yi Fan still wore a smile as radiant as spring sunshine. The individual quickly retrieved his phone to find the code. After the transaction was completed, Yi Fan turned to Wu Qingya and her husband, urging, "Please take the child inside quickly." Wu Qingya and her husband were left dumbfounded. Was this display of wealth truly the norm among affluent individuals? Such thoughts crossed the minds of everyone present. The wealthy indeed exhibited a certain flamboyance. A few nurses who witnessed the scene gazed at Yi Fan with sparkling eyes. Wu Qingya instructed Lin Yue to carry the child inside first, as she lingered to express her gratitude to Yi Fan, wishing to return the money and not allow him to incur expenses on their behalf. Once Lin Yue had taken the child inside, the smile vanished from Yi Fan's face, replaced by a cold glare directed at the young man. Has no one ever told you that trouble often arises from careless words? At such a young age, you lack restraint and must wait until you felt the sting of a slap to understand pain. As his words echoed, a resounding slap reverberated through the empty corridor. Yi Fan had refrained from using his full strength, having held back significantly. Otherwise, he feared he might have dealt a fatal blow. Yet, even with his restraint, the young man was sent reeling, stumbling several steps before regaining his balance. When he looked up, his face was already swollen and bruised. And as he opened his mouth to speak, he spat out 2 bloodied teeth. Gasp! Those witnessing the scene collectively inhaled sharply, feeling a sympathetic ache in their own cheeks. The young man struggled to articulate his words, yet his gestures made it clear he was cursing Yi Fan. Before he could finish, another slap landed. Yi Fan stepped forward, confronting the young man directly, delivering yet another strike. This time, he increased the force, rendering the young man unconscious on the spot. Take him away. I will cover his medical expenses, Yi Fan instructed the astonished doctors nearby. His domineering presence left everyone too intimidated to breathe freely. Even Wu Qingya felt a tremor of apprehension. Despite having interacted with Yi Fan for a brief period, she had always perceived him as amiable, cultured, and composed. However, she never anticipated he could be so fearsome when angered. "Mr. Yi, are you all right?" Wu Qingya asked softly, swallowing hard. Yi Fan's smile returned, "I'm perfectly fine. But, you've struck someone. Won't that lead to trouble?" Wu Qingya was concerned that the young man, having been knocked out, would seek retribution, potentially involving the police and holding Yi Fan accountable. Yi Fan chuckled lightly. "So what if I did? He deserved it. Don't worry, there's no issue." Wu Qingya's concerns were valid. The young man's family had some wealth, and upon learning of his son's beating, they promptly decided to file a report. His father, brimming with arrogance, declared that whoever had harmed his son would face dire consequences. Before long, the local police station dispatched officers. After gathering the details of the incident, they summoned Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan had already made arrangements, instructing Chun Daoyuan to handle the matter. Yi Fan cooperated and went to the police station. Wu Qingya insisted on accompanying him to serve as a witness. Naturally, her testimony would be biased in Yi Fan's favor. Although her account would be favorable, Wu Qingya refrained from fabricating any details, noting that the young man had provoked Yi Fan first, which might provide some context for leniency. Moreover, she sought to utilize her connections to assist Yi Fan. Despite the young man's initial provocation, Yi Fan had indeed resorted to violence, and it remained uncertain how severe his charges might be. In the interrogation room of the local police station, Yi Fan sat calmly in a chair. 2 officers questioned him. "So what prompted you to strike him?" Yi Fan replied coolly, "Because he was disrespectful." Upon hearing this, the officers exchanged glances. One elderly officer remarked, "Young man, your attitude toward admitting fault leaves much to be desired. You struck someone. Even if provoked, Violence is not an acceptable response. Furthermore, the victim's condition is serious, and his family is unwilling to reconcile, which could lead to severe consequences for you. It would be prudent to cooperate and adopt a more contrite demeanor. Perhaps you could negotiate a lighter sentence. If you offer compensation, you might even earn their forgiveness, which would mitigate your troubles. Yi Fan smiled in response. I have committed no crime. What fault should I admit? And who says they are unwilling to forgive? After speaking, Yi Fan glanced at his watch and pointed to the time. Can you guess how long it will be before I am released? The officers, taken aback by his audacity, felt their irritation rising. Young man, I have reviewed the details, and you struck hard. The victim is still unconscious in the hospital. If you have caused any serious injury, you could face criminal charges. It would be wise not to be overly confident. You may find yourself regretting it later. Yi Fan remained silent, simply sitting there calmly. His distinguished appearance made the officers hesitant to offend him. Had he been an ordinary person, they would not have been so accommodating. Outside, Chen Daoyuan had uncovered the young man's family background. The young man's name was Wei Ming. His father was a manager at a securities firm, earning a substantial salary. His mother owned a cosmetics store, also generating a significant income. The family's annual earnings exceeded 1,000,000 yuan, placing them in a comfortable financial position. The young man had ended up in the hospital due to a rash encounter at a bar after a breakup, leading to a medical visit. His father, having wealthy clients and considerable connections, was eager to take action upon hearing of his son's beating. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Wei Xianjin received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Wei Xianjin? Yes, I am Wei Xianjin. Who is this? At this moment, Wei Xianjin was in poor spirits due to his son being assaulted. Upon hearing someone speak to him so rudely, he responded with little courtesy. I am Wang Ming, the manager of the concierge department at Huiguang Group. The purpose of my call is to inform you to go to the police station and sign the letter of understanding. If you possess any sense, do not make this difficult for me. If you do not understand, I shall teach you. Do you comprehend my words? Who? Huiguang Group? Hearing this name, Wei Xianjin was taken aback. Yes, the one who assaulted your son is our group's boss, and I am unafraid for you to know his identity. We currently reside in a society governed by law. We have no desire to resort to violence against you. However, should you fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, not only will you lose your job, but you may also find your legs in jeopardy. Furthermore, inform your wife to check on her cosmetics store. Consider this a minor warning to your family. Quickly adhere to my instructions. With that, the call was abruptly disconnected. Meanwhile, outside the local police station, a convoy led by a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly approached, followed by 5 Mercedes-Benz S450 vehicles. Upon the convoy coming to a halt, Chen Daoyuan, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a suit carrying a briefcase, stepped out of the Rolls-Royce. As soon as they entered the police station, the man with the briefcase began processing the bail procedures. This middle-aged gentleman was the chief lawyer of the legal department at Huiguang Group and had once served as Chen Daoyuan's personal attorney, handling numerous criminal cases for him. Chen Daoyuan was no ordinary businessman. He had once been a renowned figure in the underworld. However, after cleansing his past, he settled into his role as the general manager of Huiguang Group. When Huiguang Group was initially founded, their projects were not solely acquired through bidding, but were seized through sheer force. The era of Huiguang Group's rise was not as harmonious as the current society. In those days, the one with the ruthless methods and the most subordinates held the power to dictate terms and secure various contracts. Although Chen Daoyuan had since reformed, he could still summon hundreds of subordinates to reclaim territory if he wished. Upon receiving the news, the police chief hurried out to handle the situation personally. Huiguang Group was no small enterprise. It was not merely an ordinary conglomerate worth billions, but a colossal entity operating in both legitimate and illicit spheres. The chief's legs felt weak at the thought of dealing with the boss of Huiguang Group. Despite his already respectable rank, especially in a place as significant as Modu, he could not afford to offend such a behemoth. The dealings of Huiguang Group were intertwined with the state, and they had connections with high-ranking officials. A mere department chief like him lacked the audacity to cross Huiguang Group, which could easily strip him of his position with the flick of a wrist. In the interrogation room, 2 officers, upon receiving news, gazed at Yi Fan with astonishment. This young man was, in fact, the owner of Huiguang Group. They broke out in a cold sweat at the realization. Fortuitously, they had not offended him earlier. Otherwise, it could have ended poorly. Wu Qingya, who had accompanied Yi Fan, was equally shocked upon learning his true identity. Indeed, those residing in the Tang Palace villas were not ordinary individuals. Among the known owners of the villas, none were simple characters. The owner of Villa Number 2 was a retired magnate from Modu's judicial system. Of course, the funds for purchasing the villa were not derived from corruption, but rather from legitimate family business earnings. As for how this individual managed to hold a high position while their family engaged in lawful business, that was a mystery. Villa Number 3 belonged to Xin Yun, the proprietor of the largest entertainment establishment in Modu, Diamond Paradise. The minister of the organization department of the Yangtze River Delta, known as Bamboo Leaf Green, was a femme fatale. Boss, are you alright? Has anyone made things difficult for you? Chen Daoyuan promptly inquired upon seeing Yi Fan. Yi Fan shook his head. No one has troubled me. Let us leave. With that, Yi Fan led the group out of the police station. Outside, four burly men in black suits stood in front of the 5 Mercedes-Benz S450 vehicles. As Yi Fan settled into the Rolls-Royce, the men also entered their respective vehicles. The convoy gradually set off, swiftly vanishing from the police station's entrance. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Yi Fan and Wu Qingyao occupied the back seat, while Chen Daoyuan took the passenger seat. The lawyer who had facilitated Yi Fan's bail discreetly moved to the rear vehicle. Sitting beside Yi Fan, Wu Qingyao felt somewhat breathless. Yi Fan's aura was overwhelmingly potent, especially after learning he was the owner of Huiguang Group, which made her feel increasingly intimidated. How is your daughter? Wu Qingyao asked hastily. Mr. Yi, I just heard her father say that Xiaoran is much better now. Good. That is a relief. Chapter 49. Are you trying to destroy our family? Boss, where are we headed now? Chen Daoyuan respectfully inquired as they settled into the vehicle. To the hospital to retrieve the car. Then you may attend to your own matters, Yi Fan replied. Understood, boss. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Chen Daoyuan instructed the driver to take Yi Fan and Wu Qingyao to Modu City Hospital. They had been taken from the hospital in a police car, leaving their vehicle behind. Soon, the convoy arrived at the municipal hospital, and after Yi Fan and Wu Qingyao alighted, Chen Daoyuan took his leave with his team. Meanwhile, as Yi Fan exited the police station, Wei Ming's mother, upon receiving her husband Wei Xianjin's request to check on the store, hurriedly drove to the shop. Before she could reach, she received a call from the store manager. Hello, boss, there's trouble at the store. It was first vandalized, and now it has been sealed off for 3 months due to fire safety violations. What? Fire safety violations? And no one is addressing the vandalism? Wei Ming's mother exclaimed angrily from behind the wheel. In this fiercely competitive environment, her store's profitability relied heavily on returning customers. A 3-month closure could lead to a significant loss of clientele, potentially driving her to bankruptcy, an understandably distressing prospect. The manager replied, Boss, I've already reported it to the police, but they say they cannot locate the perpetrator at this time. They will notify us once further investigations are made. What are these police doing? There are cameras. Those who vandalized my store cannot just vanish into thin air. The manager fell silent, uncertain how to explain the situation. She knew this case was easily solvable, as the surveillance footage clearly showed the vandals' identities, yet the police maintained they could not find them and needed more time. What could she do? Should she attempt to catch them herself? Wei Ming's mother gritted her teeth. Fine, I will handle this matter. Understood, boss. After hanging up, the manager sighed in relief. It was evident that her boss had offended someone, and now someone sought to retaliate. She had no desire to wade into such murky waters. She was merely an employee and did not wish to attract unnecessary trouble. Just as Wei Ming's mother ended the call, another call from Wei Xianjin came through. Dear, how is the situation on your end? Wei Ming's mother recounted the events in full. After listening, Wei Jianxin said, My dear wife, let us put this matter to rest. It is evident that this incident serves as a warning from the Huiguang Group. Allow me some time to organize a few people so we can reopen the store swiftly. If we refrain from provoking the Huiguang Group again, we may find ourselves free from future troubles. I was infuriated by his words. How can you tolerate this? They are trampling on us without a care. Wei Jianxin, I had no idea you could be so spineless. What kind of society are we living in? This is a society governed by the rule of law. If we truly anger them, what could they possibly do to us? Are they really going to kill us? I swear, if you do not take charge of this situation, I will handle it myself. With our son lying in a hospital bed, unconscious, the doctor warned of a potential severe concussion. Given the circumstances, this situation cannot simply be overlooked. After finishing her tirade, Wei's mother abruptly hung up, unwilling to engage in any further dialogue with Wei Jianxin. Listening to the busy signal, Wei Jianxin's face turned ashen with rage. This ignorant woman had no comprehension of the true terror that the Huiguang Group represented. It was precisely because we lived in a lawful society that their family remained intact. Had this been a time before stringent crackdowns, the Huiguang Group would not have been so courteous. They would have sent their underlings to deal with us long ago. The thought sent a chill down Wei Jianxin's spine. He genuinely feared that this woman might provoke the Huiguang Group into taking drastic actions. He hastily retrieved his phone to call his wife again, but while he had managed to get through the first 2 times, subsequent attempts were met with a busy signal, clearly indicating he had been blocked. Damn it! Wei Jianxin seethed, throwing his phone against the wall in frustration. Ignorant woman, are you intent on destroying our family? In the hospital room, Wei Jianxin gritted his teeth in anger. Just as he was about to explode, Wei Ming, lying in the hospital bed, stirred slightly, and slowly awakened. "Dad," he weakly called out upon seeing his father, Wei Jianxin. Overcome with relief, Wei Jianxin rushed to his side. "Son, you've awakened." Wei Ming nodded, his voice hoarse. "Dad, I'm thirsty." Wei Jianxin quickly poured a glass of water and helped his son drink. "How are you feeling now?" Wei Ming replied, "A bit better. But my face still hurts." Wei Jianxin's heart ached as he observed the swelling on Wei Ming's face. "Your face is still swollen. Of course, it hurts. The doctor assured me that once the swelling goes down, you will be fine." "Dad, it's infuriating. You must not let the person who did this to me go unpunished. Look what they did to me. I have never endured such suffering." Hearing his son's words, Wei Jianxin felt a bittersweet smile tug at his lips. Yet, he could not express his true feelings, fearing that his son's agitation might lead to further complications. "Rest assured, son, I will make sure you get your revenge. Just focus on recovering." "Okay, Dad, I trust you." As he gazed into his son's trusting eyes, Wei Jianxin felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain some semblance of rationality, refusing to let impulsiveness cloud his judgment. The Huiguang Group was a colossal entity he could not afford to offend. Even if he gathered all the influential clients he knew, it would still be a grave mistake to challenge the Huiguang Group. Moreover, those prominent clients were not fools. They would never jeopardize their own interests for his sake. He was merely a manager at a securities firm, occasionally assisting clients with their investments. Without him, they could easily find someone else. To those affluent clients, he was insignificant. Thus, he could not fathom how he might reclaim honor for his son against the Huiguang Group. When it came to wealth, the Huiguang Group boasted a market value in the hundreds of billions, while his own net worth barely reached a few million, insignificant in comparison. In terms of connections, they could converse with the mayor of the Magic City, while he struggled to even get a word in with a department head. Even if he managed to secure a meeting with a director, they might not even deign to acknowledge him, let alone offer assistance. As for social influence, he was leagues behind. The few acquaintances he had in the underworld were only useful for posturing. If he were to ask them for help against the Huiguang Group, they would likely flee in terror. Chapter 50. The Yi family takes action. Just as Wei Jianxin was racking his brain, contemplating how to confront the Huiguang Group, his wife Dong Jia had already arrived at the company and met with the store manager. Upon their meeting, the first thing Dong Jia requested was the surveillance footage of the store's vandalism. "Boss, I have copied the surveillance video onto my computer, and I am sending it to you now," the manager said as he transferred the video to her phone. Dong Jia examined the footage, which displayed 3 young men wielding baseball bats, violently smashing the store. The more she watched, the angrier she became. Is there truly no law enforcement in this district? Such blatant gangster behavior, and the local police do nothing? The faces of these 3 men are captured so clearly, with the police's facial recognition system. It should be easy to identify them. How has no one been apprehended yet? "Fine, I will handle this matter. You go home and wait for my updates. I will notify you when the store is ready to reopen." "Understood, boss. I will head back now." The manager nodded and departed. Once back in her car, Dong Jia pulled out her phone and contacted several news bloggers, explaining the situation and negotiating a price. After receiving their agreement to help her, she sat quietly in the car, waiting. Before long, the bloggers shared the footage of the vandalism on social media. The video garnered immediate attention, racking up millions of views in no time. Due to its high viewership, relevant authorities began to take notice and initiated an investigation. While the video gained traction online, Dong Jia received a call from the local police department regarding the apprehension of Yi Fan. They informed her that he had been released on bail, further fueling her fury. How could a perpetrator of such a heinous act be released so quickly? She could not swallow this injustice. She refused to believe that there was no fairness left in society. Her son had been brutally assaulted, not the other way around, and with the injuries assessed as severe. How could the assailant escape unscathed? With renewed determination, she obtained a video recording of Yi Fan from a hospital informant and sent it to the bloggers, requesting they also publish Yi Fan's photo. Having consulted several legal experts, she knew that even if her son had made a mistake initially, the severity of the assault meant the aggressor had violated the law, and if pursued, he would undoubtedly be held accountable. As Yi Fan's image circulated online, the momentum intensified. Discussions about the police's inaction, the Huiguang Group's powerful influence, and their ability to evade legal consequences flooded social media. The judicial authorities in Magic City took heed and swiftly assembled an investigation team to delve into the matter. With the online sentiment running high, even as a few insiders attempted to provide clarity on the events that transpired, it was merely a drop in the ocean. The majority clamored for harsh punishment against Yi Fan. At this very moment, within the confines of the Yi family residence in the capital, an elderly gentleman with hair as white as snow was savoring tea in the courtyard. Approaching him was a tall man, robust and strong-limbed. "Leader, we have just received word that your grandson, Yi Fan, seems to have encountered some trouble, the man reported. This venerable elder, known as Yi Jinghua, was a distinguished former leader. Now in his 90s, his constitution remained remarkably resilient. Yi Jinghua was no ordinary figure. He had served alongside his father in the military, accumulating numerous accolades for his valor. Coupled with the formidable influence of the Yi family patriarch, he had propelled the family to the pinnacle of societal hierarchy. Among the many siblings of the Yi clan, he stood as the sole survivor of his generation, having led the family to resounding glory. Although Yi Fan was not his biological grandson, being the son of his full-blooded brother, he was cherished as if he were. What has transpired? Yi Jinghua inquired, his brow furrowing as he spoke. The formidable aura he exuded instilled a sense of trepidation even in the heart of the middle-aged man, who served as a bodyguard in Zhonghai. In response to your inquiry, it appears that your grandson has been involved in an altercation, and individuals are attempting to leverage public opinion online to bring about his conviction, the man replied cautiously. Yi Jinghua snorted derisively. What nonsense! Who dares to convict my grandson? He must not face any repercussions. Should anyone attempt to meddle in this matter, let them be dealt with accordingly. Understood, leader. I shall take care of it, the middle-aged man affirmed before promptly departing. Once he was alone, Yi Jinghua's eyes gleamed with intensity as he muttered to himself. Do they truly believe that our family has remained low-profile due to my declining health? Should anyone dare to emerge from the shadows, I would not hesitate to initiate a thorough purge. It would be unacceptable to overlook this matter. The Yi family acted swiftly, before Yi Fan could even respond. The online discourse was rapidly quelled. Videos that had once garnered significant attention vanished in an instant. The bloggers who had incited the public sentiment were summoned and detained by the local police. Accounts, whether boasting thousands or millions of followers, were banned indefinitely, with no possibility of reinstatement. Furthermore, these bloggers would be barred from engaging in journalism henceforth. Any such attempts would result in immediate suspension. Meanwhile, Dong Jia had yet to return home when she was intercepted by Uncle Mao, who escorted her away. Their demeanor spoke volumes, conveying that they intended to employ coercive measures. Your innocence no longer mattered. They required no justification to target you. In that moment, the Wei family was gripped by fear, continuously admitting fault in the detention center and pledging not to utter another word upon their release. However, they were met with silence, as if forgotten, receiving only simple porridge and steamed buns during meal times, with no one else to be seen. Chapter 51, the tallest restaurant in the world. Elsewhere, Yi Fan had just received news from Chen Daoyuan, informing him of the online agitation and inquiring whether he wished to address it. Before he could take action, however, the negative discourse surrounding him had vanished entirely. Various departments even issued statements declaring that both parties had reached an understanding and that the matter was resolved. Though some astute netizens speculated about the events, the issue was swiftly subdued. The internet's memory is notoriously fleeting. As new trending topics emerged, this incident faded into mere background noise. At the hospital, Lin Yue emerged with the child in his arms. My dear, are you all right? He asked with concern upon seeing Wu Qingya. I'm fine, she replied, shaking her head. How is Xiaoran? After receiving the injection, Xiaoran's fever has subsided somewhat. It's not serious, Lin Yue reassured her. Thank goodness Xiaoran is okay. You should take the child home now. Mr. Yi has done us an immense favor, and I must invite him to dinner to express my gratitude, Wu Qingya insisted. Lin Yue nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should show our appreciation to Mr. Yi. Given the trouble our situation has caused him, you go ahead. I'll take Xiaoran home. From a distance, in his vehicle, Yi Fan observed Wu Qingya approaching and smiled. Xiaoran as well? He inquired. Wu Qingya nodded. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Yi. Is there anything you would like to eat? I'd like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. It's no trouble at all. Last time, Manager Wu was quite helpful to me, so consider this a return of the favor, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. That won't he do. Last time was merely accompanying you on a shopping trip. Such trivial matters cannot compare to the current situation. If it weren't for your strength, Mr. Yi, I fear we would have faced detention. I must express my gratitude. Seeing Wu Qingya's earnestness, Yi Fan felt compelled to accept her offer, responding. Then let us have a meal at your discretion, Manager Wu. With her invitation accepted, Wu Qingya smiled and entered the passenger seat of the car. She had her own motives for insisting on this meal, hoping to cultivate a closer relationship with Yi Fan. After all, someone with Yi Fan's true capabilities could prove invaluable in her future endeavors. Everyone harbors aspirations of climbing higher. Those satisfied with the status quo are but a minority. Despite her current position as a manager at Tangong Property Company, earning a six-figure salary, Wu Qingya remained unsatisfied. If Yi Fan could assist her in furthering her career, she would seize the opportunity without hesitation. Shall we dine on Western cuisine? She suggested after a moment's thought. Very well, let us indulge in Western fare. Yi Fan agreed. Shanghai boasts numerous Western restaurants, each varying in size. Although Wu Qingya may not possess wealth akin to Yi Fan, her substantial salary allowed her to choose a fitting establishment. They arrived at what was reputed to be the tallest Western restaurant in the world. Located in the tallest building in Shanghai, second only globally. Situated on the 119th floor, dining here provided a breathtaking view of the entire bund. Upon entering the elevator, an announcement echoed, "You are now riding the fastest elevator in the world." Ascending from the ground floor to the 119th level takes just over 50 seconds. Yi Fan nodded in approval at this marvel. Indeed, China remains a land of innovation, capable of producing advancements that surpass those of foreign nations when given the right platform. This elevator had even set a Guinness World Record. As they exited the elevator, they were warmly greeted by the staff. After selecting a window-side table, they began to order their meals. They started with 2 servings of Kobe beef steak, followed by a bottle of Lafite. Although this bottle was not from the famed 1982 vintage, long since out of circulation and held exclusively by elite collectors, it still commanded a price exceeding 30,000 yuan, qualifying it as a fine wine. They ordered some side dishes, and the two of them settled by the window to admire the bustling scenery of the magical city. The sky had not yet darkened completely, and the view was not particularly breathtaking at the moment. However, they had timed their arrival meticulously, as evening was fast approaching. When they could savor their meal while enjoying the splendid sights of the bund. The restaurant they were in was located in the center tower, renowned for its spectacular light shows that once ranked among the finest in the world. Had it not been for the tragic incident, the light show would have continued, leaving many who missed it with a lingering sense of regret. As the dishes were served, Wu Qingya raised her glass of decanted red wine towards Yi Fan and said, "Mr. Yi, allow me to toast to you in gratitude for your assistance. Without your help, Shaoran would have endured much more suffering." Yi Fan smiled and replied, "You're too kind, Manager Wu. As I mentioned, it was merely a trivial matter. As for the altercation, it was hardly your concern. That individual had it coming. Even in a different setting, he would have faced similar consequences. I merely aimed to teach him a lesson, to be wary of his words, lest he encounter someone far more ruthless, leaving him no chance for regret." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Wu Qingya couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth as she said, "Mr. Yi, you truly possess a delightful sense of humor. I must admit, I appreciate your character." After speaking, she tilted her head back and drained her glass. Not to be outdone, Yi Fan finished his wine as well. They then engaged in conversation while slicing into their steaks. "I see that Manager Wu has quite a commendable tolerance for alcohol," Yi Fan remarked. Wu Qingya candidly confessed, "My tolerance is decent. During my earlier days in the magical city, one couldn't excel at work without a bit of fortitude when it comes to drinking. In our country, much of business revolves around drinking culture. Without the ability to hold one's liquor, achieving success would be nearly impossible." Yi Fan nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point, Manager Wu. A good capacity for alcohol is indeed essential in many endeavors." As they continued their conversation while sipping wine, they quickly finished a bottle of Lafite Red. Yet, their limits had not yet been reached, and Wu Qingya promptly ordered another bottle. As they enjoyed the second bottle, a slight inebriation began to wash over her, causing her words to become somewhat slurred. "Mr. Yi, this view of the bund is simply splendid," she exclaimed, as they joined the crowd by the window to appreciate the nightscape. Yi Fan nodded. Indeed, if one seeks vibrant scenery, the magical city is unparalleled. The center tower stood as the tallest edifice in the city, dwarfing the other 2 iconic structures. After a while, they returned to their table to continue drinking. And over an hour later, they finally finished the last bottle of red wine. The total for their meal amounted to 130,000 yuan. Though not inexpensive, Wu Qingya felt it was well worth the expense, as it had forged a friendship between her and Yi Fan. Establishing a connection with someone of his stature would typically require a far greater investment, yet she had accomplished it for merely 130,000 yuan. A remarkable gain, indeed. Upon descending to the ground floor, Wu Qingya did not head home, but instead wished for Yi Fan to accompany her for a stroll along the bund. Having consumed a fair amount of wine, she sought to clear her head with a leisurely walk. Dressed in a white blouse paired with straight-leg trousers and elegant red-soled heels, she radiated an air of intellectual beauty. As they walked along the cobblestone path by the Huangpu River, the occasional breeze brought refreshing relief, prompting Wu Qingya to stretch out her arms as if embracing something, her face reflecting pure enjoyment. Yi Fan observed silently beside her, taking in the scene. While Wu Qingya appeared to be thriving, beneath the surface, she grappled with numerous suppressed concerns. This was not uncommon. The poor have their troubles, and the wealthy have theirs as well. Although she earned a handsome salary, she was acutely aware that many eyes were fixed on her position. To retain her job, she needed to perform flawlessly, leaving no room for error. A minor misstep could easily lead to someone exploiting it to undermine her, jeopardizing her lucrative role. Throughout her career, Wu Qingya had been cautious and meticulous, ensuring she provided no opportunity for others to usurp her position. Mr. Yi, do you know? My job may seem glamorous, but it is essentially a fleeting youth-based career. Perhaps, once I reach my 40s, I might suddenly find myself without employment. Although I earn a substantial salary, I still have a mortgage and considerable living expenses. If I were to lose my job, even paying the mortgage would become a daunting challenge. Wu Qingya resided in a luxurious apartment in the magical city, priced at nearly 10 million yuan. She had only been a manager at the Tangong property company for 2 years, yet her mortgage spanned 15 years. She was uncertain if she could maintain her position for that long. Should she falter, even if she worked for 10 years, she might not earn enough to cover the remaining 5 years of her mortgage. A million yuan salary was not easily attainable, and even with her experience as a property manager, aging and declining attractiveness could diminish her employability in the future. Yi Fan smiled gently. Do not worry, Manager Wu. If that day ever comes, you may seek me out. With your abilities, I am confident you will secure a better position. Really? Wu Qingya's expression brightened at Yi Fan's words. She had not shared her concerns to solicit help. It was merely a moment of vulnerability. However, hearing Yi Fan's reassurances dispelled her gloom, and her face blossomed with a joyful smile. Perhaps due to her excitement or the height of her heels, she suddenly gasped. Fortunately, Yi Fan was quick to react and caught her, preventing a fall. After expressing her gratitude, Wu Qingya glanced down at her shoes, noticing one of the heels had broken. Yet, she paid little mind to the damaged heel and simply bent down to remove both high-heeled shoes. Her delicate feet were exposed to the air, causing Yi Fan's eyes to widen in surprise. He had a penchant for feet, and while the women around him, such as Lu Xiaowen and Li Yuqi, were attractive, their feet were merely average. In contrast, Wu Qingya's feet aligned perfectly with his aesthetic preferences. Despite his attraction, Yi Fan remained composed. Unlike Lu Xiaowen and Li Yuqi, Wu Qingya did not exhibit dissatisfaction with her husband or family. From their earlier conversation, it was clear that her relationship with her spouse was quite stable. Furthermore, she had shared how they met when she was merely a regular property employee earning a modest salary of over 5,000 yuan a month. Although her husband is merely a maintenance plumber, he earns a monthly income exceeding 10,000 yuan. This is largely due to the persistent water and electricity issues in Wu Qingya's community, which frequently necessitate his services. As a result, the two became acquainted over time. After they started dating, despite his somewhat awkward demeanor, her husband treated her with great kindness. Even before their marriage, he entrusted her with his monthly salary. When the subject of marriage was broached, he generously offered her a dowry of 200,000 yuan, accumulated over several years. Initially, they resided in a modest 50-square-meter apartment, which was purchased on a mortgage. Property prices in the bustling metropolis have always been exorbitant. Even a less desirable community with such limited space commands a price in the hundreds of thousands. Their savings of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan were insufficient for a full payment. Later, by a stroke of fortune, Wu Qingya assisted the owner of the Tangong property company and, in return, secured a position there. After several years of hard work and perseverance, she ultimately ascended to the role of property manager. Indeed, Wu Qingya's fortune was remarkable, yet her capabilities were the true cornerstone of her success. As she removed her shoes, preparing to rise, an excruciating pain surged through her, causing her to gasp involuntarily. Ouch! She exclaimed, nearly losing her balance, but fortunately supported by Yi Fan, who had been anxiously watching over her. It hurts. Wu Qingya couldn't help but cry out. Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly. It seems you may have sprained your ankle. He then instructed her to lean against the railing while he crouched down to examine her injury. Gently lifting one of her feet, he moved it side to side. Mr. Yi, it hurts so much, Wu Qingya said, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Chapter 53. A gentle man is irresistible to women. Yi Fan's hand seemed to possess an almost magical touch when it made contact with her foot. She felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Listening to her, he nodded. Indeed, it appears to be sprained. I'm not skilled in massage. You may need to see a doctor. Wu Qingya nodded in agreement. Yes, let us go to the hospital and see if I can walk. Why don't we check to see if there is a clinic nearby? Yi Fan suggested. It's just a sprained ankle. A small clinic should be able to treat it. After speaking, he took out his phone to check the map. To his relief, he found a decent-sized clinic nearby. Let us go. There is a clinic close by, he said, bending down as if to carry her. Seeing this, Wu Qingya felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Mr. Yi, perhaps we should drive instead? I feel a bit unworthy of you carrying me. After all, he was the head of a billion-dollar corporation, and she felt it was inappropriate to ask him to assist her in such a manner. Yi Fan waved her concerns aside. What do you mean, unworthy? Hurry up. It's good exercise for me. The trip to fetch the car is no shorter than going to the hospital. Stop hesitating and get on. Hearing his resolute words, Wu Qingya bit her lip and finally said, "All right, Mr. Yi, I'm really going to get on. Quickly now, no more delays," Yi Fan urged. Realizing he was serious, Wu Qingya cautiously climbed onto his back. Though Yi Fan appeared somewhat slender, she was surprised by the strength of his broad back, which provided her an overwhelming sense of safety. In that moment, a thought crossed her mind, comparing her husband to Yi Fan. The conclusion was stark. Yi Fan undoubtedly had a superior physique. This realization astonished her. After all, her husband was a laborer, accustomed to physical toil, while Yi Fan was a pampered executive. Yet, she found Yi Fan's physical condition to be even more impressive. As she rested against him, Wu Qingya felt transported back to her youth, reminiscent of being doted on by a boyfriend. Throughout her relationship with her husband, she had never experienced such romance. Her husband was a stalwart, unyielding man, devoid of any understanding of romance, while Yi Fan evoked feelings she had never known. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip around his arms. Noticing her change, Yi Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Previously, he had only harbored a slight attraction to Wu Qingya, a mere appreciation of her beauty. However, upon seeing her delicate feet, he became resolute in his desire to pursue her. Her feet were undeniably exquisite, and he could envision enjoying her company for an entire evening. Seizing the moment, he resolved to act. He was no longer the impoverished man limited to mere fantasies. Now, he possessed both wealth and influence. In the vast expanse of China, there were few women he dared not pursue. If he desired, he could easily attract even the most sought-after starlets. After all, wasn't he there a prominent lady in their circle who, once admired, ended up leaving her husband for another? This was the essence of power, with authority. Any woman could be won over with just a word. However, Yi Fan wished to savor the pleasures of life, choosing not to exploit his position in such a manner. He yearned for the thrill of the chase, to breach the seemingly flawless facade of Wu Qingya's life and claim her for himself. As Wu Qingya nestled against his back, she felt a warmth and security envelop her, unconsciously resting her head against him. The sensation was so comfortable that she began to feel drowsy. Carrying her, Yi Fan couldn't help but smirk at the delightful fit of her ample figure against his back. Wu Qingya's physique surpassed that of both of his former lovers, Li Yuqi and Lu Xiaowen. With her long, powerful legs and her well-defined bust, she exuded an alluring presence. This was likely attributed to her commitment to fitness, as her figure was both slender and robust. With her comfortably perched on his back, he made his way to the clinic. Upon entering, a young nurse approached them promptly. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Yi Fan remarked. "It seems my friend has sprained her ankle. Could you assist me in examining it?" The petite nurse promptly replied, "Of course, sir. Please follow me." After exchanging words, the nurse guided Yi Fan and Wu Qingya to the office of a doctor clad in a white coat. "Dr. Song, we have a patient here," she announced. "Come in." A man's voice resonated from within the office. The nurse ushered Yi Fan and Wu Qingya into the room. Once inside, Yi Fan gently seated Wu Qingya in a chair, and the doctor approached to assess her injury. "It's nothing serious, just a sprained ankle. A few days with some topical medication for bruises, and she'll be fine," he stated. Following his words, the doctor requested the nurse to fetch a bottle of the medication and explain the application method to Yi Fan. "Sir, take this medication home. Apply it once a day, gently massaging the injured area for 10 minutes. She should recover in 2 to 3 days." "Understood." Yi Fan nodded in acknowledgement of the doctor's advice. "Be sure to apply it at home. It absorbs better at night," the doctor added, not forgetting to reiterate his instructions as they prepared to leave. Once outside, Yi Fan said, "Allow me to escort you home." Wu Qingya nodded in agreement. On their way back, Wu Qingya received a call from her husband, who informed her that he had heard their child was unwell, and his mother urged him to return home to check on the little one. Wu Qingya said nothing further, merely advising him to drive safely. Wu Qingya's in-laws were also locals of the bustling metropolis, although they resided in the countryside. Despite being an international urban center, the city retained its rural areas, which boasted pastoral landscapes. However, the reality of these villages often mirrored that of smaller towns, with only a fraction having been developed. The village where Lin Yue, Wu Qingya's husband, lived had missed out on favorable policies and remained impoverished. Otherwise, Wu Qingya would not have endured such hardships prior to her ascent to property manager at Tangong. Due to having consumed alcohol, Yi Fan opted against retrieving his car and took a taxi home instead. Upon arriving at Wu Qingya's apartment complex, he handed her the medication with a warm smile. "Don't forget to apply it, and call me if anything arises." Wu Qingya shyly accepted the medication and suggested, "Mr. Yi, why don't you come up for a moment? I truly appreciate your help today, first tending to my child's ailment and then assisting me with my ankle. I feel rather indebted to you. Please, come in for a glass of water." Though it was somewhat inappropriate for a married woman to invite a man into her home, Wu Qingya felt compelled to extend this gesture, recognizing Yi Fan's kindness. Despite the potential for misunderstanding, it would be discourteous not to offer him something for his trouble. Yi Fan, harboring his own intentions towards Wu Qingya, seized the opportunity and readily replied, "Yes, since you cannot walk well, let me help you inside." With that, he supported her as they headed toward the community. Wu Qingya's residence was situated in an upscale complex, where outside vehicles were prohibited from entering. Consequently, they had to alight outside and walk in. Just as they took a step, Wu Qingya inadvertently put too much pressure on her injured ankle, letting out a startled gasp. Yi Fan inquired with concern, "Are you all right, Manager Wu?" Wu Qingya gritted her teeth against the pain and replied, "I'm fine, really." Observing her discomfort, Yi Fan shook his head, saying, "Enough of this. I understand how painful a sprained ankle can be. Let me carry you upstairs." Without waiting for her response, he scooped her up in a princess carry. Wu Qingya's face flushed crimson at being held in Yi Fan's arms. The intimacy of such an embrace was undeniably suggestive. Yet she found herself unable to refuse. Enveloped in Yi Fan's hold, she felt a mix of shyness and an overwhelming sense of security. Her husband, Lin Yue, had held her similarly, yet the sensation was markedly different. While her husband's embrace lacked warmth and felt somewhat stiff, Yi Fan's hold enveloped her in comfort, igniting an impulse to remain nestled in his arms indefinitely. How could I think such things? Wu Qingya chastised herself internally. I am a married woman. How can I entertain such thoughts in the arms of another man? Yet, the comfort of his embrace was undeniably alluring, making it difficult to resist. As Wu Qingya's mind wandered, Yi Fan had already carried her to her doorstep. "Please, open the door," he said, grinning, feeling shy at the sight of his smile. Wu Qingya lowered her gaze and extended her hand to unlock the fingerprint scanner. Her home was spacious, nearly 200 square meters, which was customary for a residence valued in the millions. Anything less would have been a disservice to its opulence. Upon entering, Yi Fan gently placed Wu Qingya on the sofa. "You should apply the medication now. I wouldn't want you to forget," he suggested. Still blushing, Wu Qingya responded with a soft Yi Fan couldn't help but smile at her bashful demeanor. After speaking, he bent down to remove Wu Qingya's high heels. Utterly unsure of how to react, Wu Qingya remained seated obediently on the sofa, allowing Yi Fan to tend to her. As he lifted her delicate foot, Yi Fan poured some medication into his palm and began to gently massage it onto her ankle. His warm hands provided a soothing sensation that made Wu Qingya involuntarily emit a soft moan. Mortified by the sound, she felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Wishing for a way to disappear, she was acutely aware that she had never felt this shy in her life. There was something inexplicably comforting about being with Yi Fan, whether he was carrying her, holding her, or now applying the medication. Though the sound she made was faint, Yi Fan heard it clearly in the tranquil room. After all, he was not hard of hearing. With a penchant for foot fetishism, he relished this opportunity to indulge in the exquisite softness of her feet. While ostensibly applying medication, he was also indulging his own desires. As Yi Fan continued to massage her ankle, it felt akin to a therapeutic session, enveloping Wu Qingya in unparalleled comfort. Unbeknownst to others, her sensitivity lay within her feet, and any touch upon them ignited a unique thrill. While she could tolerate a woman's touch, the sensation from a man's hand was often overwhelming, which is why she typically refrained from allowing men to touch her feet. From childhood to adulthood, the instances of men touching her feet have been remarkably few. Among them, several occasions ended abruptly as soon as contact was made, with only her husband having the privilege of prolonged touch. Yet, even her husband's caresses were infrequent, as each time Lin Yue's hands grazed her feet, she would swiftly retract them. However, this time, when Yi Fan touched her feet, she did not withdraw. Instead, she allowed him to play with them, leaving her bewildered at her own acquiescence. Perhaps, deep down, she felt an absence of resistance towards Yi Fan. It is also highly probable that his status played a significant role in her acceptance. A man like Yi Fan, any woman would find it difficult to reject. After all, he is a man of genuine capability. Once a woman learns of his identity, refusing him becomes an unlikely choice. Establishing a good rapport with Yi Fan undoubtedly paves the way for future prosperity and success. Despite Yi Fan's impressive ability to remain sober, the effects of alcohol were still present. The dimness of the room, coupled with the alluring expression on Wu Qingya's face as she experienced new sensations, ignited a fervor within Yi Fan. Unbeknownst to him, his hand began to ascend gradually while caressing her delicate foot. Chapter 55. My relatives didn't come this month. The next morning, a shaft of sunlight streamed through the gap in the uncurtained window, illuminating the bed in the bedroom. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the heaviness in his arms, and his mind began to replay the events of the previous night. It was a night of unparalleled fervor, one that had never been so recklessly passionate. Wu Qingya had pleaded for mercy for half the night before finally coaxing him to sleep. Turning his head to glance at the slumbering figure beside him, Yi Fan cautiously withdrew his arm. He then got out of bed, dressed himself, and quietly closed the door behind him as he departed. After Yi Fan left, Wu Qingya, still lost in her dreams, gradually opened her eyes. Despite the exhaustion from the previous night, she felt a joy she had never experienced before. He was her second man, although she had entered the social scene rather early. Her impoverished background had prevented her from having a relationship until she met her first boyfriend, Lin Yue. Lin Yue was the type of man devoid of romantic flair. Aside from obligatory matters, he exhibited no passion. Though they had been married for several years, their intimate encounters were scarce and usually rushed. However, last night, Yi Fan had bestowed upon her an entirely different sensation. In that moment, she felt utterly indifferent towards Lin Yue. His presence no longer mattered. As only Yi Fan occupied her thoughts, standing by the window, she gazed at Yi Fan's retreating figure and couldn't help but smile to herself. Though it seemed she had lost out the previous night, she realized she had gained much more. Setting aside their intimate encounter, having developed such a profound relationship with Yi Fan meant that she could turn to him in times of need, and she believed that after this experience, Yi Fan would not neglect her. From what she knew of him, he was not the kind of man to be indifferent once he had moved on. On the other side, after leaving Wu Qingya's home, Yi Fan climbed into a taxi to retrieve his car from the restaurant parking lot. During the ride, he sat in the back seat, engrossed in his phone, scrolling through the chat with Lu Xiaowen. In the photos, Lu Xiaowen was adorned in a pristine white wedding gown, her face radiating happiness. To an observer, it appeared that she was blissfully married to a groom who satisfied her. Yet, only Yi Fan, the involved party, understood that her smile was not a reflection of marital contentment, but rather a coy greeting directed at him, her lover. "Darling, do I look beautiful?" Read the message below the photo. Yi Fan replied, "You look stunning." "Then hurry over. I've already bought the wedding dress, and I want to show it to you." Lu Xiaowen responded. Yi Fan teased, "Is it just for me to see? You're incorrigible. What else do you want to see?" Lu Xiaowen replied, "You should know what I want to see. If you're not going to show me, then I'm not coming," he bantered. "Hurry here. Who said I wouldn't show you? My husband is out, and with the wedding coming up in a few days, Songheng has been busy and rarely at home. Your visit is perfectly timed. I picked out this wedding dress just for you. Let us see how I look in it." "All right, I'll be there soon." After retrieving his car, Yi Fan drove directly to Lu Xiaowen's residence. More than half an hour later, he parked and made his way upstairs. Upon entering Lu Xiaowen's home, he found her standing before the mirror, admiring herself in the white wedding gown, which she had eagerly awaited his arrival to showcase. "Darling, you're here," she exclaimed, her face aglow with excitement as she rushed towards him. Despite having been satisfied by Wu Qingya the previous night, Yi Fan felt a stirring within him at the sight of the bride-to-be in her gown. "Darling, I have some news for you, and I'm not sure if it's good or bad." "Go ahead," he encouraged, feeling the tension in the air. "I think my relative hasn't come this month," Lu Xiaowen stated, leaving Yi Fan momentarily stunned. He understood the implication of her words. Though he had not experienced it himself, he comprehended what she meant. The absence of her relative likely indicated that she might be pregnant. "Is it really that accurate?" Yi Fan asked in astonishment. Lu Xiaowen nodded. "Yes, my relatives have always been punctual. They rarely arrive early or late. I just bought a pregnancy test. I'll check it shortly." "All right, let us see the results." An hour later, Lu Xiaowen dashed into the bathroom with the test. When she emerged, the joy radiating from her face confirmed Yi Fan's suspicions. "Darling, can you guess the result?" Yi Fan replied slowly, "Positive?" Lu Xiaowen leaped into his arms. "You guessed it right. Darling, you don't need to doubt me. Before I met you, my relative had just left, and after meeting you, I haven't let Songheng touch me. If you don't believe me, we can do a paternity test after the baby is born. Of course, that is if you want this child." Yi Fan shook his head. "I believe you. This child is definitely going to be kept. After all, it is a life. And I can provide for it. If you can carry this child to term, I will add an extra 50,000 to your monthly allowance to ensure you can raise it well. I won't let you suffer." "Darling, are you serious?" Lu Xiaowen had previously feared that Yi Fan might distrust her and insist she terminate the pregnancy. She contemplated how to protect this child, even considering going abroad and returning after giving birth, as she had sufficient funds to last until then. With nearly $1 million in savings, she could manage until the baby arrived. However, she had not anticipated Yi Fan's swift acceptance of the child as his own. His trust moved her deeply. Individuals like Yi Fan typically possess a suspicious nature, as they are unlikely to believe anything without tangible evidence. Given the circumstances, she must prepare herself psychologically in advance. Enduring hardship before savoring sweetness, akin to the 10 months of gestation, initial struggles will yield the esteemed reward of motherhood. Yet, despite her belief, Yi Fan insists on conducting the necessary assessments once the child is born. With a swift motion, Yi Fan transferred 1 million directly via his phone. "Here, Take this money and ensure my child is well cared for. If you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Lu Xiaowen immediately embraced him, exclaiming, "Darling, you are truly the best man in the world. I adore you." Chapter 56. Let him revel in fatherhood for this lifetime. "Come, it's inconvenient for you to go out now. I shall take you to purchase a car." After a moment of tender intimacy, Yi Fan rose decisively. "All right, my love, I'll prepare myself," Lu Xiaowen replied, having transformed completely since learning of her pregnancy. She no longer adorned herself with heavy makeup but opted for a light touch, and her clothing had shifted to looser styles rather than tight-fitting garments. As they exited and settled into the car, Yi Fan casually inquired, "Have you devised a solution regarding Song Hang?" Lu Xiaowen, unfazed, responded confidently, "Rest assured. I have already prepared for this. A few days ago, I intentionally allowed him to indulge in excessive drinking, leading him to believe we had an encounter. By the time he returns later, he will be under the impression that I am carrying his child, and he will not dare to approach me. Besides, he has taken the medication. Even if he had intentions, they would be futile." Upon hearing Lu Xiaowen's words, Yi Fan felt a twinge of sympathy for Song Hang. However, he deemed it fitting that Song Hang faced the consequences of his actions, for had he not crossed Yi Fan, he might not have pursued Lu Xiaowen, thus avoiding his current misfortune. During their journey, Yi Fan contacted Chen Daoyuan. Upon learning of Yi Fan's visit to the dealership, Chen Daoyuan promptly called the dealership's general manager. By the time Yi Fan arrived, the manager had already gathered a welcoming party. The sales staff, perplexed by the commotion, soon learned that the owner from headquarters was visiting, prompting them to prepare with utmost diligence. When Yi Fan's car arrived, the general manager rushed forward to open the door. "Welcome, sir." Yi Fan smiled and nodded at the middle-aged man. "You must be Manager Wei Guang?" Wei Guang responded eagerly, "Indeed, I am Wei Guang, the general manager of Huiguang Auto Sales. President Chun has spoken highly of you, praising your capabilities and the exceptional management of the dealership. Thank you for your kind words. I still have much to improve upon, and I shall strive to do even better," Wei Guang replied cautiously. "Then continue your diligent efforts. If you can enhance the dealership's business, I shall double your salary." "Certainly, sir. I promise to accomplish this task," Wei Guang assured. Though he knew that Huiguang Auto Sales was already the largest in all of China, leaving limited room for growth. Nevertheless, he believed there was still potential for advancement. With a salary nearing 5 million, he was among the elite earners in China. If he could indeed boost the dealership's revenue, a doubled salary would amount to 10 million, a prospect that excited Wei Guang immensely. Amidst the enthusiastic reception from the employees, Yi Fan and Lu Xiaowen entered the dealership. "Honey, is this dealership also your property?" Lu Xiaowen, not oblivious to the employees addressing Yi Fan as boss, inquired. Yi Fan nodded yes. "This dealership is part of my company's portfolio. Choose any car you desire. If you fancy sports cars, select one. If you prefer sedans, go for it. You may also consider a luxury vehicle or an SUV. All right, darling, I will go choose a car," Lu Xiaowen exclaimed with excitement. "Go ahead, I'll handle some matters. Once you've made your selection, just have the salesperson finalize the paperwork. The expenses will be charged to the company." "Understood, dear." After her words, Lu Xiaowen hurried off with the salesperson. While selecting a vehicle, Lu Xiaowen sent a message to Li Yuqi, boasting, "Yuqi, what car do you think I should buy? Yi Fan has brought me to purchase a car." As soon as she sent the message, Li Yuqi called in astonishment, her voice tinged with a hint of jealousy. In the past, Li Yuqi might have felt envy, but now it was a deeper shade of jealousy. After all, she too shared an intimate relationship with Yi Fan. If Lu Xiaowen could receive a car as a gift from him, why could she not? As they chatted on the phone, Lu Xiaowen continued her search for the perfect vehicle. Huiguang Auto Sales not only dealt in used cars, but also offered new ones. However, the used car inventory included some rare supercars. To acquire new supercars, customers needed to place orders, after which Huiguang Auto Sales would import them from abroad. The taxes on new cars were significantly higher than those on used vehicles, making the latter more appealing in terms of value. Naturally, some affluent clients preferred new cars over used ones. The dealership's strength lay in its ability to procure both new and used vehicles, except for the limited edition supercars that were harder to obtain. For other luxury cars, the dealership had ample channels, whether it be a Lamborghini, a LaFerrari, or a McLaren P1. If you desired it, Huiguang Auto Sales could secure it, provided you had the means. In matters of automobiles, Huiguang Auto Sales possessed considerable confidence. "Indeed, Yi Fan brought me to buy a car. Yuqi, I must share a secret, but please keep it to yourself. I am pregnant." "Pregnant? With Yi Fan's child?" The surprise in Li Yuqi's voice was palpable. "Yes, I am pregnant. I informed Yi Fan, and this car is his reward for me." As Lu Xiaowen revealed this shocking news, the weight of Li Yuqi's jealousy lightened slightly. It was only natural for a mother to gain respect and privilege. Had she been in Lu Xiaowen's position, Yi Fan would likely not have been stingy with her either. You must be cautious, though. Even though the embryo is not fully formed yet, you should still pay attention to your safety to avoid any mishaps. How do you plan to handle the situation with Songhang? Li Yuqi suddenly asked, recalling something. It's simple to resolve. A few days ago, I made him drink excessively, leading him to believe we had an encounter. Now that I'm pregnant, he will undoubtedly think it's his child. As she spoke, Lu Xiaowen discreetly signaled the salesperson to step away. Although she was bold, she wasn't so unabashed as to discuss such matters openly with strangers. She reserved those conversations for her close friend, Li Yuqi. The salesperson, understanding the situation, quietly distanced themselves. You are truly clever. To devise such a plan is remarkable. Songhang is indeed pitiable, Li Yuqi praised. Lu Xiaowen replied proudly, I am quite astute, aren't I? Who else could think of such a method? Now that I have a child, I possess even more reason to reject Songhang. Furthermore, I have nearly completed my medication. Even if I were to afford him another opportunity, he lacks the capability to seize it. Let him revel in the role of an unexpected father for this lifetime. Should he dare to meddle in my affairs again, I will see whether I still indulge him. Chapter 56. Indeed, a mother's worth is elevated by her offspring. Li Yuqi was left speechless. When, pray tell, did Songhang ever presume to dictate to you? Since the moment I met you, I have never witnessed him assert such audacity. I genuinely feel a tinge of sympathy for old Song, having played the devoted admirer for so long, only to end up supporting another's child. Lu Xiaowen chuckled. In truth, he is not doing too badly, at the very least. My child will call him father. What an honor that is. By the way, my dear friend, the purpose of my call is twofold: to share my joyous news and to seek your counsel on which car to purchase. There are so many vehicles here that I am at a loss as to which one to choose. Yi Fan has given me carte blanche, yet I remain indecisive. You possess greater knowledge of cars than I. Please offer me your insights. After pondering Lu Xiaowen's words, Li Yuqi replied, if you have a price range for comparison, I might be able to assist you in selecting one. As it stands, with prices being so varied, I cannot ascertain which car is best. Perhaps I could come over to help you evaluate them in person. I might even be able to offer additional suggestions. Lu Xiaowen nodded. If you're free, do come over. I have no plans for today, and once Yi Fan finishes his work, we can go out for a meal together. Very well. I shall await your arrival. After hanging up the phone, Li Yuqi began to prepare herself. On ordinary days, she would not go to such lengths for an outing. Her natural beauty sufficed, and with minimal effort, she appeared exceedingly attractive. However, today, in meeting Yi Fan, she felt compelled to rival Lu Xiaowen. With that thought, Li Yuqi glanced down at her flat abdomen, pondering whether she should strive to be more proactive and bear a child for Yi Fan. The notion of leveraging motherhood to gain favor was indeed a viable strategy. If successful, she could enjoy the same rewards from Yi Fan as Lu Xiaowen. It truly was a splendid idea. Once her cycle began, she would seek Yi Fan's company more frequently. After adorning herself, Li Yuqi set out, opting not to drive her own car, as Lu Xiaowen had advised against it, intending to take her for a joyride in her own vehicle. Upon providing the name of the illustrious car dealership, Li Yuqi settled into the back seat, contemplating her pregnancy plans. Meanwhile, in the upstairs office of the general manager, Yi Fan was engrossed in reviewing documents. Having arrived at the dealership, he decided to familiarize himself with its operations. It was fortuitous, as he had not previously taken the time to understand the workings of the Huiguang Group, and now he had the opportunity. Just as he was absorbed in the company reports, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The system's auxiliary function has been activated. The More Children, More Blessings feature is now live. Huh, what is this? It had been quite some time since he had heard from the system, and he was taken aback to receive such news today. System, what does the More Children, More Blessings function entail? The system explained, Dear host, more children, more blessings means that if the host can sire multiple offspring, rewards will be granted. The rewards for completing this task are not limited to material wealth. They also encompass various skills, such as X-ray vision, physical enhancement, mastery of the piano, and more. Intrigued by the system's words, Yi Fan found renewed motivation. He had reached the pinnacle of life. Boasting had its limitations, and the fantasies of becoming a deity or an immortal were futile. Therefore, he had refrained from boasting to gain rewards. The activation of the More Children, More Blessings feature rekindled his ambition. So that is how it is. I must encourage women to bear me children. When will the rewards be dispensed? Yi Fan inquired further. Rewards will be granted upon the birth of the child, provided they are your biological offspring. At this, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Isn't that rather obvious? If they aren't my children, why would I want them? After reviewing all the reports, Yi Fan stood up, stretched, and called for Manager Wei. Wei, prepare several vehicles for me, an SUV, a sedan, and a business car, and have them delivered to Villa No. 1 at Tang Palace. Yes, boss. Wei did not dare to delay. Upon receiving the order, he promptly set about fulfilling it. After all, he was dealing with a significant boss, far more intimidating than Chun Daoyuan, his direct superior. Provoking Chun Daoyuan might result in minor inconveniences, but crossing this boss could very well jeopardize his employment. Although Chun Daoyuan was the chief manager of the Huiguang Group, the power to make personnel decisions regarding branch managers like Wei still resided with Yi Fan. Should Yi Fan disagree, Chun Daoyuan would not possess the authority to dismiss someone like Wei. Subsequently, Yi Fan exited the office and made his way to the first-floor showroom. Upon locating Lu Xiaowen, he approached her. When he reached her side, he also spotted Li Yuqi. Both women lit up with surprise upon seeing him. "Darling, you're here," Lu Xiaowen exclaimed, promptly leaping into Yi Fan's embrace. Though Li Yuqi felt similarly inclined, she restrained her impulses. She was not yet prepared to negotiate with Lu Xiaowen. After all, Lu Xiaowen was her close friend, and having taken her man, she felt diminished in stature. Embracing Lu Xiaowen, Yi Fan exchanged a nod with Li Yuqi. Understanding a hint of Li Yuqi's sentiments, he chose not to address the complexities of their relationship directly. "Have you decided on a car?" he inquired while holding Lu Xiaowen. Lu Xiaowen shook her head. "Honey, there are just too many options. Yuqi came to help me choose. But we still haven't reached a conclusion. Would you mind selecting one for me?" Yi Fan replied, "Let me take a look." He then called over a salesperson. "What top-tier sports cars do you currently have available?" The salesperson promptly responded with utmost respect. "Boss, aside from those already reserved, we have 5 of the most elite sports cars available, including a Porsche." After the salesperson finished the presentation, Lu Xiaowen shook her head. "Too expensive. That won't do." She then whispered a few words into Yi Fan's ear. Yi Fan nodded. "Ah, I see. You're concerned about how to explain it to Song Hang. Very well. Choose a car priced around 1 million. When you return, you can say it was financed. I believe Song Hang can accept that." Lu Xiaowen agreed. "Yes. That's my sentiment as well. A price around 1 million is easier to explain." Yi Fan then asked the salesperson to present options in that price range. Ultimately, Lu Xiaowen chose a fully equipped Panamera GTS, totaling to 6 million. This was the highest price she could justify to Song Hang. In truth, Lu Xiaowen had considered purchasing a Mercedes G-Class, but given her circumstances, it was unattainable. She could justify the Panamera GTS as a more standard model priced at over 1 million. Acquiring a car in the 1 million range was feasible, but a Mercedes G-Class was far beyond her means. After all, her dowry was only a little over 1 million. Once the paperwork for the car was completed, Lu Xiaowen excitedly took Li Yuqi for a drive. Chapter 58. Is Wu Qingya seeking a divorce? As Yi Fan drove away from the dealership, Lu Xiaowen and Li Yuqi had already disappeared from sight. However, Yi Fan remained unconcerned. After all, anyone who has just acquired a new car is bound to be exhilarated. They had already made plans for dinner, and naturally, the 2 women would arrive when the time came. It was beneficial for Lu Xiaowen to enjoy herself, especially since she was carrying his child. A joyous demeanor would undoubtedly aid in the child's development. Ultimately, it was his offspring, and he would ensure that the child wanted for nothing, providing the finest in nourishment, clothing, and living conditions. Once Lu Xiaowen's pregnancy stabilized, he would enlist the most exceptional caregiving team to ensure the child's healthy growth. As for whether this would attract Song Hang's attention, it was of no concern to him. Knowing or not knowing mattered little. To Song Hang, he was akin to an insurmountable mountain, and even if aware, he could only endure. If dissatisfaction arose, he possessed ample means to compel Song Hang into compliance. As Yi Fan drove, his phone chimed with a message while he awaited a stoplight. Upon opening his phone, he found a message from Wu Qingya, the content of which caused his brow to furrow. The message conveyed that she was on the verge of divorce. Seeing this, Yi Fan was perplexed. Had not Wu Qingya and her husband shared a solid relationship? What could have prompted such a sudden decision? Was it possible that their encounter yesterday had been exposed? Yi Fan's suspicions were indeed correct. It was precisely because of him. In Wu Qingya's home, a heavy silence enveloped the 2 occupants. Wu Qingya retrieved a discarded cigarette, standing at the window, inhaling smoke in steady puffs. Her husband, Lin Yue, remained seated on the sofa, silent, his pallid face betraying his inner turmoil. "Why must you treat me this way?" Lin Yue finally broke the silence. Wu Qingya exhaled a cloud of smoke and replied calmly, "There is no particular reason. I simply wish to ascend higher and further. If Yi Fan can achieve that, then I shall follow suit." "You." Lin Yue was momentarily rendered speechless by her declaration, struggling to formulate a rebuttal. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "But have you forgotten our solemn vows? Did you not promise to love me for eternity?" A sardonic smile flickered at the corners of Wu Qingya's mouth. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Yue's sensitive nerves were pricked, and he erupted in anger. Wu Qingya gently shook her head. "Indeed, I laugh at my own naivety. Everything I have now is not what I desired. How did I inexplicably end up with you? Look at our current life, if not for my efforts. Could you afford this mansion worth millions? Without me, could you lead a leisurely life, driving a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands every day? Do not assume I am ignorant. Your little clandestine actions have not escaped my notice. I worked hard to improve our lives. I provide you with $20,000 a month to manage our household, yet after dropping off the children, you rush off to the mahjong parlor. Not only that, but you have also sought companionship outside our marriage. How long have you been involved with that woman, Xiao Chui, the hair salon owner? At least a year or two. I presume. You are rather romantic, buying her a gold bracelet, something you never gifted me when we wed. You use my money to support a middle-aged mistress. I hardly know how to address your disgrace. Why you know all this? Lin Youwei's face drained of color as he stammered. Wu Qingya, I misjudged you. You bear such an innocent face, yet engage in such revolting acts. I once set aside my dreams for you, suppressing my ambitions. Believing I could have a loving husband and a stable job, I thought that would suffice for a lifetime, yet you have disappointed me gravely. Why should I not know? Do you think I am merely coasting through life? Were it not for our past love, I would have had someone break your legs the moment you stepped out that door. Wu Qingya's words sent a shiver down Lin Youwei's spine. She was not merely issuing threats. If she desired, she certainly had the capability to make it happen. Isn't it because you are so domineering? Every time I wish to pursue something, I must gauge your mood first. If you say yes, it's a go. If no, then it's a no. Count the times we have. Since our marriage, one could tally them on one hand, perhaps. In a year of 365 days. Do we even reach 15? I am a normal man with physiological needs. Can I possibly endure a year with fewer than 15 encounters? Lin Youwei shrieked in despair. Oh, so that is your justification for infidelity? That middle-aged woman caters to you comfortably, does she? Can she provide you with ample opportunities? Wu Qingya's lips curled into a scornful smile. Regardless of Lin Youwei's hysteria, her composure remained unshaken. However, her calmness only deepened Lin Youwei's sense of humiliation, causing his eyes to redden with fury as his last vestiges of dignity crumbled, leaving him looking monstrous and terrifying. Although Wu Qingya possessed a strong-willed nature, facing an irrational adult male still instilled a measure of fear within her. Lin Youwei, it would be wise to remain calm, should anything occur. You will be the one to regret it. I have already notified Yi Fan. He should be arriving shortly. You would do well not to act irrationally, for regret will come too late. He dares to come here after he has cuckolded me? If he shows his face, I will deal with him as well. Lin Youwei snarled. Wu Qingya, I have but one condition. If you serve me well just this once, we can part amicably. Refuse, and I assure you, you will not have an easy time. Wu Qingya shook her head. Do not delude yourself. The mere thought of you disgusts me. The prospect of you touching me again would haunt my nightmares for a lifetime. Furthermore, do not feign ignorance. Did you not claim you returned last night? If that is true, you should have caught Yi Fan here. Why did you not confront him? Is it because you fear facing him? As their heated exchange continued, the sound of the front door unlocking echoed through the house. Prior to his arrival, Wu Qingya had shared the door code with Yi Fan. Thus, upon his arrival, he simply entered using the code. Yi Fan's presence at this moment was driven by concern for Wu Qingya, having received her message regarding her marital issues. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, he felt compelled to verify her well-being. Wu Qingya was now his woman, and he would not tolerate any harm befalling her. As Yi Fan strode into the room, exuding an air of authority, Lin Youwei, who had been teetering on the brink of madness, instantly fell silent. Yi Fan stepped inside, casting a casual glance at Lin Youwei before turning to Wu Qingya with a gentle inquiry. Qingya, are you all right? Wu Qingya shook her head. Not yet, but dear, had you arrived a moment later, I cannot say if I would have been. Has he troubled you? Yi Fan's voice gradually turned cold, and his icy gaze fell upon Lin Youwei. Merely this glance made Lin Youwei's legs tremble slightly. I didn't do anything. Then what do you wish to do? Yi Fan spoke, his eyes narrowing slightly. Earlier, when I approached the door, I vaguely heard someone inside mention wanting one last time. Care to enlighten me on what this last time entails? Lin Youwei stammered, terrified. And no, it's nothing. Witnessing Lin Youwei's utter lack of resolve, Yi Fan lost interest in him and directly addressed Wu Qingya. How are the discussions regarding your divorce progressing? Wu Qingya replied. I told him I would give him the house. The child stays with me, and he won't need to provide living expenses. We'll no longer interfere with each other's lives. Yi Fan nodded. That's a commendable arrangement. You don't have to worry about the child and receive such a splendid house for free. Even if he can't afford the mortgage, he could sell it for a down payment. Why wouldn't he agree? Surely he doesn't wish for more? As he spoke, Yi Fan casually settled onto the sofa opposite Lin Youwei, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and said nonchalantly, Now, tell me, what else do you desire? If it's not too unreasonable, I may grant it. Lin Youwei, in a state of resignation, declared, Besides the house, I also want 1 million. Uffed. Yi Fan couldn't suppress a laugh as he exhaled a puff of smoke. I expected you to ask for something substantial, but after all this, it's just 1 million? Fine. If you agree to divorce Qingya, I'll give you that 1 million. However, let me make this clear. You must never disturb Qingya again. If I find out otherwise, that 1 million might just become your medical expenses. Lin Yue, seeing Yi Fan's willingness, regretted not asking for more. Had he known, he would have demanded 10 million or even 1 billion. After finalizing the agreement with Lin Yue, Yi Fan turned to Wu Qingya and asked, "Have you packed your things? If so, let us be on our way. There's nothing much to pack. I don't want those clothes anymore. I'll leave a few bags for him. Whether he sells them or gives them to his mistress is up to him." After saying this, Wu Qingya swiftly packed 2 sets of clothes and followed Yi Fan out. Upon exiting the community, Wu Qingya tilted her head and remarked, "Well, husband, it seems I'll only have you from now on. You must take care of me." Yi Fan smiled faintly. "It's a trivial matter. I had everything prepared before coming here. Since you hadn't divorced Lin Yue, I couldn't gift you these before. Now that you are divorced, it's convenient. Let us go. I'll show you your new home." "New home? You bought me a house?" Wu Qingya considered Yi Fan's status and realized he wouldn't rent a place for her. The only possibility was that he purchased a house for her. "You could say it's a purchase, as those buildings actually belong to me. The Huiguang Group is merely one of my enterprises. Here in the metropolis, I possess 10 buildings, including those luxurious high-end residences you are aware of. Choose a community, and I'll take you to see the properties." Yi Fan presented several options for the communities where his 10 buildings were located. Zhongliang Seaview, Tangshaniping, Gubei No. 1, Green City. With each name, Wu Qingya couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. At that moment, she felt as though she was seeing Yi Fan in a new light. The value of these properties was likely on par with that of the Huiguang Group. Each luxury apartment was worth hundreds of millions, and Yi Fan seemed to be acquiring them wholesale, with 1 building in each community. The overall value of these neighborhoods undoubtedly exceeded billions. As Wu Qingya remained in a daze, Yi Fan smiled and asked, "Have you decided where you would like to reside?" "Gubei No. 1, please." Although Gubei No. 1 wasn't the best among the options, she favored its style. "All right, then we shall go to Gubei No. 1. After speaking, Yi Fan started the car, heading towards Gubei No. 1. Upon reaching Gubei No. 1, Yi Fan obtained the remaining vacant keys from the property manager. There are still around 20 units available for rent. Take a look at the floors, and we'll check out whichever you prefer. The middle floors will suffice. Very well, let's explore the middle floors. All of Yi Fan's properties were expansive, each priced over 100 million. However, he was not in need of money and had no intention of purchasing. He would rent them out if possible, or leave them vacant. Of course, he also had plans for some of these houses for his women. While it appeared he had many properties, they might not suffice for all the women in his life. Wu Qingya was the first to occupy one of his houses, but certainly not the last. In the future, if the opportunity arose, he would let Lu Xiaowen and Li Yuqi choose their own as well. As for his exquisite sister-in-law, he had yet to win her over. He would save that gift for the day he succeeded. Of course, while he had not yet succeeded, Lu Yanran had already been reserved by him. The last time Lu Yanran visited the metropolis, her acceptance of the luxurious gifts he had given her indicated that there was potential between them. If Lu Yanran had no feelings for him, she wouldn't have accepted so many things. Unlike Lu Xiaowen, Li Yuqi, and Wu Qingya, Lu Yanran was not a woman who craved vanity. Winning her heart would require some finesse, particularly in terms of supporting her career. If he couldn't assist her professionally, Lu Yanran might not even spare him a glance. Lu Yanran was a career-oriented powerhouse, always prioritizing her interests in any endeavor. Merely being handsome would not suffice for Yi Fan. He needed to be capable as well. Chapter 60. Today, you may disregard my humanity. This one, please. I particularly like the decor of this house. Ultimately, Wu Qingya selected a cozy, well-furnished apartment, and they paused their house hunting. Yes, this decor is quite suitable for a woman. Let us go with this one. After confirming the property, Yi Fan informed the property manager that this apartment had found its owner, requesting its removal from the rental listings. He then arranged for the locks to be changed, ensuring that this apartment would now solely belong to Wu Qingya. Naturally, the property deed was also updated in Wu Qingya's name. This was Yi Fan's token of assurance to his women, designed to ensure they felt secure in following him without the fear of ending up with nothing. Husband, you are truly wonderful. In the room, Wu Qingya, exuding an air of sophistication, wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck and said with a flirtatious glance, "Oh, if your husband is this wonderful, shouldn't there be a reward?" "Of course, there is a reward. Today, you may disregard my humanity." Wu Qingya smiled softly. An hour passed, and Yi Fan leaned back against the headboard, lighting a post-coital cigarette. Beside him, Wu Qingya, having experienced something overwhelming, was too fatigued to keep her eyes open. "Sleep well. I have to step out for a bit. If anything arises, give me a call." Yi Fan's words seemed to possess a hypnotic effect. After uttering them, Wu Qingya, unable to bear her exhaustion, fell into a deep slumber. After finishing his cigarette, Yi Fan dressed and prepared to meet Lu Xiaowen and Li Yuqi. Having received a call from Lu Xiaowen while he was attending to Wu Qingya paid little heed to the matter at hand. Ever since she had become involved with Yi Fan, she had anticipated such occurrences. Someone like Yi Fan was certainly not destined to belong to her alone. Therefore, even when they were engaged in intimate moments and other women called, Wu Qingya remained unperturbed. Her concern did not stem from the presence of other women in Yi Fan's life, but rather from the prerequisite that he must possess the means to satisfy all parties involved. What merit could there be in engaging in such affairs without the requisite capabilities? It is akin to many women proclaiming their inability to accept infidelity. Yet, if their partner could generously provide them with substantial monthly allowances, one might find that many would be amenable to allowing another woman to assume the role of a caregiver. Yi Fan, however, was not merely offering monthly allowances. He could effortlessly bestow luxurious properties worth billions. For a man of such stature, the presence of external women, or even an entire harem, would hardly elicit any objection. Just as she finished dressing, her phone rang. Noticing that it was Lu Xiaowen calling, Yi Fan answered without hesitation. As soon as the call connected, he heard Lu Xiaowen's anxious voice. "Darling, I think I've hit someone." "Really?" Yi Fan furrowed his brow. "How is the person you hit?" I don't know. It was a courier, and now Yuqi is helping me handle it. I'm too scared to go over." Lu Xiaowen's voice trembled with fear. "Don't worry, my dear. I'm here for you. As long as you're fine, that's what matters. If anyone is injured, we'll get them to the hospital immediately. Just tell me your location, and I'll come to you right away." "Okay, please hurry. I'm at." After learning the address, Yi Fan swiftly drove over. Meanwhile, on a nearby road, a pristine white Porsche Panamera was parked quietly. In front of the car, a delivery scooter lay overturned, and a middle-aged man with blood on his forehead was sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Li Yuqi had already called for an ambulance and was crouched beside the courier, inquiring about his condition. "Sir, where do you feel discomfort? Rest assured, we will take full responsibility for this and cover all medical expenses, including compensation." The courier, previously lying still, twitched slightly upon hearing her words, but did not open his eyes or respond, remaining inert on the ground. Li Yuqi observed him closely and noticed his reaction, which prompted a slight smile before she refrained from saying more. Her words could potentially lead to someone trying to extort them, yet she intended to probe the situation discreetly. Lu Xiaowen had not been driving recklessly. Although she was exhilarated by her new car, she knew the importance of safety. Moreover, the courier bore some responsibility, as he had driven over the line while Lu Xiaowen had been navigating normally. It was merely a moment of distraction that had prevented her from avoiding the collision. Nevertheless, the value of human life was paramount. Regardless of liability, they could not simply disregard the situation. Once the immediate concern for the injured individual was addressed, they could later deliberate on the division of responsibility. A crowd had gathered by the roadside, murmuring and pointing. Before long, traffic police arrived on the scene. They conducted an examination and took several photographs, subsequently determining the allocation of responsibility. Lu Xiaowen was assigned 30%, while the courier bore 70%. Technically, Lu Xiaowen could have been deemed blameless, but current regulations dictated that motor vehicles bore a portion of the responsibility in accidents involving vulnerable parties. Lu Xiaowen did not dwell on her 30% liability. Her thoughts were solely focused on the courier's well-being. If the courier were to die or sustain severe injuries, she would encounter significant troubles. Soon, an ambulance arrived to transport the courier away. Lu Xiaowen and Li Yuqi did not follow but instead waited as Yi Fan had instructed. In no time, Yi Fan arrived, and after confirming that Lu Xiaowen was unharmed, he called Chun Daoyuan to relay the situation and instruct him to handle the matter. Li Yuqi, observing Yi Fan's concern for Lu Xiaowen, felt a pang of jealousy. "Aren't I also one of your women? You seem to favor her excessively. Just because Lu Xiaowen is carrying your child, does that mean I am forever excluded from bearing yours?" At that moment, Li Yuqi's desire to have a child with Yi Fan grew even stronger. Calculating her ovulation cycle, she realized it was the right time, prompting her to seek out Yi Fan more frequently in the coming days. After attending to Lu Xiaowen, Yi Fan turned to Li Yuqi to ensure both women were unharmed. With reassurances in place, the trio proceeded to a restaurant for a meal. They had planned to indulge in hot pot skewers and found a reputable establishment to satisfy their cravings. During their meal, Chun Daoyuan called to inform them that the courier's family was demanding 50,000 yuan in compensation for lost wages. Yi Fan did not haggle. He instructed Chun Daoyuan to pay the amount without delay. Although the responsibility did not rest entirely on Lu Xiaowen, he was disinclined to quibble over such a sum. That family is simply trying to extort money. The traffic police stated I was only 30% at fault. Why should I pay them so much? Lu Xiaowen pouted, visibly displeased upon hearing the news. Yi Fan smiled gently. Consider this money as a means to secure peace of mind. Otherwise, if the courier's family were to cause a scene, it would create unnecessary complications. You are about to be married. The last thing we need is for trivial matters to dampen your spirits. Chapter 61. The reward for childbearing. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Lu Xiaowen felt deeply moved, her gaze towards him brimming with affection. Darling, you are truly wonderful. Meeting you in this lifetime is the greatest fortune I could hope for. I am determined to bring this child into the world for you. In this moment, Lu Xiaowen's feelings for Yi Fan transcended mere attraction to his wealth. She had begun to genuinely love him. Even if he possessed nothing, she would remain steadfast. As Lu Xiaowen spoke, a virtual electronic screen materialized before Yi Fan, displaying her detailed profile. Name: Lu Xiaowen. Age: 25. Appearance: 82. Education: bachelor's degree. Purity: 90. Remarks: eligible for childbirth. Mission: bear offspring for the host. Reward of 1 billion in cash. After reviewing Lu Xiaowen's information, Yi Fan could not help but smile slightly. While her beauty was not extraordinary, the reward was indeed generous, 1 billion in cash. Although he did not currently lack for money, who would ever refuse an abundance of wealth, especially when it came so easily? The prospect of enjoyment accompanied by reward was a delightful proposition. Even without the incentive, he had not overlooked Lu Xiaowen. With that thought in mind, Yi Fan's gaze shifted to Li Yuqi across the table. The seating arrangement placed Lu Xiaowen beside him, while Li Yuqi opted to sit opposite him to avoid raising suspicions. As the system's profile appeared, Li Yuqi's data was also displayed. Name: Li Yuqi. Age: 25. Appearance: 85. Education: bachelor's degree in music. Purity: 90. Remarks: eligible for childbirth. Mission: bear offspring for the host. Reward of a royal entertainment company, valued at 5 billion. The situation has taken an intriguing turn. I never anticipated that Li Yuqi's rewards would be so generous, especially considering her allure surpasses that of Lu Xiaowen. At this moment, Yi Fan is beginning to grasp the concept of purity, which is essentially a measure of one's experiences with men. Both Lu Xiaowen and Li Yuqi have only known one man prior to their current husbands, and with themselves included, that accounts for two. In today's society, encountering only one man before finding a partner is indicative of a woman who maintains her virtue. Lu Xiaowen is now pregnant, awaiting the birth of her child to claim her rewards. Next, it falls upon Li Yuqi to fulfill her own task. However, completing Li Yuqi's assignment does not pose a significant challenge. As the two have already traversed the most arduous step, it now requires Yi Fan's diligent efforts. And by investing more energy into Li Yuqi, he is confident that results will soon emerge. Feeling the softness of her arm, Yi Fan smiled and remarked, "Very well. If you bear this child for me, I shall bestow upon you a considerable reward." Reward? Lu Xiaowen's eyes sparkled with curiosity upon hearing his words. "Darling, what reward are you referring to?" she inquired eagerly. "It is precisely what you desire the most," Yi Fan replied. "What is it?" Lu Xiaowen pressed on. "Do you not have a fondness for the Zhongliang Seaview apartments? If you give me a child, I will gift you a suite there." "Wow, you are truly magnificent," Lu Xiaowen exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement at the prospect of receiving a Zhongliang Seaview apartment. This grand abode has always been her ultimate dream. She never imagined it could become a reality. The Zhongliang Seaview is undoubtedly a luxurious residence, ranking among the finest in the city, with slightly larger units priced at over 100 million. She was utterly astonished by Yi Fan's generosity. Merely giving birth to a child could yield such a magnificent reward. In this moment, she felt immensely grateful to have encountered Yi Fan and was pleased with her earlier decision to set aside her reservations and reach out to him. Upon seeing Yi Fan driving a luxury car worth over 100 million, she entertained some hopeful thoughts. Yet, uncertainty clouded her mind, especially considering their initially rocky interactions, during which she perceived Yi Fan as merely a struggling man, never once acknowledging him at the company. She had prepared herself for the possibility that Yi Fan would not reciprocate her interest. Fortunately, Yi Fan had taken notice of her, granting her the chance to rise above her previous circumstances. In this moment, Lu Xiaowen silently vowed to devote all her love to Yi Fan, pledging unwavering loyalty through thick and thin. Yi Fan, of course, remained oblivious to Lu Xiaowen's sentiments. Even if he were aware, he would not concern himself with her affections. He was solely focused on securing the rewards. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yi Fan's promise to Lu Xiaowen, Li Yuqi felt a surge of jealousy, her desire to bear Yi Fan's child intensifying. Although she had already given birth once, the prospect of a second child posed complications in explaining to Ma Changfeng. Yet, she dismissed such concerns. If she could attain rewards akin to Lu Xiaowen's, it would all be worth it. With this thought in mind, Li Yuqi playfully rubbed Yi Fan's calf under the table, her eyes glimmering with longing. Sensing Li Yuqi's subtle advances, Yi Fan smiled inwardly. Realizing that his plan of seduction was bearing fruit, Li Yuqi was clearly intrigued. With a slight smile, he discreetly reached out to caress her long, elegant leg beneath the table. Today, Li Yuqi had dressed with great care, adorning herself in a form-fitting dress complemented by black stockings, exuding an air of sensuality. Typically, she opted for a light touch of makeup, boasting a beauty that would earn her an 85 out of 100, already a goddess in the eyes of the average person. Yet, today, with her meticulous preparation and exquisite makeup, she radiated the potential of a top-tier beauty. As the trio sat together, countless male gazes were drawn to the two women. Although Lu Xiaowen's beauty might pale slightly in comparison to Li Yuqi's, the difference was negligible. No one would truly choose between the two. Faced with such captivating women, any adult would seek to embrace both. At this moment, Li Yuqi, having consumed considerable amounts of alcohol, was even more enchanting. Her allure heightened by the effects of the drink. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the setting, Yi Fan would have been tempted to take things further with her. Have we finished eating? Yi Fan inquired, noticing that their plates were nearly empty. I'm done, Lu Xiaowen replied. So am I, Li Yuqi added. Her gaze fixed on Yi Fan. All right, if we're finished, let's depart, Yi Fan stated decisively. Yes, darling, let's go, Lu Xiaowen said, her face glowing with happiness. Li Yuqi shot Yi Fan a heated glance before nodding in agreement. As they walked toward the restaurant exit, Lu Xiaowen clung tightly to Yi Fan's arm, her demeanor reflecting deep affection, as if fearing that loosening her grip might cause him to vanish. At that moment, a call came in from Song Hang. Hello, my dear. Where are you? I returned home, but did not find you, he said. Upon hearing Song Hang's voice, Lu Xiaowen's demeanor shifted. She frowned and replied, What do you want? Am I not allowed any freedom now that I'm married to you? I'm out having fun with Yuqi. That's not it, dear. I would never dream of restricting your freedom. I simply thought we could discuss wedding arrangements since our big day is approaching, and I want to ensure everything is to your liking, Song Hang replied, attempting to placate her. Fine, I understand. We'll talk when I return. Goodbye, Lu Xiaowen said curtly, ending the call before waiting for his response. Such a clingy fool, she muttered under her breath after disconnecting. Then, as if recalling something, she quickly looked up at Yi Fan, relieved to see his expression remained unchanged. Darling, you won't be upset that Song Hang called, will you? If it bothers you, I can call him and break it off right now. Hearing Lu Xiaowen mention a breakup, Yi Fan was quick to dismiss the idea. In truth, he preferred the allure of a married woman over that of a single girl. Given Song Hang's current predicament, he had no concerns about being betrayed. Why would he want Lu Xiaowen to sever ties with him? He could enjoy Lu Xiaowen's company while indulging in his preference for married women. What could be more advantageous? Rest assured, I am not upset. You know well how Song Hang wronged me. I will not allow him to escape unscathed. Therefore, not only do I intend to bed his wife, but I also want him to support our child, Yi Fan declared. Lu Xiaowen stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. You are quite the rascal, darling. I adore it. I love your vengeful spirit. I will certainly help you achieve this. After I give birth, we can have him raise our child, and later, our offspring can inherit his family fortune for our enjoyment. Nearby, Li Yuqi sighed inwardly at the sight of the couple, thinking to herself that these two were truly incorrigible, coming up with the most outrageous schemes. Suddenly, she recalled her earlier desire to bear a child for Yi Fan, realizing that she was not much better than Lu Xiaowen. Wasn't she also yearning to give Yi Fan a child, only to have Ma Changfeng raise it? She had already concocted an excuse, claiming she desired a second child, hoping to deceive Ma Changfeng by saying she had accidentally become pregnant, thereby secretly giving birth to Yi Fan's child. Although such actions were undeniably disgraceful, the potential benefits were substantial. Given Yi Fan's affluence, having his child would likely yield advantages no less than those enjoyed by Lu Xiaowen. Perhaps it was time to cease looking down on Lu Xiaowen, for she too was merely a part of the same sordid affair. After Lu Xiaowen hung up the phone, Song Hang, at home, wore a bitter smile. In the past, he sometimes boasted the confidence to confront Lu Xiaowen, backed by his family's wealth and favorable circumstances. He could express his displeasure with a few sharp words, and if it came to it, he could simply break up and find someone new. However, now he genuinely feared losing Lu Xiaowen. Setting aside her exceptional qualities, he was grappling with significant health issues of his own. He was bewildered to find that he seemed to have suddenly lost his masculine capabilities. In secret, he had visited the hospital for an examination, and the results revealed alarming physiological problems. The doctor suggested that self-adjustment of his mindset was crucial for recovery, as the chances of a full cure were slim. The cause, it seemed, might be linked to some illicit substances he had taken, which had led to his current condition. Reflecting on this, Song Hang recalled his reckless nights spent pursuing pleasure with women and indulging in drugs. Regret washed over him. in his quest for pride. He had brought about this dire situation. He could not allow Lu Xiaowen to leave him. Should she depart, finding another woman would prove exceedingly difficult. Even with his family's wealth, few would be willing to associate with him given his predicament. Meanwhile, outside a restaurant, Yi Fan spoke to Lu Xiaowen. You should head back now. Being pregnant, you must take care not to overexert yourself and risk any mishaps with the baby. Though reluctant, Lu Xiaowen, considering the life within her, ultimately acquiesced to Yi Fan's words. The child in her womb was of utmost importance. Without it, her dreams of living in luxury would surely shatter. All right, dear husband, I will heed your advice. Please help me take Yuchi home, and I shall return. Sure, I will see Yuchi home. Just drive carefully and stay safe. Earlier that day, Lu Xiaowen's car had brushed against a delivery scooter. Fortunately, the mishap was minor, just a few scratches on the bodywork. Given that she already had a protective car cover, the underlying paint remained undamaged, and she could easily replace the cover later. Thus, the vehicle's functionality was unharmed, and Lu Xiaowen felt no urgency to repair it. Moreover, with her new car still fresh, she had not yet lost her enthusiasm for it, so she was in no rush to have it fixed. Abstaining from alcohol due to her pregnancy, Lu Xiaowen refrained from drinking during dinner, allowing only Li Yuqi to share a couple of drinks with Yi Fan. After Lu Xiaowen departed, Li Yuqi could no longer conceal her feelings, gazing dreamily at Yi Fan as she declared, "Husband, I too wish to bear your child." Yi Fan smiled slightly at her words. "It's simple. If you desire a child, I shall provide one right now." With that, he glanced around and spotted a 5-star hotel in the distance, stating, "Let's go rent a room." Yi Fan's candid proposition caused a blush to creep onto Li Yuqi's cheeks, yet she did not refuse, following him to the hotel like an eager young bride. Upon arriving at the hotel reception, Yi Fan requested, "Please reserve a presidential suite for me." "Certainly, sir. The price for one night in the presidential suite is 88,800. Shall I proceed with this reservation?" Yi Fan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that room will suffice. Please provide your ID for check-in," the receptionist, a sweet-faced young woman of average looks, requested. After reviewing the receptionist's profile, Yi Fan felt little interest. In the past, he might have found women like Li Jia somewhat appealing, but now his standards had grown more discerning. He would only consider women who met a minimum score of 80 in terms of fertility criteria. Mediocre beauty no longer captured his attention. "Your room is ready, sir. It is located on the top floor of our hotel. Here is your room key. Please keep it safe." As Yi Fan took the key, he noticed the receptionist lightly brushed against his hand. Nevertheless, he felt no inclination, dismissing any suggestion of flirtation. With the key in hand, Yi Fan led Li Yuqi to the elevator. The lift ascended to the hotel's pinnacle, and as the door slid open, a stunning woman with an alluring figure and charming glasses greeted them with a warm smile. "Welcome to Serre Hotel, sir. I am your suite manager, Lin Jiaming." Yi Fan's eyes brightened at the sight of her. She was indeed quite remarkable. He had heard of exclusive butlers and luxury hotel suites, and seeing one in person confirmed the rumors. The world of the affluent was beyond imagination, where such beauties were commonplace. Though Lin Jiaming had an appealing appearance, her lack of fertility suitability diminished Yi Fan's interest. While her score of 78 marked her as a decent beauty, she paled in comparison to the women surrounding him, all of whom surpassed the 80 mark. After losing interest, Yi Fan nodded politely. "Hello, please lead us to our room." "Of course, sir. Right this way," she replied. Although Serre Hotel was a 5-star establishment with commendable amenities, it did not rank among the finest in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, where numerous 5-star hotels competed for prominence. Only a select few, like Bulgari and the renowned hotels along the Bund, truly stood out. Despite being a 5-star venue, Serre Hotel was merely average in the grand scheme. Nevertheless, with a presidential suite priced at 88,000 a night, it remained unattainable for the average person. Arriving at the presidential suite, Lin Jiaming opened the door for Yi Fan and Li Yuqi. "Sir, this is your presidential suite, featuring 5 rooms, all decorated in a European and American style. I hope you enjoy your stay. Feel free to call me if you need anything." Yi Fan nodded, acknowledging her words. After escorting Li Yuqi into the room and shutting the door, the two needed no words, as they immediately commenced what was expected of them. "I desire a mansion. No problem. I also long for a luxury car. No problem." During their intimate encounter, Li Yuqi leaned against the wall, expressing her innermost desires. This time, they indulged for an entire night, and once their activities ceased, Li Yuqi found herself too exhausted to even lift her arms. After a brief respite, in a state of semi-consciousness, her phone rang at an inopportune moment. Without needing to ponder, she knew it must be Ma Changfeng calling at such a late hour. "Hello," she said wearily as she answered the call. "Where are you, my wife? Why haven't you returned?" "I've already picked up the child." Ma Changfeng's voice resonated through the line. "Oh, I'm out helping Lu Xiaowen with some matters." "Isn't she getting married?" There's quite a lot to attend to. So I'm lending her a hand, she replied. I see. That's understandable. Marriage is a significant event in life, and since Lu Xiaowen is your good friend, you should assist her. I'll keep an eye on the child for now, so don't rush back. Just help Xiaowen finish up and then come home. By the way, dear, when you have a moment, could you mention to Xiaowen to ask Mr. Yi when he might be free? I would like to invite him over for dinner. Li Yuqi, eyes closed while on the call, was taken aback upon hearing Ma Chongfeng's intention to invite Yi Fan for dinner, causing her to open her eyes in surprise. The voices from their conversation were not quiet, allowing Yi Fan, who was nearby, to hear everything clearly. At that moment, Li Yuqi's expression became somewhat peculiar, a blend of amusement and exasperation. What's this, husband? Why do you suddenly want to invite Mr. Yi to our home for dinner? As she spoke, she cast a seductive glance at Yi Fan, as he had begun to grow restless once more. She found it increasingly difficult to bear his lack of restraint. If he continued in such a manner, she feared she would not be able to leave the room at all. While holding her phone, she continuously suppressed Yi Fan's fidgety hands. It's not that I've taken on a major project at Mr. Ye's company and earned some money. So I thought to invite him over for dinner, partly as a token of gratitude, and partly to foster a closer relationship. A person of Mr. Ye's stature can certainly help us avoid years of setbacks with just a single word. I see, that makes sense. I'll mention it to Xiaowen when I have a free moment. If Mr. Yi is available, I'll have Xiaowen extend the invitation to him. Thank you, my dear. By the way, I have a question for you. Ma Chongfeng's tone suddenly turned serious, leaving Li Yuqi feeling uneasy, fearing he might have discovered something. Although she had prepared herself for the eventuality of their marriage ending, she was not yet ready to confront Ma Chongfeng. He had treated her well. Despite the modesty of their circumstances, he was hardworking and made efforts to improve their lives. If it came to divorce, she was uncertain how she would face the reproach of her family. However, if such a situation arose, she would have no regrets. She was still young and could not simply resign herself to waiting for Ma Chongfeng to provide her with a life of luxury. She didn't want to reach old age regretting not having enjoyed her youth. Yet Ma Chongfeng's subsequent words made it clear that her worries were unfounded. He had not discovered her affair with Yi Fan. Rather, he had uncovered something regarding Lu Xiaowen and Yi Fan. My dear, do you think there is something going on between Lu Xiaowen and Mr. Yi? Why do you ask that? Li Yuqi chuckled. I just have a feeling that someone of Mr. Ye's caliber wouldn't associate with Lu Xiaowen unless there was something between them. But that is human nature. I've seen too much in my years, so it's not surprising if Lu Xiaowen has some connection to Mr. Yi. After all, he is an exceptional individual, young, wealthy, and at the helm of a billion-dollar conglomerate. If I were a woman, I'd certainly have my thoughts. As if struck by a sudden realization, Ma Chongfeng abruptly added, Dear, you must remain honest with me. While Mr. Yi is admirable, you cannot entertain any other notions. You're too adorable, my husband. You've just mentioned that Lu Xiaowen and Mr. Yi might have something going on, and as her close friend and best confidant, how could I ever compete for a man with her? Besides, you know how I feel about you. Among those who pursued me, you were not the only one who stood out. If I had other intentions, would I have chosen you? My heart has always belonged to you. Rest assured, I will never betray you. Hee, I knew you loved me the most. Now, hurry back when you're done. The child and I are waiting for you at home. All right, husband. I just remembered something I wanted to discuss with you. What is it? Go ahead, my dear. I will promise you anything I can fulfill. Darling, could we consider having a second child? A second child? Ma Chongfeng's face registered surprise. Why are you thinking about this today? Previously, when I suggested having another child, you expressed reluctance, fearing we couldn't afford it. What has changed? Li Yuqi promptly recited the excuse she had prepared. You said that before, when we were under financial strain and couldn't manage a second child. Now that you have a partnership with the Huiguang Group and Mr. Ye's support, our burdens have eased. Isn't this the perfect time to add another child? Plus, a single child can feel lonely. Giving her a sister or brother would ensure she has companionship as she grows. After all, we cannot care for her forever, and having siblings will provide her with support later on. All right, my dear, let us go for a second child. Just hearing you say it makes me excited. When will you return? Let us get the plan for the second child underway. I'll come back tomorrow. It's too late now, and I'll manage to make do for the night. All right then, it's settled. I have no engagements tomorrow, so I'll be home to accompany you. After they hung up, Li Yuqi tilted her head and said, Darling, everything is in place. We just need the right moment. Once I return home, I will arrange everything meticulously to ensure Ma Chongfeng remains oblivious, and he will believe the child is his own. As for whether I can conceive soon, that depends on your prowess. But fret not. I've calculated my fertile days to be within the next few days, so you must put in the effort. Hearing Li Yuqi's words, Yi Fan chuckled heartily. Oh, you might be in for quite a challenge. The night passed without further incident. The following morning, Yi Fan was roused by the persistent ringing of his phone. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? Yes, this is Yi Fan. Who is calling? Yi Fan answered groggily. still unsure of the identity of the caller. Good day, Mr. Yi. I am the property manager for Gubei number 1. Just now, a client expressed interest in renting a property there. Since you took all the keys last time, they would like to view the house today. If you have time, could you come by? Yi Fan recalled that he indeed had taken the keys during his last visit with Wu Qingya to view the properties. The keys were still in his car. All right, I will be there shortly. Please wait for me. Certainly, sir. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan rose from his bed and donned his attire. My dear, are you leaving? In a state of drowsiness, Li Yuqi seemed to sense something and couldn't help but inquire. Yes, I have some matters to attend to. You should continue to sleep. I've left a deposit. If you haven't fully awakened, feel free to rest a bit longer. If you decide not to stay, just check out yourself and keep the deposit for your own use. Okay, my dear, I'll sleep a little longer. Once Yi Fan departed, Li Yuqi sat up in bed, a surge of excitement coursing through her as she thought of the deposit. The presidential suite required a substantial deposit. The daily rate approached 90,000 yuan, and the deposit Yi Fan left would undoubtedly be no less than the room's price. This was indeed a considerable windfall. She certainly couldn't let such money go to waste. Why not use it to buy a handbag instead? After freshening up, Li Yuqi made her way downstairs to check out. Upon seeing a deposit of 500,000 yuan, she was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Indeed, her choice was undeniably correct. As long as she followed Yi Fan faithfully, she would reap endless benefits. Ma'am, are you checking out? The front desk was no longer staffed by Li Jia from yesterday, but had been replaced by another fairly attractive receptionist. The hotel operates on a 24-hour basis, and typically, a different receptionist is on duty by the next day. After processing her deposit, Li Yuqi left the front desk in high spirits. The receptionist watched her retreating figure with a look of envy. Wealthy individuals are indeed fortunate. A mere hotel deposit can exceed hundreds of thousands. It would take years of hard work to save up such a sum. Meanwhile, since the hotel was not far from the restaurant where they dined the previous day, Yi Fan retrieved his vehicle and headed towards Gubei number 1. At this hour, Wu Qingya should already be at work, so there was no need for him to stop by to see her. Before long, Yi Fan arrived at Gubei number 1. At the entrance of the community, two figures stood quietly. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at one of the women. She was strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of sophistication. Clad in a professional ensemble, a white shirt and a black pencil skirt, with black stockings adorning her legs and a pair of red-soled black heels, her tall and slender figure, coupled with her glossy black waves, radiated a mature charm. Undoubtedly, she was a quintessential urban beauty. Every male passerby was drawn to her allure, and even the real estate agent beside her occasionally stole glances. When will the landlord arrive? The woman glanced at her Cartier watch, her brow furrowing with concern. She was running a bit late. Today's schedule was tightly packed. She had carved out this time to view the property, only to find she had to wait for the landlord. After viewing the apartment, she still had to deal with a blind date at home and then record a financial video for her company, followed by an important financial interview in the afternoon. This interview was particularly significant, as it was with a renowned business mogul from the Magic City. She couldn't afford to miss this opportunity, as it was crucial for her future development. Please hold on. The landlord is on their way and should be here shortly, the real estate agent quickly replied. If it weren't for the fact that you were the only one with rental listings at Gubei number 1, I certainly wouldn't be waiting here. Although her words were rather brusque, the real estate agent could only smile apologetically, unwilling to offend her. After all, tenants at Gubei number 1 were typically high-profile clients. The average rent for a standard unit was 80,000 yuan, and larger units exceeded 100,000. The agent's commission amounted to half the rent, making this a lucrative opportunity he could not afford to scorn, even if it meant enduring some discomfort. As they conversed, the distant roar of an engine reverberated through the air. Soon, they spotted a striking black sports car speeding towards them. Ma'am, the landlord has arrived. Is that your landlord's vehicle? The agent asked, surprised by the approaching car. Despite working in finance, Guyu had mingled with upper-class circles and was somewhat knowledgeable about cars. She recognized the limited edition vehicle, a Bugatti Chiron, one of only a single unit in the world, valued at over 120 million yuan. Truly, the owner of Gubei number 1 was someone of considerable means. According to the real estate agent, this landlord owned an entire building in Gubei number 1. The sight of this car confirmed that the rumor was indeed true. With this realization, Guyu felt a rush of awe. Owning a building in Gubei no. 1 must rank among the wealthiest individuals in the entire city. This thought calmed her previously anxious heart. Such a person could potentially become part of her target clientele. After all, in her line of work, any wealthy individual could be a potential client, especially someone like Yi Fan, who was among the top tier of affluent individuals. If she could cultivate a good relationship, it would certainly make her future interviews with wealthy clients easier. Feeling that her visit today was not in vain, Guyu anticipated unexpected gains. As the vehicle approached, the sound of brakes echoed, and the black sports car came to a steady halt before them. Behind the wheel sat Yi Fan, donned in sunglasses and exuding an extraordinary charm, captivating even more attention than a youthful heartthrob. The real estate agent recognized Yi Fan, having seen him when he picked up the keys. As Yi Fan stepped out of the car, he smiled and said, "I apologize for being late." Before he could finish his sentence, both Gu Yu and Yi Fan were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "It's you, Gu Yu, Yi Fan." They exchanged names and erupted into laughter. The real estate agent, witnessing their interaction, inquired, "Mr. Yi, do you two know each other?" Yi Fan nodded, "Indeed. We are quite familiar. She was the belle of my university." Upon hearing this, Gu Yu covered her mouth and chuckled, "What belle? That's just a playful exaggeration from our classmates. With so many beauties in school, I hardly ranked." The real estate agent, realizing that Gu Yu was indeed the belle of Yi Fan's university days, nodded approvingly. It was clear that her beauty warranted such a title. Yi Fan shook his head. "Gu Yu, you are too modest. Your designation as the belle was universally acknowledged. This is no exaggeration. By the way, you're not the one looking to rent, are you?" Gu Yu looked at Yi Fan with a hint of curiosity and nodded. "Yes, I am indeed here to rent a property. But I never expected the landlord to be you." During their time at university, Yi Fan had maintained a low profile, despite his handsome appearance. He never sought the spotlight and had little presence in class. Had it not been for his striking looks, Gu Yu might not have remembered him at all. It was quite unexpected that Yi Fan possessed such wealth. The ostentatious second-generation rich in the class paled in comparison, unworthy even to be mentioned alongside him. The memory of those wealthy peers flaunting their affluence in class now struck her as somewhat amusing. She could only imagine the expressive faces they would wear upon discovering Yi Fan's true identity at future class reunions. Upon hearing that Gu Yu was merely a client seeking rental accommodation, Yi Fan inclined his head slightly and addressed the real estate manager, stating, "I shall cover the agency fee directly. You need not concern yourself with the remaining details." Following this, he promptly transferred 50,000 yuan to the real estate manager. Noticing the transfer notification, the manager hastily replied, "Mr. Yi, that amount is excessive. The agency fee is not that high." Yi Fan reassured him, "No need for concern. Consider the surplus as a token for your refreshments. You need not report this to the company. Otherwise, your commission would be minimal." "Thank you, Mr. Yi." The manager expressed gratefully. He spoke the truth. If the rental procedures were processed through the company, the agency fee would indeed be allocated to the corporate account, leaving little for personal commission. An agency fee of 50,000 yuan would yield barely over 10,000 yuan in commission. There's no need to be modest. Feel free to refer any clients my way. You will not miss out on the benefits." Yi Fan gestured dismissively. "Understood, Mr. Yi. I will inform you immediately should any clients arise. I shall take my leave now." The real estate manager, astute as he was, recognized the need to refrain from further interruption and departed promptly. Once the manager had exited, Gu Yu took a moment to appraise Yi Fan from head to toe. Who would have thought? "Yi Fan, you are indeed the wealthiest person in our class. How did I fail to notice this before? Had I known, I would have made every effort to win you over." Name, Gu Yu. Age, 23. Attractiveness, 90. Education, bachelor's degree in financial management. Purity, 100. Remarks, meets reproductive criteria. Task, ensure the host's progeny. Reward includes a financial company valued at hundreds of billions and supreme dual kidneys. Supreme dual kidneys? While the prospect of a 100 billion financial company did not astonish him, given his current wealth, such an enterprise was merely an embellishment. The supreme dual kidneys intrigued him. Upon inquiry, the system elucidated the function of the supreme dual kidneys, which bestowed the ability to maintain stamina in intimate relations indefinitely, complementing his previously acquired indomitable prowess. While the latter enhanced his capabilities, it did not ensure endurance. With the addition of supreme dual kidneys, combined with his indomitable prowess, he would be an invincible presence. Coupled with his body, enhanced by mastery-level combat skills, it seemed that one woman would no longer suffice for him. Contemplating this system reward, Yi Fan's interest in Gu Yu intensified. Securing this woman had become an imperative. However, his understanding of Gu Yu was shallow during their school days. Due to his ordinary family background, he had never entertained thoughts of pursuing her, thus failing to delve deeper into her character. Now, to win Gu Yu's affection, he recognized the necessity of understanding her better. Yet, he felt confident that it would not pose a significant challenge. His current status was already a favorable factor. As long as he maintained a respectful demeanor and left a positive impression on Gu Yu, the likelihood of success was considerable. Moreover, Gu Yu's rarity, with a perfect purity score, indicated she was still untouched, without even a boyfriend. In a society such as this, her ability to preserve her integrity was indicative of an exceptionally virtuous woman. Winning Gu Yu would signify acquiring a treasure of a partner. With this thought in mind, He felt no hesitation. He was no longer the impoverished youth of the past, but rather a man endowed with considerable advantages. Chapter 66. I have many properties here. Listening to Gu Yu's words, Yi Fan smiled slightly. It is never too late to seize the moment. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Yu's face. Yi Fan, you do not currently have a girlfriend? Yi Fan countered. Why must I have one at this moment? Gu Yu chuckled, covering her mouth. Someone like you, wealthy, handsome, and youthful, surely has many women vying for your attention. I assumed you already had a girlfriend. Shaking his head, Yi Fan jested. Perhaps I have merely been waiting for you. Gu Yu was amused by Yi Fan's remark, recalling how he had been so reticent during their school days. It was astonishing how much more conversational he had become within just a year since graduation. Yi Fan shrugged. I do enjoy conversing. It simply depends on the audience. You know the character of those classmates. I had no desire to engage with them as there was little to discuss. Had you spoken to me back then, things would have been different. Am I to be blamed for that? With this exchange, their relationship grew more intimate. By the way, I forgot to ask, what made you decide to rent a place in Gubei No. 1? While the properties here are decent, their value for money isn't particularly high. If you were to purchase, this area might be acceptable, but renting is far better suited for prime locations like Tangshan Yiping or Zhongliang Haijing. Yi Fan's observation was astute. Indeed, the locations of Tangshan Yiping and Zhongliang Haijing were superior to that of Gubei No. 1. Particularly, Tangshan Yiping was situated in an absolute prime area, with rental costs not significantly higher than those of Gubei No. 1. If one were to rent, opting for a property in such a prime location would be the most economical choice. Gu Yu responded thoughtfully. I prefer the style of Gubei No. 1. While the location of Tangshan Yiping is advantageous, the buildings are rather dated. Were it not for the location, no affluent individual would cast a glance at those properties. Yi Fan found himself in agreement with Gu Yu's sentiment. The appeal of Tangshan Yiping lay solely in its location. Otherwise, it would never be considered among the luxurious residences of the metropolis. He too owned a property in Tangshan Yiping, one of the 10 buildings granted to him by the system. The 10 buildings were all premier luxury residences in the city, including Zhongliang Haijing, Tangshan Yiping, Tanggong, Gubei No. 1, and Greentown, among others. However, he had yet to find the time to inspect these properties, as they were intended solely for rental purposes, unless necessary. Visiting them was not obligatory, provided the rent was collected monthly. He had truly reached a point where he could earn without exerting effort. The rental income from these luxury properties alone was substantial. This did not even account for the profits earned from the Huiguan group. To him, money had become merely a numerical figure. Well, I concur with your aesthetic preferences. The properties at Tangshan Yiping indeed do not compare favorably to those at Gubei No. 1. By the way, I also neglected to ask, what size are you looking to rent? An apartment, a residence, or perhaps a villa? Yi Fan inquired. What properties do you have available? Gu Yu asked. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Fan replied, I have apartments, residences, and villas at my disposal. It depends on what you wish to rent. Ding. Host boasting successful. Reward includes 10 villas and 10 apartments in Gubei No. 1. Hearing the system's notification, a subtle smile crept across Yi Fan's lips. Initially, he owned merely a single residential building at Gubei No. 1, yet in a bid to impress Gu Yu with grandiosity, he boasted of possessing both a villa and an apartment there. Fortunately, with the assistance of a boasting system, he could back up his claims. Otherwise, he would truly struggle to present an apartment or villa if Gu Yu wished to rent one. Do you have time? I'd like to take a closer look and decide which unit to rent after viewing, Gu Yu inquired. Sure, let's proceed, Yi Fan replied, leading Gu Yu into the community. Wait a moment, the keys for those properties are in the car, he added, turning back to retrieve them. The reason Yi Fan opted not to drive Gu Yu into the complex was that vehicles were prohibited on the grounds of Gubei No. 1. Upon entering, one would have to head to the underground parking lot first. It would be more time efficient to simply walk in rather than endure the hassle of parking and taking the elevator to the ground level. Upon entering the community, Gu Yu was pleased to see the serene environment, nodding in approval as it matched the online descriptions perfectly. She had previously visited Tangshan Yiping but was put off by its antiquated style as soon as she stepped inside. In contrast, Gubei No. 1's ambience resonated beautifully with her aesthetic sensibilities. They first explored the apartment area, where Yi Fan had several units available. After that, they proceeded to the residential area and finally arrived at the villa section. I inquired about the rent for this villa. It seems to be nearly 200,000 a month, which is rather steep, Gu Yu remarked, her heart stirred by the villa's opulence. Yi Fan smiled slightly. It is indeed a bit pricey. But if you wish to rent this villa, I can offer you a discount. After all, our 4 years of camaraderie warrant some consideration. Gu Yu's eyes brightened. How much can you discount? Yi Fan grinned. How about a 50 reduction? I can offer it to you for 100,000 a month. Really? Gu Yu exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice. Of course, I'm not joking. If you agree, we can sign the contract now, and you could move in today. However, I don't provide daily necessities, so you'll need to purchase those yourself. Guyu replied, given the generous discount you're offering, I wouldn't dream of taking advantage of you for those minor expenses. Shall we sign the contract now then? Yifan asked. Sure. I'll have the property manager from the agency print a copy of the online contract, and we can sign it immediately. With the convenience of the internet, everything has become remarkably straightforward. In the past, rental agreements required printing or handwriting. Now, signing online suffices. After both had signed their names on their phones, the rental transaction was officially completed. Once all the formalities were concluded, Yifan inquired, by the way, after chatting for so long, I still don't know what you do for a living, Guyu. It must be quite lucrative, or else you wouldn't choose to work in a place like Gubei now. 1. Yifan had deduced some aspects. Both of them had graduated from the financial management department, which would lead them to choose professional occupations. They were both alumni of the prestigious 211 Financial Institute in Shanghai. However, their experiences in job hunting varied significantly. In today's society, women often find employment more easily than men. With the job market saturated, companies tend to select the best candidates during interviews, and if a woman is sufficiently outstanding, her chances of success are considerably higher than those of her male counterparts. Yifan took 3 months to secure his previous job, while someone like Guyu, with her qualifications, could effortlessly land a position at any financial firm. I currently serve as the department head at a financial company, and I also work part-time as a financial streamer. Most of my earnings come from online ventures, while my salary from my job is merely around 8,000 a month. Financial streamer? Yifan nodded slightly. Indeed, making money online now surpasses traditional employment. How many followers do you have now? Give me your account, and I'll follow you. Guyu pulled out her phone, checking her account's backend. I currently have over 800,000 followers. This is my account. Yifan searched for the username she provided, finding one named Guyu Loves Finance. The backend indicated 850,000 followers. Impressive. Each of your videos garners tens of thousands of likes, with some even reaching hundreds of thousands. That's quite significant, Yifan remarked while clicking to follow her. Guyu smiled. It's not bad, but I can't compete with the major streamers. It's enough to make a living though. As Yifan listened to Guyu's words, he glanced at the videos she posted and perused the comments section. He had expected the comments to revolve around financial discussions, but instead, they were filled with remarks about her legs, causing him to stifle a laugh. Indeed, the audience is quite discerning, captivated by beauty. Streamer, could you wear white stockings for a video? Could you stand and walk around in the next video? Sitting too long isn't good for your back. Your legs are longer than my life. Noticing Yifan reading the comments, Guyu's face flushed. These videos were requested by the company. I don't usually dress like this. Perhaps fearing Yifan would misconstrue her intentions, believing she engaged in something unsavory for profit, she felt compelled to clarify. Yifan replied with a gentle smile, I understand. In today's world, internet engagement requires eye-catching gimmicks to attract attention. Realizing that Yifan did not think ill of her, Guyu felt a sense of relief and was unsure why she felt the need to explain herself. Suddenly remembering something, she quickly stood up, exclaiming, Oh no, I almost forgot my main task. I must hurry. Seeing Guyu's urgency, Yifan also rose, asking, Did you drive here? If not, I can give you a ride. It's not convenient to hail a cab here. I didn't drive. Thank you. Guyu replied gratefully. No need for thanks. Yifan waved dismissively as they exited the community and entered his car. Just tell me the address, and I'll take you there. It's at the Starbucks in Lujiazui. Guyu informed him. Yifan started the car, heading straight to the Starbucks cafe in Lujiazui. Are you heading to your company? He casually asked while driving. Guyu's cheeks flushed slightly. No, it's a place set up by my family for a blind date. A blind date? Yifan's expression turned curious. With your qualifications, do you really need to resort to such measures? Surely there are countless eligible suitors lining up to pursue you. Guyu sighed, shaking her head. I'd rather not go on this blind date, but it's arranged by my family. I heard the person is closely connected to them, so I have to show my face. Otherwise, it would be quite disrespectful. Yifan nodded. I understand. Yifan, could I ask you for a favor? Guyu suddenly spoke after a moment of silence. Of course. I have no pressing matters, and it would be my pleasure to assist such a lovely lady. Could you accompany me inside? That way, when I need to decline the suitor, I'll have a solid excuse. He knows my situation, and I'm afraid he won't believe me without someone by my side. Your presence would help me explain better. All right, no problem, Yifan agreed. Before long, the two individuals arrived at the cafe. After Yifan parked the car, he followed Guyu inside. Once they entered the cafe, they surveyed the surroundings and approached a young man who was waving at them. He possessed a somewhat handsome visage and was adorned in designer attire. Ordinarily, this suitor for Guyu would be considered quite suitable in various aspects, and they appeared to be a compatible match. However, the dark circles beneath his eyes, a clear indication of excessive indulgence, were somewhat off-putting. Given his otherwise commendable attributes, it was easy to surmise the nature of his circumstances. As Gu Yu and Yi Fan approached, Zhang Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. What was the meaning of bringing another man along to a blind date? Yet, upon witnessing Gu Yu's beauty, his unease was swiftly replaced with excitement. The reality of Gu Yu was far more striking than her photos suggested. Initially, he had assumed that her image was enhanced, anticipating that the real-life version would be less enchanting, thus planning to make an excuse to leave. However, he now entertained different thoughts. Such a beauty was undoubtedly the most stunning he had ever encountered. Regardless of the potential for marriage, he felt that spending time with her would be immensely gratifying. "Hello, you must be Gu Yu," he said, greeting them with a smile and feigning politeness as they drew near. Gu Yu nodded courteously. "Hello, I am Gu Yu, and you must be Zhang Feng." Zhang Feng affirmed. "Indeed, I am Zhang Feng. When my aunt introduced you to me, I found you quite beautiful, and now that I see you in person, I feel as though I am meeting a fairy. Please, have a seat." "Thank you for the compliment, but I consider myself merely an ordinary person," Gu Yu replied modestly. After speaking, she gestured for Yi Fan to join her at the table, inviting him to sit beside her. Observing this, Zhang Feng felt a surge of discomfort. "And who might this be?" he inquired. "This is my classmate. We happened to cross paths today, and he kindly offered to accompany me," Gu Yu explained. "Oh, a classmate? I thought he might be your boyfriend," Zhang Feng remarked, nodding toward Yi Fan. "Well, let us discuss the matter at hand," Gu Yu stated. Choosing not to engage in further trivial conversation, Zhang Feng was indeed quite presentable, but Gu Yu felt an inherent disconnect. It was not that she held excessively high standards, but rather that she felt no spark upon meeting him. She placed great trust in her instincts, and since she felt no connection, she believed it best not to pursue this further, lest it lead to any unpleasantness. "Just a moment, I have a little something for you," Zhang Feng said, lifting a coat from the adjacent chair to reveal a large bouquet of roses beneath. Holding the flowers, he boldly declared, "Gu Yu, I really like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" His audacity left both Yi Fan and Gu Yu momentarily stunned. This man was remarkably forthright, presenting flowers and professing his affection without a hint of pretense. Gu Yu was caught off guard, entirely unprepared for such a direct advance. After a brief pause, she responded, Isn't this moving a bit too fast? We hardly know each other yet." "No need to know each other. No matter who you are, I want to mind. Just agree to be my girlfriend," he insisted. Chapter 68. "Actually, I already have a boyfriend." The sudden turn of events left Gu Yu flustered. Once she regained her composure, she quickly interjected, "I'm sorry, but I actually already have a boyfriend." At that moment, Gu Yu felt somewhat disoriented by Zhang Feng's unexpected proposal, and instinctively revealed the plan she had devised before coming, to have Yi Fan pretend to be her boyfriend to deflect this blind date. Faced with Zhang Feng's abrupt advance, she blurted it out in a state of urgency. The bouquet hung in the air, and Zhang Feng's feigned romantic expression froze on his face. "You have a boyfriend?" he asked, his expression shifting from shock to displeasure. "How can that be? Your family said you were single. You must be joking." Gu Yu shook her head. "I would never joke about such matters. I genuinely have a boyfriend. To be honest, I came today to avoid putting my parents and your aunt in an awkward position. Meeting you is merely to give them an explanation. I wouldn't joke about something like this. If I were single, I wouldn't say otherwise. If word got out, it would affect my reputation, don't you agree?" Zhang Feng's usual politeness turned sour upon hearing her claim. He coldly replied, "All right then, if you say you have a boyfriend, why don't you call him over so I can see if he's better than me or more handsome?" Gu Yu glanced at Yi Fan and replied, "He's right here. You can see for yourself if his conditions are better than yours or if he's more handsome." Zhang Feng abruptly turned to scrutinize Yi Fan, his eyes filled with hostility. Yi Fan cleared his throat and said, Sorry, I'm actually Gu Yu's boyfriend. Let us reintroduce ourselves." Yi Fan hadn't anticipated being asked to pretend to be Gu Yu's boyfriend, as she hadn't mentioned it beforehand. She had only asked for his assistance without specifying how. Thus, when Gu Yu suddenly requested that he act as her boyfriend, Yi Fan had no choice but to comply. As he spoke, Yi Fan extended his hand to shake Zhang Feng's. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth, but eventually reached out as well. Yi Fan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhang Feng to maintain such composure in the face of this situation, which impressed him somewhat. If he were in Zhang Feng's position, he would have likely reacted with outrage. Gu Yu's actions were quite inappropriate, bordering on treating someone as a mere toy. Engaging in a blind date while already in a relationship was nothing short of a mockery. The proper course of action would have been to decline the blind date altogether to avoid unnecessary discomfort for both parties. However, at the moment their hands clasped, Yi Fan finally understood Zhang Feng's intentions for maintaining his calm demeanor. He sought to exact a subtle revenge. As their hands met, Zhang Feng suddenly applied immense pressure, attempting to crush Yi Fan's hand. Realizing the situation, Yi Fan merely smiled, unfazed. He too exerted his strength, unleashing a force akin to a raging tempest, causing Zhang Feng to tremble, his face contorting in discomfort as he gritted his teeth to endure the pressure. At that moment, Zhang Feng had no other option. He had brought this upon himself, and now that he was being countered, he could not voice his discomfort. Within seconds, he began to struggle against the pain, his hand throbbing unbearably. Yi Fan, sensing that he had taught Zhang Feng a sufficient lesson, released his grip, and Zhang Feng quickly withdrew his hand, afraid of another onslaught. Once his hand was free, he hastily began to rub it under the table. Feeling the swelling in his palm, Zhang Feng's heart brimmed with an intense loathing for Yi Fan. Unable to seek physical retribution, he resorted to verbal insults. Hello? So you're the boyfriend of Guyu, are you? I wonder where you hold a position of prestige. Guyu mentioned you were her classmate, right? You must be a graduate from a distinguished institution, and I presume your income is quite substantial. How much do you earn in a year? Yi Fan replied with a smile. It's decent, around tens of millions annually. Tens of millions? Zhang Feng was taken aback, yet he suspected Yi Fan was exaggerating. Unsure, he continued to probe. Tens of millions is quite a sum, but I wonder what kind of job allows you to earn so much. Yi Fan responded. It's not a job per se, I just collect rent in my spare time. Collecting rent? Zhang Feng became even more convinced that Yi Fan was boasting. Though this was the bustling metropolis of Magic City, earning tens of millions annually from rent seemed implausible. Brother, I almost believed your tale. If you said you owned a company and earned tens of millions, I could accept that, but claiming you earn that from rent is simply impossible. How many properties would you need to collect that much rent in Magic City? Zhang Feng scoffed, once convinced that Yi Fan was indeed fabricating. Zhang Feng's tone became increasingly disdainful. Yi Fan replied calmly, believe it or not, it's your choice. I don't need to explain myself to you. If there's nothing else, Guyu and I will take our leave. I apologize on her behalf. She shouldn't have gone on a blind date with you while already in a relationship. To express his regret, he added, today's expenses are on me. After speaking, Yi Fan turned to Guyu, saying, let us go. He stood up, paid for Zhang Feng's coffee at the counter, and the two made their way outside. Zhang Feng's expression darkened, and after Yi Fan and Guyu left, he hastened to follow them. He was eager to ascertain whether Yi Fan truly possessed the wealth he claimed. Regardless of whether one was wealthy or not, one could discern much from the vehicle they drove. While some affluent individuals chose to remain low-key and drove modest cars, it was generally expected that someone of Yi Fan's age, if wealthy, would be in a luxury vehicle. Driving an ordinary car was typically a choice made by middle-aged individuals, and even among them, few would opt for such discretion. Who wouldn't want to enjoy their wealth and drive a fine car? Those who collected rent might be understated, but they still drove vehicles like Lexuses, which appeared modest but were not inexpensive. If Yi Fan drove a cheap car or had no car at all, it would only confirm that he was indeed exaggerating. Zhang Feng's motivation for this scrutiny was to find solace in the notion that he was superior to Yi Fan in some aspect, seeking balance in his heart. He had already conceded defeat in terms of looks and did not wish to feel inferior economically as well. Chapter 69. Zhang Feng's complete submission. However, upon chasing after them, Zhang Feng was rendered speechless when he saw Yi Fan and Guyu enter a sleek black sports car. This vehicle appeared to be the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, an extravagant model that had reached astronomical prices online, valued at over 100 million. In that moment, Zhang Feng finally believed Yi Fan's claim of earning tens of millions from rent. If someone lacked the means, they would never be able to drive such a car. As for whether it was rented, Zhang Feng dismissed that notion. Although he had a rebellious nature, he was not foolish. Such a car could hardly be rented. Anyone who could afford it would never let it out of their sight. The cost of even the slightest repair would be exorbitant, and anyone who owned such a vehicle would treat it with utmost care, akin to a beloved partner, never lending it out lightly. At that moment, Zhang Feng felt utterly defeated. He began to calm himself. When faced with an opponent whose strength required him to look up, he would no longer seek his own demise. That was precisely Zhang Feng's state. While his family had some wealth, it paled in comparison to the value of Yi Fan's car, leaving him with no grounds for pursuing vengeance. To act recklessly in such a situation would be the folly of a fool. Once inside the car, Guyu sheepishly apologized to Yi Fan. I'm truly sorry for the trouble today. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. It's no trouble at all. We're classmates, and helping a beautiful woman is something few men would refuse. Even if it were false, having the chance to be your boyfriend, even for a moment, is quite valuable. As he glanced at Zhang Feng standing at the cafe entrance through the rearview mirror, Yi Fan remarked, that fellow is quite interesting. I believe he won't disturb you anymore. Guyu nodded. Yes, I owe you a great deal, Yi Fan. How about I treat you to dinner later? I need to record a video at the company shortly, and I have a financial interview in the afternoon. but I should be free after that. Yi Fan, who harbored feelings for Gu Yu, certainly wouldn't decline the opportunity for a moment alone with her. All right, let us touch base later. I'll take you to your company now. Great, my company is nearby, just in Lujiazui. Before long, Yi Fan drove Gu Yu to a financial firm situated on the bustling financial street of Lujiazui. The firm where Gu Yu worked could be described as moderately sized, with a market value of merely several billion. Of course, in Yi Fan's eyes, a company valued at several billion seemed insignificant, yet to the average person, it was quite an impressive establishment. Countless freshly graduated students found employment at companies worth only tens of millions or a few billion. To secure a position at a company valued in the billions typically required exceptional talent. As for firms worth hundreds of billions or trillions, mere ability was insufficient. Connections were essential. Upon arriving at the company's entrance, Gu Yu's phone rang before she could exit the car. The caller was her department head, her direct supervisor. Hello, Gu Yu, why aren't you here yet? I've prepared the topic for this video recording. We're just waiting for you to arrive. Oh, hello, Manager Wang. I'm downstairs now and will be up shortly. Good, hurry up. By the way, I've gathered the client information for your financial interview this afternoon. After the recording, make sure to review the materials to avoid any mistakes. Understood, boss. After hanging up, Gu Yu turned to Lin Feng. All right, I'm off to work. I'll contact you tonight. Watching Gu Yu step out of the car, particularly admiring her long, slender legs, Yi Fan smiled slightly. All right, see you tonight. Just as Yi Fan and Gu Yu finished their exchange and prepared to drive away, a group of people emerged from the large building ahead. Among them was a familiar figure that made Yi Fan stop steering the wheel. That figure was none other than Qin Daoyuan, who also noticed Yi Fan's distinctive vehicle. After all, in the entire Magic City and across China, Yi Fan's car was truly one of a kind. Anyone who had seen it would be unable to overlook it. Boss. Surrounded by a group of people, Qin Daoyuan expressed his surprise upon spotting Yi Fan's vehicle. What did you say, Mr. Qin? One of those beside him inquired, having not caught his words. As Gu Yu approached, she noticed the entourage, and a look of respect graced her features. These individuals comprised the leadership of her company. And Gu Yu had begun to speculate that the esteemed Qin Daoyuan, standing at the center, was likely the financial client she was scheduled to interview today. Greetings, leaders. Gu Yu respectfully acknowledged as the group drew near. Ah, little Gu, several leaders remarked, their eyes lighting up upon seeing her. Although Gu Yu held a low rank within the company, her striking beauty was well known throughout. Many senior executives had their sights set on her, hoping to make her their prized possession. However, Gu Yu had always maintained a prudent distance from these leaders, preventing them from taking undue advantage of her, thus preserving her innocence until this day. Why did you arrive at work so late today, little Gu? A somewhat portly middle-aged man questioned sternly. Gu Yu promptly replied, Mr. Wang, I requested leave from the department manager due to a personal matter, which caused my tardiness. Even so, you must not be late for work. You could have managed your affairs before finishing for the day. You young ones truly lack diligence. If you perform your job well, the rewards will follow. With wealth, everything else becomes manageable. The man chastising her was Wang Chong, the general manager of Gu Yu's company, a man of considerable means, one of the top leaders, second only to a few shareholders in the organization. Wang Chong harbored his own intentions towards Gu Yu. From the moment she joined the company, he had envisioned countless scenarios in which he could possess her. Yet, despite his subtle advances, Gu Yu had remained unresponsive. Frustrated, he occasionally contemplated firing her. But the thought of losing such a rare gem as Gu Yu deterred him. He understood that he needed to be patient, to coax her into a position where he could gradually draw closer, ultimately seeking leverage to compel her submission. Chapter 70. Is this your boss, Mr. Qin? Feeling somewhat uncomfortable being reprimanded in front of so many, Gu Yu recognized the value of her current circumstances and chose to endure. Suppressing her urge to retort, she nodded, saying, Understood, Mr. Wang. I shall ensure it does not happen again. That's more like it. Acknowledging your mistakes and improving is commendable. With your youth and abilities, you will surely rise to prominence one day. Wang Chong felt a surge of pride seeing Gu Yu so compliant. He sensed he had discovered her vulnerability, her fear of losing her job. What if I use this job to test her? If she truly fears losing it, then I may have an opportunity to win her over. As Wang Chong reveled in his perceived superiority, Qin Daoyuan, with utmost respect, greeted the arrival of Yi Fan. Boss, what brings you here? Yi Fan had driven directly into the midst of the gathering. Qin Daoyuan hurried forward to respectfully open the car door for him. Witnessing this scene, the leaders of the finance company surrounding Qin Daoyuan were left astounded. Qin Daoyuan was a figure of immense stature, the general manager of a trillion-yuan conglomerate, a prominent figure in the business world of Shanghai. They were fortunate to have been granted an exclusive interview with him, thanks to his friendship with their boss. who had risen from a lowly position within a finance firm to establish his own company after leveraging his connections. Chen Daoyuan had once relied on this very boss for financial guidance when he first acquired wealth. Their relationship was amicable, and thus, when the finance company sought to bolster its visibility ahead of its IPO, they invited Chen Daoyuan as a guest, hoping to leverage the prestige of his conglomerate. In a short span, the finance company's owner had transitioned from a mere employee to a businessman preparing for an IPO, a remarkable achievement. However, despite its growth, the company remained a minor player compared to the colossal Huiguang Group. Chen Daoyuan's presence as a guest was merely a favor extended due to their past rapport. The crowd watched in disbelief as the revered Chen Daoyuan personally attended to a young man in his 20s. Yi Fan alighted from the vehicle with an air of calm, casually inquiring, "Chen Daoyuan, what is the situation?" "Boss, the owner of this company and I share some connections," Chen Daoyuan replied with deference. "They are preparing for an IPO and have invited me as a guest, likely with the intention of generating some buzz for their company." Before Yi Fan, Chen Daoyuan felt no need for deceit. He openly shared his thoughts. He was acutely aware of Yi Fan's substantial background, a lineage that seemed to reach the heavens. Aligning himself with such a figure, he felt assured that his past misdeeds would remain undisturbed. After all, he had once been involved in less than honorable enterprises. And although he had since rehabilitated his image, he understood the precariousness of his situation. Should powerful figures seek to dismantle him, his reformed status would offer little protection. His strategy was to firmly attach himself to Yi Fan, ensuring that when the time came, Yi Fan might lend a hand. Yi Fan nodded. "I see. No worries. Carry on with your responsibilities. As friends, if I can assist, I shall." He continued, "The reason for my presence here today is that a friend of mine also works at this company." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Chen Daoyuan's gaze drifted toward Guyu. Realizing her beauty, he began to grasp the implications. The boss has taken a liking to this woman. Chen Daoyuan couldn't help but feel envious of Guyu. To win the favor of such a figure would be a stroke of fortune indeed. If she were to become the boss's woman, a life of luxury and privilege awaited her. The annual revenue of Huiguang Group alone would provide a lifetime of wealth beyond her imagination. Chen Daoyuan had heard whispers about Lu Xiaowen. After all, Yi Fan had taken Lu Xiaowen to a car dealership and to his company, and their interactions were unmistakable. Although he did not know the duration of their relationship, he was aware that Lu Xiaowen had acquired a top-of-the-line Panamera without spending a dime, all charged to the company's account. With the boss casually spending millions on luxury cars, one could only imagine the privileges that came with being close to Yi Fan. At this moment, the leaders of the financial company were increasingly anxious, eager for Chen Daoyuan to hasten his introduction of Yi Fan. Judging by Chen Daoyuan's demeanor, it was evident that this young man was no ordinary individual. The esteem in which they held Chen Daoyuan was immense. Should they manage to make the acquaintance of Yi Fan, they would undoubtedly open yet another avenue of opportunity. Of course, whether Yi Fan would regard them with favor remained uncertain, but merely meeting him could never be a misstep. Meanwhile, Guyu stood frozen in astonishment at the unfolding scene. She had anticipated that Yi Fan was a person of considerable stature, given the numerous luxurious residences associated with Gu Bei No. 1, indicating that his social connections were likely intricate. However, she had not expected the guest invited by her company to exhibit such deference towards Yi Fan, suggesting a status that was truly exalted. The company was at a pivotal juncture prior to its public listing, necessitating extreme caution with every decision. The invited interview guests were undoubtedly individuals of high standing, capable of attracting significant attention to the company. Notably, influential figures in the financial realm invariably commanded substantial status within the business sphere, particularly in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. Yet, witnessing such a formidable presence as Yi Fan eliciting such caution from these esteemed individuals piqued her curiosity regarding his true identity. Having been classmates for 4 years in university, she was still unaware of Yi Fan's family background. Observing Chen Daoyuan's reluctance to introduce Yi Fan, Wang Chong anxiously stepped forward, cautiously inquiring, "Mr. Chen, may I ask who this gentleman is?" Chen Daoyuan's demeanor shifted strikingly when addressing Wang Chong compared to when he spoke to Yi Fan. He cast a nonchalant glance at Wang Chong and replied slowly, "This is my employer. You may refer to him as Mr. Yi." "Mr. Chen, your employer?" Upon hearing this introduction, a tempest of astonishment surged within Wang Chong. Chen Daoyuan was the second in command at the illustrious Huiguang Group. Thus, if this young man was indeed his employer, it implied that he was the enigmatic mastermind behind Huiguang Group. Chapter 71. The financial company's general manager in shock. Everyone gasped in unison upon hearing Chen Daoyuan's introduction. The owner of Huiguang Group. The very figure whose mere footfall could send tremors throughout the entire Yangtze River Delta. While it was often stated that Huiguang Group was valued at hundreds of billions, Anyone of considerable standing understood that its true worth was far beyond such simplistic estimates. Numerous collaborative projects with the state were not included in the valuation, as matters of national significance were rarely scrutinized by the media. Even if such projects were exposed without repercussions, discretion was still paramount. The implications of any fallout were dictated by the whims of the powerful. Consequently, despite some being aware of Huiguang Group's undisclosed ventures, no one dared to speak recklessly. Now, with the revelation of Yi Fan as the covert owner of Huiguang Group, all present regarded him with utmost respect, their words laced with caution. Even some mid-level executives from the financial company dared not meet Yi Fan's gaze, fearing they might inadvertently cause him discomfort and invite trouble upon themselves. Gu Yu, on the other hand, was left utterly speechless, grappling with the realization that he was the legendary owner of Huiguang Group. My heavens, how monumental! To have such an influential figure in her proximity without her knowledge was staggering. Why seek others for an interview when she could directly approach Yi Fan? Their relationship was not one of strangers, and she was confident that he would not refuse her request. This was not a matter of her having any particular leverage over Yi Fan. Rather, she understood his character well. Yi Fan was inherently affable, and their 4 years of camaraderie would surely compel him to assist her with any minor favor she might request. During their university days, Yi Fan had always been warm-hearted, albeit somewhat reticent, yet in moments of need, his demeanor was always accommodating. Mr. Yi, greetings. I am Wang Chong, the general manager of Yunxing Financial Company. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. Wang Chong extended his hands, displaying his utmost respect, anxious to avoid any semblance of negligence. Yi Fan regarded Wang Chong's outstretched hands and merely nodded. There is no need for such formality, as I had no intention of introducing myself to you. From what I observed, your demeanor towards my friend seemed rather unfriendly. Wang Chong's complexion drained of color upon hearing Yi Fan's words, trembling as he stammered, Mr. Yi, how could I dare? It would be unthinkable for me to act unfavorably towards your friend. If I may inquire, who is your friend? I will immediately apologize. Yi Fan's gaze shifted to Gu Yu as he coolly stated, my friend is her. You should apologize to her now. If she does not mind, we can let the matter rest. As Yi Fan's words resonated, all eyes turned towards Gu Yu. The realization that this seemingly inconspicuous employee was a friend of Yi Fan's left the leadership of the financial company in collective silence. They had never imagined that someone they viewed as a mere subordinate could be connected to such a titan. She and I were classmates for 4 years. I am here today simply to accompany her to work. I believe I heard you mention that she could not be late for work due to some issue. I would like to know how you intend to address her tardiness. Will she be dismissed, have her salary docked, or face a reduction in attendance bonuses? Wang Chong was now drenched in sweat, his suit clinging to his back. The stakes were incredibly high. A misstep could jeopardize not only his position but the entire company's stability. As the general manager, he held shares in the company, and with a successful IPO, his fortunes could soar. At this critical juncture, he could not afford to act recklessly. After a lifetime of hard work, was this not the moment he had been waiting for? Approaching 50 years of age, he recognized that opportunities for advancement were dwindling. His physical capacity had waned significantly compared to his youth, and he could no longer work with the same vigor as before. At this moment, he knew he had to appease Yi Fan. It was not merely a question of pride, it was about his future, and he understood how to prioritize. While face mattered, it could never eclipse the importance of his career. Meanwhile, Chen Daoyuan, standing behind Yi Fan, had already pulled out his phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, he spoke in a cold tone, you need to come here immediately. Your general manager has offended my employer. If you do not resolve this matter satisfactorily and placate my employer today, I will ensure your company faces immediate closure. On the other end of the line was the owner of the financial company, someone with whom Chen Daoyuan had some rapport. Due to the impending IPO, the owner had been unable to attend and had sent Wang Chong to host Chen Daoyuan instead. Under normal circumstances, Chen Daoyuan would not have taken offense at such a minor issue. After all, he was merely there to fulfill a formality. However, the situation had changed drastically. It was evident that Yi Fan was genuinely upset, and it was imperative that the company's owner come personally to offer his apologies. Wang Chong lifted his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, his face rigidly contorting into a semblance of a smile as he stepped towards Gu Yu. Gu Yu, he began, I apologize for my earlier manner of speaking. It was inappropriate. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. This month, I shall double your bonus and salary. You may come to the office whenever you wish or refrain from doing so, and I assure you, your salary will be paid in full without fail. Moreover, there is a vacancy for a vice president in the company. Did you not express your aspiration during the interview to become a cornerstone of our organization, to help it thrive and prosper? This opportunity is now at hand, and I shall personally advocate for your promotion to the boss. Rest assured, should you not attain this vice president position, I shall resign immediately, guaranteeing your ascension. Seeing the once revered general manager now groveling before him due to Yi Fan's influence, Gu Yu truly comprehended the essence of power. Wang Zong, I accept your apology, but I would appreciate it if you refrain from disturbing me henceforth. Any discussions regarding work may proceed, but I prefer not to engage in personal matters. Should you continue to broach such topics, I assure you, my demeanor will alter significantly. Upon hearing Gu Yu's forgiveness, Wang Chong's expression transformed with excitement, nodding fervently. Very well, Gu Yu, you needn't worry. I shall not be the one to disturb you. And the entire company will follow suit. He continued, please inform Mr. Yi about this. I fear he may not believe my words. Wang Chong was genuinely intimidated, reluctant to confront Yi Fan's formidable presence, and sought Gu Yu's assistance in softening Yi Fan's disposition. Chapter 72. Could it be that you wish to offer yourself? Gu Yu understood Wang Chong's intent and nodded slightly. Very well, I shall speak to Mr. Yi. However, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Whether Yi Fan will be appeased is beyond my control. Gu Yu refrained from making any promises to Wang Chong. With Yi Fan now supporting her, she felt compelled to assert her strength. If she were to be easily swayed by mere words, it would diminish Yi Fan's dignity. Therefore, as she harnessed this power, she needed to maintain her assertiveness. Although her anger had subsided, she still sought to ascertain Yi Fan's intentions. If he wished to pursue this matter further, she would gladly continue to play her role alongside him. Simultaneously, Gu Yu's heart raced with exhilaration. She had not anticipated that this reunion with Yi Fan would yield such unexpected delight. Amidst her excitement, she contemplated her own desires, aware that their fulfillment depended on her allure. Women are naturally drawn to the strong, and those who end up with incapable partners often do so out of a lack of options. If given the choice, no woman would willingly forsake the strong for the weak. Despite her prideful nature, Gu Yu could not escape this truth. Yi Fan's current achievements indeed resembled her long-cherished vision of a Prince Charming. Approaching Yi Fan, Gu Yu softly inquired, Yi Fan, how do you feel I managed this situation? If it was inadequate, I can certainly continue addressing it. Yi Fan smiled gently. You handled it quite well. I overheard your conversation with Wang Chong, and I was thoroughly satisfied. If you wish to let this matter rest, then we shall conclude it here. Gu Yu nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Yi Fan. It is you who has restored my dignity. Once I finish my tasks, I shall express my gratitude properly. Yi Fan's lips curled into a playful smirk. Oh, and how do you intend to thank me? Would it involve offering yourself? How absurd. I would never offer myself. Gu Yu retorted, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, enhancing her already striking beauty. Yi Fan, momentarily captivated, felt a surge of impulse to claim her on the spot. Then, shall I attend to my duties first? Gu Yu stammered, feeling overwhelmed by Yi Fan's intense gaze, nervously tucking her hair behind her ear. Go ahead, I shall await your return, Yi Fan replied. All right, Gu Yu said, unable to withstand Yi Fan's lingering gaze. She swiftly turned and departed. Wang Chong, relieved that Yi Fan had not pursued retribution, exhaled deeply. Although he dreaded facing Yi Fan, he mustered the courage to approach him. Mr. Yi, I implore you to temper your anger. I truly had no knowledge that Gu Yu was your friend. Had I known, even with 100 lives, I would not have dared to offend her. Yi Fan dismissed Wang Chong's plea, barely glancing his way. Prepare a quiet room for me. I need to rest for a while. With no pressing matters at hand, Yi Fan decided to wait for Gu Yu to finish her work. Yes, Mr. Yi, I will prepare it immediately, Wang Chong responded, hastily arranging for a resting area. This space was none other than his own office, which, as the company's general manager, boasted not only grandeur, but also a resting lounge with a bed. Once in the lounge, Yi Fan ordered everyone to leave. Naturally, the owner of the financial company also visited to offer his apologies before taking his leave. Yi Fan chose not to make things difficult for him. Gu Yu's situation was trivial, since she had already vented her frustrations. He saw no reason to dwell on it further. While in the lounge, Yi Fan received a message from Li Yuqi, inquiring about his availability for dinner at Ma Chongfeng's house. Upon reading this, a peculiar smile spread across his face. Ma Chongfeng is quite amusing. He seems utterly oblivious to my relationship with Li Yuqi. Inviting me to dinner is one thing, but bringing me home is akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. I'll come by tomorrow. I might be unable to make it today, he replied, his focus still lingering on Gu Yu. All right, I'll await your news tomorrow. If you have no plans, please let me know beforehand, and I'll buy some ingredients to prepare a delicious meal for you. Nothing can compare to your cooking. Yi Fan flirted, feeling a sense of amusement. In the chat, Li Yuqi responded with a shy emoji and exclaimed, Oh dear, why would you want to eat me? Yi Fan chuckled and replied, Do you have any enticing lingerie? I'd like to see you in it. You're too bold. Ma Chongfeng is still at home. Don't act recklessly. Li Yuqi warned, her face flushed. Fear not, he won't notice. By then, He'll likely be too inebriated to care about our affairs. Yi Fan reassured her. Feeling somewhat reassured, Li Yuqi replied, I don't have any at home. I'm not fond of those kinds of lingerie. However, I can pick up a few sets while shopping tomorrow. How obedient of you, Yi Fan remarked, surprised by how easily she acquiesced to his teasing. What if I choose not to be obedient? Li Yuqi teased back. Do you dare defy me? Be careful, or I might have you against the wall, Yi Fan retorted. Not backing down. All right, I concede. I have great faith in your abilities, but do take care not to cause any real trouble, she cautioned. Yi Fan discerned the underlying meaning behind Li Yuqi's words. She was apprehensive about being discovered by Ma Chongfeng. Nevertheless, Yi Fan nonchalantly replied, What could possibly happen? Are we to lose a life over this? It's bothersome. As long as you're not afraid, it's fine by me. If anything goes awry, I can always divorce him, but you must take care of me. Li Yuqi, in truth, had long since prepared herself psychologically. The reason she had maintained her marriage with Ma Chongfeng was twofold. First, the emotional ties forged over many years made her reluctant to sever their bond. Second, she sensed that Yi Fan had a particular fondness for her, which led her to sustain the facade of her marriage with Ma Chongfeng. This was not a matter of poor character, but rather a commonplace scenario. After all, who does not appreciate wealth? Who would not be drawn to a man of stature? Yi Fan, being young, handsome, and affluent, was generous with his resources, contrary to the narratives circulating online that claim money is merely for women to admire, rather than to spend. Yi Fan was indeed willing to lavish money upon her. A glance at Lu Xiaowen would suffice to understand Yi Fan's generosity. Having spent only a brief period with Yi Fan, she had amassed a fortune of several million and was now driving a luxury vehicle. Furthermore, she enjoyed the privileges of motherhood. Bearing Yi Fan's child could reward her with a lavish residence. Chapter 73. Li Yuqi aspired to similar advantages of motherhood. She was also a pragmatic woman, naturally desiring the rewards that Lu Xiaowen had received. Reflecting on this, she recalled the pregnancy test strips she had ordered from the pharmacy that morning. Engaging in conversation with Yi Fan, she descended from the bed and proceeded to the bathroom to conduct the pregnancy test. As she awaited the results, her heart brimmed with anticipation, yet anxiety gnawed at her, fearing the outcome might not align with her desires. When the results finally emerged, Li Yuqi's heart sank to the depths of despair. The outcome was not as she had envisioned. She had not been struck by Yi Fan's fortune. Her expression fell, yet recalling the rewards Lu Xiaowen received post-pregnancy, Li Yuqi felt undeterred. Instead, she picked up her phone and consulted the calendar. Fortunately, her ovulation period had not yet passed. Yi Fan's visit tomorrow would coincide with the right timing, thus preserving her chances. As Li Yuqi calculated the days, a call from Ma Chongfeng interrupted her thoughts. Upon seeing the caller ID, irritation washed over her. She answered the phone with a detached tone. What is it? Ma Chongfeng, oblivious to her impatience, replied excitedly, Darling, did you just say Mr. Yi agreed to come to our home tomorrow? Previously, after Yi Fan had consented to dine with them, Li Yuqi had relayed the news to Ma Chongfeng. Eager to confirm, he called immediately. Yes, he has agreed. Mr. Yi mentioned he would come by if he has no other engagements tomorrow. Wonderful. You must prepare your best dishes to entertain Mr. Yi. If we cultivate a good relationship with him, our fortunes could change dramatically. Do you know? Today our company received an order from Huviicon. If we complete it, our income could exceed 100,000. If this trend continues, we could earn at least 1 million this year. Upon hearing Ma Chongfeng's words, Li Yuqi couldn't help but smirk. A mere 1 million in a year? Little did he know that she could earn that much from Yi Fan in just 2 months. However, she refrained from voicing this and feigned enthusiasm, saying, 1 million a year? You truly are remarkable, darling. We must treat Mr. Yi splendidly. He is our golden goose. Exactly. I'll buy some fine wine tonight for tomorrow's reception. Ma Chongfeng exclaimed with excitement. All right, dear, you handle the wine. I will take care of the food. Just as she sent her message, a notification chimed on Li Yuqi's phone. Ma Chongfeng has transferred 20,000 yuan to you. Darling, this is the money I've earned over the past few days. I want you to have it, as our life together has not been easy. Use it for now. And when I strike it rich, I promise to provide you with a better life. After transferring the funds, Ma Chongfeng sent another message. Li Yuqi felt indifferent to the 20,000 yuan. With her fixed monthly income of 500,000, she hardly regarded Ma Chongfeng's modest contribution. Her thoughts were consumed with how to bear Yi Fan as child. If she succeeded, she too could enjoy the privileges of motherhood, and the rewards would far exceed anything Ma Chongfeng could provide. Having learned of Yi Fan's true identity, she had conducted thorough research on Huviicon. The data indicated that it was a well-established billion-dollar enterprise, generating annual profits in the hundreds of millions. Yet, comments from informed netizens hinted that the company's earnings were significantly understated, suggesting a collaboration with the state. The annual income was certainly over 1 billion. though the extent of its wealth was uncertain. While Hu Vijitan's ranking on Forbes may not be impressive, its hidden assets were substantial. Upon reading these comments, Li Yuqi realized that Yi Fan's wealth was of astronomical proportions. As long as she performed well, the financial rewards from Yi Fan would be plentiful. Moreover, her ambitions extended beyond mere monetary gain. If she could bear Yi Fan a son, he might inherit his fortune, ensuring a life of affluence for both her and her child. Li Yuqi's assumptions were not unfounded. Yi Fan was indeed generous with his partners. His wealth was not accrued through toil like that of many affluent individuals. Rather, it came effortlessly, as if swept in by the winds of fortune. He had no reason to fear being drained by women, for his wealth was inexhaustible. His net worth was already in the hundreds of billions. Darling, are you all right? Is the abundance of money overwhelming you? Ma Changfeng inquired when he noticed Li Yuqi's prolonged silence. Regaining her composure, Li Yuqi calmly typed, "Yes, darling, you are incredible. It's truly astonishing how much you've managed to earn. At last, we won't have to live so frugally. All right, my dear, rest well. I'll get back to work." After concluding her conversation with Ma Changfeng, Li Yuqi engaged in a discussion with Yi Fan. Unlike her exchanges with Ma Changfeng, her demeanor was warm and inviting. If Yi Fan took a moment to respond, she would fret that he might be losing interest in her. Yi Fan, while somewhat of a philanderer, still treated his woman with considerable patience, provided that she was deserving of his affections. Li Yuqi and Lu Xiaowen, though grounded in reality, exhibit unwavering loyalty towards him. At the very least, they display no hesitation when it comes to administering medicine to their husbands. It is likely that the current Song Hang and Ma Changfeng have lost all semblance of masculinity. My dear, I wish to bear a child for you. We must expedite the process. Yesterday, I led Ma Changfeng to mistakenly believe something had occurred and to prevent him from harboring suspicions in the future. Conception must occur within these few days. Otherwise, the timing for childbirth will be misaligned. Chapter 74, An Interview with Gu Yu. This is simple. I assure you it will fulfill your desires, Yi Fan replied, holding his phone. All right, my dear, I await your arrival. After conversing with Li Yuqi, Yi Fan began watching Gu Yu's live interview. In the live stream, Gu Yu was interviewing Chen Daoyuan. Upon learning that Gu Yu was Yi Fan's girlfriend, Chen Daoyuan displayed remarkable courtesy in his speech, leaving many viewers perplexed. Those familiar with Chen Daoyuan understood him to be a person of aloof demeanor. The mere fact that Gu Yu, a modest financial broadcaster, managed to secure an interview with him was astonishing, yet his respectful demeanor towards her was even more surprising. Speculations arose as to whether Gu Yu possessed exceptional capabilities or if her affiliated company held substantial influence. However, Gu Yu's company was merely a small financial firm, which, while seemingly impressive to the average person, appeared minuscule in the eyes of Chen Daoyuan, the general manager of a prestigious conglomerate. It was inconceivable that such a small firm could command his respect. In all of Huaxia, few enterprises could hope to catch Chen Daoyuan's attention. Consequently, most spectators believed the issue lay with Gu Yu herself. Nonetheless, Gu Yu's beauty was undeniably striking, surpassing that of many renowned actresses. Had she chosen to enter the entertainment industry instead of finance, her allure would surely have propelled her to the upper echelons of stardom, garnering immense popularity. Perhaps Chen Daoyuan harbored personal interest in this financial broadcaster, leading to rampant conjecture among the audience. Due to Yi Fan's connections, the company refrained from burdening Gu Yu with excessive responsibilities. Moreover, the interview with Chen Daoyuan would be her last. Following it, Gu Yu was set to be promoted to vice president of the company. Aside from her preferred video account, all foundational tasks would be lifted from her shoulders, allowing her to focus solely on her new role. The owner of the financial firm was both audacious and astute, even granting Gu Yu a stake in the company. Once it went public, she would be entitled to dividends or cash out based on her shares. Gu Yu's favorable treatment was undoubtedly influenced by her relationship with Yi Fan. The owner, having ascended from a mere employee to a business leader, possessed a sharp mind and sought to solidify ties with Yi Fan. In the lounge, Gu Yu entered after completing her tasks. Yi Fan, I'm done. She smiled as she approached his office. I watched your entire live stream. Your performance was commendable. No wonder our campus belle has achieved such heights within a year of graduation. Your capabilities are undeniable. Gu Yu felt a surge of happiness at Yi Fan's praise, but recognized that her smooth sailing was intricately linked to him. What capabilities do I possess? Were it not for your support, I could never have navigated this so effortlessly. Yi Fan smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate. It sufficed that Gu Yu understood this truth, as elaboration might seem boastful. The company informed me earlier that I have no further obligations. I can leave early. Let us go. I'll treat you to something delicious. Gu Yu proposed. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. All right, let us go. As they descended to the parking area, Gu Yu opened the Meituan app to search for restaurants, inquiring, shall we have barbecue, hot pot, or something else? Yi Fan replied, you decide. I'm open to anything. Then let us have frog hot pot. This place has good reviews and appears to be quite sizable, so the taste should be decent. Sounds good. Let us go for frog hot pot. While driving to the restaurant, Yi Fan and Guyu reminisced about amusing anecdotes from their school days. Indeed, Wang Jianwei was quite the character. His family was hardly affluent, yet he pretended otherwise. Eventually, his facade crumbled, revealing his family merely ran a grocery store. They had made a little money years ago, but when it came to flaunting wealth, they had nothing to show. Mentioning a classmate made Guyu chuckle. Yi Fan nodded, adding, yet, Wang Jianwei is quite capable. He did manage to win over Huang Yao. After all, they no longer lived in the dorms and rented outside together. Guyu continued, wasn't Wang Jianwei's downfall orchestrated by Huang Yao? They discussed how their brief relationship led to a contentious breakup when Wang Jianwei could not afford luxury gifts. Didn't Huang Yao end up with a rich second-generation student from the business administration department? I heard they broke up after graduation. I wonder what Huang Yao is up to now. Would you like to know? I have her contact information. I could ask her for you. Guyu offered. Yi Fan shook his head. I'm aware of her current endeavors. She isn't my type. Then who is your type? I have contact information for most girls in our class. If necessary, I can add you to the group and help you inquire, Guyu joked. My type is far away, yet close at hand. Yi Fan responded playfully, not backing down from Guyu's teasing. His words caused Guyu's cheeks to flush once more. She was no fool and understood the implication behind his statement. Where? I don't see anyone. It wouldn't be that lady by the roadside, would it? Now that would indeed be far away, yet close at hand. They shared laughter and banter in the car. Before long, they arrived at the highly rated Frog Hot Pot restaurant. Without much deliberation, they ordered a set meal and began to eat. Guyu didn't drink alcohol, and neither did Yi Fan. They chatted leisurely while enjoying their meal. Not drinking is a commendable habit. It's quite dangerous for women to drink in public. Yi Fan remarked appreciatively as he ate. Guyu nodded. Yes, I've always refrained from drinking because I understand this. I know my own situation. I certainly won't give those men any opportunities. However, with you, I might consider sharing a drink. If you truly wish to drink, I could accompany you for a few rounds. After all, I have no pressing matters this afternoon. If I overindulge, I can simply sleep it off. Chapter 75, A Peculiar System Task. Aren't you afraid I might be a rogue, intent on getting you drunk for nefarious purposes? Yi Fan smiled as he heard Guyu's willingness to drink with him. Do you truly believe you could act in such a manner? I find that hard to accept. You strike me as fundamentally different from those men. You would never stoop to such predatory behavior, Guyu continued. Yi Fan shook his head. I scarcely believe in myself, yet you place your trust in me. Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from drinking. Should I indeed commit some indiscretion, I would be no better than a beast. Then abstaining would render you even less than a beast, Guyu chuckled, reminiscing about a tale she had once heard. Are you mocking me? If that is the case, I may very well become a beast, Yi Fan replied. Rendered speechless by Guyu's audacity, she seemed unafraid of the repercussions of her words. Humph, I refuse to believe that. Guyu giggled softly, covering her mouth. Waiter, bring me a case of beer. Yi Fan chose not to engage in further banter with Guyu, opting instead for action. Guyu, who genuinely could not handle alcohol, found herself unable to stand after consuming merely 3 bottles. Observing the scene, Yi Fan sighed and called for a car, instructing the driver to take them home. Within the confines of the Gu Bay No. 1 villa area, Yi Fan carried Guyu back to the apartment she had rented that morning. Since the locks had yet to be changed, he was able to enter without hindrance. After gently placing Guyu on the sofa, he tossed his coat aside and settled into the opposite couch for a brief respite. Although Guyu was not particularly heavy, weighing around 100 pounds, the distance from the entrance of the complex to their residence was considerable, as taxis were prohibited from entering the complex. He had no choice but to carry her all the way from the gate. At this moment, Guyu was in a state of oblivion, struggling to take even a single step, compelling Yi Fan to bear her weight. Just as he prepared to carry her to the bedroom for some much-needed rest, Guyu rolled over, almost tumbling off the sofa had Yi Fan not reacted swiftly. It's truly astonishing, insisting on drinking when she can't handle it. And now she's in this state after just 3 beers. Next time, she should drink with the kids, Yi Fan mused. Fully aware that he was now in a position to make such comments, having once been unable to hold his own against Guyu's drinking. Once inside the bedroom, he laid her gently on the bed. After ensuring everything was in order, Yi Fan took a moment to appreciate Guyu's stunning figure. Her professional pencil skirt, fitted white blouse, and irresistibly alluring black stockings constituted an undeniably captivating ensemble. At that moment, Yi Fan found it nearly impossible to suppress his thoughts. In the past, he would have never had the opportunity to be in such close proximity to a woman like Guyu, even if their paths had crossed. The circumstances would hardly have allowed for such intimacy. She would have never noticed him, let alone engaged in a meal with him while intoxicated. Seated on the edge of the bed, Yi-Fan admired her for a while before gently arranging her tousled hair. Indeed, her face is exquisite, and her legs are strikingly elegant. Suddenly, a notification from the system jolted him from his reverie. Ding! A random task for progeny and prosperity has been triggered. The host is to engage in an unprotected activity with Guyu. Reward: an international financial company valued at 500 billion. The task must be completed within 5 hours, or it will be rendered void. Taken aback by the unexpected message, Yi-Fan exclaimed, "Wait, what? How can you even suggest such a task?" "The choice to accept the task is entirely yours," the system replied in its monotonous tone. "Is it possible that accepting this task could lead to trouble?" Yi-Fan pondered, feeling tempted by the lucrative reward but acutely aware of Guyu's current state. You truly are timid. With such a substantial reward, you lack the courage to seize the opportunity. Are you still afraid of Guyu? If you cannot manage this small matter, perhaps I should sever our connection. You hardly qualify as a worthy host. Enough. Silence yourself. I accept the task. Now depart, he commanded. Upon his acceptance, the system's voice faded away, as if it had never existed. Only the sound of the task confirmation echoed in his mind for a moment. With the task accepted, hesitation was no longer an option. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to lose out on 500 billion. Well then, since I cannot avoid being a beast, I might as well embrace it. 2 hours passed. The system's notification chimed once more in his mind. Ding. The random task for progeny and prosperity has been completed. The host has earned the Golden Ding International Financial Company. Hearing the notification, Yi-Fan glanced at the still slumbering Guyu and sighed. This experience was indeed rare. Who would have thought that 3 beers could incapacitate someone so completely? After 2 hours, Guyu exhibited no sign of awareness, save for her body's natural responses. Yet, it must be said that Guyu was not only beautiful with a stunning figure, her other qualities were equally remarkable. Initially, as she was still a naive young woman, Yi-Fan had approached with tenderness. Guyu merely frowned slightly in response. However, as they progressed, Yi-Fan became less concerned about her reactions, trying everything he could conceive. He had been apprehensive, fearing that Guyu might awaken unexpectedly, but ultimately, she remained in deep slumber. After fulfilling the system's task, Yi-Fan himself felt fatigued and drifted into sleep without further contemplation. The following morning, he awoke groggily to find that Guyu was no longer beside him, and a piece of the bedsheet had been cut away. Staring at the empty room, Yi-Fan was at a loss for words. Upon entering the living room, he discovered breakfast laid out on the coffee table, accompanied by a note penned in delicate handwriting. Please eat breakfast. Skipping it is detrimental to your health. This must surely be from Guyu, he mused, having prepared himself for an earful from her upon waking, even considering the possibility of letting her vent her frustrations physically. However, he was taken aback by her calm demeanor and thoughtful gesture of providing breakfast. Of course, it was clear that Guyu had not ventured out to procure it herself. It had been delivered by a service. While deliveries were not permitted into the Gu-Bay No. 1 complex, the security would assist in bringing items inside. Such was the quality of service in luxury residences. It was often said that property management treated residents with little regard, but that was true only for ordinary neighborhoods, within the confines of Gu-Bay No. 1. The residents were affluent individuals, and no one could afford to offend any of them. Chapter 76, A Woman of Ambition. As he savored his breakfast, Yi-Fan reflected on the events of the previous night, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Life truly was extraordinary. In pursuing romance, he had also acquired boundless wealth. No wonder the protagonists of those novels lived such exhilarating lives. He too was now experiencing that joy. After finishing his meal, Yi-Fan took out his phone and dialed Guyu's number. After all, she was now his woman, and it was only right to check in on her, ensuring she did not think he had completely discarded her after taking what he wanted. The call rang for a moment before connecting, and he heard Guyu's melodious voice on the line. Hello, Yi-Fan, you're awake. Yes, I just finished breakfast. Thank you for the meal, Yi-Fan said, smiling as he held the phone. Are you being polite with me? Guyu said, a hint of displeasure in her voice. Yi-Fan was quick to respond, noticing the slight change in her tone. Of course not. I just feel that you are exceedingly kind to me. Well, at least you have a conscience. I'm relieved that I haven't entrusted my matters to the wrong person, Guyu replied, her tone softening once more. Have you gone to the office? Yi-Fan found Guyu to be a remarkably gentle woman, which only enhanced his fondness for her. Yes, while romantic feelings are important, one must not neglect their career, Guyu answered. Are you feeling well enough? If not, return to rest. Don't worry about work. I can support you, Yi-Fan expressed with concern. Not a chance. I refuse to become a mere ornament. I'm still young and need to keep myself occupied. If I remain idle, I fear my health will deteriorate. Guyu rejected firmly. Since you're so keen on pursuing a career, I've just acquired a company. Perhaps you could assist me in managing it? Yifan suggested. You've acquired a new company? What kind is it? My abilities are somewhat limited. If it's not in my field of expertise, I fear I may not manage it well. Guyu acknowledged her aspirations, but was also aware of her limitations. Although she was now in a romantic relationship with Yifan, she understood that mismanaging a company could lead to undesirable outcomes, causing her to feel guilty. Rest assured, it is indeed within your area of expertise. The acquisition is a financial firm, perfectly aligned with your qualifications, Yifan assured her. Then please tell me the company's name. I'll look up some information to understand its previous circumstances. It seems to be called Jinding International Finance Company. Jinding International Finance Company. Wait a moment. That name sounds familiar. Guyu began searching for the company on her office computer. Upon reading the summary, she gasped in disbelief. Darling, you must be joking. This financial firm is a multinational enterprise. Although it's based in our homeland, it operates internationally. Jinding International Finance caters exclusively to the affluent, assisting them with investments, financial management, and stock trading. In the latest Forbes rankings, it boasts a market value of $500 billion. I'm not joking. I genuinely acquired Jinding. While its market value is impressive, it's merely an opportunity for you to hone your skills, Yifan replied nonchalantly. He had little interest in managing the company himself. Before acquiring it, he had felt a twinge of regret, but now it seemed rather mundane. He recognized his double standards. He disapproved of others' pursuits yet deemed his own endeavors entirely justified. However, his capabilities allowed him to proceed unimpeded, regardless of others' opinions. This company would serve as a training ground for Guyu. Training ground? Darling, can you refrain from dragging me into your boasting? What kind of family are you from? Offering a $500 billion company as a practice opportunity? Do you realize that achieving such a valuation is beyond the reach of 99.9% of people in their lifetime? And here you are, treating it as a mere training exercise. Guyu was at a loss for words. This was pure extravagance. A company valued at $500 billion. Handed over as a practice opportunity, what if it incurred losses? I know, but you are not just anyone. Besides, such a small sum doesn't concern me. What is wrong with allowing my wife to practice? Yifan dismissed her worries. Enough fretting. I've arranged for the car parked at the restaurant to be sent to you. Let us meet directly at Jinding. You've given me the car. How will you get there? Guyu, touched by Yifan's words, still expressed her concern for him. How could I possibly have only one car? If you like, you can take mine for now, and if you prefer something other than a sports car, I'll get you another one. This car is so expensive. Would you really let me drive it? Guyu said, her face aglow with happiness. What are you saying? What do I have to hold back? You've already given me your heart. A car is nothing. Moreover, my collection includes more than just this one luxury vehicle. I possess several prestigious models from around the world. Ding, hostess boasting successful. Reward, one of the world's top 10 supercars. Wow, I accidentally boasted again. Yifan nearly laughed out loud. He hadn't been prone to boasting lately, as he felt there was little left to brag about. Yet, unexpectedly, he had succeeded in this instance. All right then, darling, I look forward to meeting at Jinding. After hanging up with Guyu, Yifan promptly called Wu Qingya. Hello, Mr. Yi. The phone rang only once before being picked up. Hearing Wu Qingya's voice, Yifan remarked, Sister Qingya, how about you stop calling me Mr. Yi? It feels too distant. Then what should I call you? Wu Qingya inquired curiously. How about darling? Yifan teased. Is that appropriate? Wu Qingya replied, stifling a smile. Come on, what is the point of formality between us? I've yet to hear you call me darling. Let me hear you say it. Darling? Wu Qingya attempted to say. Forget it. Let us stick to something else. This feels too awkward. When I have time, I'll help you practice so it feels more natural. Yifan's words sparked a blush on Wu Qingya's face. Well, I suppose I can try, she replied. Uncertain. See, this is the charm of an intelligent and graceful woman. There is a distinct difference compared to a younger girl. If you were to say such things to Guyu, she would undoubtedly feel embarrassed. However, Wu Qingya was quite adept at cooperating and understanding what men appreciate. Sister Qingya, you're simply adorable. Have you adjusted well to your new home? Yifan seized the opportunity to engage in casual conversation with Wu Qingya. I'm quite acclimated. It's a mansion worth over $1 billion. If I wasn't comfortable here, that would be rather pretentious. Chapter 77. I want to manage $100 billion. After chatting with Wu Qingya for a while, they ended the call. Not long after, Wu Qingya sent someone to deliver a car to Yifan. The vehicle was taken from his villa in the Tango Palace. He had quite a few cars there, some arranged by the dealership and others as rewards from the system. The person delivering the car had good taste, presenting him with a Lamborghini Veneno, one of the top 10 supercars awarded by the system. With only 12 units produced globally and a price tag of $90 million, it may not surpass his Bugatti Chiron, but it was still a prestigious sports car. After receiving the car keys, Yifan started the engine and left Guyu's villa to meet her at Jinding. Naturally, he didn't let the Tangu Palace staff leave empty-handed. He generously tipped them 10,000 yuan. Throughout his drive, Yi Fan attracted numerous glances. Men eyed him with envy, while women gazed at him with adoration. If he wished, he could easily add hundreds of WeChat contacts along the way. However, Yi Fan had little interest in frivolous flattery and thus chose not to engage with those women. In the future, when he seeks a partner, it must be a woman of the caliber akin to Gu Yu, one who at the very least meets the system's minimal reproductive standards. Thus, ordinary women, lacking in refinement, would not capture his interest. The Jinding Financial Company is situated in the heart of the financial district. As a company valued at 500 billion, it boasts its own headquarters. After all, being an international corporation, lacking a headquarters would be quite unseemly. When Yi Fan arrived at the Jinding Company headquarters, Gu Yu was already waiting there. With a striking beauty rated at 90%, Gu Yu standing there was akin to a captivating landscape. No man passing by could resist her allure, all unable to help but cast a lingering glance her way. Before Yi Fan's arrival, there were even some self-important men who approached Gu Yu to flirt and request her contact information. Gu Yu's response was assertive, not merely verbal refusals, but rather demonstrated through her actions that she was not interested in them. Those who attempted to engage her, she simply pointed to the Bugatti Chiron parked behind her. Any man with self-awareness, upon seeing her luxurious vehicle, would prudently retreat. Those working in the financial district are all elite professionals, well acquainted with the finer things in life. While many may not know Gu Yu's exact worth, they certainly recognize a Bugatti. Such luxury vehicles are not for the financially modest. Any woman who can afford such a car is undoubtedly out of their league. Today, Gu Yu adorned herself in a light yellow bodycon dress paired with a crisp white blouse, her legs clad in sheer stockings, and on her feet, a pair of pink high heels, further accentuating her image as a modern urban belle. As Yi Fan parked his car beside Gu Yu and stepped out, her eyes lit up upon seeing the Lamborghini Veneno he was driving. "Your sports car is quite impressive," she remarked. Ever since she had driven Yi Fan's Bugatti Chiron, she had developed a fondness for it, not for any other reason than its sheer elegance, which satisfied all her vanity. With a smile, Yi Fan replied, "I have several of these sports cars at my Tangong villa. If you fancy one, we can certainly pick another." Gu Yu felt a sweetness in her heart at Yi Fan's indulgence, yet she shook her head. "I'm quite fond of this one. I won't look at others for fear of developing decision paralysis." Yi Fan chuckled. "You're not mistaken there. My other cars are also limited editions globally, and making a choice would indeed be quite challenging. Let us head inside," he suggested. After conversing a bit longer, Yi Fan gestured for Gu Yu to enter the Jinding International Financial Company. He had not informed anyone within the company of their visit beforehand, which was a mutual decision made with Gu Yu. They wished to discreetly assess the internal circumstances of the company, as this knowledge would assist her in managing it effectively. Being a company with a valuation in the billions, Jinding's internal structure is undoubtedly intricate. Although each position has defined roles, where there are people, there are also interpersonal dynamics, and this billion-dollar enterprise would be no exception, rife with various relationships. It is even conceivable that some individuals might exploit their authority to encroach upon the company's profits. Before assuming control of the company, it was crucial to grasp its situation. Even if she couldn't gain a comprehensive understanding, some knowledge would serve as preparation. As for Yi Fan, he felt no regret in handing over the management of this company to Gu Yu. The company was acquired through her merits, and thus entrusting its management to her posed no burden. In the future, he would undoubtedly possess numerous companies like Jinding, and he simply did not have the capacity to oversee them all personally. He could rely on his partner for that. As long as she possessed the requisite capability, he would not hesitate to support her. She was his partner. After all, what was there to distrust? Furthermore, entrusting these companies to her management would also fortify their bond. Given his current vitality, he could manage multiple relationships without neglecting any, thus alleviating his last remaining concern about sidelining the women in his life. As they stepped into the company building, the receptionist greeted them with a warm smile. "Good day, sir and madam. How may I assist you today?" Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. "We wish to discuss wealth management. Kindly direct us to your wealth management department manager." Upon hearing Yi Fan's request, the receptionist nodded. "Sir, may I inquire the amount you wish to invest? There are requirements for dealing with our wealth management department manager. 100 billion. Would that suffice? 100 billion? The receptionist stammered in shock at Yi Fan's declaration. After swallowing hard, she incredulously asked, "Sir, do you truly intend to invest 100 billion? Such an amount constituted 1/5 of the company's total valuation and was entirely liquid. Anyone possessing such financial resources and unafraid of scrutiny was undoubtedly a true magnate." Yi Fan smiled. "What is the matter? Is 100 billion insufficient for a discussion with your manager?" "Quite sufficient." The receptionist quickly regained her composure and promptly used the internal phone to inform the wealth management department. Upon learning that someone intended to invest 100 billion, the entire wealth management team was astounded. In particular, the manager of the wealth management department, upon hearing the news, hastily abandoned the documents in his hands and rushed out of his office toward the lobby. After hanging up, the receptionist respectfully stated, "Sir, please hold on a moment. Our wealth management manager will be with you shortly." Yi Fan smiled lightly. "There's no need for such formality. Which floor is your wealth management department on? We can simply go up." "Certainly, sir. Our wealth management department is located on the 7th floor. You may take the elevator directly." After the receptionist's explanation, Yi Fan nodded slightly and proceeded with Gu Yu towards the wealth management department. "Isn't the amount you mentioned a bit excessive? I feel that 2 or 3 billion would suffice to get the wealth management manager's attention," Gu Yu remarked as they walked toward the elevator. Yi Fan replied with a gentle smile, "This is to give you a bit of face, and I'm not merely speaking off the cuff. This 100 billion will serve as your leverage to establish a foothold in the company. Once you take over, I will invest this amount into the company for wealth management, which will also be part of your benefits. 100 billion is ample to increase the company's revenue by several percentage points, and at that time, there will be fewer individuals questioning your authority." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Gu Yu felt deeply moved, realizing that such a significant investment was intended for her benefit. "You're truly wonderful, my husband," she expressed gratefully. "Since you've called me husband, isn't this what I ought to do?" Yi Fan teased. "And if you truly wish to show your gratitude, the quickest way would be to give me a child. I'm quite eager to have a little one with you." Gu Yu's face flushed crimson upon hearing Yi Fan's playful suggestion. "Oh dear, how can you say such things? We've only just begun our relationship. Why are you wishing for a child already?" "Of course, I yearn for it. With such striking looks as ours, I can only imagine how extraordinary our child would be. I am genuinely curious to see what our offspring might resemble," Yi Fan remarked with a beaming smile. "Well, your words have stirred a sense of anticipation within me as well. Your efforts will determine whether I can bear a child," Gu Yu replied. Her initial shyness fading as she gracefully accepted Yi Fan's proposition. "That is certainly assured. I shall endeavor wholeheartedly. After all, with a wife as stunning as you, how could I allow you to remain alone in an empty abode? Hee, I never realized you harbored such impure thoughts, my dear husband. It appears my understanding of you is rather superficial," Gu Yu teased, her tone lighthearted. "You may not know me deeply, but I am very much acquainted with you." Yi Fan countered playfully. "Enough with your frivolous banter. Can you not wait until we return home to speak such nonsense?" Gu Yu exclaimed, clearly exasperated by Yi Fan's lewd comments. In truth, she had always been a rather aloof individual. Before encountering Yi Fan, she would never have entertained such overt remarks. Even the simplest jest would have gone unheard. Should anyone dare to utter even the slightest suggestive comment, she would swiftly chastise them. Yet, with Yi Fan, she found no offense in his crude humor. In fact, she relished it. Could this be the power of love? After a brief wait, the elevator arrived. The couple joined the throng of people entering the lift. Given the crowd, they did not rush to squeeze in, waiting until it was nearly full before stepping inside. Just then, a figure approached swiftly from afar, and as Yi Fan stepped in last, the individual attempted to follow suit. However, the stranger's physique paled in comparison to Yi Fan's, and it was impossible for him to outmaneuver Yi Fan. He stumbled as Yi Fan's robust presence pushed him back. Mortified at almost humiliating himself in public, the man glared at Yi Fan and shouted, "Hey, can't you see I'm trying to get in the elevator too? Get out and wait for the next one." At that moment, the elevator could only accommodate Yi Fan as the last passenger. The man could not force his way in. Even if he tried, the elevator would be overloaded and unable to function, prompting him to demand Yi Fan's exit. Yi Fan's expression turned icy at the rudeness of the man's remarks. "You are also an employee of this company, yet you lack basic manners. Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served? I don't care about that. Get out, or don't blame me for being impolite," the man retorted, his words laced with vulgarity. Yi Fan, fed up with his crude speech, turned to the other passengers in the elevator. "Please wait a moment. I will be quick." With that, Yi Fan stepped out of the elevator. Gu Yu, witnessing this, anxiously warned, "Yi Fan, please don't engage him." Regrettably, her warning came too late. Yi Fan, without hesitation, delivered a swift and decisive kick. The man could only let out a pained cry as he was propelled several meters away. Struggling to regain his footing while his stomach churned violently, he leaned against the wall and began to vomit. Yi Fan, uninterested in the man's plight, returned to the elevator after delivering her blow. As the doors slowly closed, the last sight for the onlookers was the man attempting to rise, oblivious to his subsequent retching. As the elevator doors shut, Yi Fan's voice echoed, "Remember to speak politely in the future. Do not let your mouth run wild." Despite the elevator being crowded, the space around Yi Fan and Gu Yu felt remarkably spacious. The passengers were left stunned by Yi Fan's domineering display. They had never witnessed someone capable of sending a 150-160-pound man flying 3 to 4 meters. If such force were applied to their slender frames, it might very well be fatal. Consequently, they were hesitant to offend Yi Fan, fearing she might unleash her wrath upon them as well. However, their concern for Yi Fan grew. The man she had just confronted was no ordinary individual. He was the son of the company's human resources director, who wielded considerable influence and had often abused his power within the company. The director held a significant position, ranked above various department managers and just below the general manager. Moreover, the man's father held the power to make personnel decisions. Offending the son could lead to severe repercussions, as his father could easily orchestrate a dismissal. As Yi Fan and Guyu arrived on the 7th floor, they exited the elevator where a manager from the wealth management department awaited their arrival. Upon seeing them, the manager respectfully inquired, "Sir, are you the client seeking to invest 100 billion?" Yi Fan nodded slightly. "Yes, I am indeed that client." The manager's eyes sparkled with excitement upon realizing he was in the presence of such a significant client. "Sir, please follow me," he urged. He led Yi Fan and Guyu to his office, where he promptly poured 2 glasses of water before beginning his introduction. "Good day, sir. My name is Xiao Wei. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed?" "Yi Fan," he replied succinctly. "Mr. Yi, what type of investment are you considering? We offer a variety of options such as stocks, futures, gold, and real estate insurance, among others. Let me present you with an investment plan for your review." With that, Xiao Wei hurried to his desk to retrieve the investment proposal. "Please take a look. This is our company's investment plan." For Yi Fan, a client of such magnitude, the wealth management manager treated him with utmost reverence. After all, 100 billion was an unimaginable sum. The largest investment he had previously handled was merely 30 billion. A stark contrast to Yi Fan's staggering amount. Yi Fan, however, did not accept the investment brochure. Instead, he stated coolly, "How this 100 billion is managed is not my concern. I shall leave it to my girlfriend." Xiao Wei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a vast fortune would be entrusted to a girlfriend. After all, they were not yet married, and without legal ties, there was a risk of betrayal. Although there are indeed benevolent women in the world, one must remain vigilant. Even the most virtuous can succumb to temptation in the face of immense wealth. Yet, despite his astonishment, Xiao Wei chose not to voice his concerns. This was a personal affair for Yi Fan. It was not his money, and whether it was mismanaged was not his responsibility. As Yi Fan discussed matters with Xiao Wei, the son of the human resources director, who had been unceremoniously dispatched by Yi Fan, was already on his way to find his father. "Father, you must seek retribution for me. I have been assaulted at work." Upon entering the director's office, Xiaolong's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing his son, pale and disheveled. This son is his cherished treasure, for he had lost his ability to father children due to his own indiscretions in earlier years. No matter how many women he pursued, none could bear him a child. Thus, this sole offspring is his lifeblood. From childhood, Xiaolong has indulged and protected him, ensuring he never faced any injustice. After his graduation from university, Xiaolong secured him a position in the family business. Despite his son's troublesome nature, causing numerous scandals and even impregnating several female employees, Xiaolong wielded his influence to resolve these issues, often dismissing the women involved to suppress any fallout. Today, upon learning that his son had been assaulted, especially given the severity of the injuries evident on his face, Xiaolong could no longer contain his fury. If anything were to happen to his only son, it would spell the end of his lineage. What transpired? Xiaolong commanded, gesturing for the secretary who had been seated in his lap to rise. He then inquired coldly. Zhao Xiaosu recounted the events, conveniently omitting the initial insult he had hurled at Yi Fan. Xiaolong was well aware of his son's character. It was inconceivable that someone would strike him without provocation. His son must have offended that individual. However, the question of right or wrong was of no concern to him. His son had been harmed, and he could not stand idly by. "You spend your days causing trouble. How are you feeling now? Do you need to go to the hospital?" "Dad, I feel all right." "I want to witness you deal with that person," Zhao Xiaosu replied through gritted teeth. "Very well, I understand. I shall take you to confront this individual immediately." Xiaolong then placed a call to the security department, and upon learning which department Yi Fan had gone to, he, along with the security personnel and Zhao Xiaosu, proceeded to the 7th floor. Xiaolong's display of force naturally attracted the attention of others. In the top-level manager's office, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow upon receiving the secretary's report. Xiaolong is becoming increasingly outrageous. Does he truly believe he can act with impunity simply because he has powerful allies? Has he received no word that our company has a new owner? Perhaps the new owner will arrive one day and witness this chaos. Who knows what measures might be taken to rectify the situation? Come, let us go down and assess the situation. We must not allow Xiaolong to escalate this matter. As the general manager made his way out of the office, he turned to his secretary and asked, "By the way, do you know who Xiaolong has offended?" "Yes, sir. It appears to be a client conducting business with our company," the secretary replied. Upon hearing this, the general manager remarked, "Find out who this client is and what business they are involved in. We cannot allow Xiaolong to attract trouble we cannot handle." "Understood, sir. I will inquire immediately." The secretary then picked up the phone and called the office of the business department manager, Xiaowei. While Xiaowei was conversing with Gu Yu, he paused to smile apologetically at the two individuals present when the internal phone rang. He stood to answer it. As soon as the call connected, the voice of the general manager's secretary came through. "Manager Xia, the general manager has asked me to inquire if you have a new client in your department." Xiaowei was taken aback. How could the general manager be so well informed? Had news of their significant client reached him already? "Yes, Secretary Li, this client is substantial, intending to invest 100 billion in financial management. I am currently attending to them and had not yet reported to the general manager, but I did not expect him to receive this information so swiftly." "What? You say this new client wishes to invest 100 billion? Secretary Li's voice rose in disbelief. Astonished, Xiaowei, confused by her reaction, queried, "Indeed, Secretary Li, this client is set to invest 100 billion. Is there a problem?" "And no problem. I will head down with the general manager shortly. By the way, the HR director Xiaolong has also gone down. You must detain him until we arrive." "What is the name of this major client?" Chapter 80. I am not prepared yet. After relaying Yi Fan's name to the general manager's secretary, the financial management department manager hung up. He then turned to Yi Fan with an apologetic smile. "Mr. Yi, I have an urgent matter to attend to. The general manager is coming down personally. Please bear with me for a moment." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan nodded nonchalantly. "Very well, do as you must." With Yi Fan's permission, the financial manager hurriedly exited the office. Yi Fan was an immensely valuable client. The entire department's annual performance could not match the contributions of Yi Fan alone. Such a significant client could not be jeopardized. Whatever the situation, it was imperative to ensure that nothing disrupted the partnership with Yi Fan. As the financial manager left the office, he spotted Xiaolong and his son, flanked by several security personnel, advancing with an intimidating demeanor toward his office. The financial manager forced a smile as he approached. "Ah, Director Jia, what brings you to my financial department today? You seem to have some spare time." Xiaolong's expression was icy as he replied, "Manager Xiao, I have matters to attend to." "Did a young man visit your department earlier?" Xiaowei nodded. "The director is quite well informed. We did indeed have a significant client earlier. May I inquire what business you have with him?" Xiaolong had no time for pleasantries, his mind consumed with thoughts of avenging his son. "Xiaowei, I understand your implications. I do not care if this person is a major client. He assaulted my son downstairs, and I will settle the score today. Move aside, or I shall not hesitate to take offense with you as well." Had it been an ordinary client, Xiaowei might have acquiesced to Xiaolong. However, he steadfastly refused to allow Xiaolong to antagonize Yi Fan. Consequently, Xiaowei seized his cordial demeanor and stated firmly, "Director Jia, this major client is of paramount importance to our financial department and the entire company. The general manager has personally called to ensure we treat this client well. He is on his way down. Perhaps you should wait for him to arrive before proceeding. If the general manager has no objections, I will certainly not stand in your way." Has Director Zhao been alerted? Upon hearing that Zhao Guoqiang would personally attend to this new client, Xiaolong's brow furrowed slightly. Within the company, the only individual who could overshadow him was this general manager, Zhao Guoqiang. Yet, despite Zhao Guoqiang's authority, Xiaolong was not overly intimidated, for he had the support of his brother from the board of directors. Should matters escalate, it would ultimately be Zhao Guoqiang who faced the consequences. With thoughts of his brother bolstering his resolve, Xiaolong declared, "Very well, even if Zhao Guoqiang comes, what of it? My son shall not be subjected to this assault without consequence. I informed Xiaowei that today, no one would be able to intervene. I am resolute in dealing with this individual. If he does not bow and apologize to my son, this matter shall remain unresolved." Upon finishing my words, Zhao Lidong, accompanied by his entourage, prepared to charge inside. Yet, Xiaowei stood unwaveringly in his path, and the two engaged in a contest of wills in the corridor. Witnessing the clash between the director and the department manager, the employees who had emerged to witness the commotion exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Meanwhile, the general manager, Zhao Guoqiang, who was just about to step into the elevator, found himself momentarily halted after hearing the secretary's report. "What is the name of the new client?" he inquired. The secretary promptly reiterated the name Yi Fan. Upon hearing Yi Fan for the first time, Zhao Guoqiang felt a fleeting sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. However, upon the second mention of the name, his complexion drained of color. "You mean the new client is named Yi Fan?" The secretary, perplexed, nodded in affirmation. Panic surged through Zhao Guoqiang. This was indeed the name of their company's new owner. He suddenly recalled having seen Yi Fan's name in the materials he received that morning regarding the new proprietor. Jinding International Financial Company, originally a publicly traded entity, had shareholders. Yet, last night, in a mere instant, all the shares held by the shareholders were acquired, along with a change in ownership. To consider that Jinding International Financial Company had a market value of 500 billion, the power required to orchestrate such a takeover overnight was formidable. Such an individual must undoubtedly be a titan of industry. After all, without significant resources, one could scarcely amass such a sum. And the shareholders would hardly be foolish enough to part with a golden goose. The annual dividends from Jinding International far exceed the profits from selling shares. The only plausible explanation for such an imprudent action would be that the buyer's background was so overwhelmingly powerful that the shareholders dared not oppose him, compelling them to relinquish their stakes willingly. As this realization dawned upon him, General Manager Zhao Guoqiang felt his legs weaken with dread. If this client truly was the new owner, the company was likely on the brink of a seismic upheaval. We must leave at once. Something significant is about to transpire. With no hesitation, Zhao Guoqiang hurriedly ushered the secretary into the elevator. In the office of the Wealth Management Department, Yi Fan and Gu Yu sat in quiet contemplation. After Xia Wei departed, Yi Fan turned to Gu Yu with a smile, saying, "It seems your newly appointed president will have quite a task ahead." Gu Yu nodded slightly. Indeed, it appears that internal corruption within the company has reached a critical juncture. My first order of business upon assuming my position will be to rectify the organization. Hearing her words, Yi Fan responded with a gentle smile. Then I shall rely on you, my dear wife. However, I shall not have you labor without recompense. I will grant you half of the company's shares. You may manage it as you see fit. After all, this company will be half yours. Gu Yu was taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Darling, you cannot be serious. I have conducted my research on Jinding International Financial Company. Its value is 500 billion. And by giving me half the shares, you are bestowing upon me a fortune of 250 billion. How can this be? Yi Fan chuckled softly, I assure you. I am not jesting. You are my woman. It is only fitting that I provide you with substantial gifts. Especially since you are destined to be the mother of my children. Who said anything about having children? I am not prepared for that. I certainly do not wish to become a mother just yet. Gu Yu's face flushed at Yi Fan's words. Yi Fan found her bashfulness utterly enchanting. Her striking beauty, combined with youthful shyness, was simply irresistible. Were it not for the circumstances, he would have eagerly embarked on an exhilarating romantic escapade.